Dear viewers, welcome back to the live surveillance footage. The meteor you are currently seeing, codenamed T30, has a diameter of 170 meters and has entered Earth's orbit. Experts predict it will fall into the Pacific Ocean within 6 days. The 30th meteor has joined the lineup of impacts on Earth with a high probability of landing in the ocean. Coastal nations have issued tsunami warnings. In just 2 short months, we have experienced dozens of meteor impacts. Could the end of the world really be approaching? Experts warned that the core of the meteor may contain harmful substances, which will cause large-scale pollution whether it falls into the ocean or onto land. Today, Country E announced the launch of the 6th meteor fragmentation plan. Shinjien kept switching channels, and every program was filled with news about the meteor. Seriously? I just crossed over and now it's the end of the world? Is this what they call a thunderous opening? Yesterday, Shinjien was still working overtime in the office, so exhausted that he fell asleep on the desk. When he woke up, he found himself transported to a parallel world strikingly similar to Earth. He spent the entire day in a daze, still trying to process everything, only to be informed by the news that the apocalypse was imminent. Just crossed over and already about to be sent back? Even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Looking around at the old, worn-out items and the cramped, messy room, Shinjien's complaints abruptly came to a halt. The owner of this body was exactly the same as his former self: identity, circumstances, personality, a typical failure. The only difference was that this body was over 10 years younger, just 25 years old. Exaggeration in the news is inevitable. Ordinary people have long spent all their savings, stockpiled supplies, and built shelters just to survive the disaster. But the owner of this body not only made no preparations but was also dead drunk yesterday. It's simply giving up on oneself. And now, this mess has fallen into Qin Jian's hands. Even if he wanted to desperately survive, it was already too late to renovate the shelter. Ding, host binding complete. Would you like to activate the Doomsday Fortress system? Qin Jian was sitting on the sofa smoking, lamenting his extreme bad luck, when suddenly a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. System? Really? This is amazing. I knew there had to be a cheat code for time travel. He seemed to be ignited all over, answering excitedly, yes. Immediately after, a thunderous boom erupted overhead. The sound of electricity crackled in his ears, and the entire room suddenly lost power, plunging into darkness. Shinjien was so frightened that he dropped to the ground, covering his head with both hands. Although he couldn't see, he felt as if the house was twisting and deforming. Fortunately, this terrifying change didn't last long. 2 minutes later, everything returned to calm, and the power was restored to normal. Shinjien got up, and the scene before him left him stunned. The originally narrow and shabby room had turned into a spacious and bright living room, resembling the grand living room of a villa. The area of just the living room was larger than his entire previous apartment. What's even more shocking is that there's a lot of brand new furniture around. A genuine leather sofa, a 50-inch LCD TV, a classic coffee table, everything is complete, as if in a dream. Shinjien paced around the room in shock, his steps carrying a sense of lightheadedness. There's even a second floor? Seeing the staircase in the corner, he instinctively walked over. However, when he reached the stairs, he noticed something unusual. A thin white mist suddenly appeared, blocking his way. Shinjien tried to reach out and touch it, but was repelled by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, a bright red cross appeared within the mist, as if warning him not to enter. Apocalypse Fortress system activated successfully. Would you like to claim the beginner's gift pack? The system's voice sounded again. Yes. Shinjien answered without hesitation, instinctively stepping back a few steps to avoid the invisible air wall. 1,000 points have been issued. Points can be used to upgrade and construct all facilities within the fortress. The host will receive point rewards based on activity level for each day survived. Eliminating enemies also grants points. Points will be settled daily at midnight. Point rewards? Eliminating enemies? Shinjien half understood but decided to continue exploring according to the system prompts and opened the system panel. Doomsday Fortress Level 1. What is this? Fortress Master, Shinjien. Intrinsic attributes: camouflage, shock resistance. Common facilities: living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, refrigerator. Main facilities: equipment crafting table, food crafting table, prophecy crystal ball. Locked facilities: light weapons workbench, mission board, outdoor facilities, archive area, recreation area, medicine workbench. Reminder: when all facilities on the first floor are unlocked, the second floor will automatically open. So, this staircase blocked by an air wall is the entrance to the locked second floor? Shinjien looked at the prompt and roughly understood, but there was no time to ponder what might be hidden on the second floor, especially since the first floor hadn't been fully explored yet. So for now, he could only settle for the current situation, especially since he now had a system. Without any effort, he could instantly have his own luxurious shelter. Not to mention there were so many high-tech projects waiting to be developed. Shinjien's gaze swept across the room, and almost every object could open in a tribute panel. He casually clicked on one panel. Living room. Upgrade direction. Advanced living room. Branch. Expansion. 1000 double the original original space. Cold resistance, 500 add devices such as air conditioning, heaters, and fireplaces, which automatically activate when indoor temperatures are too low. Ventilation, 400 install an automatic ventilation system to effectively reduce indoor temperature. Drainage, 500 equip a drainage system to prevent dampness in water, eliminating indoor humidity. Kitchen, upgrade direction, advanced kitchen. Branch, expansion, 500 expand by 50 square meters. Exhaust, 500 double the exhaust efficiency. Kitchenware, 200 add more usable kitchenware. Neatness, 800 install disinfection and cleaning devices on the ceiling to keep the kitchen spotless. Just the expansion of the living room alone would drain all his points. Excited as he was, Shinjien still remained clear-headed. The living room was already spacious enough. In his previous life he had only seen such a large space on TV. He figured that even if he had tens of thousands of points in the future, he would never choose to expand the living room further. After all, he was currently living alone. Seeing the kitchen, Shinjien suddenly remembered something. There was almost no food left at home. The refrigerator seemed to have been empty even before he transmigrated. Although safety had improved, staying here and starving to death without food would be too frustrating and downright foolish. But the problem followed. The original owner of this body had zero cash and a negative bank account balance. It was hard to imagine what he had gone through before. Fortunately, with the system now, Shinjien could help clean up his mess. Since there's no money to buy food, the only option is to try the food production station that comes with the shelter. Shinjien walked to the food production station and opened the panel. Food production station. Upgrade option, level 2 food production station, 2000. Available for production. Worm cake, 50. Cockroach cake, 80. Rat cake, 100. Can this be eaten? Just seeing the names of these foods, Shinjien already understood the gist of it and almost gagged. He had originally planned to spend some points to buy emergency rations and then figure out a way to find food himself. But now it seemed that this couldn't even be considered proper food. It was clearly something humans would only make out of sheer desperation. System, is there any normal food? He couldn't help but ask. Unless he was on the brink of starvation, he would never touch these three monstrosities of food. Sorry, host, these are the only foods available for now. If you want other foods, please look for blueprints or upgrade the food production station. Upgrade, can't afford it. How can I get blueprints? Depending on daily activity levels, there's a chance to obtain them, or you can unlock the task list and complete tasks to get them. Shinjien immediately walked to the unlocked task board and discovered that unlocking it also required 2000 points. It's over. It seems he could only sell furniture to scrape together some money. Of course, he didn't plan to sell the brand new furniture in the shelter. The old furniture that had been pushed into the corner by the new ones was his target. The new furniture was all large and looked heavy. With his frail body, he couldn't possibly move them. If he was truly desperate, he might have to resort to some clever tricks. The old furniture was different. It had smaller parts, was lighter, and was rich in iron content. Iron, even in this world, must surely be worth something, right? Without hesitation, Shinjien picked up an old table and walked out the door. Outside the door, he turned back to glance at his shelter, and his eyes lit up instantly. The exterior of the shelter was still the same dilapidated tin house, but the interior was a completely different scene. Shinjien even deliberately opened and closed the door several times. The contrast between the inside and outside was like two different worlds. Perhaps this was the camouflage effect that came with the shelter. This is simply perfect. In times of great catastrophe, order is bound to be turbulent, and it might even collapse entirely. How could such a luxurious shelter standing in the slums not attract the attention of those with ill intentions? Now, with the help of this camouflage feature, a lot of trouble has been temporarily avoided. The safety factor has also increased significantly. However, Shinjien understood in her heart that vigilance could never be completely relaxed. At the very least, the door must be securely locked. After moving everything out, Shinjien was already drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Locking the door, he carried his things and walked toward the nearest hardware store. The hardware store owner was a slightly thin middle-aged man, currently bent over fiddling with something under the counter. Boss, do you take scrap iron? Yes. The boss stood up excitedly, glancing at the iron chair in Shinjien's hand. Is there more? I offer a high purchase price, 20 yuan per kilogram. 20 yuan? Shinjien asked in surprise. Is iron so scarce in this world? Not exactly. It's just that the situation is tense now. Making some iron self-defense weapons can still earn a bit before the disaster strikes. The shopkeeper lowered his voice and pulled out a welded iron rod from under the counter. Take one, young man. Fengcheng hasn't been peaceful lately. You can't go out at night without something to protect yourself. The only self-defense weapons at home were things like kitchen knives and fruit knives. Shinjien would never casually touch such impractical things. He is not a professional, and taking action will inevitably hurt himself. If the social order hasn't completely collapsed yet, and he gets into trouble for excessive self-defense, that would be a real problem. He weighed the iron rod in his hand. The weight was just right, the length was perfect, and if it didn't get in the way, he could even tuck it into his pocket.
Boss, I don't have cash on hand. Can I trade these 2 iron chairs for an iron rod? Shinjien said sincerely.
The boss scratched his head, looking a bit hesitant. Shinjien, unhurried, pointed to the doorway. There are plenty more at my doorstep, big and small, all made of iron, just across the street, not far from here.
Really? Can I go take a look?
The boss's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands as he walked to the door and looked outside. Afterward, Shinjien led him to the doorstep, and the boss contentedly counted the items, quickly moving them himself without bothering Shinjien for help.
20 minutes later, all the iron items at the door were cleared, and the transaction was successfully completed. The boss carefully counted the money without missing a single cent, handed it to Shinjien, and even gave him a free iron rod, earnestly requesting more business in the future. Shinjien got his wish, directly stuffed the iron rod into his pocket, and found that it didn't hinder his walking, so he headed straight to the supermarket. The supermarket was bustling with people, but fortunately, the staff kept restocking, and supplies had not yet sold out. Shinjien spent all his money as quickly as possible, purchased a batch of necessities, and left immediately. Instant noodles, water, and a bundle of sausages, these were all. Shinjien wasn't buying just anything he saw.
In his previous life, he usually ate similar things, perhaps he had long been accustomed to it, with low demands for food, only seeking to fill his stomach. Moreover, the crowd made him feel extremely uncomfortable, not because of social anxiety, but because watching the chaotic scenes of people scrambling for supplies, he always felt that danger was imminent. In short, during times of catastrophe, it's best to avoid contact with people unless there's something to gain. Returning to his doorstep, Shinjien encountered a familiar face. It is a true acquaintance, deeply impressed in the memories of the past life. The blonde-haired man in front of him is named Lu Lang, his only friend, with whom he has shared life and death experiences. Both were orphans. Although they had known each other for 10 years, they eventually took different paths. Lu Lang went to work at a repair shop and made a group of friends, while Shinjien stayed home for long periods, doing freelance work.
You scared me. I thought you had died at home.
Lu Lang clapped his hands with a smile, walked up to Shinjien, and put his hand on his shoulder. Shinjien felt somewhat resistant to this intimate gesture, but in order not to show any abnormality, he had to endure it. He forced a smile. You're here.
Yes, I came to talk to you about something serious.
Lu Lang's expression gradually turned serious. I say, stop staying in this shabby house. Come with us to the repair shop over there. It's already been turned into our group's shelter. Fully equipped, with food and drinks, and even your favorite single-player games.
There are so many backup generators that you can't even count them. We can play until dawn.
As Lu Lang spoke, he gently nudged Shinjien with his arm.
Think it over again. Shinjien pondered for a few seconds but ultimately declined the kind offer.
Although they were childhood friends and had a good relationship, that was, after all, a friendship from a previous life, leaving only a deep impression in
his memory.
If they were to interact long-term, it would inevitably reveal some awkwardness. Moreover, he already had his own high-tech refuge, ensuring his safety, and he no longer worried about food and clothing. In any case, he was used to being a lone wolf, and now with the system's support, he could walk his solitary path even more freely. As for Lu Lang and the others, reducing contact would suffice. There was no need to sever ties completely.
Sigh, I knew you'd say that.
Fengcheng hasn't been very peaceful lately.
Don't wander around or go online unnecessarily. If you're feeling uneasy, you can go to the official shelter. It's in the Nanyang district. There are a lot of people there, which you might not like, but safety is guaranteed. Don't forget to lock your door at night. I think you should brace that flimsy door with something. Lu Lang didn't seem to intend to persuade further. After a few reminders, he waved and left. Shinjien remained silent, watching his figure disappear.
Back home, Shinjien simply made a bowl of instant noodles, took a few bites, and then walked to the equipment crafting station.
Equipment crafting station. Upgrade option, level 2 equipment crafting station, 2000. Craftable items, protective suit, 200. Protective gloves, 50. Gas mask, 100. Bulletproof vest, 300.
The prices all seem quite reasonable, but for now, they are temporarily unnecessary. The last remaining initial item, the prophecy crystal
ball, is the one that Shinjien finds most intriguing. After all, the name itself sounds somewhat mysterious and piques curiosity.
He walked up to the purple crystal ball, which was enveloped in a beam of light and floating mid-air, gently rotating, and couldn't help but feel astonished. Rather than mysterious, it felt more like a sci-fi scene. This kind of imagery he had only seen in movies. Following the system's prompt, Shinjien cautiously reached out to touch the crystal ball.
He immediately felt a gentle sensation, and an interface unfolded in his mind. Prophecy crystal ball. Upgrade direction, level 2 prophecy crystal ball, 5000. Overview, know all upcoming events, with affixes updated weekly.
1. A meteorite fragment falls into Fengcheng River.
2. Fengcheng River was polluted, and nearby residents turned into zombies.
3. Air pollution, but the concentration is far lower than the Fengcheng River area, returning to normal after several months.
Ah, zombies?
Well, seeing these 3 entries, Shinjien felt as if struck by lightning. The system would never lie. Ever since it appeared, he had believed it to be omniscient and omnipotent. He
had originally thought. The disaster would be something physical like a meteor striking Earth, but unexpectedly, humanity was truly facing a zombie crisis. It was too sudden and terrifying. Everything happened so fast. Shinjien gulped down an entire bottle of water, taking a long time to calm his emotions. Perhaps he was the only person in the world who knew the truth about this disaster. He was neither a fool nor a saint. If he were to inform the authorities about this, he feared he would be sent to a hospital as a mental patient. So, first and foremost, he had to protect himself and quickly come up with a plan. The Fengcheng River was about 8 kilometers away from his location, which meant he wasn't considered a nearby resident and thus wouldn't be infected for the time being. The water source for Fengcheng was the Fengcheng River, and if the meteorite fragments carried the zombie virus, the river water would undoubtedly be contaminated, making tap water far from safe to drink. In addition to that, the air was also polluted. The indicators showed that the concentration was much lower than by the Fengcheng River, but he couldn't afford to be careless. Inhaling too much still carried the risk of turning into a zombie. At this moment, Shinjien thought of the equipment crafting station he had just seen. It had items like gas masks and protective suits, which might help him avoid infection when going out if he wore them. However, he still wanted to check out the other locked facilities. After all, zombies were real, and no one in Fengcheng was aware of it. Once an outbreak occurred, even if the authorities responded swiftly, heavy civilian casualties would be inevitable. In short, he felt that the city's collapse was only a matter of time. When monsters roamed freely, he definitely didn't want to be visited by zombies knocking on his door. Light weapon crafting station, mission board, outdoor facilities, archive area, leisure area, medicine crafting station. Shinjien browsed through these locked facilities one by one, and finally his gaze settled on outdoor facilities. Outdoor facilities, 500. Overview: walls can be built around the shelter, along with fixed-point defenses and other equipment. Walls are a treasure. They completely keep zombies outside, maintaining a safe distance, which naturally provides better security. But the light weapon crafting station only requires 500 points to unlock, and according to its description, it seems capable of directly crafting firearm-type weapons, which are certainly much more effective for self-defense than iron rods. Right now, he happens to have 1,000 points, enough to unlock 2 pieces of equipment. However, there won't be enough points left for subsequent wall upgrades and weapon crafting. Although he earns points for every day he survives from now on, if his activity level isn't high enough and he earns very few points, that could be a real problem. However, Shinjien soon figured it out. As the saying goes, staying alive is the key to output. Without sufficient protection, what good would a Gatling gun do for him? Besides, even if he managed to create a gun, he might not be able to use it. Simply copying the form wouldn't work. What seemed like a simple operation was actually far beyond his reflexes. So, he decided to reinforce the walls first. Shinjien planned ahead and spent 500 points to unlock outdoor facilities. Outdoor facilities. Upgrade path. Level 2 outdoor facilities. Buildable equipment. Traps, 200. Barbed wire fence, 500. Auxiliary generator, 500. Garage, 1000. Crossbow bolt launcher, 1000. Surveillance equipment, 1000. Corpse collector, 1000. The fence is just made of barbed wire? Well, it's better than nothing. Build it. As the crisp sound of hammering came from outside, Shinjien opened the door and looked out. What met his eyes was a 3-meter-tall barbed wire fence. This thing had almost appeared out of thin air, but fortunately, no one around had seen it. This thing is pretty sturdy, Shinjien said as he walked up to the barbed wire and gave it a tug. The wire didn't budge at all but had a certain elasticity. The structure formed a quadrilateral, tightly enclosing his shelter. Although it looked a bit like a prison, it gave Shinjien a sense of security. The barbed wire fence had a front gate and a back gate, both made of iron, covered in rust, and looking even more like a cage. Although his points were used up, Shinjien still wanted to check the attribute panel of the barbed wire. After all, this was the most important defensive structure in the early stages. Fending off zombies would depend entirely on it, so it had to be closely monitored. Barbed wire fence. Upgrade direction. Steel wire fence. Branch. Sturdy, 500. Replace the original materials of the iron gate and barbed wire, reducing physical damage by 50%. Soaring, 800. The height of the barbed wire is increased to 5 meters. Fire resistance, 500. Flame damage is reduced by 50%. Cold resistance, 500. Less prone to freezing, extending its lifespan. What is it? Tetanus, 1000. The barbed wire becomes extremely sharp, causing severe lacerations and unstoppable bleeding to anyone who touches it, except the fortress owner. Everything looks pretty good. Let's upgrade the iron gate first. Shinjien had already decided on prioritizing the upgrade of the barbed wire fence. After all, that rusty iron gate creaked loudly when opened, making it seem very fragile. It felt like it could be kicked open with just one blow. That's right, on second thought, humans might be more dangerous than zombies. Although the shelter had a camouflage attribute, making it hard to detect, the tall barbed wire fence surrounding it was indeed conspicuous. Even a fool could probably tell how sturdy it was and how many zombies it could keep
keep out. In any case, staying vigilant in times of peace was essential.
Unless the entire Feng city turned into a zombie zone, it was impossible for no one to notice his territory.
With the lessons from his previous life, Shinjien now trusted almost no one.
He locked the front and back doors securely and returned inside.
After eating the already clumped instant noodles, Shinjien looked around, then glanced outside the yard. Gradually, his mood began to settle.
I wonder how many points can be settled by midnight tonight. How about getting some sleep first?
Thinking of this, Shinjien wiped the sweat off his forehead and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Although he had just moved a bunch of furniture, they were all small items, and a short rest would be enough to recover. However, his body had already been resting for half a day and was still sweating coldly, almost on the verge of collapse.
Looks like I need to start exercising. If I can't fight off zombies, at least I should be able to outrun them, right?
Shinjien shrugged and lay down on the large bed in the bedroom. This bed was exceptionally soft and smooth, and Shinjien swore he had never slept on such a comfortable bed in his life. Within 2 minutes, he had fallen asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Shinjien slowly woke up. He washed his face, tidied his hair, and checked the time. 11 o'clock, still an hour to go. With nothing else to do, he decided to push open the door and exercise. The barbed wire fence at night seemed even taller than during the day, and the wind blowing through it made sparse rustling sounds, carrying a cold and
imposing aura.
A scene flashed through Shinjien's mind. A dark night with strong winds, countless zombies pounding and roaring outside the barbed wire fence. Shinjien took a sharp breath and forced himself to stop overthinking, starting his workout with squats, chest expansions, and leg stretches.
At that moment, a commotion reached his ears, faintly accompanied by someone shouting.
He preliminarily judged that a fight had broken out. However, the surroundings were completely dark, with no streetlights, so he couldn't see the battle situation clearly. An hour later, Shinjien returned to the house, panting heavily.
System, open the settlement interface. Without any pause, he said eagerly. The next moment, the settlement interface appeared before his eyes. Today's points settlement. First survival confirmation, plus 100 points. First unlock of new equipment, plus 500 points. First construction of new equipment, plus 500 points. Going out for trade, plus 30 points. Get a suitable weapon for free, plus 50 points. Go out shopping, plus 20 points. Exercise at night, plus 10 points. Points settlement, 1530. Remaining points, 1530.
Seeing so many points in the settlement, Shinjien was completely stunned.
Was his activity level yesterday really that high?
He had thought he wouldn't even be able to gather 100 points, but unexpectedly, there were so many. It seemed he had truly underestimated himself. Thinking about it, as long as he ate, slept, or even did nothing and stayed at home, he could still earn points, just in varying amounts. However, this was probably the only time he could get so many. After all, the reward items all had first time written on them, just like the first recharge rewards in games. It's likely that next time there wouldn't be as much, or maybe even none at all. But the more points, the better. He certainly wouldn't complain.
These 1530 points must be put to good use.
Shinjien immediately walked out of the house and directly used points to upgrade the materials of the barbed wire and the iron door. With the deduction of 500 points, the barbed wire suddenly trembled slightly but did not make a sound. He waited for a while and, seeing no further movement from the barbed wire, walked over to touch it carefully. The texture was completely different from the afternoon. This time, the barbed wire was more elastic and its hardness had significantly improved. With a gentle squeeze, his fingertips felt a slight pain, clearly indicating it was not just absurdly hard. As for the iron door, all traces of rust were gone, and it looked brand new, opening and closing smoothly. The key point was that after locking the door, no matter how hard one pushed or shoved, it wouldn't budge an inch. Shinjien clapped his hands, a smile spreading across his face. This was perfect. Forget kicking it open. It probably couldn't even be broken by a car crash. However, he immediately thought of some concerns. Although the defenses had been strengthened, the barbed wire was only 3 meters high.
For someone trained, it would be easy to climb over. Not to mention the
zombies. If not dealt with in time, their numbers would accumulate, and once a human ladder was formed, they would easily climb over the wall and cause trouble for him. Therefore, the height must be upgraded. Shinjien instinctively looked up at the anti-theft net at the top of the barbed wire but hesitated immediately. The anti-theft net was extremely sharp, and climbing without protective gear would only result in severe injuries. At present, zombies had not yet appeared. Only when meteorite fragments landed here would zombies emerge. Shinjien originally planned to choose between increasing the height of the barbed wire and upgrading the barbed wire's offensiveness. The former could make it harder for enemies to climb, reducing the risk of attacks. The latter could turn the barbed wire into a lethal weapon, causing severe injuries to any creature that touches it, completely eliminating potential threats. In fact, once the offensiveness is upgraded, the height of the barbed wire can be temporarily ignored. But the problem is, after upgrading the offensiveness, the barbed wire would indiscriminately attack any creature, including himself. While he didn't expect others to be particularly kind, he wasn't crazy either. If some curious passersby, especially mischievous kids, accidentally touched the barbed wire, it could cost them their lives. At least before the disaster truly struck, he didn't want to get into legal trouble. So, for now, he decided to wait and see. After all, the upgrade could be completed instantly. He calmed his mind, thinking it wouldn't be too late to upgrade when the zombies actually attacked. Shinjien returned to his room, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, but felt no trace of sleepiness. Helplessly, he turned on the TV to watch the news. During the catastrophe, all entertainment programs were suspended, and every channel was broadcasting live updates about the meteorite, even setting up a special midnight channel. Staring at the meteorite on the screen, which appeared only the size of a human head but actually had a diameter of several hundred meters, Shinjien couldn't help but think about the shock resistance of this apocalypse fortress. Although he didn't know how many levels of tremors it could withstand, with fragments falling into the river 8 kilometers away, even without shock resistance, it wouldn't be a problem. We now interrupt with an urgent news report. To all viewers still in front of their TVs, please pay attention and listen carefully. The T-30 meteorite has just self-detonated at 0:14. Hundreds of fragments from the explosion are hurtling toward Earth at extremely high speeds. It is estimated that about 76 meteorite fragments will fall within our country's borders, while another 831 fragments will mainly be distributed across North America, Europe, and the Pacific region. The cities in our country expected to be hit are. The sudden news made Shinjien immediately sit up straight. The city he was in had already been confirmed to have meteorite fragments falling, but what he cared about most was the exact timing. If they were to fall tomorrow, he would need to be especially cautious. Now, here's a local news update. At this moment, the TV screen automatically switches. A meteorite fragment is expected to fall into the center of Fengqing River in our city in 4 days. The impact may trigger an earthquake of approximately magnitude 3.5. Citizens are advised to remain calm and not panic. Residents of the Fengqing River area will have special arrangements, and the authorities will dispatch thousands of personnel to organize a temporary evacuation. Please make sure to pass on the notice promptly. In addition, please avoid lingering by the Fengqing River in the coming days and stay updated with local news. 4 days later, it seems there's still time to prepare. Shinjien nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. 4 days would be enough for him to train his body well and accumulate more points, striving to gather enough for both the protective suit and the weapon crafting station. Ensuring everything is foolproof is the most important thing. Early the next morning, while Shinjien was eating instant noodles, he suddenly heard a knock at the door outside the yard. He immediately went out to check. Standing outside the barbed wire was none other than Lu Lang. "Open the door. It's me," Lu Lang shouted carelessly. Shinjien's lips slightly curved upward as he opened the door. After entering, Lu Lang looked around in shock. "Fengzi, what's with this barbed wire? Yesterday, the front of your house was still bare." "This is the anti-theft barbed wire I spent all my savings on to have installed." Shinjien casually made up an excuse. "Oh, I see. They're really efficient. Can you give me their phone number?" Lu Lang said excitedly. "I want to fully equip the repair shop too." Shinjien, feeling helpless, could only continue to make up a story. "They said they'll stop working after finishing my order." "That's such a pity. Why didn't I think of that?" Even though there are many people at the repair shop, it can't escape petty theft. The two chatted for a while, and Lu Lang handed over a large bag, saying that he noticed Shinjien bought only instant noodles yesterday, which are not nutritious and can easily become tiresome. He had specially bought some bread, snacks, marinated eggs, and fruits, and said that if it wasn't enough, Shinjien could get more from him. Although his relationship with this childhood friend wasn't particularly deep, Lu Lang's concern at this moment made Shinjien inexplicably moved. Apart from the orphanage director, from his childhood, there weren't many people who cared about him like this. No wonder their bond could be called a life-and-death friendship, practically like real brothers. If not for relying on his body's memory, Shinjien might have suspected that there was some unspeakable secret between Lu Lang and himself. Even so, Shinjien wasn't moved enough to tell him about the shelter. Giving him a kind reminder was already the greatest return he could offer. "Well, let me tell you something. Just you and the guys at the repair shop need to know." "Alright, go ahead. You know about the meteorite fragments, right? If possible, everyone should prepare gas masks. If there are no masks, even regular face masks will do." Lu Lang was obviously a bit stunned. Seeing Shinjien pause, he raised his chin slightly. "Go on." "By then, the meteorite fragments will not only pollute the river water but also the air. Prolonged inhalation will drive people mad. Yes, mad. Like rabid dogs biting people indiscriminately. You must be vigilant against these people when the time comes. Otherwise, if you're bitten, you'll go mad too." Shinjien didn't mention anything about zombies because zombies simply don't exist in this world. That's right. right, there is no real basis for any works about zombies. Humanity's understanding of them is completely non-existent. If such a thing truly exists, Shinjien could probably summarize it in one sentence: after a disaster occurs, humans would associate their behavior with zombies, bring it into reality, and take precautions.
Lu Lang listened in confusion. Fingzi, where did you get this from again? Some foreign media website? Is it true?
It's true, you have to believe me. In any case, if you can avoid going out, don't go out. If you must go out, make sure to take protective measures, and bring a weapon.
Lu Lang nodded solemnly. Alright, Fingzi, you've never lied since you were a child. How could I not believe you? I have a few homemade gas masks here. Do you need one? I already have one, thank you.
After a 5-minute conversation, Lu Lang reminded him to take care and then left. For the entire next day, Shinjien stayed almost inseparably in the shelter. Around noon, Shinjien happened to hear that someone near his home had died the previous night due to a home invasion robbery. Thinking of the group of people shouting and yelling last night, he secretly resolved in his heart never to step out of the house. In fact, this chaos was not a sudden occurrence. The world had already fallen into turmoil several months ago. Incidents of smashing, looting, and robbery are emerging one after another, becoming increasingly intense. Leaders of some countries have even made compromises with the rioters. Although the situation is chaotic, the Jojo nation remains the only country in the world with the most stable control over uprisings. This is also a universally acknowledged fact. The reasons are manifold, but the reality is harsh. The appearance of zombies has made it difficult to maintain order. The only thing Shinjien can do now is not to add to the country's troubles. On this day, 102 points were settled.
Shinjien was already very satisfied because he hadn't even stepped out the door and had accumulated over 100 points.
For the next 3 days, Shinjien still did not go out. Eating, exercising, watching the news, and sleeping, life went on as usual.
Regardless of day or night, chaotic noises always came from outside, but Shinjien remained indifferent to it.
At this moment, self-preservation is the only choice for a rational person. With the upgraded barbed wire in place, there's no need to fear birds or beasts coming. At most, the protection can still be further upgraded. 4 days passed, and the point settlement reached 564 points, leaving 1,594 points remaining. That morning, August 19th, Shinjien learned through the television that a meteorite fragment had fallen into the Fengcheng River 2 hours earlier.
It's starting.
Shinjien walked to the equipment crafting table and spent 350 points to make protective clothing, protective gloves, and a gas mask.
Remaining points, 1244.
Just as Shinjien was about to try on the protective clothing, a sudden crash came from outside the yard. He looked out the window and saw a luxury car crash into the wire fence.
A middle-aged man and a young woman got out of the car.
The middle-aged man appeared to be about 20 years older than the woman and was currently clutching his bleeding forehead, clearly having suffered a significant impact just now.
Right here. This place looks like it can block them.
The man glanced at the barbed wire fence, quickly ran over, and reached out to pull the iron gate. The young woman followed closely behind, also helping to pull the gate with force. Within seconds, their actions became more aggressive, kicking and pounding on the iron gate.
The woman's expression grew increasingly ferocious, muttering curses under her breath.
At this moment, Shinjien came out wearing a gas mask. Seeing someone in the yard, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief but still appeared impatient.
So, someone actually lives in this shabby house? I even hurt my foot kicking it.
The woman complained right in front of Shinjien. Just seeing the two of them kicking the door earlier had already made Shinjien extremely displeased. Now that the woman said this, his gaze turned much colder. It's just that no one could see his expression because he was wearing a gas mask.
Hey, hurry up and open this damn door.
The woman continued shouting at Shinjien.
What's happening outside?
Shinjien ignored her and instead turned to the man and asked. The man's attitude was relatively serious, but he was equally impatient. There are rioters everywhere, like lunatics.
We ran all the way, and they chased us all the way.
The man panted heavily and started coughing as soon as he finished speaking. Just now, running back to the car almost burst his lungs.
Thugs? Could it be? Here so soon?
Shinjien was somewhat surprised. He tightened his gas mask and coldly looked at them. This is my private shelter.
I don't accept anyone.
After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave.
Hey, kid, you can't just stand by and watch me die.
The man panicked at the sight, and the woman next to him was about to speak but was sharply elbowed by him, immediately falling silent. I'm the general manager of Fengshan Group.
If you save me, there will naturally be benefits.
Upon hearing this identity, Shinjien stopped in his tracks and turned to look back. After being a corporate slave for 20 years, he felt disgusted whenever he heard such terms, but at this moment, he seemed to see something else.
For example, those staggering figures.
Although he couldn't see clearly, Shinjien guessed that they were the zombies chasing after him. The man and woman also noticed the thugs chasing behind them, and their faces instantly turned pale. Those frenzied creatures that bite anyone they see, they would rather believe they were being eaten than dare to look directly at them. Brother, take this quickly. The man trembled as he pulled out a wad of cash and threw it over the barbed wire, landing right at Shinjien's feet. "This is a deposit. As long as you let us in, I'll give you another 20,000. "No, 50,000. Shinjien smiled faintly, picked up the money, walked to the two of them, and faced them through the wire mesh. "Say something, are you deaf? We've given you the money, why aren't you opening the door?" The woman immediately lost her temper, pounding on the iron gate and shouting, "We did it!" Shinjien scratched his head and kindly reminded her, "The more you shout, the more excited they seem to get." The woman frowned and turned to look. Sure enough, the mob howled even louder, limping but moving toward them with increasing urgency. The woman instantly regretted it, trembling violently all over, but still blurted out, "Are you threatening me? Just wait, you'll see what happens to you soon." Shinjien didn't say anything but smiled bitterly in his heart. Wasn't that statement reversed? "Shut up for me." The man finally couldn't hold back, pointed at the woman's nose and cursed, then turned around and greeted Shinjien with a smile. "Brother, I know you think the money is too little. Wait a moment, I'll get you more." The man ran back to the car and returned shortly with 2 suitcases. "This is 1 million, enough to buy an apartment. As long as you let us in, it's all yours." As he spoke, he deliberately opened the suitcase, revealing the neatly stacked money inside, giving Shinjien a glimpse. The man appeared obsequious on the surface, but he had already calculated everything in his mind. "Damn it, you dare to act indifferent? Just wait, once I get in, I'll smash your head with a briefcase. You like money? Then I'll crush you with money." But the next moment, Shinjien suddenly shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not interested in money." After saying that, he threw the money in his hand back, and it fell at the man's feet. The man was stunned. He thought the masked man in front of him was refusing to open the door because the money offered was too little. After all, in this shabby tin house, with no hope for a better life, who wouldn't be interested in money? But now, he realized he was wrong. There really are people in this world who treat money like trash. Money is useless now, so I'll have to use workplace tactics. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. My identity is real, and I'm giving you face right now. Hurry up and open the door for me. If you don't open the door, I'll immediately call someone to tear down this shabby wire fence and house of yours." The man's face darkened suddenly, his eyes widened in anger, and he bared his teeth as he threatened. That look, Shinjien almost believed he had really turned into a zombie. "Give you face? You'd better let them give you face instead." Shinjien sneered. The man's Sichuan opera face-changing act was entirely within his expectations. In his previous life, he had grown used to being threatened, but in this life, he would never bow his head to a few threats again. What's the point of him crossing over? What's the use of getting a system? Moreover, the zombie crisis has already erupted. Do wealth, power, and status have any use in front of zombies? Fine. Just wait, I'll smash this broken door right now. The man saw Shinjien turn around and leave, laughing angrily, then started the car. Immediately, the engine roared, and the luxury car suddenly charged toward the iron gate. The iron gate didn't budge an inch. The wire mesh remained completely intact. The man in the car almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The impact's rebound force was nearly 100% returned. His internal organs were probably injured. Why is it so hard? Is it made of diamond? The man also noticed that the iron door hadn't moved at all, not even a tremble. But he refused to admit defeat, ramming again and again. The car leaked oil, the engine smoked, his eyes bloodshot, roaring without any intention of stopping. The woman thought he was crazy, quickly backed away, grabbed the wire fence, and shouted toward Shinjien, "Little brother, don't go. Come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." The woman suddenly changed her expression like a Sichuan opera face change, her voice much softer than before. Shinjien stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. The woman immediately started making exaggerated facial expressions, gently placing her right hand on her chest. "You definitely don't like the big boss, right? I actually don't like him either. You've surely been exploited by them too, haven't you?" Shinjien listened and shook his head with a cold laugh. Was this woman doing it on purpose? Trying to disgust him one last time before dying? "Look, he's already gone mad. Let's not bother with him. I see your house has a back door. Why don't you open it and let me in? Once those thugs kill him, all the money in the car will be yours." The woman smiled charmingly and said, "And there's also me. I belong to you too." She was clearly so ordinary, yet exuded an incredible confidence. The woman's completely illogical words utterly ignited Shinjien's fury. Money, money, and women. Do men have to possess these two things to live? Shinjien suddenly abandoned those so-called epiphanies and pointed at the zombies behind the woman. "They actually like you more." The woman suddenly turned around, only to see those thugs already closing in on her. Dozens of bloodthirsty mouths lunged at her. Immediately after, the woman's wails echoed, and a gruesome, bloody scene unfolded. The man in the car, unable to open the door, finally gave up. But due to his severe injuries, as soon as he fell out of the car, he startled a zombie and was instantly knocked down. Amid the screams and curses of the couple, Shinjien walked into the house without looking back. Shinjien returned to the room and collapsed onto the sofa, sitting there in a daze for a long time before slowly coming back to his senses. At this point, he had finally witnessed a real zombie. They were just like in the movies, bloody and mangled, their flesh torn apart, and their eyes clouded and lifeless. The scene was utterly shocking. Watching them
devour that couple was beyond disgusting. There was simply no other word to describe it. Now, my shelter is completely surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, there's a barbed wire fence blocking them. But I can't just sit back and do nothing. I must find a way to get rid of them. Otherwise, seeing this group of zombies every morning when I go out, who could tolerate that? So, I need to quickly get a handy weapon. Although the barbed wire has been upgraded and even cars can't break through, staying temporarily in the shelter is absolutely safe. But one can survive for a while, not for a lifetime. The food will eventually run out, and even with frugality, he will be forced to go out searching in a month. What's more, if within this month a group of desperate survivors really appears and loots or occupies the supermarket first, he won't even be able to pick up the scraps left behind. In short, the crystal ball of prophecy is not all-powerful. One still needs to anticipate what might happen in the future. Conflicts will inevitably arise among humans over resource issues, potentially even leading to clashes. However, he doesn't need to worry about this, as he travels alone. But if he encounters survivors in the future, the only way to suppress them in a standoff is with firearms. Guns, in the early days, were the ultimate tool. Shinjien walked up to the light weapons crafting station and decisively spent 500 points to unlock it. With a loud bang, the light weapons crafting station, glowing and shimmering under a beam of light, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Light weapons crafting station. Upgrade direction. Level 2 light weapon crafting station 3000. Can craft military long knife 500, M9 pistol 1000, double-barreled shotgun 2000. Currently has 744 points, only enough to buy a military long knife. Long knife sounds impressive, but his main focus is in cold weapons. Although he wasn't skilled with firearms either, they were ultimately ranged weapons capable of killing zombies from a safe distance. With a bit of practice, I'll definitely get the hang of it. Shinjien muttered to himself, his face brimming with confidence. His mind was racing, and he had already mapped out the plan for the week. Manufacture firearms, fight your way out, seize supermarket resources, and intimidate the surrounding survivors. Good deeds go unrewarded. He had experienced this too many times in his past life and had long since become disheartened. So in this life, why bother being a good person? Everyone acts in their own self-interest. Isn't that a kind of fairness too? The current social order has already collapsed. Perhaps tomorrow someone will form a gang, elect a leader, and stir up trouble. He only has himself, so he naturally cannot show weakness. In short, with a gun in hand, the world is mine. So, should we fight our way out now? Shinjien pondered carefully. Killing zombies would earn point rewards. The more, the better. Although the M9 pistol only costs 1000 points, the bullets definitely wouldn't be free. Still need to save enough money to buy ammunition. Shinjien only thought about how to efficiently kill zombies, without a trace of worry. After all, the barbed wire is an impenetrable wall. It blocked the zombies and also defined his own success, madly attacking them through the barbed wire. They can't bite or reach. Just thinking about it feels incredibly satisfying. Within a few minutes, the eager Shinjien put on protective clothing, a gas mask, and gloves. Fully armed, he stepped out. Outside the yard, in front of Shinjien, dozens of zombies stretched out their filthy hands, clawing at the barbed wire fence. The moment they saw Shinjien, a living human, the horde of zombies became instantly restless and agitated. Howls rose and fell, echoing endlessly. Despite the zombies frantically shoving against the barbed wire, it remained completely unmoved, showing no signs of loosening. The blood-soaked zombies did not deter Shinjien. Instead, they fueled his fighting spirit. He was eager to smash their heads with his iron rod. The gaps in the barbed wire were just wide enough to fit the rod through. Thus, Shinjien could only use a jab method to silence these noisy creatures. Although this kind of attack was not as effective as directly smashing their heads, as the saying goes, as long as you're alive, you have to keep attacking. After all, with the barbed wire in the way, the zombies had no choice but to take the hits. Shinjien took a deep breath, locked onto a zombie, gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands, and fiercely struck its face. The hit zombie let out a strange scream and fell backward. Is it dead just like that? Shinjien froze for a moment, feeling no joy but rather a hint of doubt. Could his strength really be so great that he could kill a zombie in one blow? But in the next moment, the zombie stood up again, and Shinjien immediately dismissed his fantasy. Although it was still alive, a chunk of flesh was missing from its face, and blood was continuously gushing from the wound. The tip of the iron rod wasn't completely welded smooth. The irregular edges actually enhanced its piercing lethality. Shinjien speculated that the zombie's skin decayed very quickly. Apart from its increased strength, its body and speed had instead become sluggish, lacking any special advantage. So being able to knock off a chunk of flesh with one strike seemed reasonable enough. Then, aim for the head? Anyone who has watched zombie-themed works knows that a zombie's head is its weak point. Shinjien was no exception, and the current situation forced him to bring those zombie settings into reality. Soon, Shinjien targeted the half-crippled zombie again and thrust fiercely. The iron rod pierced directly into its forehead. The zombie's entire body trembled violently, and as the iron rod was pulled out, its body collapsed limply against the wire fence, falling in an exaggerated posture and remaining motionless. Shinjien shook off the blood and flesh clinging to the iron rod, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. He was overwhelmed with excitement, as if a switch inside him had been flipped, filling him with exhilaration. He had just taken down a zombie. 2 strikes, simple and effortless. Shinjien had overestimated them. They weren't as terrifying as he had imagined. Perhaps after killing a few more, he would get used to it, maybe even become numb to it. Bang! These brainless zombies neither know how to escape nor think. They simply fixate on the prey in front of them that they can't bite, frantically clawing at the barbed wire. Immediately afterward, this row of zombies was like a field of chives, picked and slaughtered one by Shinjien. Some fell with a single strike, while others required 3 or 4 hits to go down, though most fell after 2 strikes. However, Shinjien felt he was still not skilled enough. If his stabs were more precise and his strength a bit greater, he could completely achieve one-hit kills. Nearly an hour later, all the zombies in front of Shinjien had fallen. The barbed wire was covered in flesh and blood, with fresh blood dripping down like raindrops. The entire scene was utterly shocking. The air was filled with a strong stench of blood, enough to make anyone want to vomit. But Shinjien, fully equipped with protective gear over his nose and mouth, was completely unaffected by the foul smell. Moreover, his gloves and protective suit were stained with bright red blood. Thud! Exhausted, Shinjien plopped down onto the ground, looking at the scattered corpses in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a shout. Awesome. Then, he glanced at the barbed wire fences on both sides. There were still quite a few zombies clawing at the fences, though far fewer than on this side. At this moment, Shinjien really didn't have the energy to continue harvesting the leeks. This round of exertion was far more exhausting than the exercises from the past few days. Coupled with the protective suit and gas mask, he felt unbearably hot and stifled, and his breathing became rapid. He quickly ran back into the house and took off the heavy gear. Afterward, he picked up the disinfectant on the windowsill and carefully cleaned himself, then kicked it into the corner. Considering the possibility of issues with the tap water, Shinjien had no intention of using water to rinse the protective suit or the blood on his hands. To ensure he wouldn't forget, he directly turned off the water valve. After a brief rest, Shinjien stopped dwelling on the scene of harvesting leeks earlier. He made himself a bowl of noodles, prepared a bottle of water, and rewarded himself with a sausage for his performance today. After eating and drinking his fill, Shinjien fully armed himself again and went outside the courtyard to carefully inspect the surroundings. After confirming that the number of zombies had not increased, he returned to the house with peace of mind and locked the doors and windows. After this exhilarating wave of kills, Shinjien had lost count of how many zombies he had slain. But thinking about the system's rule that killing enemies would earn him point rewards, he was confident he had gained quite a few points. That night, Shinjien adapted remarkably quickly. At first, Shinjien kept looking for earplugs because of the constant wailing outside, but perhaps due to the exhaustion from the intense battle, his body and mind were drained, and even after resting for half a day, he hadn't fully recovered. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep amidst the wailing. When Shinjien woke up, the sky was already bright. Outside the courtyard, the sun was shining, and even the chirping of birds could be heard. However, the scene before him was completely different. Corpses, severed limbs, dried bloodstains, and burning buildings in the distance came into view. Everything was shrouded in an atmosphere of death and despair. Shinjien looked for a moment, shook his head, and remained silent in his heart. System, open the settlement interface. Today's points settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Ordinary diet. Plus 3 points. Defended against 2 strangers who posed a threat to you. Plus 100 points. Bravery, arrogance. Plus 50 points. First zombie kill. Plus 200 points. Zombie kill. Plus 182 points. Barbed wire withstands heavy damage. Plus 40 points. Point settlement, 784. Remaining points, 1528. The points for crafting firearms are already sufficient, with even enough left to make a military-grade long knife. However, Shinjien did not rush to take action. While killing zombies yesterday, he thought of one thing: the tetanus upgrade option for barbed wire. It clearly states, anyone who touches it will suffer lacerations and uncontrollable bleeding. The effect of continuous bleeding alone is almost equivalent to a death sentence. So, after this upgrade is completed, will the zombies outside the barbed wire directly blossom? Shinjien felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. If this gamble pays off, it will be a huge win no matter how you look at it. Although it costs 1,000 points, he felt a bit reluctant, but he wouldn't stay home anymore. As long as there are zombie attacks, even if he only kills a few each day, he can ensure earning several hundred points. As for buying a gun, there's no rush for now. He thought of one thing: the catastrophe suddenly occurred during the day yesterday, and during the day, there would definitely have been a lot of people in supermarkets and malls. In places with dense crowds, the number of zombies would naturally be astonishing. Even if the survivors gathered a team to go out, it would be impossible to occupy those resource points immediately, unless they were led by official personnel. Otherwise, relying solely on their weapons, it would be absolutely impossible to succeed in taking them. Fortunately, this meant Shinjien didn't need to rush. With a single command, points were deducted and tetanus was successfully upgraded. Outside the window, it was completely silent, with no sound coming through. Shinjien immediately armed himself fully and stepped outside. Then, he was surprised to find the zombies that had been clinging to the barbed wire just moments ago now had their heads drooping to one side, their bodies slanted and hanging on the barbed wire. No, to be precise, they were hanging on the barbed wire. Their arms hung limply, swaying slightly. Shinjien widened his eyes and quickly approached the barbed wire fence to take a closer look. All the zombies clinging to the barbed wire had their bodies pierced deeply wherever they touched the wire, from head to toe, with blood flowing profusely. The surroundings instantly fell silent, and at this moment, Shinjien could only hear the crisp chirping of birds. Tetanus? So fierce? It actually instantly killed all the zombies tearing at the barbed wire fence? Looking at the zombies with identical death poses, Shinjien could hardly believe his eyes. At this moment, a zombie approached from nearby. Shinjien did not retreat but quietly waited for it to come closer. After all, it was still outside the barbed wire fence, so there was no need to worry. A few seconds later, the zombie let out a wail and lunged forward. Immediately after, the sound of flesh tearing echoed as it slammed into the barbed wire. Its skin instantly ripped open. Its mouth was slashed by several strands of wire, and even its jaw fell off. Shinjien quickly dodged to the side to avoid being splattered with blood. Looking closely, this zombie was covered in scars, horrifying and chilling to the bone. Walking around the yard and looking at those zombies who had died miserably, Shinjien almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Isn't this basically invincible? As long as a zombie approached, the barbed wire would instantly kill it. At the end of the day, it's probably rare to see even a single living zombie. There wasn't much to worry about to begin with, and now the mood is even more carefree, with no troubles at all. However, Shinjien seemed to realize an important issue afterward. Do the zombies killed by the barbed wire count as ones he personally killed? If you don't count the points, then it's a huge loss. He was a bit flustered, but he didn't dwell on it for long. After all, he hadn't planned on making a living by farming zombie points just yet. What he did yesterday was purely opportunistic. If it weren't for the barbed wire separating them, even facing just one zombie, Shinjien would have been stunned for quite a while. After all, he had never confronted a zombie head-on before. Who knows if those things, besides biting and pouncing, might have other attack methods? How to defend, how to dodge, these were all challenges. It seems that even if he gets a gun in the future, he can't afford to be careless. Unexpected situations are always inevitable, and if forced into close combat, an iron rod would be practically useless. When conditions allow, he must get himself a military-grade long knife. At the very least, its lethality would surpass that of an iron rod. On this day, Shinjien's task was to assist with the barbed wire. The zombies hanging on the barbed wire were all knocked to the ground one by him using an iron rod. After all, aesthetics still mattered. Having a row of zombie corpses hanging there was suffocating just to look at. The system was very meticulous, and he didn't expect the zombies killed by the barbed wire to count as his own kills. He just hoped to earn an assist at best. Early the next morning, Shinjien got up early and opened the settlement interface to check. Today's points settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Sleep well. Plus 10 points. Normal diet. Plus 2 points. Barbed wire spikes kill zombies. Plus 357 points. Clean barbed wire. Plus 25 points. Point settlement. 466. Remaining points. 994. Seeing the 357 points earned from the barbed wire killing zombies, Shinjien's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The zombies killed by the barbed wire actually counted as his, and quite a few were killed. Just the points alone were almost double yesterday's. This gamble was worth it. Now he didn't even need to personally deal with the zombies. He could just stay at home doing nothing, and by the end of the day, hundreds of points would be easily credited. It saved both time and effort. Shinjien had truly become a bona fide boss. However, just as Shinjien went to the bathroom, a new problem arose. The bathroom light wouldn't turn on. Not just the bathroom, but even the kitchen lights and the TV had all gone out. That's right, a power outage. Just like in those zombie movies, either the internet goes out or the power does. Without light, living in darkness, wouldn't that make him just like those walking corpses outside? Due to this unexpected situation, the production of firearms and long knives will likely be delayed for a few more days. However, all of this was within Shinjien's expectations. If a city experiences a zombie crisis, it would be strange if there were no power or water outages. Moreover, with the spiked barbed wire operating at full capacity around the clock, he had no concerns about his points. What? Shinjien opened the outdoor facilities option and focused on the auxiliary generator priced at 500 points. After confirming, his points instantly decreased by 500. A buzzing sound immediately echoed from outside the house. All the equipment inside the house instantly regained power. Shinjien turned off all the lights, put on his protective suit, and stepped outside. He walked to the side of the house and found the bulky, noisy auxiliary generator. The
Zombies wandering near the house immediately rushed toward the source of the noise upon hearing it. One by one, the zombies collided with the barbed wire and met their demise. Shinjien suddenly had an idea. He planned to use the generator's noise to attract more zombies to crash into the wire, earning more points. However, the cost was significant. He wouldn't be able to sleep properly day or night. Just listening to the noise inside the house earlier had already given him a headache.
Forget it, there's no way I'm dying of exhaustion again.
In the end, Shinjien decided to first examine the upgrade branches of the generator to see if there was a noise reduction feature. After all, the generator had to be kept running constantly. Without power, the equipment couldn't be used.
Auxiliary generator. Upgrade path. Energy type generator. Branch. Self-cleaning cycle. 500. The generator automatically cleans internal dust and dirt every week. Noise reduction. 200. Effectively reduces generator noise. Power consumption. 500. The generator's power load capacity doubles.
Heavy metal outer shell. 1000 replaces the original material, making the generator more durable and robust. Charging. 3000 automatically replenishes fuel. No manual addition required.
Just as I thought. Shinjien grinned and immediately upgraded the silencing function.
Instantly, the noise from the generator in front of him dropped dramatically, like a deflated tire.
To draw a comparison, the sound
went from the piercing noise of a chainsaw to the hum of a range hood.
Shinjien even went back into the house to experience it.
Although there was still a faint sound, it was much quieter than before. Of course, the cost of this benefit was that the points were reduced to just 294.
However, at this moment, Shinjien began calculating a reverse operation in his mind, thinking about what
other facilities could be upgraded and planning to use up the remaining 294 points. After all, no matter what, upgrading the facilities would only bring him benefits without any downsides. However, the indoor facilities seem out of the question, as even the cheapest ones cost 500 points, clearly exceeding the budget.
What about outdoor facilities then?
Shinjien carefully checked and indeed found an upgrade project he could afford. A trap.
It only required 200 points. He immediately clicked on the trap's description. Trap 200. Upgrade path.
Advanced trap 4000.
Overview. As the name suggests, this is a type of trap mechanism placed on the ground.
Any creature stepping on the trap, except for the castle owner, will take damage.
Note, traps cannot be carried and can only be fixed in designated locations for defensive purposes. Branch.
Bear trap 20. Upgrade a regular trap to a bear trap, increasing damage by 50%. Effective against all creatures and can be replaced with other traps at any time. Explosive force 100. Enhances the trap's clamping force fivefold, capable of instant amputation.
Also supports replacement at any time.
Foul chemicals 50. Upgrade a regular trap to a trap with a special odor. Damage is reduced by 50%, but it can attract nearby zombies and can be replaced at any time. Increase 200. The number of traps doubles, distributed at the front and back doors of the shelter.
Environmental adaptation 500. Traps become invisible, visible only to you. Auto refill 1000. Consumed traps are automatically replenished the next day. Scanning through, Shinjien's eyes lit up.
For example, this stinky chemical trap, although its damage has been halved, it now has the added effect of attracting zombies. In his mind, he immediately pictured hordes of zombies being lured near the trap, then one by one crashing into it and meeting their demise.
He couldn't be happier. Those are points.
Once this thing is upgraded and combined with spiked barbed wire, it's practically invincible. Without hesitation, Shinjien spent 200 points to unlock the trap and another 50 points to upgrade it to a foul-smelling chemical trap, spending a total of 250 points.
250? That number actually sounds quite auspicious.
If he had discovered this thing earlier, he wouldn't have had to rely on the cumbersome method of using the generator's noise to lure zombies into the trap.
But everything
has its pros and cons. If he didn't upgrade the generator to reduce noise, leaving it running all the time would make it impossible for him to get a good night's sleep. Today, Shinjien's task was also quite simple, continuing to help deal with the corpses on the barbed wire and cleaning up the remains hanging on it.
He used water that had been
reused several times to simply wipe down the barbed wire. After all, he had just seen the settlement page earlier. Keeping the barbed wire clean could earn him some points too.
Until dusk and sunset, Shinjien finally finished his work and returned to the house, satisfied.
Early the next morning, Shinjien opened the settlement interface.
Today's points settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Good sleep. Plus 10 points. Regular diet. Plus 1 point.
Build a generator. Upgrade the generator.
Plus 200 points.
Restore power to the shelter.
Plus 100 points. Feeling very comfortable. Plus 35 points.
Barbed wire kills zombies.
Plus 612 points.
Clean the barbed wire.
Plus 53 points. Points settlement 1085. Remaining points 1129. Yesterday, I actually earned over 1000 points.
Just by looking at the points for killing zombies, Shinjien could guess how many zombies had died under the barbed wire yesterday.
The effect of the stinking chemical trap was indeed remarkable. If only only I had discovered it earlier. Shinjien, disheveled and unkempt, neither washed his face nor brushed his teeth, pushed the door open and stepped out. Outside, a scene of utter chaos awaited. The barbed wire was covered with corpses, and beneath it, the bodies were piled up like mountains. A pungent stench assaulted the air, so strong that Shinjien could smell it even through the protective suit, his brows tightly furrowed. Although he didn't have to personally kill zombies every day, the corpses didn't disappear on their own after death. If this continued, the shelter would sooner or later turn into a garbage dump, buried alive under the corpses. Various viruses and bacteria are intertwined, practically stacking up all the debuffs. No matter how thick the protective suit is, it ultimately can't withstand their erosion. Just thinking about not doing it made Shinjien feel it wouldn't work. The corpses must be cleaned up. As for how to clean them up, it's definitely not as simple as piling them up and burning them, nor just digging a hole and burying them. Instead, he used the system's advanced technology to deal with it directly. That's right, Shinjien had already thought it through. In fact, he had come up with this idea last night before going to bed. Yesterday, with nothing better to do, he casually glanced at the outdoor equipment that had yet to be unlocked. Among them, the corpse collector caught his attention. This device not only handled corpses but, more importantly, after collecting a certain number of corpses, it could provide Shinjien with random rewards. Shinjien was filled with anticipation for the random rewards. With so many corpses, he was sure he could earn more than one reward. Plus, it would also help clean up the corpses, a perfect 2-for-1 solution. At the moment, he had 1,129 points in hand, and unlocking the corpse collector required 1,000 points, just enough. After his gamble with the spiked wire fence paid off, Shinjien's confidence had soared. This time, he considered it a small gamble. If the random rewards included a large number of points or other valuable items, he would undoubtedly make a significant profit again. Looking around, there were no living zombies nearby, only two wandering across the street not far away. Outside the iron gate lay two mangled corpses. Shinjien struggled for a while before managing to push the corpses aside along with the gate. Then, instead of immediately moving the bodies, he headed straight for the garbage cart at the intersection. Using the cart to transport the corpses was far more convenient than carrying them by hand. Although it would take some effort to load them onto the cart, what did that matter? The random rewards became his greatest motivation to keep going. Tightening his gloves, Shinjien loaded more than a dozen corpses onto the garbage cart in one go. Then, he hurriedly pushed the cart back into the courtyard and locked the gate. Being cautious was never a mistake. While moving the corpses earlier, it seemed like a zombie in the distance had noticed him, but that thing was ridiculously slow and posed no real threat. Immediately, Shinjien couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "Unlock!" The points instantly dropped to 129. Before his eyes, a machine emitting white smoke appeared out of thin air. The machine had an imposing appearance, with a skull decoration, larger than a computer screen embedded at the top, gleaming brightly under the sunlight, dazzling and striking. Below the machine was a conveyor belt entrance, as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, sparking curiosity about where it might lead. But thinking too much about it now was pointless. Knowing it was an entrance for disposing of corpses was enough. The red button next to the machine was particularly conspicuous. Shinjien pressed it lightly, and the conveyor belt immediately started moving. He tentatively placed a corpse on the conveyor belt, which slid into the entrance. Suddenly, the top of the skull lit up with a red glow, turning crimson. Shortly after, eerie sounds like wandering spirits and wild ghosts emanated from the entrance, causing Shinjien to freeze momentarily and think to himself, it really does feel like an abyss. The skull was so striking that Shinjien examined it closely and discovered some clues. Upon closer inspection, he noticed numbers marked in the skull's two eyes. The left eye displayed a 3, while the right eye showed a 9. What these numbers represented, Shinjien couldn't figure out, nor did he bother to guess. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. He speculated that continuing to throw corpses inside might gradually reveal the mystery. So, Shinjien picked up a corpse and threw it into the entrance. The next moment, the number in the skull's right eye changed to 8. I think I understand now, Shinjien suddenly realized, even guessing the meaning of the number 3 in the left eye. Soon, he retrieved 8 more corpses from the vehicle and placed them one by one onto the conveyor belt. As the corpses were fully processed, the number in the skull's right eye gradually returned to 0, then began spinning rapidly like a lucky wheel, finally stopping at 10. Meanwhile, the number in the left eye changed from 3 to 2. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise came from the entrance of the collector, and a black briefcase was thrown out. Shinjien was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Guessed it. Ha ha! This briefcase was undoubtedly the random reward. In Shinjien's view, the number 10 on the right represented the number of corpses that needed to be collected. Once 10 were collected, a random reward could be obtained. The number on the left indicated the number of rewards. He had just received 1 reward and had 2 chances left, meaning he needed to transport 20 more corpses. Let's open the random reward first. Shinjien cast aside all distractions, rubbed his his hands together and eagerly picked up the briefcase. He unlocked the latch and lifted the lid. In the suitcase lay a knife. The blade was smooth, the tip exceptionally sharp, and just looking at it gave off an oppressive aura. The overall length was about 40 centimeters, neither resembling a common short dagger nor as bulky as a machete. Shinjien picked up the knife, and a prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Obtained, military long knife. Military long knife? Isn't this the equipment from the light weapons crafting station? Worth 500 points. Shinjien's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the random reward this time to directly yield an item from the crafting station. This was simply too worthwhile, equivalent to earning 500 points for free. Moreover, he hadn't been using that iron rod very effectively before, so he had no hesitation in immediately switching weapons. Shinjien weighed the long knife in his hand, finding it light and easy to handle. With a few casual swings, he could even hear the sound of the wind whistling. Both lightweight and powerful, there couldn't be a more fitting description. Shinjien was almost ready to jump for joy. Since this random reward had given him a military-grade long knife, who knows, maybe next time he could get a firearm or some other advanced weapon. He glanced up at the skull, which seemed to be urging him. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and move those corpses. Shinjien pushed the cart out, prioritizing the clearing of a batch of corpses at the entrance. Returning to the corpse collection machine, he transported another 10 corpses inside. A sound came from the entrance again, and a backpack was directly thrown out, landing on the ground. This time it's not a suitcase? Shinjien frowned and bent down to pick up the backpack. The backpack was bulging, seemingly on the verge of bursting. He unzipped it, and the contents immediately spilled out, scattering all over the ground with a clatter. When Shinjien saw those things clearly, his eyes almost popped out bullets. Densely packed, the entire bag was full. Some were loose, some were in boxes, and some were loaded into magazines. In total, hundreds of bullets. Judging by the specifications, they were undoubtedly pistol bullets. Now this is perfect, saving me a fortune on buying bullets. Shinjien was filled with anticipation for the final random reward. He already had melee weapons, and now he had bullets too. Shouldn't there be a gun as well? He was so excited that his hands were trembling. After delivering the last batch of corpses, Shinjien stared at the pitch-black entrance, clenching his fists tightly. Come and take the gun. I'm begging you. He kept muttering, as if the corpse collection machine had become his lottery station. A final sound came from the entrance, and a suitcase popped out. The skull emitted an electronic-like laugh, the glowing red light faded, and the machine came to a halt. Could it really have dropped something? Shinjien quickly walked over, picked up the suitcase, his eyes wide open. Filled with joy, he opened the case, only to see a pitch-black object inside. The smile gradually faded, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What is this?" He slowly picked up the item, and a system notification sounded. Acquired pistol silencer. Shinjien uttered an "oh" and immediately understood. Although he didn't draw a gun, getting a pistol silencer wasn't bad at all. If it weren't for obtaining this item, he wouldn't have even realized how loud gunshots could be. Guns are extremely powerful weapons, effective against both humans and zombies, but the downside is the massive noise they create. Not only does it alert humans, but it also attracts zombies. A silencer can effectively solve these two problems, making it an extremely important accessory. With a backpack on his back and a long knife in hand, the fully loaded Shinjien returned to his room with a silly grin. In the afternoon, he went out with the long knife, thinking it was time to prepare for going out. Perhaps he could make a pistol tomorrow, so he decided to warm up first and practice his knife skills. Shinjien arrived at the iron gate and happened to see a zombie walking toward him. He took a deep breath, opened the gate, and gripped his knife with both hands. With a sudden burst of speed, he ran a few steps and slashed directly at the zombie. The zombie had no time to react. Just as it raised its hands in a standard zombie pose, its head was sliced halfway off at an angle. With a thud, the zombie collapsed to the ground, spilling brain matter and all sorts of colorful, grotesque substances everywhere. Shinjien let out a long breath and couldn't help but want to say to the fallen zombie, "Is that it?" Although this was his first time engaging a zombie head-on outside his own territory, the moment he swung his blade, the anxiety weighing on his heart instantly dissipated. Zombies were nothing special. As long as you acted quickly, accurately, and decisively, you could handle them one-on-one. But what if there were more? A thought struck Shinjien, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 more zombies. How would he know if he could handle it unless he tried? Screw it. These real combat drills were necessary. Improvising at the last minute wasn't his style. Without hesitation, he charged toward the 2 zombies. However, this time the other party seemed to notice even faster. The 2 zombies stretched out their hands, and their limping steps suddenly quickened. No way! Shinjien immediately stopped in his tracks, pulling back from his reckless charge. If he rushed forward directly, he might be able to take down the first zombie, but the second one would most likely pounce on him during the attack's gap, and he absolutely couldn't handle that. Not to mention, the 2 zombies were now fully alerted, with their attention 100% focused. But this small difficulty couldn't stump Shinjien. If he got flustered by just 2 zombies, how could he have the face to go out again? He took a
few steps back, cautiously checking behind him to ensure no zombies were sneaking up. Soon, the gap between the two zombies became noticeably wider. Seizing the opportunity, Shinjien swung his blade and decapitated the zombie in front. With plenty of time between attacks, he almost leaped up, slashing his blade toward the second zombie's head. However, this strike missed its mark. It severed the zombie's right arm instead. Shinjien froze for a moment, and as the zombie lunged at him, he instinctively kicked out. Bang! This kick sent the zombie stumbling back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his blade again, finally chopping off its head. That was close. Shinjien wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself that he should avoid using such seemingly cool but clumsy moves next time. Over the next hour, Shinjien killed more than 20 zombies around the shelter. Whether they came alone, in pairs, or even in groups of 3, he defeated them one by one using a kiting tactic. The key was the incredible lethality of the long blade in his hand, which required no advanced techniques, 1 slash per zombie. His courage and morale naturally soared. Of course, brute force alone wasn't enough. Shinjien had also mastered some practical techniques. For instance, the moment a zombie lunged at him, he could kick it away to avoid being bitten. This counterattack required not only courage but perhaps a bit of innate talent. He doubted other survivors could react quickly enough to kick a zombie back when it lunged at them. In short, Shinjien relied entirely on his trust in himself to kill so many zombies during this outing. Although the fight was exhilarating, a day of running around left him utterly exhausted. After moving so many corpses and slaying so many zombies, anyone would inevitably be worn out. Back inside the house, Shinjien took off his heavy protective suit and, feeling a pang of pity, poured a bottle of water over it to wash away the bloodstains. Then, with a swift kick, he pushed the protective suit aside. He boiled some mineral water to make instant noodles, took out a sausage and an apple, and treated himself for the day's hard work. The barbed wire still hasn't been cleaned up. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. For now, let's rest well today. Shinjien interrupted his thoughts. The usually bland instant noodles tasted surprisingly delicious this time. In the evening, Shinjien finished exercising in the room and walked over to the prophecy crystal ball. He had been so busy today that he had forgotten its existence. If he remembered correctly, a whole week had passed and the crystal ball's affixes should have been updated by now. Planning ahead, he needed to quickly check what would happen next. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, and as a warm sensation spread, lines of affixes unfolded in his mind. Prophecy crystal ball. Upgrade path. Level 2 prophecy crystal ball. 5000. 1. The outdoor temperature will continue to drop, with a decrease of about 20 degrees, returning to normal within a month. 2. Bacteria in the air are starting to mutate, and ordinary masks can no longer provide effective protection. 3. Ferocious zombie dogs will intervene. Zombie dog? Shinjien muttered to himself. It seems the apocalypse doesn't give people any chance to catch their breath. In just a few days, new monsters have emerged. Perhaps even more mutated creatures will appear in the future. Shinjien pinched his chin, lost in thought. Zombie dogs might be more fragile, but their agility far surpasses that of zombies. Their strength still needs to be tested in actual combat. However, he must remain vigilant. In any case, he can only take it one step at a time and would never back down easily. As for the first 2 affixes, Shinjien wasn't too worried. He could simply upgrade his protective suit to deal with them when the time came. The next day, Shinjien began calculating his points. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Sleep well. Plus 10 points. Diet is fairly good. Plus 7 points. Combat state has reached its peak. Plus 60 points. Zombie kill. Plus 205 points. Kill zombies using spiked barbed wire. Plus 458 points. Points settlement, 877. Remaining points, 1006. Exciting. Just over 1000 points. Shinjien rubbed his hands together, his heart filled with joy. This way, the production of the pistol was finally possible. Arriving at the light weapons crafting station, Shinjien decisively crafted an M9 pistol. The pitch-black, cold weapon hovered in the center of the crafting station, and Shinjien slowly reached out to catch it. Lousy finally has a gun. Shinjien was so excited that he didn't know where to place his hands, eager to go out and find a target to practice shooting. The target would naturally be zombies, but there were no targets inside the house, and the outside was too empty. He repeatedly examined the M9 in his hands, feeling exceptionally comfortable with it. What are you waiting for? Go out and find a target to practice shooting. Shinjien didn't forget to put on protective gear, picked up the gun, and pushed the door open. As the door opened, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Phew! His body involuntarily trembled, only then realizing that the outdoor temperature had gradually dropped. He originally wanted to upgrade the insulation performance of the protective suit, but since he had just made a gun, he didn't have enough points and could only postpone it until tomorrow. Although the outdoor temperature had clearly dropped, Shinjien, wearing the protective suit, could still barely endure it. After all, no amount of cold could dampen his enthusiasm for going out to test the gun. Arriving at the yard, Shinjien had not yet found a suitable target for a test shot when he suddenly heard a faint sound of
of hurried footsteps. He immediately widened his eyes and instinctively turned around, raising his pistol. However, upon turning back, he saw only a row of zombie corpses hanging on the barbed wire. Shinjien realized his view was blocked by the corpses, so he quickly ran over, pushed aside one of the bodies, and looked out. At this moment, he saw a nimble figure slip into the small woods. Human! Shinjien immediately came to this conclusion. After all, zombies could never be this agile. Could it be that he was just monitored? In an instant, Shinjien felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Early in the morning, just after stepping out, he suddenly received this news. He felt both angry and alert, as if a celebrity had been secretly photographed by paparazzi. Now, he had no choice but to be 100% alert. However, it didn't take long for Shinjien to gradually calm down. No matter how many people there were on the other side, what their motives were, or when they started monitoring him, their goal was definitely aimed at his shelter. After all, at first glance, this circle of barbed wire exudes a strong sense of security. Not to mention the equipment inside. Who wouldn't want to be protected by this barbed wire? But if someone really wanted to break in here, they'd likely have to pay a heavy price. Unless they also have guns, then the confrontation would become tricky. Otherwise, Shinjien wouldn't recommend using them as test targets for the guns. The door and the wire fence are impenetrable. The only way to break in is by climbing. As for the result of climbing the wire fence, it goes without saying. For outsiders with malicious intent, this is a dead end. Just climbing the wire fence is enough to die 8 times, not to mention being met with gun barrels after crossing it. Shinjien suddenly stopped worrying about anything, because there was no need to worry at all. If someone wants to seek death, no one will stop them. At the same time, at the entrance of an apartment building, a lean man with green-dyed hair knocked on door 102. This was the person who had been watching Shinjien earlier. Knock knock knock. Open the door, it's me. The sound of chairs and tables being pushed around came from behind the unit door, followed by a cautious-looking person poking their head out. The two exchanged a glance. The green-haired man knowingly raised his arm to show the other person, then turned and gestured again. Not bitten. Come in. The man stepped aside to make way, and the green-haired man quickly slipped inside. The cramped room was unexpectedly packed with people, at least a dozen or so. Each person had a fierce and menacing appearance, with more than half of them bearing dragon and phoenix tattoos, their bodies covered in scars, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man stood up in the center of the crowd. He was the leader of the group, known by the resounding title of Brother Foam. He walked toward the green-haired man and spoke with a serious expression. How is it? There is indeed someone living in there, and they look very young, only in their 20s. Green Hair immediately reported the situation. In his 20s? Is he alone? Brother Foam was stunned for a moment, then asked. Yes, just one person, and not a single weapon. The green-haired man nodded firmly and continued explaining. After all, he had braved various dangers to keep watch for over 40 minutes. Apart from that generator, the yard only had a small, shabby tin house. It definitely wouldn't accommodate more than one person. Brother Foam furrowed his brows after hearing this and fell into deep thought. Only one person lives here, without even a weapon. What's the deal with the zombie corpse hanging on the barbed wire? Could it really have just accidentally run into it and died? This reason was analyzed yesterday, and Brother Foam followed this line of thought at the moment, finding it plausible. Brother Feng's group were a bunch of genuine thugs even before the disaster broke out. They usually made money by threatening street vendors, local bullies, or engaging in petty theft. When disaster struck and the law lost its effect, they became even more unscrupulous. They even pushed fleeing passers-by into the horde of zombies to escape pursuit. Then, they seized the rental apartment of that young couple, this very house. The young couple met a tragic end. The man fought desperately against the numerous attackers but was beaten to death on the spot. The woman was captured and subjected to relentless abuse, day and night. Later, she was even used as bait to cover their outings, thrown to the zombies, and ultimately torn to pieces. These people are truly ruthless and heinous. Even killing them 10 times wouldn't be enough. Last night, they went out under the cover of darkness and accidentally discovered Shinjien's shelter. The barbed wire was covered with corpses, making it particularly conspicuous and impossible not to catch their attention. They initially wanted to get closer to take a look, but the number of zombies was too overwhelming, so they had to give up. At first, we had no idea anyone lived there. Now, after Green Hair's reconnaissance, it has been confirmed that it's a shelter, and there's only one young person living there. Brother Foam was immediately thrilled. If that's really the case, it's practically a huge windfall. That barbed wire can not only block those crazed, biting zombies but can even kill them. Its safety is impeccable, and there's absolutely no need to worry about guarding the entrance or placing anything there. More importantly, there's a generator available. The city has been without power since yesterday, and they definitely don't want to survive in the darkness. Bright lights and revelry, that's the life they desire. Since half the people in this city have already gone mad and the law no longer exists, now they are the law. Kill, burn, loot. They are the true kings of the apocalypse. Brothers, we act tonight. Let's move to a new home directly. directly. Thinking of this, Brother Fong immediately gave orders to the underlings around him. The underlings didn't think as much as he did and were already eager and impatient. Upon hearing the boss's explicit command, their eyes lit up instantly. They rubbed their hands together, gearing up and preparing their weapons and equipment. Shinjien observed inside the house for about an hour, ensuring no one was watching him before stepping out the door. Now, practicing marksmanship is the top priority. If there are no issues, the enemy list has already grown by 2. One is zombie dogs, and the other is human enemies. The former may lack intelligence, but it is highly aggressive and incredibly agile. The latter, without ranged weapons, might not be able to harm it, but possesses a clever mind and strategy. It uses various means to threaten his shelter. Overall, the two sides are evenly matched, but they are definitely much more troublesome than ordinary zombies. Woof woof woof. A sudden barking of a dog broke Shinjien's train of thought. He turned his head and saw a dog covered in blood standing outside the barbed wire, barking furiously at him. It appeared to be a medium-sized dog, but its breed was completely unrecognizable, because its back had a large hole gouged out by something, with its skeleton exposed and its flesh and skin mangled, making it impossible to identify the breed. This is definitely a zombie dog, no doubt. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I was just thinking about you. Shinjien murmured softly, pulled the bolt of the gun, and slowly walked toward the zombie dog, ready to test the gun on it first. However, just as he reached the barbed wire, the zombie dog suddenly lunged forward, then slammed hard into the barbed wire, instantly skewered into a string by the barbed wire. Shinjien took a step back, wary of getting splattered with blood. Damn it, I should have known better than to come. Maybe that way it will stay there barking, just perfect to use as a target. Shinjien couldn't help but curse, just about to turn around and leave in disappointment. Turning back for a look, he discovered a zombie dog outside the barbed wire. It was standing sideways, not barking at him, just staring intently at him. This zombie dog looked even more terrifying, with several chunks of flesh missing from its face, and half of its skin seemed to have been peeled off. However, Shinjien's expression remained unchanged, though he seemed a bit anxious. Don't crash into it again. Can't I just finish you off? He muttered under his breath and immediately raised his gun, aimed for about 3 seconds and directly pulled the trigger. The silenced M9 pistol emitted a crisp gunshot, but it missed the motionless zombie dog, with the bullet hitting the ground in front of it. The sound of the bullet was minimized, but since it landed in front of the zombie dog, it startled it. It shifted its position slightly but showed no intention of running away. It's crooked, but it doesn't matter. Seeing that the zombie dog didn't run away, Shinjien continued to aim. He fired another shot. This time the bullet hit the zombie dog's head directly. Its already damaged face was smashed to a pulp, letting out a miserable howl before collapsing sideways to the ground. Yeah, Shinjien let out a cheerful shout. Although the opponent didn't move and it took him 5 seconds to pull the trigger, a headshot was already an exceptional performance for him. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Just as Shinjien was immersed in joy, a series of dog barks came from around him. More? So many? Shinjien turned his head in shock and saw another 4 or 5 zombie dogs appear in his field of vision, charging in from the east and north. These zombie dogs were incredibly fast, reaching close range from a distance in just a few seconds. Moreover, their small size made them difficult to hit with gunfire. However, at this moment, Shinjien was merely analyzing and not too worried. Click. After all, he had hundreds of rounds of ammunition, so he wasn't concerned about running out of bullets. If he ran out of bullets, he could just move corpses to the corpse collection machine, and with some luck, he could get a few hundred more rounds. Plus, with the barbed wire blocking the way, the zombie dogs couldn't even touch a single strand of his hair. So, Shinjien seized the opportunity and fired several shots at the zombie dog. After emptying a magazine, one of the zombie dogs was hit in the leg and tumbled to the ground. It slowly got up and was about to escape when Shinjien quickly fired 2 more shots, causing it to collapse and remain motionless. The remaining zombie dog didn't even have time to be shot. It directly lunged at the barbed wire, meeting its own demise. However, a zombie dog seemed to become smarter. Seeing its companion ahead crash into the barbed wire and get torn to pieces, it immediately stopped in its tracks. Then it stood still, barking at Shinjien in confusion, as if scolding him. Shinjien immediately turned around and walked over, while changing the magazine of his pistol. He thought all those zombie dogs had crashed to death. Approaching the zombie dog, Shinjien came into close contact with it. He observed its disgusting face, held the gun with one hand, slightly aimed, and the bullet instantly blew its head apart. What are you yelling about? Cursing, Shinjien withdrew his gun and left. This battle with the zombie dog lasted less than 5 minutes. Although he had once again taken advantage of the situation through the wire mesh, Shinjien did not feel that he had gained nothing. The attack methods of these zombie dogs were similar to those of zombies, primarily pouncing and biting, only much faster. The attack range of zombies may be larger, but their speed is slower. If you choose to dodge instead of counterattacking, simply step back directly. When facing the pounce of zombie dogs, you should dodge sideways. Moreover, you need to anticipate their attack direction in advance. There don't seem to be any more zombie dogs nearby for now, otherwise Shinjien would still want to specifically find one to test. After all, he is bold and meticulous, so this wouldn't be a difficult task for him. Only by daring to attempt challenges can one find a foothold in this apocalypse. Weren't those post-apocalyptic heroes in the movies all surviving in this way? He also carries a system, so why not follow suit? Afterward, Shinjien approached the corpse collection machine. He pressed the conveyor switch, but there was no response. Shinjien had initially planned to transport more corpses and earn some random rewards in the process, but seeing the skull quietly sitting there, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Did I guess wrong? Isn't the reward count updated daily? He couldn't help but click on the upgrade option for the corpse collector to take a closer look. Corpse collector. Upgrade direction. Corpse harvester. Branch. Enhanced efficiency. 500 increases the speed of the collector delivering corpses by 200%. Variety abounds. 1000 the types of random rewards increase to 5. Quit while you're ahead. 1500 the demand for corpses is reduced from 10 to 9. Common composed. 2000 the random reward recovery frequency is changed from once per week to twice per week. So expensive, I can't afford to upgrade a single one. I thought the reward recovery would be 3 times a day, but it turns out it's only once a week? Shinjien had originally been ready to go out and move the corpses, but after seeing these options, he instantly lost interest. It seems that even with a system, sometimes you still have to work hard and stay grounded. But it's fine, before the next random reward refreshes, the resources in his hands won't run out. He had intended to clean up the corpses on the barbed wire, but after thinking it over repeatedly, he decided to give up. The current situation is that the corpses have piled up into an irregular wall, effectively blocking everything in the shelter. Although this somewhat affects visibility, it doesn't matter. As long as he stays in this yard, he is invincible. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, a group of figures appeared in the small woods beside the shelter. It was Brother Phone and his crew. They were armed with various weapons such as clubs, machetes, and high-powered flashlights. Brother Phone even carried a deadly weapon in his hand, a spring-loaded throwing knife. Although its appearance is similar to a spring knife, it has an added flying feature, with vastly different principles and structure. This is a tactical weapon of the North American military, which Brother Phone smuggled in a few years ago. Not only can it be used as a melee weapon for self-defense, but pressing the button on the handle will launch the blade. The ejection range is about 15 meters, and its power is no less than that of a throwing knife. Easily pierces through a human skull. If the opponent is completely unaware, this thing is definitely a deadly hidden weapon. At this moment, the green-haired scout ran back. "Boss, I've checked everything. There are only 2 lunatics nearby." "Alright, ignore them, everyone charge straight ahead." At Brother Feng's command, his underlings immediately rushed forward from all directions. However, Brother Feng noticed that there were still 4 people behind him, standing motionless and awkwardly staring at him. "Are you deaf? Why aren't you moving?" Brother Feng asked irritably. The 4 underlings looked at each other, then spoke one after another. "Brother Feng, my stomach doesn't feel well. I'm about to soil my pants." Hearing this, Brother Feng instantly burned with anger, grabbing someone by the collar. "Are you all colluding to trick me? Planning to desert at the last minute?" "No, Brother Feng, we absolutely didn't." "Then what the hell is going on? How come all of you suddenly have diarrhea?" The group explained with embarrassed faces. "It must be an issue with drinking tap water." "Are you guys freaking stupid? The tap water is as yellow as urine, and you still dare to drink it?" Brother Feng couldn't help but smack a few people on the head. "Alright, all of you, get back home and watch the place. The other side is just one person. You guys are useless anyway. Since you have diarrhea, don't eat anything for a week. If you have no objections, get lost." Brother Feng cursed repeatedly, while the 4 underlings kept nodding and thanking him before turning around and running off. Brother Feng turned his head, only to find Greenhair still standing in place, staring straight at him. "Kid, you haven't been here long, yet your contributions far surpass this bunch of useless trash. Once this operation is over, I'll make sure to promote you properly, don't worry." Brother Feng thought Greenhair was going to ask the previous question again, so he casually patted his shoulder. "No, Brother Feng, Seeing Greenhair's face covered in sweat, Brother Feng frowned. "You're not feeling unwell too, are you?" "Yes, I was fine just now, but now suddenly my breathing is difficult." "Difficulty breathing?" Brother Feng heard this and reflexively took a deep breath. As a result, he also felt somewhat short of breath and even couldn't help coughing twice. The air wasn't thin, but it seemed to be filled with countless dust particles. His nose felt clogged, causing extreme discomfort. However, Brother Feng didn't think much of it. He figured that the barbed wire was covered with corpses, faintly emitting a foul stench, so poor air quality was to be expected. Once they occupied this place, cleaning it up would solve the problem. After comforting Greenhair for a few moments, the 2 quickly caught up with the main group. At this moment, everyone had already arrived beneath the barbed wire fence. They had deliberately chosen a spot covered with corpses as their climbing point. Firstly, the bodies served as cover for a stealthy approach. Secondly, it saved effort, as they could step on the corpses to climb over the barbed wire fence, which was less than 3 meters high. However, considering that the barbed wire could easily pin
down those lunatics, Brother Fong had made thorough protective preparations, such as equipping everyone with anti-cut gloves. Once worn, the sharp parts of the barbed wire wouldn't harm them in the slightest. The owner of this house would never have imagined that we would launch a surprise attack here. Brother Fong smiled faintly, his heart filled with anticipation, envisioning transforming this place into a luxurious refuge.
Alright, time waits for no one. Go, go, go.
Brother Fong urged impatiently.
Everyone quickly put on their anti-cut gloves, ready to climb. It has begun.
However, the next moment, as a few people touched the barbed wire, a series of ear-piercing sounds of flesh being torn apart rang out. Those few people were instantly in unbearable pain, wailing incessantly.
Hey, hey, what's wrong with you guys?
Brother Fong was stunned and hurriedly whispered, "All of you, shut up." Several people clutched their bleeding hands, gritting their teeth and panting heavily.
One of them even started crying. Boss, our hands got cut.
Everyone hurriedly showed their wounds to Brother Fong. Seeing the torn skin, and even fingers hanging broken, Brother Fong was completely stunned.
You didn't wear gloves? Wearing them. But, what's this? Someone took off their gloves to show Brother Fong.
The gloves had several cuts, torn to shreds like strips of cloth. Brother Fong believed he had been extremely cautious. Before setting out, he had even tested the cut-resistant gloves with a knife. The
quality was excellent, with no damage at all.
He never expected the barbed wire to easily tear through the gloves, even cutting fingers.
Impossible, there must be some dull spots.
Brother Fong shook his head in disbelief, pushed aside his subordinate, and personally put on the gloves to test the barbed wire. However, with just a light touch, the fingertip along with the glove was instantly pierced. Hiss! Brother Fong gasped sharply, quickly withdrew his hand, and sternly warned, "Stay away from the barbed wire, there's definitely something wrong with it." The other underlings actually didn't need his reminder. Upon seeing their companion's miserable state, they had already distanced themselves from the barbed wire, not daring to take a single step closer.
Boss, how about we go back and rethink our strategy and attack another day?
Greenhair quickly suggested, secretly relieved that he hadn't tried to mess with the barbed wire earlier. No, things have already come to this point.
If we don't break through now, the losses will only be worse. Bang! Brother Feng's thoughts were completely opposite to Greenhair's, and he immediately retorted.
Those with nimble hands and feet, bring the bodies over. He immediately adjusted his plan, intending to stack the bodies into a wall of flesh, which would not only facilitate climbing but, more importantly, shield against the deadly barbs of the wire. That's right, this barbed wire is truly lethal. Even a light touch can tear the flesh, let alone what would happen if the body pressed against it. No wonder those lunatics ended up smashing their heads and bleeding profusely. Brother Fong had anticipated the sharpness of the barbed wire, but he hadn't expected it to be this sharp. Meanwhile, inside the house, Shinjien held a firearm, closely watching every move of the group through the window. Upon hearing someone shouting outside earlier, he immediately ran to check.
Fong Go and his group were using flashlights, and Shinjien spotted their location almost instantly.
Seeing someone in the crowd tearing off clothing to bandage their hand, Shinjien confirmed that one of them had luckily touched the barbed wire, with injuries severe enough to render them completely helpless.
Bang!
This meant that the intruders had fewer strong combatants and more incapacitated individuals. However, at this moment, Shinjien was not in a hurry to take action. Although he had practiced shooting both in the morning and afternoon, he didn't dare to guarantee that he could take out this group of people
without missing a single one. People are living beings, and there's always a way. Shinjien quickly came up with a strategy to deal with them.
If they climbed over the wall to get in, then he would wait until they got close enough before launching a surprise attack. This way, he might be able to wipe them out in one go. After all, getting in was easy, but getting out would be much harder. Once they climbed in, they could forget about climbing back out. The door lock was designed in a very special way, and he didn't believe anyone could figure it out on the spot. Shinjien carefully observed each person and noticed that they were only carrying cold weapons, which made him feel much more at ease.
Clubs and machetes? Just these?
Daring to charge over on the same night, you sure have guts. Let's see just how capable you all are. At this moment, Brother Fong and his group, who were moving corpses under the barbed wire, suddenly heard the sound of dogs barking.
Is there a dog barking? Really? Catch it as a pet. The group had no idea it was a zombie dog and instead relaxed, chatting quietly.
It wasn't until someone noticed in the dark corner that a dozen or so bloodied, grotesque dogs were slowly emerging. The zombie dogs moved in packs, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around Brother Fong and his group.
Fong, Brother Fong, this damn thing doesn't seem like an ordinary dog.
Greenhair's face turned pale, his jaw almost dropped. The others, including Brother Fong, stared wide-eyed.
Having barely fought zombies before, how could they know how terrifying zombie dogs could be?
They didn't even realize that in this world, even dogs had gone mad.
Just seeing those zombie dogs open their bloody mouths almost made everyone wet their pants. Everyone, prepare for battle.
Before Brother Fong could finish his sentence, everyone stopped what they were doing and picked up their weapons.
Escape was no longer an option. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The dogs paced nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. Cough, cough, cough.
At that moment, moment, Greenhair's violent coughing broke the silence. Brother Feng hurriedly stepped forward to check. Kid, pull yourself together. Now's not the time to. Arg. Before he could finish speaking, Greenhair suddenly let out a roar and lunged at Brother Feng. Startled, Brother Feng let out a sharp scream and instinctively shoved Greenhair away. Greenhair was pushed into someone else, and the unlucky person was instantly bitten on the back of the neck, a chunk of flesh torn off in one bite. Greenhair's gone mad. Stay away from him. No one could figure out why Greenhair suddenly went mad. Clearly, when he had just returned in the morning, he had undergone an inspection, and there were no signs of bite marks on him. As Greenhair transformed, the zombie dogs simultaneously launched an attack, charging toward the crowd. Brother Feng and the others had to deal with the crazed Greenhair while also fending off the pouncing zombie dog. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Roars, screams, and barking intertwined, and the absurd visuals paired with the intense sounds made it feel just like a Hollywood blockbuster. Everything happening outside the house was fully visible to Shinjien, who watched with a mix of shock and delight. They were attacked by zombie dogs. Great! Get ready to join the fight. Strive for a double win. With a quick thought, Shinjien immediately rushed out of the house. At this moment, Brother Feng had already fended off a wave of zombie dogs and picked out 2 people who had been bitten. You two, climb up there. Brother Feng ordered, pointing at the barbed wire. This was undoubtedly a crazy decision, but there was no other choice. The fate of those bitten by zombie dogs was already sealed. Moreover, if they didn't retreat into the yard now, they would face total annihilation. They didn't care whether they would alarm the yard's owner. After all, the other party had no weapons, and anyone climbing in could easily subdue them. Big brother, I'll go first. Take care of yourself. One of the bitten brothers, with tears in his eyes, let out a loud cry and charged fiercely at the barbed wire. With a squelch, he was impaled like a skewer, blood gushing out as his body hung firmly on the wire. Step on his shoulders, climb up. Brother Feng's face twisted in ferocity as he continued roaring out commands. Another underling hesitated for 2 seconds, then quickly climbed up using his companion's corpse, pressing against the barbed wire, only to be pierced and turned into a specimen as well, unable to move. The human ladder was tall enough, and Brother Feng directly climbed up the 2 underlings' corpses, attempting to scale the barbed wire. I'm up! However, just as he crossed the barbed wire, Brother Feng's back was slashed by the anti-theft net, with chunks of flesh scraped off. He fell directly to the ground, his body scraped, his arm nearly dislocated, and the wound on his back stained his vest red as blood quickly pooled on the ground. The price of forcing through the barbed wire was truly tragic. He had sacrificed his man and was now gravely injured himself, but at least he had made it inside. If he didn't act now, none of his men would survive. Brother Feng endured the excruciating pain, refusing to let out a single cry. Struggling to his feet, he limped toward the iron gate. However, in the next moment, something suddenly clamped down on his foot. Ah! Brother Feng couldn't help but scream in agony. Looking down, he saw it was a bear trap viciously gripping his foot. Using such despicable tricks, Brother Feng cursed under his breath. The yard was pitch black, and he hadn't seen the trap at all. This was precisely the foul chemical trap Shinjien had set earlier, and now Brother Feng had stepped right into it. Although the damage was only half that of a regular trap, the forceful clamp nearly pushed Brother Feng to the brink of death. If it had been a regular trap, he might have already passed out from the pain. Shinjien, hiding in the corner, couldn't help but chuckle softly as he watched the scene unfold. What bad luck! But wasting one of my traps is a bit of a pity. Shinjien assumed Brother Feng was just one of the gang's underlings, so he continued hiding in the corner, waiting for the others to climb over the wall. This time, he had a new idea, not to kill them immediately, but to capture a few alive for interrogation. He planned to ask about their base's location, visit their territory personally, and eliminate any remaining threats to prevent future trouble. Of course, he could also seize some useful items along the way. At this moment, Brother Feng gritted his teeth and used all his strength to pry open the trap on his foot, then crawled and stumbled toward the gate. He shouted to the men still fighting outside, "Hurry, run this way." However, after fiddling with the gate lock for a while, Brother Feng couldn't open it. He was surprised to find that the lock was completely beyond his understanding. Outside was a silver chain, with a square lock in the center. The lock seemed to have a rotating mechanism inside, and the exterior was covered with springs and wheels. A lock within a lock, a nested lock. How was he supposed to open this? Brother Feng was so furious he almost spat blood. He kicked the iron gate in frustration, only to clutch his leg in pain immediately afterward. Hey! Trespassing is bad enough, but now you're deliberately damaging my gate? Suddenly, a voice shouted angrily behind Brother Feng. It was Shinjien. Not good. I've been discovered. Brother Feng's heart tightened as he raised his axe, preparing to turn around and fight desperately. However, when he saw Shinjien's dark gun barrel pointed directly at him, Brother Feng immediately stopped shouting, and his fighting spirit vanished completely. He was like a bomb about to explode that suddenly lost its flame, utterly stunned and bewildered. Clang! As the axe in his hand fell to the ground, Brother Feng half knelt, drenched in sweat, momentarily forgetting the pain in his body. He muttered to himself, "Wasn't
Wasn't the house's owner supposed to be unarmed? How could there be a handgun? Did green hair lie to him? Or had green hair betrayed him? The intelligence was so wrong, it was absurd. Brother Feng naturally thought of green hair. In truth, green hair had been extremely nervous at the time. When he saw Shinjien step outside, he was so scared of being discovered that he immediately turned and fled, without noticing the gun in Shinjien's hand. Green hair was still loyal to Brother Feng, but now that green hair had turned into a zombie, there was no way to explain anything. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Ha ha ha. This misunderstanding is ridiculous. What, you couldn't find your own house and climbed over the wall to ask me for directions? Brother Feng's nonsensical words made Shinjien burst into laughter. Brother Feng awkwardly chuckled along, then turned to look at his men still fighting zombie dogs outside. Shinjien also turned to observe the battle outside. At this moment, Brother Feng slowly reached for his waist. What are you doing? Suddenly, Shinjien sharply turned his head and shouted. Brother Feng was so startled that he trembled all over and quickly withdrew his hand. Shinjien was clearly testing the other party. Sure enough, the other party still wanted to resist. How bold. Nothing at all. Take it out. Now. Brother Feng tried to cover it up, but Shinjien gave him no chance, raising his pistol and threatening him. It's just a knife, really nothing. Seeing Shinjien's serious and unwavering expression, Brother Feng had no choice but to comply. He slowly pulled out a yellow-bladed throwing knife, looking as if he was ready to surrender his weapon. What seemed like an ordinary action was actually full of hidden danger. Even in the dark, Shinjien keenly sensed something was off. The moment the other party drew the knife, he actually aimed it horizontally at him. His instincts told him something was definitely wrong. Shinjien decisively fired, hitting Brother Feng's knife-wielding left hand with pinpoint accuracy. Brother Feng's left hand was instantly blown open with a gaping wound. Clutching his hand, he bent over in agony. All the schemes were seen through by Shinjien, and now Brother Feng has no chance to fight back at all. The people outside the barbed wire fence tried their best to rush into the yard, but ended up getting injured one after another, and the remaining ones were barely hanging on. Originally, they thought they could use this to turn the tide, but then they turned around only to have a gun pointed at their heads. It was truly a moment of going from hell to heaven, only to fall back into hell again. Brother Feng was on the verge of collapse. Big brother, spare me, I was wrong. I'm such an idiot. I have no parents. I can do anything, and I'm a great fighter. As long as I can live, I'll serve you for a lifetime. Don't even treat me as a human. I'm begging you, big brother, spare my pathetic life. Brother Feng finally admitted defeat, enduring the pain, and kowtowed 3 times to Shinjien with loud thuds, almost knocking himself unconscious. Shinjien walked up to him expressionlessly and picked up the spring-loaded throwing knife. This thing seems quite special. Played with it for a moment, Shinjien couldn't help but ask, is there a button on the handle? Yes, this is. Brother Feng was about to explain seriously when he looked up and saw Shinjien already pointing the blade at him, his hand on the button. Before Brother Feng could finish his sentence, Shinjien pressed the button, and the blade instantly shot out from the handle. The blade twisted and turned as it stabbed into Brother Feng's forehead. Brother Feng's whole body trembled violently, his eyes widened, and his throat heaved intensely, but in the end, he said nothing and collapsed. Shinjien was stunned. What kind of bizarre black technology was this? He had never seen anything like it. Thankfully, he had decisively fired his gun earlier, otherwise, it might have been his own forehead with a knife stuck in it now. He let out a long breath, couldn't help but curse Brother Feng as a sneaky bastard, pulled the knife out of Brother Feng's forehead, and reattached it to the handle. Subsequently, Shinjien charged straight toward the direction of the chaotic battle with his gun. However, upon arriving, he found that the battle was already nearing its end. Naturally, the losing side was Brother Feng's group. With no combat experience and no good weapons, the zombie dogs pounced one after another, breaking the necks of more than half of the people, killing them instantly. Among the remaining individuals, some were knocked down but not bitten in vital areas and continued to resist tenaciously. There were also a few with formidable combat skills who not only avoided being knocked down but even managed to kill several zombie dogs in return. Unfortunately, behind them was someone ready to reap the benefits of their struggle, none other than Shinjien. Shinjien unhesitatingly fired at the few strong individuals fighting desperately against the zombie dogs. The crisp sound of gunfire instantly echoed in his ears, and before they could react, they were shot in the waist or legs. Amidst their wails, they all fell to the ground. Immediately after, they were surrounded by the pouncing zombie dogs. However, Shinjien reacted quickly, finishing off all the fallen individuals with additional shots, granting them a swift end. Of course, it wasn't out of mercy, but because he feared the points he had earned would be snatched away by the zombie dogs. The remaining zombie dogs noticed Shinjien and charged at him, but one by one, they crashed into the barbed wire and turned into a pile of flesh. At this moment, 2 people who had been shot by Shinjien suddenly stood up not far away, supporting each other as they fled. Someone actually played dead? Shinjien froze, originally intending to fire to intercept, but it was already late, and the opponent was still at the edge of darkness, disappearing from sight within 3 seconds. Helpless, Shinjien Shinjien lowered his gun and gave up the chase. He sighed, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Having hardly intervened throughout, yet easily taking out a group of enemies, he had likely become the biggest winner in this chaotic battle. What more do you want? Take it while it's good. Back at the entrance, Brother Feng's corpse was still lying there stiffly. Thinking he might have some advanced weapons on him, Shinjien walked over to loot him. Apart from a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, all that was left was a box of Durex. Who? Shaking his head, Shinjien directly threw the Durex into the garbage truck. Useless, at least for now. Subsequently, he threw Brother Feng's corpse into the car for storage and turned back into the house. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Shinjien got up on time. Still without washing his hair or face, and not even settling the points, Shinjien grabbed his gun and went out the door. Outside the door, it was eerily quiet. On the east side of the barbed wire, the mangled corpses of the enemies who fought to mutual destruction last night lay scattered, bloodied and disfigured, creating a scene both tragic and shocking. Shinjien walked to the spot where the two had fled yesterday and carefully examined the ground. Sure enough, he found traces of blood they had left behind. In fact, Shinjien had already made a plan. If it weren't for the poor visibility at night, he would have chased after them right then and there, holding grudges and seeking revenge, never leaving things unresolved. He felt that in the apocalypse, one must develop this habit. As long as there's the slightest clue, one must pursue and end it with a single strike. After all, in this apocalyptic world, showing mercy to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. So, he began tracking along the trail of blood. Although the bloodstains had dried, the path remained clear. Following this trail, Shinjien arrived at the entrance of an abandoned apartment 20 minutes later. Along the way, he ignored the roars of the zombies and even took down 2 zombie dogs gnawing on corpses. At the entrance of room 102, a large pool of blood covered the floor, and bloodstains remained on the doorknob. This is the place. Living so close, but running back home wasn't the right move. Shinjien muttered to himself and kicked the door hard. Unexpectedly, the door was actually kicked open. Shinjien immediately raised his gun and aimed inside the room. Skipping over the messy items, he instantly spotted several people lying around in disarray. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6. Strange, did I let this many escape yesterday? He was stunned for a moment but didn't think much about it. Pointing at the 6 people, he shouted sternly, Get up now. Don't shoot. I promise I won't move. 2 of the bandaged individuals immediately stood up, raising their hands high in surrender. It's exactly those 2 who escaped last night. You 4, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Shinjien raised his gun and pointed it at the other 4, threatening them. However, the 4 showed no reaction. He took a closer look and found their eyes dull, faces ashen, and lips purple. It looks like they've been poisoned. No, that's not poisoning. This appearance, could they be turning into zombies? Shinjien widened his eyes, thinking to himself, they're sick. They became like this after drinking tap water. The 2 who surrendered reminded. Shinjien nodded. Since they drank tap water, the consequences are self-evident. Your faces don't look too good either. He turned around and saw that the 2 of them looked almost the same as the others. It's just that one group could still communicate normally, while the others seemed like fools. The difference was that obvious. 4 were infected from drinking tap water, and 2 were infected by inhaling a large number of bacteria without wearing protection. This house is practically like breeding venomous insects, full of virus carriers. Shinjien instinctively took a few steps back, raised the muzzle of the gun, kneeled down. The 2 had nothing to say and quickly knelt down. After all, the other party had a gun, leaving no room for resistance. Moreover, seeing Shinjien's imposing demeanor, the 2 quickly understood his intentions. Immediately, they began wailing and wiping their tears. Sir, please spare us. We were also forced into this. That's why we followed Brother Phone to do this. Attacking your shelter was really a last resort. With snot and tears streaming down, the 2 were almost convinced by their own words. In reality, they used to be Brother Feng's right-hand men, swearing years ago to follow him to the death. But Shinjien didn't say a word and didn't believe their story at all. However, speaking of it, he was indeed curious. Their boss, Brother Feng, what kind of person is he? It's said that he's quite formidable. Could it be that he's one of those 4? Who's your boss? Why haven't I seen him? Shinjien couldn't help but ask. Then, the 2 exchanged a glance and said, It's the one who climbed over the barbed wire. Ha, it's him? This remark almost made Shinjien burst into laughter. Unfortunately, yesterday Brother Feng had already been accidentally killed by him. But on second thought, that guy truly deserved the title of boss. Caring for his subordinates, fearless in the face of death, cunning, and alert. Even with just one last breath, still wanting to counterattack me. Fortunately, it all ended without any real danger. Your boss's knife is really something. Yesterday, it almost got the better of me. Shinjien said this while pulling out the spring-loaded flying knife, still stained with Brother Feng's bright red blood. Seeing Shinjien fiddling with the throwing knife in front of them, the 2 were instantly scared out of their wits. They instinctively used their hands to protect their heads, trembling all over. Those familiar with this thing knew that the throwing knife was practically a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Either press the button suddenly to assassinate the enemy, or or accidentally trigger it and end up injuring one's own people. At this moment, Shinjien noticed that the 4 people in the room had slowly stood up. It was obvious from their eyes that the 4 had already turned into zombies. Ahem. Shinjien coughed lightly and, seeing that the 2 seemed not to notice, immediately said, "It seems I came at the wrong time." "No, I came at just the right time." He changed his tone, a faint, enigmatic smile appearing on his face. Bang! Shinjien stepped back a few paces and suddenly slammed the door shut. Inside the room, the 2 people stared at each other in confusion, but soon, they felt heavy breathing coming from behind them. Turning around, they immediately screamed. One of them was suddenly pounced on, their neck bitten through. The other desperately tried to escape, shoving the door open, only to find Shinjien hadn't left. He was leaning lazily against the hallway wall, his gun pressed against his own chest. "I was originally planning to save 2 bullets, Shinjien said honestly. The man froze, his face full of pain, tears streaming down, retreating behind the door. Then, at Shinjien's signal, he closed the door. Immediately after, sounds of screams and struggling impacts came from behind the door. Shinjien braced the door with his foot, quietly waiting until the struggling noises ceased. Then came the sound of chewing, and he slowly opened the door. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the 4 zombies were completely caught off guard, their bodies bloodied and mangled, collapsing one after another. "Alright, it's over. Grab the loot and retreat." Over 20 minutes later, Shinjien left the room, carrying a bulging plastic bag with a satisfied expression. Naturally, the bag contained the loot he had just scavenged. Most of it was food, half a bag of rice, canned goods, sausages, juice drinks, sunflower seeds, and other snacks. There were also some daily necessities, such as soap, hair gel, perfume, and other toiletries for personal hygiene. The rest were medicines, not much, but there were both boxed and bottled ones, kept for emergencies. "Tonight, I need to have a proper meal." On the way back, Shinjien's mind was filled with thoughts of how to reward himself. After all, last night he had successfully repelled human intruders. Although the zombie dog had intervened midway and indirectly helped, Shinjien was confident that even without the zombie dog's assistance, he could have easily won. After all, those people had no way to break through the situation. There was no chance they could climb in. If they tried scaling the wall, they would have been captured by him. Their weapons were utterly pathetic. Aside from Brother Feng's flying knife with a yellow blade that almost caught him off guard, none of their weapons could compare to his gun. Back outside the barbed wire, Shinjien casually scavenged the corpses of the intruders. Although the bodies were in terrible condition, their clothes were still intact. Shinjien managed to find a large number of cigarettes, lighters, chewing gum, and some currently useless loose change. He kept the chewing gum and decided to store the cigarettes and lighters. After all, he only smoked under extreme stress. Life was relatively stable now, even to the point of being completely stress-free. Living comfortably and leisurely, with food, weapons, and shelter all readily available, and the freedom to come and go as he pleased, what pressure could there possibly be? But it wasn't enough to make him quit smoking entirely. After all, in his previous life he had been a heavy smoker, and even after crossing over, the addiction remained. Shinjien muttered to himself as he casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Cough. After taking a deep drag, he smiled slightly. "But you've got to smoke one first to have the strength to quit, right?" Shinjien stood outside the door smoking. In the distance, a zombie seemed to have set its sights on him and slowly began to approach. Smoking. Calmly, Shinjien appeared completely unperturbed, as if he were staring at a human rather than a zombie, quietly watching the creature approach. By the way, why would meteorite fragments carry a zombie virus? Staring intently at the zombie, Shinjien almost instinctively raised the century-old question in his mind. But he quickly dismissed the thought, as he wasn't a professional, and there was no need to delve into it. This question was better left to the scientists of the world to explore. For now, he only needed to focus on living his own life well. With the prophetic crystal ball in hand, no matter how turbulent the world became, he could survive safely. Unintentionally, Shinjien noticed that all the intruders were wearing cut-resistant gloves, and his heart skipped a beat. It seems they are not that reckless. Before taking over this place, they clearly calculated carefully and prepared thoroughly. Black technology is ultimately invincible. The spiked barbed wire ignored all defenses, ultimately leading to their failure. The reason for their failure was not that their equipment was too poor, but that Shinjien's facilities were simply too powerful. Perhaps in the future, there will be more sophisticated intruders eyeing his shelter. Everything is unknown. He can only take it one step at a time. Shinjien threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, then turned and went back inside. System, you understand me. Today's points settlement. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Average sleep. Plus 5 points. Average diet. Plus 2 points. Morale reaches its peak. Plus 100 points. Shelter defense successful. Invaders repelled. Plus 500 points. Spiked barbed wire kills zombies. Plus 161 points. Spiked barbed wire kills zombie dogs. Plus 688 points. Kill zombie dog. Plus 249 points. Kill human enemy. Plus 945 points. Kill Kill human enemy leader, uncover opponent's scheme. Reward, zombie dog data and images. Points settlement, 2670. Remaining points, 2676. Over 2000 points. Isn't this even more exciting than getting paid? What's this about some zombie dog data and images? Although I don't know what it is, won't I figure it out after exploring it for a while?
Shinjien, chewing gum, suddenly slammed the table, almost biting his tongue.
This wave of points earned is not just a small profit, it's an absolute jackpot. Smack! Upon closer calculation, zombie dogs and human enemies are really valuable.
There were only a dozen or so human enemies in total, and those killed by the zombie dogs didn't even count for points. In this way, just from human enemies alone, nearly 1,000 points were obtained. However, compared to zombies and zombie dogs, the frequency of encountering human enemies is definitely lower. Unless his shelter suddenly becomes a hot commodity overnight, attracting countless ruthless individuals to attack day and night. Moreover, zombie dogs are overall stronger than zombies, but their numbers are much smaller. The smaller the quantity, the rarer it naturally becomes.
Smack! So it's only reasonable that human enemies and zombie dogs are more valuable. Shinjien didn't think much further and was already eager to spend these points.
Yesterday, I said I wanted to upgrade the protective suit, but I didn't have enough points.
Oh, today, we absolutely cannot delay any longer. Upgrade immediately. With a thought, Shinjien opened the upgrade interface for the protective suit. Protective suit. Upgrade direction. Advanced protective suit. Branch.
Breathable, 100 adds ventilation holes, periodically releases heat, alleviating the wearer's pressure. Heat resistant, 200 an additional external heat resistant film to withstand high temperatures. Cold resistant, 200 an external thickened insulation layer to resist severe cold. Portable backpack, 500 equipped with a detachable large capacity backpack on the back, automatically ignoring weights under 40 pounds. Bacterial resistance, 1000 shoulder device periodically sprays disinfectant, effectively resisting 50% of mutated bacteria and viruses. They all seem quite practical, and the most expensive one is just 1000 points. Shinjien nodded with satisfaction and prioritized choosing breathable and cold resistance. Wearing the upgraded protective suit, he walked around the room, carefully experiencing it.
Indeed, it's great.
After upgrading the breathability feature, the stuffy feeling completely disappeared.
Slap, 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 slap.
When the temperature starts to feel stuffy, the protective suit slightly contracts, as if the internal air is being drawn out. A few seconds later, it returns to normal, and the temperature drops accordingly, making him feel extremely comfortable. If it weren't for the previous shortage of points, Shinjien would have upgraded the ventilation long ago. After testing the ventilation, he pushed the door open and walked around the courtyard twice.
It's not cold anymore. A wave of relief filled his heart.
The cold resistance upgrade, although making the outer layer heavier and theoretically more stuffy, is completely worry-free thanks to its breathability feature. The two complement each other perfectly, making it unbeatable. Shinjien excitedly returned to the house.
Next, he faced a choice. Bang! Upgrade the bacteria resistance of the protective suit?
The affix on the prophecy crystal ball hinted to him that the bacteria in the air had already mutated, rendering even wearing a mask useless, which showed their extremely strong penetrative power. Although the protective suit's effectiveness was certainly much stronger than that of a mask, at this moment, Shinjien was not sure whether these bacteria could
penetrate the suit.
Unless the prophecy crystal ball explicitly indicated that the protective suit would also fail against these bacteria, the suit to him
was like Schrodinger's protective suit, both effective and ineffective.
After pondering for a long time, Shinjien ultimately decided it was better to be
safe than sorry. The bacteria would only continue to mutate and grow stronger over time.
Gritting his teeth, he decisively upgraded the bacteria resistance. Instantly, he felt a few obtrusive additions on both shoulders of the protective suit. These were disinfection devices, oval-shaped and resembling rouge boxes. The center of the device slowly flickered with light points, while the inner and outer rings rotated slightly in opposite directions, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. As long as the device remained undamaged, the disinfectant would be continuously replenished, allowing for sustained use.
Poof!
The device had been installed for less than 30 seconds when it sprayed out a jet of disinfectant. The mist flew toward Shinjien's head and then scattered like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, landing softly on his protective suit. It looked gentle, yet it filled Shinjien with an inexplicable sense of security. From now on, when going out, he wouldn't have to worry about bacteria or viruses attacking him, and he could even disinfect his home in the process. At this moment, Shinjien had 1,376 points left. Naturally, he wouldn't save them. He was determined to spend them all. As for where to spend them, he needed to think carefully.
The core facility's barbed wire? Not necessary for now. Whether, in terms of offense or defense, it was currently at a top-tier level.
Many traps had been damaged by Brother Feng earlier, leaving only 4, but they could still effectively attract zombies, so efficiency wouldn't drop significantly.
Right, let me check the information on that zombie dog first. Shinjien suddenly remembered and opened the system to take a look. System, what exactly is this zombie dog data image? Since there was no detailed introduction, he had no choice but to ask the system. Content belonging to the archive zone of the shelter facilities. The system answered in detail. Its nature is similar to blueprints. If you wish to view it in detail, please unlock the archive zone first and place it inside. So I have to spend points to unlock the archive zone again? Shinjien frowned, feeling a bit dissatisfied. I haven't even gotten the blueprints yet, and now this is supposed to be similar. The cost to unlock the archive zone wasn't high, only 500 points. Besides, he currently didn't have anything urgent to upgrade, otherwise, those 2,000 plus points would be spent quickly. After weighing his options, Shinjien decided to spend 500 points to unlock the archive zone. Boom! A sudden loud noise came from inside the room, startling Shinjien. Immediately after, white smoke began to rise from the corner. He carefully walked over to check and discovered that a new door had appeared on the wall. This must be the archive area, right? Shinjien muttered to himself, waved his hand to disperse the white smoke, and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the room, his view suddenly opened up. Directly ahead was a narrow corridor, with bookshelves over 5 meters high standing on both sides. The bookshelves were made of ebony, clean and brand new, but completely empty, without a single book. In the corner stood an iron ladder, and there was nothing else. This is definitely another space, isn't it? Shinjien couldn't help but complain. Just looking at this seemingly endless corridor made him feel that the place was extraordinarily strange. Forget it, whatever, the system boss is omnipotent. He wandered between the bookshelves, recalling the purpose of unlocking this place, put the zombie dog data and images into the archive area. Shinjien immediately gave the order. As the zombie dog data and images disappeared from the system warehouse, the surroundings returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Shinjien was a bit confused. Could it really be over just like that? He looked around and suddenly noticed a book placed askew on the top of the entrance bookshelf. He shrugged, picked up the iron ladder in the corner, climbed up to take the book down, and sat on the ladder to open it. The first page was a bloody photo, depicting a zombie dog. Damn, this is way too scary, Shinjien muttered under his breath. It even includes illustrations. Horror novels aren't usually this meticulous. His shoulders trembled slightly as he continued flipping through the pages. Zombie dogs, abbreviated as corpse dogs. Before infection, they were canines. Their bodies decay faster than ordinary zombies, with some even experiencing skin shedding, making their appearance extremely gruesome and terrifying. Strength is comparable to zombies, agile in speed, but more fragile than zombies. The main attack method is pouncing, preferring to bite off the prey's throat. The virus inside is extremely potent. Those bitten will turn into zombies within 8 hours, with no abnormal sensations during the period. At night, they like to move in groups, hiding in shadows and waiting for opportunities to strike. A few sentences in total, almost encompassing all the information about zombie dogs. Shinjien flipped to the next page, only to find it completely blank, with no further records. So, the archive area is actually used to record monster information. Shinjien suddenly understood. Excellent, truly excellent. This way, he wouldn't have to repeatedly ponder and analyze on his own. He could simply open the book and have all the information at his fingertips. Although he had previously analyzed zombie dogs, some of the details in the illustrated records coincidentally matched his deductions perfectly, but there were certain specifics that Shinjien couldn't deduce just from appearances. For example, their habit of traveling in packs at night. The group of zombie dogs that attacked Fongu and the others last night, he had initially thought it was a coincidence, assuming that Fongu and his group, being large in number and imposing, naturally attracted a pack of zombie dogs. Only now did he realize that it was truly their nature. Regardless of the circumstances, they always preferred to move in groups. The speed of the virus's spread is also alarming. Those bitten will turn into zombies within 8 hours. This piece of information is somewhat crucial, though it seems to be of little use to oneself. After all, the only benefit of knowing this is being able to accurately calculate how long one can hold on after being bitten. The monsters have only appeared for less than a week, leaving no time to develop a serum. Once bitten, there's naturally no solution. One can only quietly wait to turn into a zombie. Shinjien then proceeded to open the upgrade options for the archive section. He thought that since he already knew the information about the zombie dogs, he might as well unlock the data on zombies too. After all, knowing more would never hurt. Archive section. Upgrade path. Advanced archive section 4000. Unlockable. Zombie data illustrations 200. Well, as expected, it's available, and the price is quite cheap. Unlock it. Shinjien immediately unlocked the zombie data illustrations. The next moment, a new book appeared on the bookshelf beside him, positioned right next to the zombie dog book. Shinjien gradually began to understand something. Looking at the endless bookshelf, he couldn't help but feel a chilling sense of dread. Could it be that thousands upon thousands of monsters will truly appear in the future? Calming herself, Shinjien opened the illustrated zombie reference material. Zombies, also known as the living dead. Humans symptoms before infection. Most have pale complexions, decayed skin, and exhibit strange movements. The strength is about 1.5 times that of an adult, but organs such as bones, muscles, and skin are twice as fragile as those of humans. The attack methods include pouncing, biting, and scratching. As long as they can reach, they will desperately attack any part of the prey's body. The body contains a variety of viruses, and those bitten turn into zombies in about 18 hours. In the early stages, symptoms such as fever, dehydration, vomiting, and dizziness occur. In the mid-stage, there will be inexplicable feelings of panic and anxiety, restlessness, clawing at oneself, or unbearable pain at the bitten area. These symptoms will persist periodically. In the later stages, there is a high probability of losing mobility and speech abilities, with the skin all over the body losing its color. Some zombies prefer cold and dark places. A dark environment temporarily enables them to learn to hide in ambush. Heat and cold can affect their mobility. Staying in such environments for a long time may temporarily teach them to play dead, seizing the opportunity to ambush passing prey. After reading this, Shinjien gained quite a bit of knowledge, especially the zombie's habit of playing dead, which he had never encountered before. But, now that he knew, he could be more vigilant when going out in the future. After all, who can guarantee that the corpse by the roadside is truly a corpse? In short, staying away is the key. After exploring the ocean of knowledge, Shinjien walked out of the archive area. He had already made up his mind. With 676 points left, upgrading a pistol accessory should be no problem. So, he took out the M9 pistol and opened the upgrade options. M9 pistol. Upgrade direction, military M9 pistol. Branch, ammunition, 50 replenish 50 rounds of ammunition. Capacity, 100 replace with an extended magazine, increasing capacity from 15 rounds to 32 rounds. Recoil, 200 replace with a high standard barrel, add a grip and stock to effectively reduce recoil during shooting. Durability, 500 the gun body is entirely replaced with advanced materials to improve its lifespan. Scope, 500 add a low magnification red dot scope to enhance shooting accuracy. Let's upgrade the capacity first, it's quite cheap. After reading this, Shinjien nodded and said, immediately, the M9 successfully upgraded its capacity, with the extended high-capacity magazine being half as long again as the previous one. Additionally, Shinjien discovered a pleasant surprise. All the spare M9 magazines had also been replaced with high-capacity ones. This was an absolute win. With more bullets, the firepower was naturally more robust, effectively eliminating the fear of insufficient firepower. Shinjien could hardly wait to grab the gun and head out. After all, he had only practiced shooting for one day and was far from reaching a state of mastery. Yesterday's performance in actual combat could be considered an extraordinary display, especially since most of the enemies were either lying immobile or had their backs turned to him. Calling it opportunistic wouldn't be an exaggeration. Shinjien walked straight out of the yard, found a zombie not far away, raised his gun, and opened fire. This was a rare moving target, much easier to hit than the moving zombie dogs, with moderate difficulty, making it very helpful for practice. After firing nearly a dozen shots, the zombie finally collapsed slowly. I told you, the previous ones were just taking shortcuts. Shinjien's face was full of black lines as he continued searching for the next moving target. The entire day, Shinjien was immersed in shooting. He wasted over 300 rounds of bullets, but he wasn't worried at all. After all, bullets could be replenished. By spending 50 points, he could exchange for 50 rounds of ammunition, which was equivalent to 1 point per bullet. Just hearing it sounded cheap. Based on his calculations over the past few days, 1 bullet to take down a zombie earned him more than just 1 point. In short, this was a guaranteed profitable deal. In the evening, Shinjien brought half a bag of rice he had seized to the kitchen and spent 200 points to upgrade the kitchen's utensils. Instantly, the kitchen was filled with all sorts of items, cutting boards, cooking pots, bowls, chopsticks, forks, and spoons. Everything was there. It even made Shinjien feel a twinge of guilt, thinking that 200 points might have been too cheap. He scooped 3 bowls of rice and poured them into the pot. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he last cooked. His skills were quite rusty, and he couldn't even remember how many years it had been since the last time. However, making fried rice shouldn't be a problem. With simple ingredients prepared, Shinjien tied on an apron and put on the chef's hat gifted by the upgraded kitchen, fully embracing the sense of ceremony. About an hour later, a plate of pickled mustard and ham fried rice was finally served on the table. The rice was glossy and fragrant, and Shinjien savored it carefully. What happened next was something even Shinjien himself hadn't expected. His eyes involuntarily grew moist. That's right, this meal was so delicious it made him want to cry. Even though the only ingredients in the fried rice were pickled mustard and ham, he remembered that it had been 3 years since he last cooked for himself. In his previous life, when he was still an office worker, he would occasionally treat himself to a home-cooked meal, enjoying some simple homemade dishes. Later, as overtime work became more frequent, his cooking sessions gradually decreased until he was working late into the night every day, often not returning home. Eventually, he gave up his hobby of cooking and switched to relying
relying on takeout. Later still, when he could no longer afford takeout, he turned to instant noodles. From getting sick of them to feeling nauseated, and finally to becoming numb to the taste, he even developed an extremely peculiar form of anorexia. Apart from instant noodles, he had no interest in any other food. To him, food was merely a way to fill his stomach, with no need for much consideration. Now, he abandoned this idea. As the dusty memories gradually awakened, Shinjien felt a strong determination surge in his heart to cook himself a meal every day for the sake of his health. But what about the ingredients? He thought to himself. It's already been a week. The vegetables in this city are probably all rotten. Even if they're not rotten, viruses and bacteria must have attached to them, and the consequences of eating them would definitely be severe. Shinjien pondered the issue of ingredients while savoring a plate of fried rice. The aroma lingered in the room, swirling and refusing to dissipate. Before going to bed, Shinjien drank a bottle of warm milk and then made an official decision. Tomorrow, it's time to go out. The goal, ingredients. All kinds of ingredients. Anything will do, saving even a little is worth it. Food is the paramount necessity of the people. It is humanity's most basic need. Not only must one eat enough, but one must eat well. Even in the apocalypse, he wanted to live elegantly. After all, he was unique and had the ability to strive for a better life, so why not give it a try? Looking at the neighborhood map, Shinjien decided to head to Rongxing Supermarket, the one closest to him, tomorrow. It seemed to be the same supermarket where he had previously bought instant noodles. With the plan set, Shinjien went to bed early to rest. Shinjien point calculation. Survival confirmed, plus 30 points. Good sleep, plus 10 points. Nutritious and delicious meal, plus 20 points. Barbed wire kills zombies, plus 84 points. Me Too, kill zombie, plus 301 points. What? Kill zombie dog, plus 24 points. Kill human enemy, plus 140 points. Points settlement, 677. Remaining points, 1053. Shinjien thought for a moment and decided to simply upgrade the M9 to full configuration. After all, he was going out today, and he wasn't sure how many zombies would be in the supermarket. Upgrading the main weapon to the highest configuration was undoubtedly the safest choice. Thus, besides enhancing the M9's durability, Shinjien spent 700 points to upgrade recoil and scope. As the stock and grip were installed, Shinjien held the M9 and tested its feel, a smile gradually appearing on his face. This feeling is just like holding a submachine gun. He said this weapon could unleash the power of a submachine gun, and he believed it. The red dot sight is definitely the key. After all, this thing is way better than iron sights. With the reticle, it's hard to miss even if you try. Grip, stock, and scope, these three combined are all about improving shooting accuracy. Holding the M9, Shinjien felt as if he had activated a cheat code. Fully armed, he spent another 100 points to replenish 100 rounds of ammunition and shoot a piece of gum. Alright, time to storm the supermarket 7 times in and out. Shinjien pushed the door open in one go. Phew! A gust of cold wind hit him head-on, almost knocking him onto his backside. The scene outside was covered with an additional layer of pale white compared to yesterday. That was the frost that had formed. The weather was much colder than yesterday, and it seemed the temperature would continue to drop. It is currently the beginning of autumn, and the temperature should be neither too hot nor too cold. If it drops another 20 degrees, the temperature will plummet below freezing. This means that survivors not only have to face the virus and zombies but also fend off the sudden winter. Those without spare winter clothing might not only fail to go out to search for supplies but could even freeze to death indoors. The only good thing is that global warming is no longer a concern for now. But what does any of this have to do with him? He eats well, stays warm, and is fully equipped. He may not be able to dominate the world, but he certainly won't die easily. Pushing the door open and stepping out, Shinjien slipped and almost fell. A thin layer of ice had already formed on the ground. Looks like I need to find a pair of non-slip shoes in addition to food, Shinjien thought to himself. Then, he easily crossed the street. The path was clear, not even a shadow of a zombie in sight, only corpses scattered all over the ground. Wait, corpses? Shinjien suddenly remembered the information he learned yesterday. Excessively high or low temperatures could cause zombies to enter a feigned death state. Could it be that these corpses on the ground? Shinjien frowned, staring at the corpse blocking his way. He decisively pulled the trigger and fired a shot at the corpse. The corpse showed no reaction, but Shinjien cautiously fired 2 more shots. Cough, cough. Ugh. The corpse suddenly shook violently, let out a wail, and slowly lifted its head. Damn, it was just playing dead. Shinjien was shocked and felt fortunate that he had fired 2 extra shots. Then, he decisively blew the head off the pretending to be dead zombie, finally finishing it off for good. Shinjien never expected zombies to be so cunning. After being shot, it didn't move at all. If it were someone else, they would have fallen for it long ago. Being cautious was indeed the right choice. He slowed his steps, carefully avoiding the surrounding corpses, walking around them, and finally reached the Rongxing supermarket. The entrance of the supermarket was a mess, with dried bloodstains covering the walls and various broken corpses scattered around. The cold wind brought by the low temperature dispersed the stench of
of decay, but it also brought a deathly silence. There were still intact corpses at the entrance, and Shinjien was extremely cautious. He first probed with a gun, then boldly approached and tested with a long knife. Almost every corpse's head was pierced by his long knife. Not a single one was pretending to be dead. Shinjien relaxed and entered the supermarket. However, what greeted his eyes was still a sea of corpses. That's right, there were too many corpses, densely packed, so numerous that he instinctively described it as a sea. At this moment, Shinjien could no longer avoid these corpses. To take anything from the shelves, he had to continue probing cautiously. Among these corpses, either some were pretending to be dead, or all of them were pretending to be dead. Shinjien climbed onto the checkout counter and gazed into the depths of the several hundred square meter supermarket. Corpses were everywhere. It is estimated to be over 100. I just hope that among these more than 100 corpses, at least one is only pretending to be dead. Shinjien did not plan to use the clumsy method of checking one by one. Shinjien did not choose a complicated method but instead used a simple and crude approach, creating noise. After all, zombies have extremely sensitive hearing, and he simply did not believe they could continue pretending to be dead after hearing a sound. At the entrance of the supermarket stood a large vase, exquisitely crafted, with light blue patterns showcasing the profound culture of Kyushu porcelain. If it weren't for the urgency, Shinjien would have really wanted to take it with him. After finding the right angle, Shinjien gave the vase, which was about the same height as him, a hard kick. The vase lost its balance and slowly tilted to one side. A crisp, sharp crash immediately followed, and the vase shattered into pieces in an instant. Right after, Shinjien heard anguished wails coming from all directions. What crap! The corpses in front of him all slowly stood up without exception. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the chaotic scene of the supermarket rush, crowded with people, bustling and lively. Shinjien didn't fire a single shot and turned around, running out of the supermarket. This is completely the opposite of what he wanted. How could there be only one pretending to be dead out of 100? Clearly, it's one truly dead out of 100 pretending to be dead. Perhaps the sound of the vase was too loud. Even the zombies pretending to be dead outside the supermarket were startled, blocking his path. How is this possible? Shinjien naturally didn't fall for it and raised his gun to fire. The M9 pistol has a magazine capacity of up to 32 rounds, packing a powerful punch. Before he even finished a single clip, several zombies had already fallen to the ground, never to rise again. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated, Shinjien knew in his heart that the M9 equipped with a red dot sight, paired with a recoil-reducing grip and stock, was practically a shoot-where-you-aim weapon. With two casual shots, he blew a zombie's head apart. Hundreds of pursuers were still behind him, and Shinjien did not hesitate for a moment, continuing to run. In fact, he was not avoiding these hordes of corpses but had already devised a plan to lure them toward the barbed wire of the shelter, causing them to collectively self-destruct. The shelter was not far from the supermarket. It was estimated that in less than half an hour, the zombie army would arrive. Over 100 zombies, doesn't that amount to a few hundred points in value? Shinjien secretly felt proud, turning back to fire at the horde of corpses to prevent them from losing interest in him. As long as there weren't hundreds of zombie dogs, he could still hold them off. Meanwhile, on the low rooftop of Rongqing's supermarket, a few masked individuals poked their heads out, staring in shock in Shinjien's direction. Shinjien's entire operation was clearly seen by them. Who is this guy? Is he crazy? Looking at him like that, it doesn't seem like he's running away. Among them, a man and a woman dressed in law enforcement uniforms were quietly discussing Shinjien. This team consisted of 2 women and 4 men, with diverse identities: law enforcers, a doctor, a retired worker, an unemployed drifter, and a student. Jiang Yingxue, 28 years old, has been a law enforcer for 6 years. Her apprentice, Shen Haidong, is 4 years younger than her. A month ago, the two were assigned as partners by their superiors and usually patrol the northern district. When the disaster struck, they happened to pass by Rongqing's supermarket. At first, they thought it was a riot, but later realized the situation was more complex and quickly organized a rescue. However, there were too many people inside the supermarket, and there were only the 2 of them as enforcers. In the end, they could only save a few people and retreated to the rooftop themselves. Hiding on the rooftop was a last resort, but it was also the best way to stay safe. Their team originally had more than 20 people. In the first few days, they were relatively united, but by the 3rd day, internal conflicts began to arise. Some couldn't tolerate Jiang Yingshua's rules for distributing food and formed cliques to act independently. Others clamored to go home to save their loved ones. Faced with strong reactions, Jiang Yingxue had no choice but to compromise, releasing more than half of the people and tying ropes to the concrete pipes, allowing them to escape along the sidewall. In the following days, more people gradually left. Now, only 6 of them remain. Although they completely didn't understand why the young man who rushed into the supermarket deliberately made noise and startled over 100 zombies, it might not be a bad thing for them. After all, the horde of zombies had been completely drawn away by him. Jiang Yingxue thought it was a good time to scavenge for supplies and quickly said, "Xiaoshen, come downstairs with me." "Ah, Sister Shui, isn't it not a good time now?" Shen Haidong understood Jiang Yingshue's intention but still hesitated in his heart. Those zombies are extremely cunning, they even pretend to be dead. Yesterday, they bit Lao Fu, the retired worker in their team. No time to waste. If we don't find some warm clothes, we'll all freeze to death here tonight. Jiang Yingxue raised her voice significantly. She wasn't stupid. Yesterday's temperature was at least 10 degrees lower than today's, and it seemed like it would keep dropping. Food had already become secondary. Without winter clothing, if they didn't find something to keep warm, dying on the rooftop was just a matter of time. Sigh. Damn it, what on earth has happened to this world? People are barely alive, and now even the weather is turning against us? Shin Haidong couldn't help but complain, turning his head to look at the middle-aged man beside old Zhang. That man was old Fu's son, named Fu Hao. Hey, come over here and help out. Because he knew this middle-aged man was already in his 30s and still relied on his parents, and had been uncooperative during previous group activities, Shin Haidong had a very poor impression of him. I still have to take care of my dad. Fu Hao gave an awkward smile and perfunctorily asked old Fu, who was leaning against the corner of the wall, Dad, how are you feeling now? Old Fu waved his hand and said he was fine, but his pale and frail complexion could no longer fool anyone. Shin Haidong sighed helplessly and turned to look at the young female college student. The student immediately showed a look of terror and shook her head in refusal. I won't go. I won't go. I'll go with you. At this moment, a man in his 50s stood up. If possible, could we go to my clinic first? Dr. Liu, we need to check the situation outside first. We'll inform you when we return. For safety reasons, please don't come along for now. Jiang Yingxue spoke to stop him. Alright then. Dr. Liu's face was grave, and he could only nod in agreement. The two immediately moved away the obstruction at the rooftop door. As soon as they opened it, a zombie suddenly lunged at them. Watch out, Sister Shui. Shin Haidong quickly pushed Jiang Yingxue aside, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger, but instead of a gunshot, there was a crisp click sound. No bullets left. Shin Haidong froze, completely stunned. As the zombie closed in, he screamed in fear and fell to the ground. Suddenly, gunfire rang out, and the zombie's head burst open, collapsing with a thud. The nearby female student screamed in terror, while the others turned pale and quickly backed away. Jiang Yingxue lowered her gun and hurried to help Shin Haidong up. Actually, I'm almost out of bullets too, she said softly, a hint of helplessness on her face. Shuijia, I'm sorry. After the scare, the two of them followed the stairs and entered the supermarket. Shinjien emptied 2 magazines, basically stabilizing the aggro of the zombie horde. There shouldn't be any problem now, we just need to. As the thought just arose, the sound of dogs barking came from behind. He cursed under his breath and turned to look. 2 corpse dogs were about 20 meters away, charging toward him one after the other. Shinjien immediately pulled the trigger. This was probably his first time facing corpse dogs head-on without the protection of barbed wire. Although the opponent was fast, it charged straight ahead, allowing Shinjien to easily hit the leading corpse dog. The corpse hound staggered after being shot, its speed greatly reduced, and he seized the opportunity to fire several more shots. The leading corpse hound was hit by 3 bullets, and after being shot in the head, it fell, rolled a few times, and died on the spot. But the matter was not over yet. Its sacrifice bought time for its companions behind it. Shinjien originally intended to shoot evenly, but because that corpse hound blocked the bullets, another corpse hound successfully charged right in front of him. At the critical moment, Shinjien dropped the M9, drew the long knife from his waist and slashed down fiercely. This strike might have been a coincidence, or perhaps just sheer luck. The blade accurately sliced through the corpse dog's head, splitting its face cleanly down the middle. Blood splattered onto Shinjien's protective suit. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, then gave a slight flick to shake off the corpse of the split corpse dog. Thrilling but safe. Ha ha. Shinjien smiled calmly, glanced back at the position of the horde of corpses, and immediately ran back to the shelter. Perhaps the horde of corpses smelled the foul chemical traps in the yard. As their speed increased significantly, their eyes filled with greed. As if there were a large amount of fresh meat hidden in the yard, these frenzied hordes of corpses were undoubtedly a nightmare for ordinary survivors, as no one could stop their advance. Don't say they came for you. Even an ordinary person would be scared out of their wits at the sight of this 100-strong horde of corpses. However, these zombies took the wrong path and provoked someone they shouldn't have. The remarkable thing about this person is that he doesn't even need to lift a finger to easily dismantle this fearsome horde. Truly spectacular. At this moment, Shinjien had returned to the courtyard, closed the door, and couldn't help but marvel as he stared at the horde of corpses before him. This time, he finally got to personally experience what it felt like to be besieged by zombies. Of course, the outcome of this siege was obvious. The zombies would likely be completely annihilated, while he could earn a few hundred points in the process. When the zombies began crashing into the barbed wire, shattering one by one, Shinjien figured it was about time and saw no need to continue supervising nearby. After all, their target no longer seemed to be him but rather the foul-smelling chemical trap in the courtyard. In other words, he could now retreat completely unscathed, as the hatred had been entirely redirected. Thus, Shinjien quietly opened the back door of the courtyard and slipped out silently. Raiding the supermarket
supermarket for supplies, returning home fully loaded, and conveniently cleaning up the corpses for the zombie horde, 2 tasks accomplished in one go.
What a flawless plan! Shinjien felt secretly pleased and quickened his pace.
Although he was skirting around from the side and not far from the zombie horde, they didn't notice him at all of them frantically rushing toward the traps in the courtyard.
5 minutes later, Shinjien returned to the supermarket. The scene at the supermarket now was completely different from before. Although it was still in ruins, with bloodstains everywhere and a few skeletons lying in the corners. Fortunately, the corpses have almost completely disappeared. There are still plenty of items left on the shelves, though most are scattered on the ground and not easy to pick up. However, this doesn't matter to Shinjien. After all, once he cleared out the horde of corpses here, this supermarket became his territory. It seems that the nearby survivors must have already perished, otherwise, the supplies on the shelves wouldn't be so intact. Or perhaps many survivors did attempt to scavenge here but failed to leave alive, becoming part of the horde themselves. Forget it, there's no need to overthink. Even if there are still survivors, as long as they accidentally wander into the supermarket, Shinjien only needs to scare them off and drive them away. If that doesn't work, using a bit of force to expel them wouldn't be a problem. With a face full of smiles, Shinjien pushed a bloodstained shopping cart, ready to enjoy a thrilling spree of free shopping. In every sense, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The supplies on the shelves cost nothing. Take as much as you want, use it for as long as you like, or even take a bite and throw it away. Complete freedom of action. After all, this supermarket now belongs to him. Get lost. Plop! Shinjien looked down and found a severed hand of unknown origin in the cart. He grabbed it and threw it far away. Whoa! Snow, your hand, your hand. Be careful, there must be more zombies nearby. However, the next moment, a few startled cries came from the direction where he had thrown the hand. Shinjien froze instantly, instinctively stopping in his tracks and crouching behind the cart to conceal himself. The other side quickly quieted down, and the supermarket became eerily silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Smack! From above, the two sides were now separated by just one shelf. At this moment, Shinjien pressed against the shelf, moving with extreme caution. On the other side, Jiang Yingshuet and Shen Haidong were using the waist-high counter in the miscellaneous goods section as cover, advancing silently step by step. Both parties were clearly trying to locate each other, but with entirely different intentions. Shinjien was searching for the exact location of the man and woman, while they mistakenly thought Shinjien was a zombie and wanted to find his hiding spot. Should be right next door. Shoo, keep your voice down, there might be more than one. I'll go around, and we'll flank them from both sides. Shinjien heard their conversation, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Right next door? He speculated in his heart and noticed gaps between the shelves, barely allowing him to glimpse the situation on the other side. At that moment, a figure slowly passed by next door. It was Shen Haidong, intending to circle around, but Shinjien didn't know who it was and suddenly turned his head to stare at him. Law enforcement member? Seeing Shen Haidong's uniform, Shinjien was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this supermarket is still under official control? But that doesn't make sense. If that were the case, with their capabilities, why haven't they cleared out the zombies here? Thinking of the first sentence, Shinjien felt a bit embarrassed. After all, that would mean he couldn't fulfill his dream of becoming a king of the mountain. But then, considering the second sentence, he felt there was still hope. Besides, it seemed like there were only 2 enforcers present. Maybe they were stragglers. Or perhaps they were simply imposters? In any case, all these possibilities existed. Why not first figure things out and then proceed with courtesy before force? As Shinjien was pondering, another figure walked over from next door. It was Jiang Yingshui. Shinjien glanced at her and saw that she was holding a gun, but he didn't show any panic. It was normal for enforcers to carry firearms, so did that mean they weren't fake enforcers? Suddenly, Shinjien thought of a way to both avoid direct confrontation and gather information, asking them questions through the shelves. But just as he was about to speak, the woman turned around and came back again. In the next instant, her figure vanished like a ghost. Hey, don't! Swoosh! The other party's actions left Shinjien a bit bewildered. Just at that moment, as the sound of goods shifting on the shelf echoed, the woman's face appeared through the gap between 2 items. Her eyes were sharp, and the gun in her hand was pointed directly at Shinjien. Naturally, Shinjien saw her too. Staring at the cold muzzle of the gun, his mind went completely blank. A person? It's actually a human? Jiang Yingshui had already sensed earlier, while passing by, that something seemed to be hiding behind the adjacent shelf. She had planned to take a detour and shoot the zombie through the shelf, but now, seeing clearly that it was a human, she froze in place. The next moment, she quickly recognized that it was the young man who had just lured away hundreds of zombies. Why has he come back again? That's not right. Why is he back so soon? Isn't it? Just as Jiang Yingshui was about to lower her gun and greet him, Shinjien suddenly raised the M9 and frantically pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Shinjien's mindset was considered steady, but not steady enough to handle such a situation. Seeing the gun pointed at him, his first reaction was definitely not to
calmly say, "Don't move, put the gun down," but rather to assume the other party would threaten him, so he chose to strike first. 2 bullets grazed past Jiang Yingshue's ear, and only then did she snap out of it. Shocked, she immediately ducked to take cover. She never expected that the first thing the other person would do upon seeing her was to open fire. Although she knew the other person had a gun and had speculated that their identity might be similar to hers as a law enforcer, she had never considered the other person to be a cold-blooded lunatic. After all, at first glance, whether in demeanor or appearance, they seemed so youthful and innocent. But to not say a word upon seeing someone similar and instead open fire directly? It turns out you really can't judge a person by their appearance. She had been far too naive. Thus, in just a few seconds, Jiang Yingxue reclassified Shinjien from a good person to a cold-blooded desperado. At the same time, she began to fight back. The two of them engaged in a frenzied shootout across the shelves. The goods on the shelves were easily shattered and pierced, with sparks flying from the ricocheting fragments. Yet, perhaps due to the peculiar shooting angles, they were evenly matched and neither managed to hit the other. In terms of sustained firepower, Jiang Yingxue was naturally no match for Shinjien. She was using a domestic 7-style new pistol, with a magazine capacity of only 8 rounds. Meanwhile, Shinjien's M9 had a capacity of 32 rounds, 4 times hers. While Jiang Yingxue was hiding to reload, Shinjien hadn't even finished his bullets and continued pouring out firepower. Perhaps Shinjien's hand speed was too fast, causing Jiang Yingxue to panic and start thinking wildly, is this guy using a submachine gun? Or is it equipped with a silencer? Could he be a drug dealer wanted online? How does he have equipment better than law enforcement? While Jiang Yingxue was still in shock, a bullet grazed her delicate, fair cheek. The burning sensation instantly gave her the feeling of being taken out. Her hand loosened, and the magazine she hadn't finished loading flew out. She also fell to the ground, instinctively covering her head with both hands. Only then did Shinjien prepare to reload. On the other side, Shen Haidong hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Sister Shui." Losing sight of the woman, Shinjien naturally turned the gun toward the man. Shen Haidong's face changed drastically, letting out a terrified scream as he lunged forward, narrowly dodging the bullet. The two sides' vision was completely obstructed, but Shinjien understood that the opponent wouldn't dare act rashly and could only continue suppressing them with firepower. Although the idea seemed somewhat unrealistic, Shinjien truly intended to shoot through the shelves to hit the enemy. After all, he still had 10 magazines and over 300 rounds of ammunition in hand. He refused to believe he couldn't break them down. "Hey, brother, stop shooting. We're humans, not zombies. Hey, did you hear that?" Shen Haidong hurriedly began to explain, his voice trembling slightly due to the gunfire. Shinjien heard him clearly but did not respond, continuing to fire. "Stop shooting, brother, we should have a proper talk." After emptying 4 or 5 magazines, the shelf in front had already been blasted into a large hole. Jiang Yingxue finally couldn't help but speak. She felt that counterattacking was meaningless, especially since the opponent's firepower suppression seemed as if they were carrying an entire arsenal. The only way to save their lives right now is to negotiate. The other party barged into the supermarket in such a hurry, probably to scavenge for resources. At worst, let him scavenge, there are plenty of supplies here. The most important thing is to stabilize his emotions first. Of course, they absolutely cannot let him monopolize the resources. Negotiation isn't a one-time thing, and she has experience. She used to be a negotiation expert and successfully resolved many hostage crises. Turning big problems into small ones, she is confident she can handle it. Shinjien hadn't lost his composure either. Hearing the other party propose negotiations, he lowered his gun. "What do you want to negotiate about? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Jiang Yingxue, and I am an enforcer. This is Shen Haidong, also an enforcer. My name is Shinjien. May I ask, since you are law enforcers, why do you want to kill me?" Shinjien first introduced himself, his gaze fixed intently on them as he asked, "Kill you? Wei." Jiang Yingxue was stunned. Only then did she recall the earlier situation and suddenly realized the truth. It turned out to be nothing more than a misunderstanding. At first, she had mistaken Shinjien for a zombie and almost fired her gun. Unexpectedly, the other party thought she was about to shoot and retaliated. "Listen, brother, let me apologize first. This is entirely my fault. I mistook you for a zombie and almost fired." Jiang Yingshue's explanation made Shinjien shake his head. "I don't believe you, unless you can prove your law enforcement." Shen Haidong sighed, stood up, and Shinjien immediately pointed his gun at him. "Don't panic, brother. Look at this uniform I'm wearing. Isn't it enough to prove my identity?" Shen Haidong hurriedly tugged at his uniform, looking a bit embarrassed. "Ha, do you think I'm stupid? I could put on a uniform and pretend to be an enforcer too." Shinjien's words left Shen Haidong momentarily stunned. They were indeed reasonable and well-founded. In the past, if someone impersonated an enforcer by wearing a uniform, they might have been taken in for a chat. But now that social order had collapsed, not to mention wearing a uniform, even streaking down the street wouldn't draw any attention. "Xiaoshen, stop spacing out and take out your duty badge." Jiang Yingxue
Shue stood up and immediately reminded him. Yes, the duty badge.
Shin Haidong finally realized, letting out a sigh of relief, as if grabbing a lifeline.
This is enough to prove our identity. Let me show you.
Jiang Yingxue slid the duty badges of the two people along the shelf to Shinjien. Shinjien grabbed them, staring at the badges while still pointing his gun at them. Put down the gun, there's no need to be so cautious,
Jiang Yingxue reminded him.
Shinjien frowned and glanced at her but did not immediately lower the gun. It was only after he finished examining the badges that he slowly put the gun down. The photos on the badges don't lie, confirming that the two were indeed law enforcers.
The farce finally came to an end.
Shinjien let out a sigh of relief, but his mood did not completely relax, as more important issues still awaited him.
Shinjien, come over here, let's have a good talk.
At this moment, Jiang Yingxue spoke, her face adorned with a sweet smile that made it hard for anyone to feel guarded or wary.
Shinjien
put away his gun, walked around the shelves, and finally stood face to face with the two.
Jiang Yingxue proactively extended her hand.
Shinjien was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized she wanted to shake hands with him.
A handshake symbolized reconciliation and friendliness.
Jiang Yingxue's hand was delicate and fair, soft like a piece of cake.
However, an inexplicable sense of aversion arose in Shinjien's heart.
In his previous life, ever since his fiancée had betrayed him, his wariness toward women had become deeply ingrained.
Where are you from, Shinjien? Why should I tell you where I'm from?
Shinjien smiled faintly and responded softly. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily at a loss for words, then said, alright, let me start. Our team has 6 people in total, and we're
currently living on the rooftop of this supermarket.
Besides you and me, the others are students, a physician, and a retired worker. Just now, you diverted all the zombies in the supermarket, we all saw it.
You're amazing and very brave.
I'm very grateful that you helped us solve this tricky problem. Although there was a little misunderstanding earlier, fortunately, it was all cleared up, and we didn't suffer any losses. You must be here to search for supplies, so hurry up and search.
It's still very dangerous here.
Jiang Yingxue spoke a lot in one breath, seemingly unwilling to give Shinjien a chance to interject.
However, Shinjien could hear the deeper meaning
in her words, especially the last sentence. To put it bluntly, they wanted him to grab some items from the supermarket and then leave quickly.
How could Shinjien let them take advantage of him? He was well aware of what Jiang Yingxue was thinking.
Not only did she have this idea, but she also had an even more ambitious plan to win him over. That's right, their equipment was simply too luxurious. Protective suits, gas masks, protective gloves, and a fully equipped silenced M9 pistol with firepower comparable to a submachine gun.
With Shinjien around, the team's survival chances would undoubtedly increase significantly.
As long as Shinjien agreed to scavenge for supplies, she would immediately invite him to join them. If Shinjien nodded in agreement, everything would proceed exactly as she had planned. This way, they would save a batch of supplies, gain a powerful team member, and, more importantly, Shinjien would surely share his resource points, and their ammunition would be replenished. Of course, if there are extra protective suits and gas masks, that would be even better. There would be no need to wear a rag all day, cowering from the bacteria in the air. If Shinjien knew what Jiang Yingxue was thinking at this moment, he would definitely mock her on the spot. Your idea is really self-indulgent. Jiang Yingxue simply laid her cards on the table and said half-jokingly, why don't you join our team?
Seeing how cautious you are, you must be on your own, right? Shinjien ignored Jiang Yingxue's remarks and instead asked back, can you be reasonable?
These words left both of them stunned. Shinjien continued, I won't beat around the bush, even if you are enforcers.
This supermarket now belongs to me. Do you have any objections, gentlemen?
After speaking, he glanced at the two of them and shrugged, saying, What? Jiang Yingxue was instantly stunned, feeling that this was simply daylight robbery.
Shin Haidong, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, Brother, Shin, you must be joking. Isn't this equivalent to taking over our territory? We secured this place a week ago. You're the one being unreasonable here. This territory was never yours to begin with.
Because it was occupied by hundreds of zombies. And I can take down these hundreds of zombies, but you can't.
So, it's mine now, no problem with that, right? Shinjien's words were concise and powerful, hitting the nail on the head. Shin Haidong's face instantly turned green. These words couldn't be more reasonable.
If the supermarket weren't packed with zombies, making it impossible to scavenge supplies normally, there wouldn't have been disagreements over resources, let alone people leaving or scattering. We were all in the same boat, all just trying to survive. So why act like this?
If you and I form an alliance, wouldn't this supermarket also count as yours?
Jiang Yingshue's face was full of embarrassment at this moment as she tried her best to persuade him.
She didn't believe she couldn't convince this young kid who was younger than her.
Little did she know, Shinjien's actual age was much older than hers, and the storms he had weathered far exceeded hers. I think I've said enough, there's no need to explain further.
Shinjien sighed and, with a click, loaded the M9. This is just a deterrent. He certainly wouldn't kill an enforcer without cause.
Hearing the crisp sound of the gun being cocked, the two trembled all over, realizing that saying more was pointless and things might take a turn for the worse.
Alright, we'll give up this supermarket to you, but you have to leave us a way to survive. Let us take a few warm clothes, Jiang Yingxue said with a trembling voice. No, if you want to trade, you have to buy, Shinjien said, eyes wide open. Shen Haidong turned back at this moment and joked with a smile. Alright, Boss Qin, may I ask how much the clothes in your store cost? Speaking, he conveniently took out his wallet, ready to pay. But Qin Jian waved his hand and firmly refused. I never said I had to buy it with money. Nowadays, even if you gave me $1 billion for free, I wouldn't want it. Shen Haidong, having been rebuffed by Qin Jian several times, helplessly spread his hands, stepped aside, and said bitterly, fine, I won't get involved anymore. Jiang Yingxue, not yet discouraged to the point of giving up, quickly shifted her approach and said, then can I trade something of equal value for the thermal clothing? Sure, let's hear it. Jiang Yingxue frowned, thinking carefully. There was still plenty of food and drink left, but Qin Jian definitely wouldn't need them, since he now had a whole supermarket at his disposal. Medicine and medical equipment. Right, those aren't in supermarkets, he definitely needs them. Jiang Yingxue hurriedly added, we have plenty of medicines and medical equipment, all brand new. SSS. Qin Jian took a deep breath and began to think seriously. Medicines and medical equipment were indeed what his supermarket lacked, but he was in good health and didn't need them for the time being. How about this, leave the medicines with me first. Do you have fresh vegetables over there? Qin Jian changed the topic, as his original intention for this trip was to save vegetables. No matter how many there were, he wouldn't mind having more. Jiang Yingxue didn't hesitate either, nodded in agreement, and instructed Shen Haidong to go upstairs to find fresh vegetables. Qin Jian didn't idle around. He went back to fetch a cart and quickly headed to the vegetable section. Seeing the neatly arranged fresh vegetables wrapped in plastic wrap on the vegetable stand, Qin Jian immediately showed a look of delight. Wow, the variety is really complete. Let me pick a few today and come back tomorrow. Qin Jian muttered to herself and froze as she approached the vegetable shop. The vegetables looked fresh from a distance because the details weren't clear. Upon closer inspection, the vegetables inside the plastic wrap were actually covered in spots and rot. Moreover, these rotten spots are not ordinary diseases but appear in a web-like pattern, densely packed and horrifying. Vegetables have come to life? The next moment, Qin Jian was startled by the cabbage that suddenly jumped up beside him. The cabbage happened to land at his feet, and he kicked it away. Splish splish. The cabbage fell in the hallway, making a strange sound, and even spun around. Then, Qin Jian saw that the cabbage had actually grown 2 black tentacles. The tentacles swayed inexplicably, causing the cabbage to roll back and forth. Faced with this mentally devastating scene, Qin Jian thought to himself how much time it would take in this lifetime to heal his soul. Although he couldn't understand why these vegetables had mutated so bizarrely, Qin Jian chose not to run away. Instead, he walked toward the cabbage with tentacles, ready to stomp on it. Better not step on it, or you'll dirty your shoes. Qin Jian suddenly had a bright idea and took out a lighter. While the monster was still motionless, he bent down and lit the base of the cabbage, then let out an ah, and quickly ran away. Immediately, he heard the burning cabbage emit a sound resembling a baby's cry. You might as well scare me to death, Qin Jian complained with an unpleasant expression, watching the cabbage monster completely turn to char, then casually set the entire vegetable stall around it on fire. No one knew if more monsters would jump out of those vegetables. Besides, the vegetables had already been corroded by bacteria, and to prevent them from affecting other goods, the only solution was to burn them. 5 minutes later, several vegetable stalls were engulfed in roaring flames. Naturally, Qin Jian wasn't foolish enough to leave the accelerants lying around. He kicked them aside to prevent the fire from spreading to other areas. When Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong came downstairs, they saw the vegetable section not far away blazing fiercely. They were initially startled, but seeing Qin Jian standing there with a calm expression, they didn't think much of it. Sorry to keep you waiting. How about this? Jiang Yingxue walked over to Qin Jian and handed over 2 carrots. Those were the only vegetables they had left, taken from Old Fu's vegetable basket. To be honest, if it weren't for the eggs and vegetables from Old Fu's basket, their team might have fallen apart long ago. Just these 2? Qin Jian looked at the 2 carrots and asked with a hint of disdain. There are more, but they're rather special. Jiang Yingxue turned to glance at Shen Haidong, who handed over 2 flower pots. At first glance at the flower pot, Qin Jian frowned, using a potted plant to fool me? Are you joking? No, take a closer look, Shen Haidong quickly reminded. Qin Jian stretched his neck to take a closer look and found that the flower pot wasn't planted with a potted plant, but with green onions and garlic. These 2 items were accidentally discovered by Shen Haidong in the corner of the rooftop, and it seems they are almost fully grown. Although they are considered a type of vegetable, the key is that the other party doesn't mind. Qin Jian naturally didn't mind green onions and garlic. After all, they can be used in cooking and have detoxifying and anti-cancer properties. In this post-apocalyptic world, their food status is quite high. However, thinking about those vegetables earlier, full of rotten spots and even growing legs to scurry around, Qin Jian couldn't help but swallow and said, let me check first to see if they've grown legs. The 2 of them had not witnessed the earlier scene. Hearing Qin Jian's words, they immediately looked confused and exchanged glances. Fortunately, after inspection, these vegetables showed no abnormalities. No problem, the deal is done. 2 carrots, 4 garlic bulbs, and 4 green onions. Calculated, you can get 10 sets of warm clothing. Anyway, these clothes are of no use to me, so you might as well take advantage of them. Shinjien calculated and said. Jiang Yingxue felt this was a bit unnecessary and hurriedly asked, we only need 6 sets, would it be possible to exchange the remaining 4 for something else? Shinjien frowned slightly, glanced at her with a hint of disdain, and advised, I suggest you keep a few extra sets as backup, because in a few days the temperature might drop below freezing, and wearing just 1 layer won't be enough. Jiang Yingxue asked in confusion. Shinjien blurted out, I guessed. After a brief negotiation, Jiang Yingxue's side finally compromised and went upstairs carrying a basket of warm clothing. Before leaving, Shinjien gave them his address and said that if they found any extra fresh vegetables again, they should definitely deliver them to his door, as he would be happy to trade. At the same time, he didn't forget to warn them not to take anything while he was away. Otherwise, if he caught them, they could forget about staying on the rooftop. Jiang Yingxue and the other person naturally didn't dare to offend him. After all, they might have the guts of a thief but not the heart of one, and if Qin Jin decided to act, it would be effortless for him. Although Qin Jian verbally warned them not to touch the supermarket's items, he himself couldn't guard it 24 hours a day to catch them in the act. Besides, if they wanted to steal something, it would be easy. After all, the supermarket had so many items that he wouldn't even notice if a little went missing. Just as Qin Jian was racking his brains, he suddenly noticed 4 corpse hounds appearing out of nowhere, blocking the entrance while gnawing on nearby corpses. 4 corpse hounds together were quite terrifying. He had just tried a 1-on-2 fight earlier and barely made it through. He only managed to kill the second one by sheer luck with a knife. However, at the moment, the supermarket still had a back door available. Seems like there's a way. Qin Jian suddenly came up with a brilliant idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he avoid these 4 corpse dogs, but he could also make them his free guard dogs. Let's give it a try. He nodded, quietly pushed the cart to the back door, returned to the supermarket, kept a distance of about 20 meters from the corpse dogs, and then shouted at them loudly, hey! The sound startled the 4 corpse dogs so much that they jolted violently. Upon spotting the fresh meat in front of them, they immediately charged forward. Qin Jian shouted and immediately turned around and ran. The corpse dogs chased faster than he had imagined, but fortunately, the back door wasn't far. Within seconds, he had reached the back door exit and left the door slightly ajar to observe the movements of the corpse dogs. When the 4 corpse dogs lunged at the door together, Qin Jian slammed it shut. Bang! Bang! A series of synchronized banging sounds rang out. Qin Jian locked the back door, listened carefully for 2 seconds, confirmed that they were still banging on the door, and then quickly sprinted 100 meters to circle around to the front door. As the front door slammed shut with a bang, the corpse hounds unexpectedly discovered that the fresh meat had reappeared in the spot where they had just been scavenging. They immediately wagged their tongues and charged back. Over here, Qin Jian picked up the chain lock and the key inserted in it from the ground and locked the door tightly. The corpse hounds rammed the door fiercely, even to the point of smashing their heads and drawing blood. Blood splattered on the transparent glass door, cracking into fine fractures, and Qin Jian instinctively leaned back. Then, he calmly pulled down the roller shutter above his head, locked it with the key on the chain, turned around to retrieve the cart, and walked away without looking back. Everything was under his control. Now, the supermarket was somewhat safer. It was difficult for people outside to break in, and those inside could hardly go downstairs. In short, unless hundreds of people appear at the same time, these 4 corpse hounds working together are practically a nightmare for small survivor teams. Returning to the wire gate, Qin Jian smacked his lips and carefully examined the situation. Those 100 or so zombies had almost all crashed to death. The few lucky ones that survived did so because the bodies of their companions blocked the wire gate, leaving them nowhere to crash. However, they ultimately couldn't escape Qin Jian's gun. He aimed, fired single shots, and precisely blew their heads off. My goodness, Qin Jian muttered under his breath. How should this be cleaned up? Staring at the pile of over 100 corpses at the gate, his only thought was that if the recycling machine didn't have a lottery limit, he would have already made a fortune. Although the bodies were overflowing, they were still useful. To clean up, he'd have to move them into the yard for storage. But how long would it take to transport them all? Forget it, he decided not to worry about it for now. Qin Jian turned around and went back into the house. That evening, he prepared a sumptuous dinner for himself. Scrambled eggs with green onions, and stir-fried carrots with ham sprinkled with garlic powder. 2 small dishes, exquisite and delicious, just enough to finish without wasting. Qin Jian took a deep breath, and his nostrils were instantly filled with the aroma of the stir-fried dishes. The entire house was permeated with the enticing fragrance of the food. My cooking skills really haven't declined. Haha, he laughed happily. Picking up the bowl, Qin Jian devoured the food ravenously, clearing the dishes as if a storm had swept through. Not a single grain of rice was left in the bowl, and the plates were wiped clean, with not even a trace of grease remaining. This is so great. If only I could cook for myself every day, he sighed. It's just that fresh vegetables are really too scarce. Thinking of the lively cabbages in the supermarket,
supermarket during the day, Shinjien couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine.
Ah, the Doomsday Fortress is great in every way, except you can't grow vegetables.
If only I could get a high-tech greenhouse, collect some seeds, and be self-sufficient, that would be perfect. Just as Shinjien was lying on the leather sofa, picking his teeth with a toothpick, the system suddenly spoke up. Host, please rest assured.
What you need is on the second level of the Doomsday Fortress. Please work hard to continue unlocking the equipment.
Shinjien instantly sat up straight, his eyes wide open. System, did you say there's a greenhouse on the second floor? He asked eagerly. You're spoiling things so much, I'm starting to feel a bit embarrassed, the system replied with a hint of teasing in its tone. Shinjien chuckled foolishly, trying to chat with the system and hoping to learn more about the second floor of the fortress. But after saying that one sentence, the system fell silent. Helpless, Shinjien shrugged. Usually, this system was so aloof that getting it to initiate a conversation was almost impossible.
However, it's not a bad thing. Without much effort, the willow grows into shade. This statement from the system piqued his curiosity about the second-level equipment. A greenhouse, huh? With that, there would be no worries about vegetables. But it seems like I have to unlock all the first-level equipment before I can access the second level.
Thinking of this, Shinjien opened the shelter's equipment interface. At present, the first-level equipment yet to be unlocked includes the task board, recreation area, and medicine crafting station, requiring 1,300 and 500 points respectively. Not expensive. If I can save up 1,800 points by tomorrow, I'll unlock it directly. Shinjien nodded and made a silent decision.
These three pieces of equipment all look quite practical.
The first task list not only allows you to take on system-issued tasks to earn point rewards but also offers a chance to obtain blueprints.
The second recreational area needs no further explanation.
Entertainment facilities like playing pool or using a computer in the apocalypse are practically Imperial-level treatment.
The third medicine-making station, although of limited use, is still necessary for emergencies.
After all, no one can guarantee they won't get sick in the future. After making the decision, Shinjien returned to the kitchen, took various fruits out of the refrigerator, and carefully cut them into a
fruit platter with a knife.
Once arranged, he brought it to the coffee table to enjoy. These fruits were all given to him by Lu Lang. Speaking of which, he wondered how this childhood friend was doing in their shelter.
Had he followed his advice and worn a gas mask? Or had something unfortunate already happened to him? He probably wouldn't die.
Despite his usual carelessness, in the memories of this body, that guy was actually meticulous and very thorough. So, there's no need to trouble yourself right now by visiting their shelter. As the saying goes, living well is better than anything else. After finishing the fruit platter, Shinjien went straight to bed.
He slept exceptionally well.
Normally, he would wake up no later than 8 during this period, but today, when he checked the time, it was already 8:30. But there was nothing urgent today, so Shinjien got up leisurely. He lazily walked toward the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror, and finally decided to freshen up properly. Instinctively turning on the faucet, Shinjien froze for a moment, then remembered that he had shut off the water valve earlier, and the tap water had already been contaminated, making it completely unusable.
I can't possibly use bottled water to wash my face and brush my teeth every day, can I?
While brushing his teeth, Shinjien couldn't help but mutter to himself. He moved in 2 cases of mineral water yesterday, and there are still hundreds of cases in the supermarket.
It sounds like the mineral water supply is quite sufficient, and it's all for personal use.
But on second thought, since there's no tap water, cooking these days relies entirely on mineral water, and now it's also being used for washing up.
In the future, it might even be used for laundry, boiling for tea.
In short, wanting to replace tap water with mineral water would result in an almost unimaginable consumption. To be honest, using up several hundred cases of mineral water in a year is not impossible. Shinjien tried opening the upgrade options for the sink to see if there was any equipment like a water purifier, but found nothing and had to give up. Hopefully, when the second level is unlocked, I can get some water-related equipment. He silently prayed in his heart. After quickly washing his face and eating, Shinjien opened the settlement interface.
High quality sleep, plus 23 points. Today's points settlement. Survival confirmed, plus 30 points. Extremely luxurious diet, plus 21 points. A weapon is about to be fully equipped, plus 50 points. First melee encounter with a zombie dog. Reward, blue pill blueprint.
Barbed wire kills a zombie,
plus 860 points. Attracts over 100 zombies, showing exceptional courage, plus 80 points. Negotiated with survivors, complete victory, plus 100 points. Occupied the supermarket for personal use, plus 2,000 points. Point settlement, 3575. Remaining points, 3828. TH 3,000 points? Just by occupying a supermarket, he earned 2,000 points. After going out yesterday, Shinjien practically earned enough points to buy a house. Now, not only can he unlock all 3 devices, but he'll still have over 2,000 points left. He patted his chest, trying to calm himself down.
However, uncontrollable laughter still burst out from his throat, crisp and loud like a barbell hitting the
the ground. How the heck can anyone control this? As soon as he stepped out, he attracted a group of zombies, and just during the time it took to buy some stuff, he earned so many points. At this rate, not to mention the second level, the third level will probably be unlocked soon. By the way, it seems like I also got a blueprint. Shinjien put away his smile, calmed his emotions, and began searching the system warehouse. Blueprint for the blue pill. Blue pill? Seeing the name of the design, Shinjien's mind suddenly conjured up that legendary male miracle pill. But this thing was of no use to him. It's not like he had any issues in that regard. However, the items given by the system seemed to be completely random. Forget it, if there's a chance, I might as well give it a try. Then Shinjien used the system to locate the blueprint for the blue pill, which was stored in the medicine production station he planned to upgrade. So, spending 1800 points, Shinjien quickly unlocked these three facilities. As tremors echoed through the room, dust quietly rose. Shinjien swiftly moved to the doorway and picked up the gas mask on the ground, putting it on. About 5 minutes later, everything returned to calm. A platform with a mysterious beam of light appeared in the hall, along with something resembling a blackboard and a new door in the corner. That platform should be the medicine crafting station. Text flickered on the blackboard, clearly a task list. As for what's behind that door, apart from the lounge area, there shouldn't be anything else. Shinjien walked to the center of the hall with satisfaction, looked around, and nodded heavily. All the facilities on the first floor are fully unlocked. So, the second floor should be unlocked, right? He didn't rush to the stairs but planned to first check the specific functions of these three new facilities. After all, even if the greenhouse on the second floor is unlocked, there aren't any seeds to plant, are there? He first placed the blueprint for the blue pill into the medicine crafting station and began to examine it. Medicine crafting station. Upgrade path. Level 2 medicine crafting station, 5000. Overview. A platform for crafting special medicines, capable of temporarily enhancing the body. Craftable. Red pill, 550 medicine units. Blue pill, 1000/100 medicine units. Sharp eye elixir, 1500/150 medicine units. Shinjien looked at this information, slightly dazed. This was the first time he had seen that making something not only required points but also consumed other resources. However, he was completely clueless about the so-called medicine quantity. So, he decided to consult the system about this issue. The system immediately provided an answer. Host, the medicine production station comes with a medicine decomposer. As long as you put various medicines or raw materials for medicines into it, it can decompose them into medicine quantity. The amount of medicine quantity depends on the freshness and rarity of the decomposed medicine. Oh, thanks for the explanation. Shinjien nodded, finally understanding. Various medicines must be thrown into the decomposer to extract the drug quantity. But relying on points to buy these medicines is really not worth it. The cheapest medicine costs 500 points, wouldn't it be better to use those points to upgrade equipment? Moreover, even if points aren't a concern, relying solely on points to purchase medicines means there's no way to stockpile them in the future. They can only be bought and used as needed. Therefore, using the drug quantity to produce is undoubtedly the most cost-effective. At the moment, he doesn't even have the slightest drug quantity extracted from medicines, but finding medicine isn't difficult. Less than 2 kilometers from his home, there's a pharmacy, and Jiang Yingxue mentioned yesterday that she has quite a few medicinal herbs. Now it seems Jiang Yingxue is closer to him, making it more convenient to retrieve the medicine. However, there's no rush. Let's first see what effects these three types of medicine have. Shinjien began to examine them carefully. The red pill, once ingested, can immediately restore 50% of physical injuries and also increase the wound healing speed by 10 times for 3 days. It is suitable for emergency treatment and endurance. The blue pill was not the type of medicine he had imagined before. Instead, after taking it, one gains an antibody effect lasting 3 days. No bacteria or viruses can invade the body. In other words, after taking this pill, even if accidentally bitten by a zombie or corpse dog, as long as the antibody buff hasn't worn off, he won't be infected, no matter how severe the wound is. This is more defensive in nature, and its effect is incredibly powerful. Finally, there's the sharp eye elixir, which leans towards offense. After consumption, strength and speed will be greatly enhanced, and the senses of smell, hearing, and vision will also be heightened. The effect lasts for 2 days. These three medicines are more potent one after another, and they have no side effects. They can even be taken together, with effects that stack. If you take all three medicines at once, wouldn't you be invincible when you go out? Shinjien could hardly wait to imagine the grandeur of stepping out fully buffed after taking the medicines. After finishing his inspection of the medicine crafting station, Shinjien walked over to the task board. The task list has clear fonts, arranged horizontally, with each task separated by a beam of light, exactly 3 tasks. Task list. Upgrade direction, medium task list, 2000. Overview, responsible for providing tasks for the castle master, updated weekly. Task 1, personally kill 50 zombies. Reward, 500 points. Task 2, personally kill 15 corpse dogs. Reward, 800 points. Task 3, provide assistance to a survivor. Reward, an additional random reward chance for the corpse disposal machine. P.S. All completed tasks will be settled together with the daily point settlement. Well, these tasks are manageable. Seeing the task details, Shinjien's eyes lit up. He had thought the system would assign some unreasonable hellish tasks, but it turned out that personally killing monsters was entirely within his capability. 50 zombies would definitely be easy. He could finish them in a day. 15 corpse dogs would require a few waves of attacks, but it wasn't too difficult either. As for aiding the survivors, does making a deal with Jiang Yingxue count as aiding her? Since I need to go out and find her anyway, why not give it a try? Shinjien readied his gun, put on his gear, and prepared to head out. Suddenly, he remembered he still had over 2,000 points unused, so he returned to the living room. Points are useless if hoarded. It's better to spend them on upgrading equipment or gear. He quickly scanned through various gear and equipment, finally stopping in front of the light weapons crafting station, his gaze fixed on the double-barreled shotgun worth 2,000 points. That's right, he planned to craft a double-barreled shotgun as his second primary weapon. This gun is a shotgun, incredibly powerful, capable of shredding enemies to pieces in close combat. With it, dealing with corpse dogs will definitely be simpler and more direct, capable of killing them in one shot. The only drawback is that it can only hold 2 bullets, but that doesn't matter. The key is that it can instantly kill monsters. So Shinjien didn't hesitate and spent 2,000 points to craft the double-barreled shotgun. Weighing the gun in his hand, he felt as steady as if a heavy stone had been placed in his heart. The perfect weight, the smooth and delicate texture, not to mention those deadly bullets. He loaded 2 red rounds into the chamber and spent 28 points to buy 14 bullets. The reason he didn't buy a round number was because he had used up all his points. That's right, his remaining points were 0, he had spent them all cleanly. But Shinjien felt exceptionally satisfied. After all, these points were like money, spent on something he liked and found worthwhile, rather than being used to pay off a mortgage, car loan, or debts. At this moment, he suddenly realized that guns were truly a man's romance. Although the double-barreled shotgun had limited ammunition, Shinjien couldn't wait to find a target to test its feel. He pushed open the door, and a gust of cold wind blew into the room as usual. Shinjien didn't notice it at all, only feeling his body slightly tilt under the force of the strong wind. Outside the door, everything was a stark white. Wait, this sense of whiteness felt somewhat familiar. Shinjien stood in the courtyard, his brows furrowed, instinctively reaching out his hand. A perfectly formed snowflake gently landed in his palm. Snow in August, right at the beginning of autumn. How strange, winter had stolen autumn's thunder and arrived a season early. Shinjien sighed, pushed open the iron gate, and was met with the sight of a zombie walking toward him. This zombie was covered in snow, with a layer of white frost forming on its decayed skin, which somehow made it look much more tolerable. Good morning, Mr. Zombie. Care for some freshly fired bullets? Shinjien greeted absurdly, then raised the double-barreled shotgun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening, causing Shinjien's ears to ring and his body to flinch. Ever since he equipped the M9 pistol in his hand with a silencer, it had been a long time since he had heard the sound of a real gun. The shotgun spewed a tongue of fire, and in an instant, the bullet fragmented into several pieces, deeply embedding into the zombie's body, creating dozens of bloody holes. The powerful impact sent the entire zombie flying violently. When it hit the ground, it was already in a state of utter disrepair, with several fingers broken, and its internal organs and intestines scattered everywhere. Shinjien stepped forward to inspect it and was instantly shocked. The corpse had already rotted and turned to mush. Sure enough, the power is astonishing. If it weren't powerful enough, how could it be used for hunting, dealing with birds and beasts larger than humans? He revealed a faint smile and loaded another round into the gun chamber. There was no other way. A double-barreled shotgun could only hold 2 bullets at a time. Unless it was an emergency, he would always ensure sufficient ammunition. With this shotgun in hand, Shinjien's stride became even more unrestrained. He walked with his head held high and chest out, as if he were the most confident person in the world. While crossing the street, he casually took out 2 zombies pretending to be dead. Want to trick me? No way. The reason he could see through those 2 zombies pretending to be dead was because the ground they were lying on was unusually clean. Not only was there no spilled entrails, but not even a single drop of blood. As for those truly dead zombies, they were either incomplete or covered in blood. At least for him, the act of playing dead was completely ineffective against Shinjien. He even humiliated those zombies pretending to be dead in order to save bullets, such as kicking them in the butt to wake them up and then decapitating them from behind with a long knife. Damn it, why are there so many pretending to be dead? Along the way, there was hardly a single zombie standing. They were all lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Their behavior greatly slowed down Shinjien's progress, forcing him to slow his pace, wake them up one by one, and then decapitate them. Boom! Beheading also made it easier for him to mark these dead zombies, allowing him to quickly spot the ones pretending to be dead next time. After a round of cleaning, Shinjien finally managed to clear the necessary path almost completely. Probably killed about 40, right? Thinking about the task of killing 50 zombies, he nodded slightly and muttered to himself, yourself out the door for less than a day, or even less than an hour, and the task is almost complete. Unmatched efficiency. Shinjien let out a hearty roar, surrounded by corpses lying in heaps, their heads severed. He stood proudly among the pile like an executioner. Little did he know, his overly flamboyant demeanor at this moment had already drawn the attention of a hostile survivor squad. In the distance, there were still traces of zombies, but Shinjien felt there was no need to rush to complete the task. Because the task only required casually killing a few zombies to complete, and the deadline was a whole week away, he could easily put it off until the weekend. The top priority right now was to find Jiang Yingshui and the others to offer them some help. After all, the third task would grant an additional reward from the recycler, and that thing was highly random, capable of producing all sorts of rewards. Wouldn't that be far more lucrative than a simple points reward? If he managed to get some kind of weapon, or even something more powerful than a weapon, he'd really hit the jackpot. Filled with anticipation, Shinjien had already arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Just as he was about to lift the rolling shutter door, he suddenly remembered that there were still 4 zombie dogs locked inside the supermarket, and he immediately stopped. Given the current terrain and his double-barreled shotgun, dealing with 4 zombie dogs would naturally be much easier. But if he killed them all, the supermarket would lose its guard dogs for protection. Shinjien wasn't some high IQ genius and couldn't think of a way to keep the zombie dogs confined in the supermarket. On second thought, while these dogs could effectively prevent theft, his own access to the supermarket would become extremely inconvenient. After all, those creatures didn't recognize their owner. Sigh. Shinjien let out a sigh, patted his head, and decided to try a different approach to find Jiang Yingshui. So, he walked around to the side entrance of the supermarket, looked up, and shouted loudly, "Hey, Jiang Yingshui, and that guy, Haidon, or whatever, can you hear me? I need to talk to you." Meanwhile, Jiang Yingshui and her companion naturally heard Shinjien's shout. A glimmer of light flashed in their eyes, and they could hardly believe that the other party had come looking for them on their own. She leaned over the rooftop and looked down in the direction of the voice, immediately waving in response. "Heard you. We're right here. I want to trade something with you." "Wait a moment," Jiang Yingshui said, pulling herself back. Shortly after, a thick rope was thrown down from the rooftop, swinging right in front of Shinjien. "There's actually a move like this?" Shinjien was secretly delighted. "Great, this makes trading so much more convenient." The appearance of this rope instantly solved a lot of trouble, as they could bypass the supermarket and trade directly. Jiang Yingshui then appeared above the rope. With light and swift movements, she grabbed the rope and slid down, completing the descent in no more than 5 seconds. Shinjien thought to himself that if it were him, he would never dare to grab the rope and slide down directly, fearing that he might accidentally snap the rope and lose both hands. After all, professional training really makes a difference. If he ever had a conflict with her in the future and was forced into hand-to-hand combat, he feared he wouldn't stand a chance. Bang! Bang! Without the clothing provided by Shinjien, they definitely wouldn't have made it through last night and would have frozen into popsicles long ago. So, to be honest, Shinjien was their lifesaver. Now that he had taken the initiative to come to them for a trade, Jiang Yingshui naturally had to come down personally to meet him. "What do you want to trade?" Jiang Yingshui didn't ask much about why Shinjien didn't come up from the supermarket stairs and said with a smile, "Didn't you say yesterday that you have a lot of medicine? I need some now, so put your chips on the table." Shinjien said straightforwardly. Jiang Yingshui didn't intend to beat around the bush either and was even more direct than Shinjien. "I want to replenish ammunition, is that okay?" For now, food wasn't a concern, but Jiang Yingshui only had 1 clip of bullets left, and Shen Haidong didn't have a single bullet. 1 clip of bullets was far from enough to go out searching for supplies, and without going out, there was naturally nothing to trade with Shinjien. However, she didn't hold out much hope. After all, she had only known Shinjien for a day and had only traded once. Their relationship was still very unfamiliar. How could the other party trust her so much? Sure enough, the next second, Shinjien smiled, and Jiang Yingshui also smiled awkwardly. "How about I give you a weapon?" Shinjien suddenly spoke, neither explicitly refusing nor directly agreeing. "A weapon? Sure." Jiang Yingshui was momentarily stunned upon hearing the word weapon, immediately assuming Shinjien wanted to sell her a gun. She couldn't contain her excitement and nodded eagerly. She was overthinking it. "This one." Shinjien pulled out a military long knife from behind him. The blade still had bloodstains on it, and when Jiang Yingshui noticed it wasn't brand new, he awkwardly wiped the bloodstains off. "Only used it once," Shinjien argued, though in reality, this knife had been wildly hacking zombies just an hour ago. The reason he sold the long knife was that it was becoming increasingly inconvenient to carry. After acquiring a double-barreled shotgun, every time he strapped on the knife, he had to first remove the shotgun, and vice versa, he would have to carry the knife in his hand all the time. In short, there was never a moment when his hands were free. The long knife was worth 500 points, which was no longer a treasure to him, and the recycling machine might even spit out another one of these. Although he had used it to hack zombies before and had once killed a pouncing corpse dog in a critical moment, the former was nothing special, and the latter was something he could now handle with ease. With this double-barreled shotgun, boasting high damage and a wide spread of pellets, it could obliterate not just one but even 3 charging at once with a single shot. Therefore, Shinjien traded the long knife with the other party, though he still felt like he had gotten the short end of the stick. Although Shinjien didn't sell her ammunition, the sharp, brand-new long knife before her firmly captured Jiang Yingshue's attention. The knife appeared exceptionally lightweight, yet it exuded a deadly sharpness. Today, snow was falling heavily, and the weather was gloomy. Yet on the blade, there was still a faint glimmer of light. It was shocking and seemed illogical. How much? No, how much medicine is it worth? Jiang Yingxue decided to buy it because she felt that if ammunition wasn't enough, a sharp weapon would make up for it. From her intuition, carrying this knife out would make facing zombies as easy as slicing through melons, 1 slash, 1 kill. If only there were a weight scale. But it's okay, you set the price. Just don't set it too low, or I won't agree. Shinjien didn't intend to haggle with her, as he was eager to complete the task and go back to claim the random reward. Alright, then we'll trade half of our medicine for your knife. Okay, I'll give you the knife first. Shinjien handed over the long knife, and the feeling of having his hands free instantly made him want to laugh. Jiang Yingxue took the long knife and suddenly felt that this guy wasn't as easygoing as he seemed. He was just a bit unconventional, with some wild ideas. But she also understood that he was doing this just to survive. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, even she had started to distrust others. Is there any specific medicine you want? I can help you pick it out. No need, boxed or bottled, as long as it's medicine. Jiang Yingxue quickly climbed up, and 5 minutes later, she came down with a vegetable basket behind her. However, just as she was climbing halfway, a sudden gust of wind sounded in her ears. Jiang Yingshue's body trembled. She frowned and turned to look, only to see a crossbow bolt slanted into the high wall beside her. Oh! Her eyes widened in shock. The next moment, she was certain someone was aiming a hand crossbow at her, but she was still suspended in mid-air at the moment, with no chance to dodge. Shinjien had been watching Jiang Yingxue climb down, so he naturally saw the incoming crossbow bolt. He froze for a moment, then immediately turned his head to look. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a crossbow bolt flying toward him. He instinctively crouched down, shielding his head. The crossbow bolt whistled past over his head. Shinjien cursed, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. He didn't dare stay any longer. With a sudden dive, he hid behind a nearby trash can. At the same time, at the entrance of the alley, 5 figures came rushing in aggressively. The 2 at the back each held a crossbow, expressionless, loading their weapons as they walked. The 3 in the lead bared their teeth with eerie smiles, carrying axes and machetes, running toward this side at a leisurely pace. Do it! Do it! There must be a lot of stuff in the basket. If we grab it, we'll have everything. And that woman, don't kill her. Bring her back, and I'll make sure to enjoy myself. The 3 of them spoke arrogantly, full of conceit. When they saw Shinjien's actions, they thought the other party was too scared to come out, believing victory was in their grasp this time. In fact, Shinjien was not afraid of their crossbows at all but was waiting for them to get closer, ready to pull out his double-barreled shotgun and give them a fierce blow. However, the next moment, Shinjien suddenly heard Jiang Yingshue's groan coming from above. He froze, looked up, and unexpectedly found that Jiang Yingxue was injured. At this moment, an arrow was lodged in her lower abdomen. Her expression was pained, and her body swayed as if she might fall at any moment. She was hanging 5 or 6 meters above the ground. If she fell directly from this height, at best she would be paralyzed, at worst she would die on the spot. But at the moment, Shinjien was unable to save her. If he showed himself, he would very likely be hit by the crossbow again. The opponent's aim was accurate enough to almost hit him, but ended up injuring Jiang Yingxue. Absolutely no room for any wishful thinking. Dealing with these 3 in front of us is the top priority. The 3 thugs quickened their pace and charged toward Shinjien. Ha, this kid doesn't even dare to show his face. Too bad you can't hide forever. We'll just come straight over and cut you down. Come on, little cutie, show your face. Uncle promises not to kill you. The 3 kept mocking, as if they didn't even see Shinjien as a person. Just as they were about to reach the trash bin, Shinjien suddenly popped his head out from behind, aiming a double-barreled shotgun at them. In an instant, the smiles on the 3 people's faces vanished without a trace, their minds racing rapidly. If they were given a chance to respond at this moment, the 3 would undoubtedly kneel and beg for mercy, forming a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. The barrage came down like a torrential rain, directly shattering the 3 thugs into pieces. That's right, completely shattered. The 3 seemed to vanish on the spot, with severed limbs flying everywhere. Rather than saying they were shattered, it would be more accurate to say they were blown to bits. They actually have guns. What? Impossible. In the distance, 2 crossbow-wielding thugs froze in shock at the scene, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had been secretly observing Shinjien for a long time, and although the guy was bold and had killed many zombies, they had never seen him pull out a gun before. Run! But at this moment, the 2 didn't dare to think any further and immediately turned to flee for their lives. Shinjien had no intention of letting them go. He stood up, drew his M9, and fired consecutive shots. With just 2
shots, one of the thugs let out a miserable scream and fell heavily to the ground. Another saw his teammate get shot, immediately stopped in his tracks, hesitated for 2 seconds, and ultimately turned back to abandon his companion and flee. The fallen thug, utterly desperate, turned back to pull the trigger on his crossbow, hoping for a lucky counterattack. But in the next second, a bullet precisely pierced through his skull. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue was barely holding on. Of the 2 arrows earlier, one had struck her, while the other grazed the rope, binding her. If she moved recklessly, the rope might snap instantly, causing her to fall straight down and suffer severe injuries. Blood continued to flow from the wound, gradually pushing her closer to the brink. Her hands loosened, and Jiang Yingxue helplessly plummeted downward. However, what followed was not a heavy crash to the ground. Instead, it landed on something soft. Ouch, my old back. Hearing Shinjien's complaint, Jiang Yingxue widened her eyes in surprise and discovered that he had actually caught her. What do you mean what? It's all over. Shinjien interrupted her. Jiang Yingxue nodded, revealing a faint smile of survival, and weakly said, "Thank you." Then she passed out. 5 minutes later, Shen Haidong, Fu Hao, and Dr. Lu finally climbed down. They were quite slow to react. If Qin Jian hadn't called them, they would still be on the rooftop questioning each other about whether they had just heard gunshots. "Snow sis, are you okay? Please don't scare me." Seeing Jiang Yingxue injured, Shen Haidong was so anxious that his face turned red, his eyes seemingly brimming with tears. After all, if his mentor were to die, how could he lead everyone to survive on his own? "It's okay, don't be afraid. Young man, come and lend a hand." After comforting Shen Haidong, Dr. Lu looked at Qin Jian and said. Qin Jian initially wanted to refuse. After all, he had already saved someone and wasn't willing to assist in the rescue again. But thinking about the mission he was carrying out, he hesitated. Helping the survivors once would count as completing the mission. If he helped again, there might not be any extra rewards, but it could possibly contribute to his activity level and increase his settlement points. All of Qin Jian's thoughts were tied to benefits, and he was by no means simply trying to save someone. So, without saying a word, he crouched down and joined the rescue. In the end, Qin Jian took the initiative, not only fixing the broken rope but also carrying the bandaged Jiang Yingxue up to the rooftop. "Thank you, brother Qin. If it weren't for you, Sister Shui might have fallen to her death long ago." On the rooftop, Shen Haidong repeatedly thanked Qin Jian, to the point where Qin Jian was worried he might kneel down and kowtow on the spot. "If possible, I'm willing to serve you like a horse or an ox in the future." No need for that, right? Qin Jian responded with an awkward laugh, feeling that Shen Haidong was going a bit overboard. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship Jiang Yingxue had with him, it was clear that Shen Haidong genuinely cared about Jiang Yingxue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something so dramatic. Alright. Originally, Qin Jian planned to leave immediately, but considering whether those people might have accomplices or launch a surprise attack to kill him, he hesitated. He didn't rush to leave but instead used the rooftop's vantage point to carefully survey the surroundings. After staying for nearly an hour, Qin Jian saw no trace of the assailants and finally felt relieved, ready to leave. Just as he was about to go, Qin Jian glanced sideways and noticed Fu Hao staring intently at him. It seemed he wasn't looking at him but was fixated on his gun. Is there something you need?" Swoosh. Smack. Qin Jian asked a question, and Fu Hao smiled in response. "Thank you for saving our captain." With a hint of awkwardness in his words, Fu Hao added another sentence. Qin Jian nodded in acknowledgement and climbed down the rope. Afterward, he picked up the weapons dropped by the thugs as he walked. "What? Keep them all. We'll see about selling them back to them later." Qin Jian sparked a bit of business acumen and walked out of the alley carrying the weapons. However, a question arose in his mind. Could the sudden attack by the thugs be no coincidence, but rather premeditated? Was it possible that his flamboyant actions while slaying zombies had been noticed by them? Qin Jian took a sharp breath and muttered to himself, "I must be more cautious when going out in the future." This battle made Qin Jian realize that his greatest enemy at the moment might not be the zombies, but humans. Swoosh. When Jiang Yingxue woke up, it was already nighttime. "Sister Shui, you're awake? Where's Qin Jian?" "He left early." Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but recall Qin Jian's actions just now. In fact, although she appeared unconscious at the time, her awareness was faintly present. She knew that Qin Jian had been busy rescuing her, repairing the rope, and even carrying her heavy body to climb up to the rooftop. This is simply a good person. No, it should be said, a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Even though he was focused on doing business with them, at the critical moment, he still stepped forward and saved her. Although they weren't very familiar with each other yet, and at first, she even found him somewhat annoying, daring to be angry but not to speak out. For some reason, he was really charming. Although a bit thin, he was very handsome. Jiang Yingxue momentarily forgot the pain of her wound, her mind filled with random thoughts. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, shook her head, and patted her own forehead. Strange. At this moment, I'm still thinking about these things? Later, Jiang Yingxue was barely able to get up and move around, but she had to stop and rest after walking only a short distance. At this moment, Fu Hao, leaning against the edge of the rooftop, suddenly shouted to everyone, "I have a plan, everyone. Everyone was instantly stunned, instinctively turning their gaze toward him. You have to understand, not only are there zombies everywhere now, but there are also rioters causing chaos. Without a decent weapon, you can't protect yourself. And that Shinjien, the equipment on him is ridiculously luxurious. So why don't we? Fu Hao hadn't finished speaking when his gaze turned slightly ruthless. With a wave of his hand, he made a cutting gesture. The group exchanged glances, clearly understanding his meaning. When do we start? Zhang Yingshui and other core members have not responded yet when a female student next to them suddenly widened her eyes and asked. Fu Hao felt like he had found a teammate and said with a smile, when he comes to us next time, or rather, we take the initiative to go to his shelter to find him. Doesn't he want fresh vegetables? We pretend to bring them, lure him out of the shelter, and then take action directly. By then, it will be a win-win for us. We'll have both equipment and a new shelter to shield us from the elements. Zhang Yingshui and Shin Haidong exchanged a glance, then both curled their lips. They were enforcers, not those irrational mobs. Raiding hideouts, killing on sight, such things were absolutely beyond them. Even if they had weapons capable of rivaling Qin Jian, they would never choose such a morally twisted path. Only peaceful coexistence, maintaining cooperation, and gradually building trust is the most secure and correct approach. Fu Hao, are you asking for a beating by saying such things in front of us? Shin Haidong's lips curled into a mocking smile, completely dismissing Fu Hao's words as nonsense. Fu Hao, however, cast him a disdainful glance. Hey, it's already the end of the world, and you still want to play the good guy? Can't you abandon your previous identity? Go if you want to. Zhang Yingshui crossed her arms, glared at Fu Hao as if looking at an idiot, and turned away, ignoring him. At this moment, the female student continued nervously, I completely agree with Fu Hao. I really can't stand living on the rooftop anymore. I want to sleep in a big bed, under a warm blanket, not wrapped in this down jacket. I want to eat delicious food, fried chicken, hot pot, not instant noodles every day. The female student's voice gradually turned into a roar, as if she was venting all the dissatisfaction she had accumulated over the past few days in one go. Still the same words, if you want to go by yourself. No one will help you. Zhang Yingshui, with her back to the two of them, emphasized once again. Her dislike for this girl surprisingly surpassed her dislike for Fu Hao. Every time the rooftop door was hit by zombies, she would scream in fear and hide to the side, yet do nothing. Her screams, on the contrary, attracted even more zombies. On the first day, it was because of her that the rooftop door was almost breached by the horde of zombies. Fortunately, there were many people at that time, and their combined strength barely managed to block the door. Back then, someone angrily suggested throwing her out, even wanting to directly toss her off the rooftop. Considering her own identity, Zhang Yingshui promptly stopped this reckless action. Sigh, you don't even want the duck that's already in your mouth. If you won't help, fine, but can you at least not stop me? Girl, it seems you're the only one who can help me. Tomorrow we'll set off together, take action, and visit his shelter. Fu Hao walked over at this moment and spoke to the female student. The female student was stunned upon hearing this, then hurriedly said, I'm a girl. How can I do such dirty and tiring work? If not, then what else can you do? Bang, bang. Fu Hao looked puzzled and continued, alright, I'll handle the killing. You just need to lure him out. No, I won't go. There are monsters everywhere outside. I won't go. The female student shook her head repeatedly. I only agreed to your plan, but I never promised to go with you. Then I'll cheer for you from here and wait for your triumphant return. The female student's words made Shin Haidong and Zhang Yingshui burst into laughter. Stop it, you two. Dr. Lu couldn't help but advise, holding back a smile on his face. Fu Hao scratched his head, let out a long sigh, and returned to old Fu's side. Dad, since you're not going to make it anyway, why not join your son in accomplishing something big? You did say that with your sacrifice, my future was made possible. If Qin Jian were present and heard Fu Hao say this to his father, he would definitely punch him on the spot. Anyone who heard this would think it was abnormal. However, Zhang Yingshui and the others were already used to it. Fu Hao usually spoke to old Fu in this tone, especially before old Fu got bitten. Old geezer. Looking at old Fu lying there motionless for half a day, Fu Hao couldn't help but curse under his breath. Dr. Lu explained yesterday that old Fu was in a semi-comatose state due to excessive blood loss. No one expected that old Fu's current condition was actually a precursor to corpse transformation. Suddenly, old Fu raised his head and grabbed Fu Hao's ankle. Old man, you're awake? Damn it, I thought you had passed out again. You Before Fu Hao could finish his sentence, old Fu suddenly lunged forward and bit his leg. What's wrong with you again? I just secretly cursed you a couple of times. Is that necessary? Seeing old Fu suddenly go mad and bite Fu Hao, the others were so frightened that they couldn't sit still and hurried over to pull the two apart. Old Fu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Shen, don't get too close to him. Something's wrong with him. Zhang Yingshui seemed to sense something. Her eyes widened as she urgently warned Shin Haidong to stay away. Shin Haidong dodged the biting and carefully pushed old Fu's head away. Dr. Lu, come quickly and see what's wrong with old Fu. No, Dr. Lu, don't get close either. You. Zhang Yingshui pushed Dr. Lu aside and carefully examined old Fu from head to toe. Then she shook her head, her face
full of shock, and said, "Old Fu, he's turned into a living corpse." This statement left everyone stunned. This is impossible? Fu Hao shook his head violently, unable to believe it. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, and then he cried out to old Fu, "Dad, say something. You must be pretending, right?" The crowd quickly separated the father and son, using the only rope they had to tie up old Fu. Watching old Fu grimace and struggle frantically, the few people exchanged glances, completely at a loss. "I really didn't expect that after biting someone, that thing could still infect others." Dr. Lu reacted sluggishly, slowly crouching down and muttering under his breath, "This is even scarier than Ebola. Shui Jia, leaving it like this isn't a solution. We can't even dare to sleep at night." Shen Haidong put his hands on his hips and said helplessly. Jiang Yingxue remained silent, only giving Shen Haidong a meaningful look, signaling him to figure it out on his own. Looking at her gaze, Shen Haidong suddenly had an epiphany. How else could it be handled? Of course, it could only be dealt with in the normal way. Seeing Jiang Yingxue and the other person walking over, Fu Hao immediately stood up, blocking old man Fu, and wiped his tears. "What are you doing? What do you want? Listen, Fu Hao, your dad is no longer your dad now. In order to ensure the safety of others, we can only get rid of him." The two made no attempt to hide it and directly told Fu Hao, "Don't push people too far. As enforcers of the law, this is intentional murder. Once I get the chance to escape, I will definitely report you. Expose everything you've done." Fu Hao's eyes widened, spouting nonsense, and even tried to hit Jiang Yingxue. The next moment, Dr. Lu grabbed him and pulled him back, facing him directly. Then, Dr. Lu gave him 2 hard slaps. "Shut up. Your dad turned into a living corpse. Isn't it all your fault?" This sentence hits the nail on the head. Indeed, when the zombies broke in, it was old Fu who blocked the attack, ensuring his son's safety while he himself was severely injured. Dr. Lu, being a father himself, completely understood old Fu's intentions and couldn't help but step forward to vent his anger, giving Fu Hao 2 slaps. "Get lost. You've been bitten too. You don't have much time left. People like you deserve to go to hell and accompany your father." Dr. Lu was furious, showing no restraint in his anger. Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong were both stunned, their eyes wide open in shock. "Fine, you're all bullying me. Today, I must go against that Shinjien. He won't let me shoplift in the supermarket, so I insist on shoplifting. Let's see who dares to stop me." Fu Hao bared his teeth in frustration, completely giving up on himself. He turned around, moved the obstruction from the iron door, and rushed into the supermarket. Jiang Yingxue stopped Shen Haidong, who wanted to chase after him, and reminded him, "Don't worry about him, lock the door." Fu Hao went down to the supermarket, found a cart with a flashlight, and started filling it with all kinds of food while tearing open a bag of biscuits and devouring them ravenously. "Shinjien, just you wait, tomorrow I'll meet you in person. I really want to see how capable you are to make those 2 enforcers submit." He leaned against the cart, eating and drinking while vaguely thinking about his plan to take revenge on Shinjien. "It's nothing." However, the next moment, Fu Hao seemed to hear some strange huffing sound. Fu Hao paused for a moment, thinking it was Jiang Yingxue and the others catching up. He shone his flashlight and said with a smile, "Changed your mind?" But as the light shone, what appeared before his eyes were 4 mangled corpse dogs. The wine bottle in his hand suddenly fell, startling the corpse dogs, which lunged forward fiercely. A clown, just like that, fell. SSS. After returning to the shelter during the day, Shinjien stayed inside and didn't come out until the evening, when he stepped into the yard to start exercising. Consider today a lesson learned. Next time, I definitely won't let any random cat or dog sneak up and grab my butt. Shinjien muttered to himself, confirming that he had indeed been secretly followed and ambushed by that thug today. He had originally thought there weren't many survivors nearby, but the reality was quite the opposite. There were plenty of survivors. Hidden on rooftops, running underground, they were even more active than zombies. Their equipment was quite advanced too: handguns, crossbows, ammunition, throwing knives, everything except tanks and cannons. Oh, Shinjien originally thought that the survivors in this city had all reverted to the era of cold weapons. Could it be due to the parallel world? Is this country not strict about controlling firearms? Or perhaps there's no regulation at all, and they've completely let loose like North America? While exercising, Shinjien was distracted, constantly pondering these questions. After all, he had let an enemy go this morning, making it impossible to track down their base, and naturally couldn't silence them. However, as long as he finds even a single clue, he definitely won't let them off. An hour later, Shinjien returned to the room. It's time to take out the medicine and deal with it. Thinking this, he quickly pulled out various medicines from the basket. If possible, he thought that in the future, he should carry a few small pills with him when going out. If he encountered a tough battle, he could take them all at once, stack the buffs layer by layer, and launch a fierce counterattack. Soon, Shinjien placed all the medicines into the decomposer on the medicine crafting station. With a click, the decomposer's opening automatically closed. Subsequently, the medicine inside the disassembler was blocked by an extended iron plate, emitting a buzzing sound similar to a juicer. 600 units of medicine have been successfully stored in the medicine crafting station. Hearing the system's notification, Shinjien nodded in satisfaction. This
time, a considerable amount of medicine was decomposed. After crafting each type of medicine once, there was still plenty left. Although he was barely injured in the battle that morning, Jiang Yingxue was a different story. She almost died from excessive blood loss. Shinjien felt his business instincts were sharp.
Craft a red pill and sell it to Jiang Yingxue.
After taking the red pill, it can immediately restore 50% of injuries and also accelerate wound healing.
For Jiang Yingxue, this is undoubtedly a life-saving straw.
More importantly, it only requires 50 units of medicine to produce, making it extremely cost-effective. After finalizing the plan, Shinjien spent 100 units of medicine to produce 2 red pills. One was kept for himself, and the other was given to Jiang Yingxue. The red pill is oval-shaped, about the size of a taro ball, and emits a faint fragrance.
Shinjien almost couldn't resist secretly taking a bite.
Then, he spent 250 units of medicine to create blue pills and sharp eye elixirs, keeping them for future outings.
As long as enough medicine is decomposed, the supply of medicine won't be lacking.
Jiang Yingxue still has half of the medicine reserved for him, so that half of the medicine amounts to approximately 600 units, meaning he now effectively has 850 units of medicine.
Even if he fights tough battles every few days, it will be more than enough for a month.
After finishing these tasks, Shinjien put the enhancement medicine into a plastic bag, storing it separately from Jiang Yingxue's pill.
Afterward, he went to the mission board to check the progress of the tasks. The first task of killing 50 zombies was completed.
Originally, the wave of zombies in the morning shouldn't have reached 50 kills, but on the way back, Shinjien encountered a few passing by zombies and casually took them out. So, the 500 points reward is securely in hand. The second task is to kill 15 corpse dogs, but I didn't encounter a single one today when I went out, and the kill count on the leaderboard remains at 0. The third task of assisting survivors has already been completed.
Tomorrow, I can finally open the random reward.
Shinjien rubbed his hands, his heart full of excitement. Dozens of corpses had already been piled up in the yard, and if the recycling machine didn't refresh the reward count soon, the bodies would freeze into a lump, making them inconvenient to retrieve.
At dinner, Shinjien tried kneading dough, planning to make 2 buns.
The filling consisted of ham, green onions, and carrots, without any regular meat. Actually, he was craving meat, because yesterday's sumptuous dinner had whetted his appetite and raised his expectations.
What a pity about the current situation.
Forget about meat, even fresh vegetables have rotted into a mess, and some have even grown legs and run away. There are already greenhouses, could there also be places for raising livestock? After finishing the bun, Shinjien suddenly remembered that he hadn't gone to the second floor today.
Let's take a look first.
Although nothing can be unlocked, at least I should get familiar with it in advance. He immediately went to the stairway and tentatively reached out to touch it. This time, no red cross appeared, nor was there any invisible repelling force. The stairs were now completely accessible.
Shinjien excitedly ran upstairs.
The lighting on the second floor of the Doomsday Fortress was dimmer than on the first floor, and the space seemed slightly smaller. But though small, it had everything one could need: sofa, TV, refrigerator, all fully equipped.
System, open the second floor facilities overview. He almost couldn't wait to speak to the system.
Subsequently, the system panel for the second floor appeared before his eyes.
Doomsday Fortress second floor. Common facilities: living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, refrigerator.
Main facilities: tactical throwable crafting station, trap crafting station. Unlocked facilities: heavy weapon crafting station, 8,000, greenhouse, 2,000, livestock area, 10,000, training ground, 5,000.
Reminder, once all facilities on the second floor are unlocked, the third floor will automatically open.
Compared to the first floor, the second floor has fewer facilities,
but they seem to be more important than those on the first floor.
After all, at a glance, it's full of sustainable resources, which will undoubtedly become an important source of food for him in the future. The greenhouse isn't expensive, only 2,000 points.
Once I have seeds, I can prepare to unlock it. There really is a livestock area, but unlocking it costs 10,000 points.
The heavy weapon crafting station and training ground are also quite pricey.
But what exactly is this training ground for? Is it really specifically for training?
The equipment on the second floor serves various purposes, which both shocked Shinjien and left him momentarily unable to decide. He felt that the most practical choice was to secure the
greenhouse first.
After all, with 0 points in hand, he couldn't even afford a single bullet for a handgun. Whether it was 10,000 or 5,000, these were astronomical figures to him. However, there were still 2 built-in facilities waiting for the curious Shinjien to explore. So, he walked over to the tactical throwable crafting station to take a look. Tactical throwable crafting station. Upgrade direction: level 2 tactical throwable crafting station, 10,000.
Can craft Molotov cocktail, 500, smoke grenade, 500.
Molotov cocktails and smoke grenades are, of course, great items. The former can create a sea of fire, reducing anything in front of you to ashes. The latter is highly effective for both retreat and attack, whether against humans or monsters.
Unfortunately, the items here are too expensive: 500 100 points each. If exchanged for the equipment downstairs, it would be enough for several upgrades. Shinjien shook his head and then walked toward the trap crafting table. Trap crafting table. Upgrade option. Level 2 trap crafting table, 5,000. Overview. Unlike the traps in the yard, the traps crafted here can be freely taken out of the shelter. Can be made. Animal trap, 200. Bait trap, 500. Shinjien glanced at it and suddenly felt that he must make a bait trap tomorrow. He had already witnessed the effectiveness of the bait trap in the yard. If it could be taken outside, it would not only attract the attention of monsters and reduce potential risks but also conveniently gather them all in one place for a clean sweep. From this, it seems that not all the facilities on the second floor are temporarily useless. Shinjien went downstairs, heated a bottle of milk, drank it, and then returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, he hurriedly opened the settlement interface. Survival confirmation plus 30 points. Quality sleep plus 18 points. Balanced nutrition plus 15 points. First visit to the second floor of the fortress plus 100 points. Kill zombies plus 386 points. Complete task 1 plus 500 points. Complete task 3 to gain an additional random reward from the recycler. Encountered an attack, successfully countered plus 480 points. Fearless in danger, saved a companion plus 200 points. Generously helped, assisted those in need reward, ID identifier blueprint. Points settlement, 1678. Remaining points, 1678. Not bad, although not as much as yesterday, these points are enough. Moreover, a blueprint has been unlocked again. Shinjien immediately checked the blueprint named ID Authenticator, confirmed it belonged to the light weapons manufacturing station, and immediately placed it in to prepare for production. Creating an ID Authenticator requires 500 points. Its purpose is to attach to firearms or door locks, locking them in a special way. Specifically, if attached to a weapon, no matter who the weapon is handed to, as long as it detects that the targeted ID is Shinjien, the weapon will instantly lock and cannot fire. When attached to a door lock, the lock and all surrounding reference objects become indestructible, and the door will only open automatically when the ID recognized is Shinjien. This thing is simply amazing. Shinjien's eyes widened as he read the two explanations, unable to hold back his exclamation. Let's not talk about the long-term use of the first feature for now. As long as you're forced into hand-to-hand combat with the enemy and your weapon gets snatched away, if the opponent tries to aim at you, the gun becomes useless and won't fire a single shot. This gives him an excellent opportunity to counterattack. The second feature can be used right now. Just install it on the supermarket's entrance, and unless it recognizes him, the door won't open for anyone else. This is far better than those guard dogs. Bye. Considering that the supermarket had two doors, one at the front and one at the back, Shinjien spared no expense and spent 1,000 points to create two ID scanners. With 678 points remaining, Shinjien went up to the second floor and used the trap crafting station to create bait traps, carrying them alone. Finally, with 178 points left, Shinjien didn't let them go to waste either. He spent 78 points to replenish the double-barreled shotgun with 34 rounds of ammunition, leaving exactly 100 points in his pocket. A crimson bullet chain crossed and draped over the body, coupled with an airtight protective suit. At this moment, Shinjien looked like a war fanatic, mysterious and exuding a hint of bloodthirsty aura. Arriving in the courtyard, Shinjien did not rush to leave but instead walked straight to the corpse recycler and carefully inspected it. Remaining random reward, 1 time. As expected, the reward is still quite good. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Shinjien rubbed his hands together eagerly, impatiently moving the prepared corpses one by one onto the conveyor belt, activating the recycler, and watching as the bodies were carried away. All 10 corpses have been collected. Clatter! Accompanied by a strange laugh from the recycler, a suitcase flew out. I guess it's a gun. Or maybe accessories? Shinjien muttered to himself, as if checking lottery numbers, his mood excited. He suddenly flipped open the suitcase, but instead of firearms or accessories, he found a pile of incongruous items inside. Who has ever seen food being put into a suitcase? But it actually looks pretty good. Shinjien stared at the neatly arranged food in the suitcase, which looked like cookies, and casually picked up a piece to taste. This isn't a cookie, it tastes more like meat, but the flavor is alright. Just in time, I skipped breakfast. I'll take a few pieces to snack on the way. With crumbs all over her mouth, Shinjien stuffed in another piece. Just then, the system notification sounded. Obtain 20 pieces of mouse cake, 30 pieces of cockroach cake, 40 pieces of earthworm cake, and 10 pieces of fried chicken fillet. The moment she heard mouse cake, Shinjien spat out a mouthful on the spot. Ugh! After retching for a long time, nothing came out. Hurried back to the room and gulped down a bottle of water, then mustered the courage to return to the suitcase and close the lid. Damn it, why do I feel so weird? It tasted like meat, but I can't tell what kind of meat it was. Did I just eat several dead rats? Shinjien's face instantly turned green, but then suddenly thought, besides these 3 unusual foods, wasn't there something else? Fried chicken cutlet. Shinjien immediately rummaged through the suitcase, only to discover that it actually had a a hidden compartment. Opening the compartment, what came into view were 10 pieces of fried chicken cutlets wrapped in oil paper and placed in lunchboxes. Each piece of fried chicken cutlet was as large as 2 palms stacked together, golden and crispy, crunchy on the outside and tender on the inside, completely worlds apart from those meat-colored mouse biscuits. Shinjien brought the suitcase back into the room, picked up a piece of chicken cutlet, and started eating. Ah, so hot, delicious, the taste is amazing. While his mouth was full of grease, he still remembered complaining last night about not being able to find any proper meat, not even a single live bird within several miles. And yet, this morning's lottery unexpectedly yielded such fresh and tender fried chicken cutlets. Is this his own luck skyrocketing, or is the system deliberately teasing him? If it's the latter, then please, dear system, don't hold back, feel free to mess with me. The compartment of the suitcase happened to be insulated, so Shinjien simply left the remaining chicken fillets untouched, letting them rest quietly inside. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shinjien finally stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out the door, he set up bait traps on the path leading to the supermarket. The moment the bait traps were placed on the ground, white gas was released from the four corners. Shinjien, who had not yet steadied himself, immediately caught a whiff of an overwhelming stench. Is it coming from these traps? This penetrating power is too strong. You can smell it even with a protective suit on. Shinjien quickly covered his nose, moved aside, and turned to look around. Not far away, a few zombies pretending to be dead on the ground suddenly stood up slowly, their eyes fixed on him, and began to accelerate toward him. Goodness, this trap can even lure out zombies pretending to be dead. These 500 points were well spent. Shinjien deliberately moved a distance away, hiding under a row of small snow-covered trees to observe the effect of the bait trap. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 10 zombies had already gathered around the bait trap. In less than 10 minutes, the number approached 20, pacing back and forth with frantic expressions. Shinjien couldn't help but give a thumbs up in the direction of the bait trap. He hoped that before he returned, 100 zombies would gather here, allowing him to do a massive harvest while also sharpening his shooting skills. Wearing non-slip shoes, Shinjien jogged to the supermarket entrance in less than 10 minutes. He took out the ID scanner, muttering to himself, "Can this thing even stick to a rolling shutter door?" Without hesitation, he directly pressed the scanner against it. To his surprise, the ID scanner emitted a beep and firmly adhered to the rolling shutter door. The next second, the scanner glowed green, followed by a sweet female voice, "ID authentication successful." Clatter, clatter. The rolling shutter door immediately began to rise slowly on its own. Shinjien watched the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is amazing." He marveled inwardly, thinking this thing was practically an anti-theft system, and a real one at that. Once the detector was attached, everything around it became impenetrable and nearly impossible to breach. Shinjien didn't fully understand the underlying principle and decided to test it out. He took a small step back, and the rolling shutter door instantly dropped down, incredibly sensitive. He then retreated another 10 meters, raised his M9, and fired a shot at the door. The rolling door made a crisp sound, and Shinjien clearly saw the arc traced by the bullet on the door. Is it really that elastic? He walked closer to examine it carefully and found that the spot hit by the bullet showed no marks, no dents. Although the rolling door was made of iron and not particularly thick, typically, a gunshot would leave noticeable traces even if it didn't penetrate. This proved that after attaching the ID recognizer, the rolling door indeed achieved an indestructible effect. Shinjien was somewhat skeptical and fired another shot at the nearby wall. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off the wall. The wall was sturdier than the rolling shutter door, but made of a different material, so the marks should have been more apparent. Yet upon closer inspection, the wall remained unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Shinjien clapped his hands and smiled smugly. Invincible. This not only dispelled the intruder's idea of entering through the front door but also completely crushed their plan to break through the wall. Then, he affixed another ID scanner to the back door of the supermarket. The entire supermarket was now completely under Shinjien's control, not even a fly could get in. Beep. Identity verification successful. The back door automatically opened. Shinjien pondered for a moment before stepping into the supermarket. Since there was an ID recognizer, those 4 guard dogs were no longer necessary and would only cause trouble. Shinjien deliberately softened his footsteps and soon discovered the location of the 4 zombie dogs. They were lying lazily beside a mangled corpse, clearly having just enjoyed a hearty meal. Fortress Master, Shinjien. Shinjien immediately dropped to the ground, pulled out the M9, aimed, and fired 2 shots. One corpse hound was killed on the spot with a headshot, while another was taken down mid-run. The remaining 2 corpse hounds tried to use tactics, flanking left and right to attack Shinjien. However, he wasn't phased, maintained his distance, and pulled out a double-barreled shotgun, firing twice. The 2 corpse hounds were blown to pieces on the spot, unable to even complete their pounce. By the way, whose body is this? It looks pretty fresh, doesn't it? Shinjien curiously walked over to inspect the Nod corpse and found it to be very different from the other corpses in the supermarket. At first glance, Shinjien was immediately shocked. Isn't this that person? From the remaining half of the the face, he recognized that this was a member of Jiang Yingshue's team, the middle-aged man who had been staring at his gun with a strange look yesterday. To be honest, from the first glance they exchanged, he had felt that guy was not someone to mess with. Now the truth was clear, turns out he was an unlucky thief who got killed in the act. Shinjien smiled gleefully and walked up the stairs toward the rooftop. He politely knocked on the door, and Shin Haidong's cautious voice came from behind it. Who is it? It's me, Shinjien. Brother Qin. Overnight, Shin Haidong's way of addressing Shinjien changed, and the hierarchy became confused. Originally, Shin Haidong was 1 or 2 years older than Shinjien. Shinjien didn't think much of it. After all, Shin Haidong had been willing to work tirelessly for him before, so he could call him whatever he wanted. I'm here to visit Officer Jiang Yingxue. Shinjien simply changed the way he addressed her, his tone carrying a hint of ease. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but laugh. That smile held a multitude of emotions, joy, and even a trace of excitement. Why does he care about me so much? Aren't we just in a normal working relationship? Jiang Yingshue's mind was in turmoil. Perhaps this was the rare joy brought by surviving a disaster. In her dream last night, it was all Shinjien holding her and softly comforting her. It's okay now. Enduring the pain, she personally walked up to Shinjien and said with a hint of complaint, "You left so quickly yesterday. I didn't even get a chance to thank you." Shinjien wanted to retort, "Didn't you pass out yesterday? Where's the gratitude coming from? How's your injury?" he asked again with concern. "Thanks to you, I'm recovering quickly." Jiang Yingxue revealed a set of white teeth, smiling brightly, yet she seemed a bit absent-minded. "Thanks to me?" Shinjien listened for a while, feeling a bit confused. He thought that Jiang Yingxue seemed a little different today. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable joy, as if she had won a $5 billion lottery. Every time she looked at him, her eyes sparkled, yet she occasionally deliberately avoided his gaze. This woman? Could it be that she hurt her head? Shinjien hadn't considered that possibility, so he could only mutter to himself. After some small talk, he quickly got to the point and began introducing the product he was there to promote. What? Really? After eating it, you can immediately recover half of your injuries? And it also speeds up wound healing for the next 3 days? When Shinjien introduced the red pill, everyone was in disbelief, their eyes wide open, especially Dr. Liu, who kept adjusting his glasses as if he had heard a fantasy tale. But thinking about how the world had become what it is now, what strange things couldn't happen? With a mix of skepticism and a willingness to listen, he asked, "Brother Qin, if I may ask, what are the raw materials for this pill? Or did you obtain it from somewhere else?" Shinjien hesitated for a moment before directly saying, "I made it myself, and the materials are a trade secret. Because I trust you, I'm telling you this, but just keep it to yourselves. It's best not to spread it around." Jiang Yingxue shrugged. "Doesn't seem like there's anyone around to spread it to anyway." "Alright, stop dawdling. Let's see how it works. Let me make it clear in advance. Once you eat this, all the remaining medicine in your hands will belong to me." Jiang Yingxue immediately turned around and instructed, "Xiao Shun, pack all the remaining medicine for Shinjien." "Alright." Shin Haidong immediately nodded and began to act. Dr. Liu hesitated to speak, but ultimately said nothing, only silently thinking to himself, "At least leave one bottle." Seeing Jiang Yingxue and the others being so straightforward, Shinjien decided not to delay and directly handed the red pill to Jiang Yingxue. "Take it with water." Afterward, he kindly reminded her that the pill looked quite dry, and if she choked while swallowing it, it would be torturous. This unintentional remark, however, secretly delighted Jiang Yingxue, who thought to herself, "He cares about me so much, could it be that he has feelings for me, and I for him?" So she obediently swallowed the pill with water. "How does it taste?" Shinjien asked curiously. "A bit bitter, but not too bitter." Jiang Yingshue's response almost made Shinjien want to award her the Mao Dun Literature Prize. 5 minutes passed, and it seemed like there was no reaction at all. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became somewhat inexplicably awkward. Shinjien, who had never used it before, cleared his throat to ease the tension. It should take effect soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yingxue suddenly let out a soft moan. "Ah, it's so hot." Everyone immediately turned their gaze to her and rushed forward to check on her. Then, Jiang Yingxue made a move that shocked Shinjien. She suddenly lifted her clothes, revealing the wound on her abdomen. Shinjien was stunned. It had to be said, Jiang Yingxue had a well-trained figure, with clearly defined abs and a toned midsection. But at this moment, the most important thing was her wound. The wound was actually emitting smoke. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath and unwrapped the bandage around the wound, exposing the fresh, bloody injury. Under everyone's gaze, the wound began to stop bleeding and scab over at a speed visible to the naked eye. I've never seen anything like this before. Dr. Liu was stunned on the spot, exclaiming "Oh my God" repeatedly while grabbing his hair, as if he had witnessed a world-shaking miracle. Indeed, this scene was enough to astonish the entire world. After all, there is no miracle drug on earth that can make a wound scab and stop bleeding within minutes. "How do you feel?" Shinjien smiled faintly and asked casually. Jiang Yingxue was still immersed in shock. She carefully reached out to touch the wound and found that there wasn't a single trace of blood. "It doesn't hurt at all. Instead, there's a kind of tingling sensation at the wound. Jiang Yingxue briefly reported her feelings. Shinjien clapped his hands. That's good. A pleasant transaction. Looking forward to our next cooperation. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to leave with the medicine basket. Wait a moment. But Jiang Yingxue hurriedly stopped him. What? Still planning to continue doing business? Shinjien had already calculated his next step, selling them the 3 types of cakes he won in today's lottery: mouse cake, cockroach cake, earthworm cake. Anyway, only I know what it's made of inside. What if the other person enjoys it immensely? Shinjien turned around, only to see Jiang Yingxue walking straight toward him. He instinctively stepped back and joked, "This is all what I should do. Don't talk to me about offering yourself in gratitude." Shinjien, thank you. Jiang Yingxue certainly didn't put it so bluntly, but at this moment, she tightly held Shinjien's hands. This made Shinjien's whole body break out in goosebumps. I used to think you were the kind of person who wouldn't part with a single penny, but after what happened yesterday, I suddenly had a revelation. You're not that kind of person. You're a good person, better than anyone else. These 2 sentences left Shinjien stunned, secretly thinking, did I just get friend-zoned? I have started to take an interest in you. I'm really looking forward to our upcoming collaboration. Jiang Yingshue's words, while the latter half sounded fine, the first half was somewhat unexpected. That's right, this wasn't a hint at all. It was a blatant declaration. But Shinjien's attention was not on this. With a serious expression, he said, since you are so eager to cooperate, fine. I have a job at hand right now. Do you want to do it? Shinjien wanted to ask them to help transport zombie corpses. Cheap labor, might as well use it. How could his proactive invitation not make everyone excited? Jiang Yingxue nodded almost without hesitation. Sure. What kind of work? What's the benefit? To be honest, given her current mood, she would willingly help Shinjien with work even for free. It's not anything related to killing zombies, just a bit dirty and tiring. The benefits are temporarily confidential, but you definitely won't be treated unfairly. No problem. Almost tacitly, everyone agreed to Shinjien's request, except for the female student in the corner, who hadn't spoken to Shinjien the entire time. Her eyes flickered, as if she had something to ask of him. Since the other party didn't express anything, Shinjien didn't bother to ingratiate himself and directly categorized her as someone whose credibility might be questionable. Shinjien led the group out of the supermarket. On the way, Jiang Yingxue saw Fu Hao's corpse and couldn't help muttering, he really is dead. He deserved to die. After all, being bitten by his dad, he wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. Dr. Liu, standing nearby, said resentfully, feeling that someone like Fu Hao deserved more scolding. Shinjien was clear that Jiang Yingshue's team had another person besides Fu Hao, but considering that Fu Hao ran into the supermarket to steal something and was bitten by a corpse dog, as well as the mysterious disappearance of that person, Shinjien didn't dare to ask too much. He guessed that their team must have had another disagreement yesterday. The reason for saying another is that Jiang Yingxue just mentioned their team originally had 40 or 50 people, but now only 4 remained. Splits and reunions were all too common. Shinjien, do you know that those living corpses have been pretending to be dead recently? On the road, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but kindly remind him. In fact, Shinjien had known about it a few days ago and nodded. I know. Then do you know that people bitten by living corpses will also turn into living corpses, and there's no cure for it? Jiang Yingxue urgently reminded again. Shinjien looked helpless, not knowing what to say. What kind of common sense is this? Could it be that they are only realizing it now? Unbelievable. Something's coming. Ha! What is this thing? At this moment, Shen Haidong suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted loudly. Shinjien followed his gaze and saw a corpse dog bearing its fangs and claws, charging toward them. Seriously? You can't even recognize a corpse dog? Your eyesight is terrible. Shinjien couldn't help but complain. Shen Haidong looked confused. Corpse dog? Is that a dog? Shinjien sighed helplessly. As the corpse dog lunged, everyone stepped back, but he raised his double-barreled shotgun. With a single shot, the corpse dog was instantly blown to pieces. This is called a corpse dog. It's what a dog looks like after mutating. Shinjien lowered his gun and took the opportunity to educate everyone. However, he secretly thought to himself, seeing how clueless they look, they'll definitely suffer losses when they go out in the future. Thus, Shinjien decided to change the original method of using rat cakes and cockroach cakes as payment to an information exchange, specifically information about corpse dogs and zombies. After they finished their work, he would copy an original document from the archives and hand it over to them. Jiang Yingxue and the others nodded, except for the female student beside them who kept screaming while clutching her head. Hey, shut up. Shen Haidong couldn't bear it anymore and gave her a hard shove. Poof. Ah. The female student trembled as she came to her senses, her eyes brimming with tears. If you cause any more trouble, get out of here immediately, Shen Haidong threatened. Normally, he wouldn't even bother with her, but now everyone was risking their lives for Shinjien. If she messed things up, could she bear the consequences? Yes, I'm sorry, I was really too scared. The female student sobbed, lowering her head and not daring to look at anyone. Shinjien didn't say anything, seemingly already accustomed to all of this. Soon, the group arrived
arrived at the bait trap location. It took less than an hour to return from the supermarket and nearly 100 zombies had already gathered there. If it weren't for bringing Jiang Yingshui and her group along, Shinjien would have already started using these zombies as targets for shooting practice.
What's going on here? Why are so many zombies gathered? Someone asked in confusion.
I don't know, we'd better keep our distance. I always feel like we're being watched, it's too dangerous, Jiang Yingshui and the others whispered among themselves. As for Shinjien, he didn't reveal the truth to them. After all, although their relationship was good, it hadn't reached the point of exposing secrets to each other. When they were willing to risk their lives for one another, it wouldn't be too late to share these secrets.
20 minutes later, everyone arrived at Shinjien's shelter.
The first thing that caught Jiang Yingshui and the others' eyes was the towering barbed wire fence. Around the barbed wire, bodies were piled up haphazardly, densely packed.
Is this his shelter? Someone asked in surprise. My goodness, this place looks like a battlefield.
The August snowfall had turned everything around white, making it appear particularly desolate. Your task is to move these corpses to my courtyard. Shinjien finally explained the mission. That's right, the corpses in the shelter had piled up too much. He wasn't endlessly energetic, constantly busy going out, with no time to clean up the bodies. So, he could only find people to do the hard labor. In the previous life, after being a corporate slave for so many years, this time I can finally be a boss and order others around. When Jiang Yingshui heard about this task, her head almost exploded. There were just too many corpses. Although the mangled flesh was frozen and not too disgusting, most of the corpses were buried in the snow, so they had to shovel the snow first before moving them. Jiang Yingshui never expected that the task Shinjien assigned them would turn out to be such physically demanding work. However, upon further thought, she felt relieved. After all, the fact that the other party entrusted them with the task so confidently showed there was trust. To build trust and to strengthen her relationship with Shinjien, she was willing to do as much dirty and tiring work as needed. Bring us some tools, and we'll get started right away, Jiang Yingshui said with a bright smile to Shinjien. You're this happy just to do some work? Shinjien couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at her incongruous smile.
What a strange woman.
So Shinjien brought all the tools and handed them to Jiang Yingshui and the others. Everyone methodically cleared the snow at the entrance and then began working together to move the corpses. By the end of the morning, the corpses at the entrance were almost completely cleared. Everyone's faces and ears were red from the cold, breathing warm air to keep warm. At this moment, Shinjien pushed the door open, walked out from behind them, holding a plate of mouse-shaped pastries.
Everyone, lunch is on me. Eat it while it's hot.
Shinjien never expected that when he tentatively heated 20 pieces of rat biscuits in the microwave for a short while, they would emit an enticing aroma.
Yes, truly an enticing aroma. It actually smelled like chicken.
For a moment, he was completely stunned, secretly wondering if this stuff was really made from dead rats or if it was actually bamboo rat meat. I heard that bamboo rat meat is edible, and it's tender and delicious.
Good stuff.
But no matter how tasty it is, he really couldn't accept it.
Brother Qin, you're treating us to lunch? That's too kind of you. Brother Qin, why are you being so polite? Thank you, Shinjien. What is this?
It smells so good. Everyone caught the aroma of the mouse cake and immediately started salivating, almost drooling. Although their food supply was relatively sufficient, they usually only ate dry instant noodles, occasionally having a sausage or some snacks that couldn't really fill their stomachs. So, let alone eating meat pies, even having hot food felt like an impossible dream. Everyone seemed quite unreserved, and the mouse patties were gone in no time. While eating, they kept praising how delicious Shinjien's meat patties were, soft, juicy, and oozing with oil.
Delicious, is it? As long as it's delicious, haha.
Shinjien gave an awkward smile, watching everyone eat the mouse patties while rolling his eyes inwardly.
Could rat meat really be made to taste this good? However, given their current state, to be honest, it seems like they just can't stop.
Shinjien thought to himself and decided not to expose them.
If the truth were revealed, what if they ended up vomiting everywhere?
The courtyard was already dirty enough, no need to make it worse. At this moment, he noticed Jiang Yingshui quietly approaching him and handing over a piece of mouse cake, bringing it to his mouth.
You should eat some too. Bang! I've already eaten. Shinjien dodged like lightning, but the other party nagged. I'm full. This thing is too precious. It's fine if you don't eat it, you can take it back too. Actually, it's not that precious. Then you should eat it.
Jiang Yingshui pressed the mouse-shaped cookie against Shinjien's lips.
Shinjien's mind raced, should he eat it or not? Finally, he made up his mind. Alright, I'll eat it.
He swallowed it in one bite, held his breath, and dared not chew it carefully.
However, the next second, it seems, it's actually quite delicious? So tasty.
Shinjien couldn't escape the so tasty law and couldn't help but laugh, saying, I didn't expect my cooking skills to be this good. If he really made such a dark cuisine, he might have trouble sleeping all night. But there was no way out. He had already boasted so much that he couldn't take it back now. It was as if he had opened the door to the world of dark cuisine. Shinjien went back to his room, reheated the cockroach cookies and earthworm cookies, and took out half to share with everyone. He still kept his wits about him. If these two turned out to be delicious, giving them all away would be a huge loss. else. If they were unappetizing, he would gladly stuff the remaining half entirely to them. These are meat pies with different flavors. Let me give you a taste, no, a sample. Is it really okay? I'm already full. Don't waste food. Jiang Yingxue still stuck to her principles and gave a reminder. Shinjien didn't mind and said impatiently, hey, just eat it. After speaking, she rudely stuffed the cockroach cookie into her mouth. Chewing a few times, Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes and handed the other half to Shinjien. Try it. What does it taste like? Shinjien didn't react immediately and took it, tossing it into his mouth. Well, it's decent, not bad. Then, Shinjien suddenly froze, staring at Jiang Yingxue. The one you just handed me, had she eaten it before? An indirect kiss? The thought made his scalp tingle. Jiang Yingxue gave a mysterious smile, stood up, and left. Shinjien only felt like he had been tricked, losing out ridiculously. After everyone enjoyed the sumptuous lunch, they began their afternoon work. Except for that female student, everyone else was full of energy and highly efficient. The snow in the yard was quickly cleared to create a path for normal walking, while the piled-up snow reached over a meter high. At this moment, the female student, under Shinjien's gaze, slowly walked up to him. Shinjien didn't speak, he just signaled with his eyes. What's up? Shin, could you come over for a moment? The female student spoke softly, her expression sorrowful and delicate, resembling Lin Dayu. Why not say it face to face if there's something? Shinjien replied mercilessly, his face expressionless. The female student hesitated a little. It's a personal matter. You're not thinking of using the bathroom, are you? Then I definitely can't let you in. Shinjien speculated for a moment and said to her, let's go. He then led her around to the back of the house. Brother Chin, do you still have meat pies? Give me a few more, please. The female student stopped in her tracks and quickly reached out to plead. Shinjien was stunned for a moment, let out a long sigh, and felt a surge of anger in his heart. This was simply pushing it too far. During lunch, he had even glared at her on purpose, but that person went straight for a large handful of rat biscuits, stuffing half into her mouth and the other half into her pocket. She had taken the most of anyone. Later, when sharing cockroach biscuits and earthworm biscuits, she was the most enthusiastic in grabbing them. And now she even dared to come to him alone to ask for food? Simply organize a big eater competition for her. This time, Shinjien completely disregarded her dignity, pointing at her pocket and saying, don't you still have a bunch of unfinished food in your pocket? I don't have any. I ate the least. Those starving wolves went crazy, and as a little girl, I couldn't possibly compete with them. The female student not only lied but also shifted the blame onto Jiang Yingxue and her group. Shinjien was so exasperated that he couldn't help but laugh. This is supposed to be a college student? She hasn't learned a bit of humility, only how to argue and slander. Moreover, her behavior was entirely clear to Shinjien during his supervision period, and the old scores haven't even been settled yet. Not only did she eat the most, but she also didn't do her work properly. As soon as she entered the room, she threw down the shovel to rest, or at most symbolically moved a few corpses before tossing them aside. You, doing the least work while eating the most? She's practically a maggot. Disappear from my sight immediately. Shinjien pointed to the side with a forced smile. A look of pain flashed across the female student's face, and she suddenly hugged him. Brother Chin, please take me in. The monsters outside are too terrifying. I don't want to die. My demands are really not much. As long as I can eat meat pies every day and cover myself with a thick quilt, that's enough. Shinjien, being hugged by her like this, neither avoided nor pushed her away but quietly listened to her finish speaking. The female student said a lot, clearly trying to get him to take her in. However, she skirted around the important points and didn't even mention a word of repayment. You still say you only need to eat meat pies every day? A rat pie costs 100 points, he can't afford it at all. How shameless can she be? Only mentioning her own demands without saying a word about the cost? Even if she casually said, I'll help you with laundry and cooking in the future, would he accept it? Is this supposed to be a place for adopting giant babies? Let go. Shinjien spoke coldly. I won't let go. If you don't agree with me, I won't let go. I'm begging you, brother Shinjien. The female student clung on shamelessly, as if acting spoiled could force him to compromise, acting cute and coquettish to gain various benefits from boys. But for Shinjien, this trick was completely ineffective and instead thoroughly provoked his anger. It's truly a miracle that you haven't been kicked out of the team by Jiang Yingxue and the others yet. You can't beat them, so you join them, right? Shinjien spoke rapidly like a string of firecrackers, a strange smile on his face. The female student froze, slowly letting go. What are you talking about, brother Shinjien? The next second, she felt something cold pressing against her stomach. Looking down, it turned out to be Shinjien's double-barreled shotgun. Don't scream, I really hate noise right now. I won't say anything more, you understand what I mean, right? Shinjien anticipated she would scream and immediately issued a threat. The female student instantly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. I'm begging you. She sobbed silently, hoping to use her tears and pitiful appearance to win a final shred of sympathy. Shinjien aimed at her head and gently released the safety on the shotgun with his right hand. The female student completely abandoned any hope of luck and turned to run in fear. Shinjien
Shinjien put away the gun and muttered to himself, I really hope no one challenges my bottom line again. As dusk approached, most of the bodies hanging on the barbed wire had already been cleared. The yard was piled with corpses and snow, but compared to before, it looked much tidier. At least now it was more convenient to throw bodies into the recycler, with no corpses blocking the way and a much clearer view. Before starting work, Shinjien specifically reminded Jiang Yingxue and the others not to touch the barbed wire casually, or they would bear the consequences. Everyone remembered his warning, so no one got accidentally injured. Seeing Shinjien hand over 2 sheets of paper filled with writing, Jiang Yingxue frowned and asked, What's this? Information about zombies and corpse dogs. Keep it safe, Shinjien replied. Information? Jiang Yingxue was stunned. Such important information, and you're just casually giving it to us as payment? Shinjien was also surprised by her reaction. Getting paid for work and being treated to a meal in the process, what's wrong with that? Why did it sound like she was handing over state secrets? Because I trust you, that's why I'm selling you the information, Shinjien explained. In the future, I might need you to run errands for me. If you don't even understand the characteristics and habits of zombies, then what use would you be to me? What he said made sense. Jiang Yingxue nodded as she accepted the information, then suddenly chuckled. I thought our payment was just that meat pie. It was originally, but I changed my mind at the last minute, Shinjien said. Thank you for your hard work. I won't see you off. After he finished speaking, he watched them leave 5 minutes later. The courtyard was still drifting with light snow, and after the sound of the shovel clearing snow disappeared, everything returned to silence. Shinjien sat under the eaves, lit a cigarette, and muttered to himself, What should I eat tonight? Jiang Yingxue and her group did not have a peaceful journey back, as they were attacked by zombies. It was the same group of zombies near the bait trap. Originally, there were hundreds of them, but because they acted discreetly and passed quickly, only a dozen were drawn away. Ugh, these zombies just won't stop chasing us. When will it end? Jiang Yingxue shouted irritably. She turned her head and gestured to the others with a nod. You go ahead, I'll catch up right away. Shuijie, be careful not to reopen your wound. Shin Haidong, knowing his master couldn't restrain herself, didn't try to stop her but quickly reminded her. Jiang Yingxue nodded, and the people behind her quickly left. In front of her, more than a dozen zombies lunged forward. Jiang Yingxue drew the long blade she had previously bought from Shinjien. The next moment, she charged into the horde of zombies. She was not charging recklessly but moved with light steps, her figure as elusive as a wild goose. Swish! The blade flashed, and the heads of 2 zombies instantly flew off as Jiang Yingxue appeared on the other side of the horde. 7 in and 7 out. Even though her injuries had not fully healed, she handled it with ease. This blade is terrifyingly fast. Jiang Yingxue stared at the long knife in her hand in astonishment, thinking to herself, faster than a butcher's knife, slicing through bone and flesh effortlessly. A knife, a gun, barbed wire, and those inexplicable red pills. Where on earth did Shinjien get all this equipment? And who exactly is he? The apocalypse had only passed for a little over a week, yet he had already effortlessly mastered the attack patterns and characteristics of zombies and even corpse dogs? Even seasoned soldiers couldn't summarize it so comprehensively, could they? Truly terrifying. Thank goodness he's not our enemy. Jiang Yingxue snapped back to her senses, charged forward again, and chopped off a few zombie heads. Afterward, she leisurely glanced at the intel Shinjien had provided, switched from defense to offense, and began testing the zombies' attack patterns, nimbly dodging back and forth. Sure enough, it's just monotonous pouncing. The weak point is the head. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so many bullets at the start. I haven't encountered corpse hounds yet, but I've already mastered all the information about them. There's no need to fear those skinning monsters. Jiang Yingxue cut down more than a dozen zombies and immediately turned to leave. Late at night, a group of masked individuals appeared near Rongxing supermarket. Over 20 people lined up against the wall, moving cautiously, holding machetes, axes, and hand crossbows. The bald man leading the group held a single-barrel shotgun. His name was Gu Changming, and he was the leader of this gang. Their organization had a striking name, Wolfgang. Before the apocalypse, they were wanted by the authorities for selling homemade weapons and had been hiding in Fengcheng. After the outbreak, they brought out all their hidden weapons and fought back fiercely, repelling wave after wave of zombies. They quickly realized that the world had descended into complete chaos, and there was no need to hide anymore. Instead, they could rampage through the streets without restraint, engaging in shootouts and robberies when encountering survivor teams, and directly capturing beautiful women when they saw them. Didn't you say you wanted to catch us? We're strolling down the street, come and get us if you can. This sentence has become Gu Changming's recent catchphrase. The reason for his arrogance is precisely because he can no longer see the shadow of the enforcers. But today, their mission has a particularly special purpose, and it is exceptionally exhilarating. It actually involves the enforcers. Mouse, are you sure what you saw yesterday was an enforcer? And a beautiful female enforcer at that? Gu Changming couldn't help but turn around and ask again. Since he left home, he had already asked this question no less than 10 times. That guy called Housie is one of the attackers who narrowly escaped from Qin Jian's gun yesterday. Boss, I swear I'm not lying to you. She must be a female enforcer, young and beautiful, not even 30 years old. Not even 30 years old. Ha ha ha, perfect. That age is just my type. Gu Changming grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth, and laughed wickedly. From the beginning until now, it has been more than 10 years, and seeking revenge against the enforcers has always been his dream. Now, this dream is finally about to come true. Not only can he take revenge, but also, Gu Changming's expression turned manic, and saliva was almost dripping from his mouth. First, send a group to scout the alley over there and see if they've neglected to take the ropes. If they have, we'll take the chance to climb up secretly. The rest of you, come with me to the supermarket entrance. We'll launch a pincer attack. Gu Changming thought that the team of enforcers on the rooftop were practically sitting ducks. After dealing with them, they could take over the supermarket. Supplies, revenge, women, 3 birds with 1 stone. Tonight is definitely a harvest night. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue leaned on the edge of the rooftop, propping up her cheeks, thinking about how Shinjien fed her today and even gave her important information in return. For so many years, she had been busy with work without even a chance to fall in love. Now that she finally wanted to experience love, the times had changed. Sigh, it's true, you really see genuine feelings in times of trouble. Jiang Yingxue muttered helplessly, thinking to herself how wonderful it would have been to meet Shinjien earlier. At least, before the apocalypse arrived, she could have had a passionate love affair. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a group of figures appearing in the alley downstairs. Are they zombies? That's not right, they're not zombies. Seeing those figures standing upright and neatly in rows, Jiang Yingshue's eyes widened. Xiaoshun, stop sleeping. Shin Haidong, who was leaning against the wall, immediately woke up and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Quick, pull the rope up. Jiang Yingxue whispered urgently. Although she didn't know who the people below were, she was certain they wanted to climb up the rope. What is it now? Shin Haidong was completely clueless about the situation, but he still swiftly grabbed the rope and started coiling it up as he pulled. Have they discovered us? At this moment, the group of thugs reached the bottom of the rope. When they saw the rope quickly rising, they were instantly stunned, cursing under their breath. One of the thugs, acting recklessly, suddenly leaped and grabbed the rope. Quick, climb up. The thug bared his teeth and shouted, and the action immediately began. The other thugs exchanged glances, then quickly jumped up one after another, grabbing each other's bodies and desperately pulling the rope down. Shin Haidong stumbled from the sudden pull and asked nervously, Sister Shui, who exactly is down there? It's a group of humans, but they're definitely not friendly to us. Jiang Yingxue replied, then decisively pulled out her pistol, aimed at the person below, and pulled the trigger. The head of the topmost climbing thug was hit by the bullet, and his entire body fell off the rope. Hearing the gunshot, the other thugs were momentarily stunned, then someone shouted, don't be afraid, keep climbing, they don't have that many bullets. Archers, get up here and provide cover, don't just stand there. Another person also shouted. Jiang Yingxue immediately pulled her head back upon hearing this. Within a few seconds, several crossbow bolts were shot up from downstairs, hitting the edges of the wall and even shooting into the sky. Sister Shui, I can't pull the rope anymore. There are too many of them. Should we cut it? Shin Haidong and Dr. Lu were drenched in sweat, looking anxious and helpless. Then cut it. Jiang Yingxue did not hesitate and immediately cut the rope, clearly the most effective way to avoid danger at the moment. The blade flashed, but the rope only split a small notch. She paused for a moment, swung the knife again, but still failed to sever the rope. Oh no, this rope is tied too tightly. Could it be that this knife is only meant for cutting people? Jiang Yingxue felt a bit regretful. If it weren't for wanting the rope to be secure, she wouldn't have tied several bundles into such a tight knot. Just as she was about to swing the knife for the third cut, the thug on the other side had already climbed up and poked his head out. Jiang Yingxue immediately spotted him and shouted back, Xiaoshun, cover me. Silently, she thought to herself, Shinjien, this is an emergency. I hope I can still see you tomorrow. Damn it, let's do this. They really won't let us live in peace. Shin Haidong heard the command, responded, couldn't help but curse, pulled out a military knife, and charged at the thug who was about to climb up. He stabbed the thug in the shoulder and then kicked him down. Immediately after, Dr. Lu also rushed to the rope, holding a scalpel, ready to face the thug climbing up again. Almost there, just a little more. Jiang Yingxue continued to swing her knife to cut the rope, muttering under her breath. As for that female student, the farther away the better. She wished she could use her body to grind a hole into the wall and crawl through it. Shin Haidong turned to glance at her, sighed, and ran over to hand her a shovel. Take this, follow me. The female student's face still bore traces of tears from the afternoon, but at this moment, she shook her head vigorously, remaining weak and powerless. Hurry up, if you don't fight back, you're damn well waiting to die. Shin Haidong almost roared. If it weren't for his special status, he really wanted to slap this girl. It was infuriating. Clearly about to die, yet doing nothing, just quietly waiting for death, like a piece of stubborn meat. Damn it. If I had known, I should have let those people throw you off. Saving an ungrateful wretch like you, you're not even as good as Fu Hao. Shin Haidong couldn't help but curse out loud. The female student listened, her expression gradually shifting from weakness to a dazed look. In the end, her eyes widened, and veins bulged on her forehead. forehead. Why are you yelling at me? What did I do wrong? I just want to live well. Her heart twisted sharply. The female student snatched the iron shovel, and Shin Haidong felt a surge of joy, secretly thinking that the provocation tactic had worked. However, just as Shin Haidong turned his head to wave, the female student suddenly swung the iron shovel and smashed it hard against his head. Shin Haidong's head was struck heavily, and with a wail, he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Xiao Shun. Jiang Yingxue turned around and shouted, then hurried over to check his injuries. Afterward, she stormed toward the female student with fury in her eyes. What are you doing? Are you crazy? He insulted me. The female student shouted through gritted teeth. You hit him just because of this? Do you think you're justified? Jiang Yingxue was burning with anger at this moment, her patience pushed to the limit. This girl was no different from a lunatic, cowardly in the face of enemies, yet striking her own people with full force, and at such a critical life and death moment, she even swung a shovel at her teammate. Right now, only Jiang Yingxue and Dr. Lu could still resist. Over by the rope, a thug had already climbed up, grabbing Dr. Lu's hair with precision and starting to pull. I've made up my mind. I'm leaving your team. I'm joining them. You've let me down so much. As law enforcers, you can't even protect my safety. You can't even make sure I have enough to eat. The female student shook her head and roared, her eyes glaring red. If Shinjien heard these words, he would probably have flown into a rage on the spot and directly grabbed a gun to settle it. But Jiang Yingxue was no longer holding back either. She cursed and delivered a fierce punch. The opponent took the blow to the nose, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yingxue quickly ran back, raised the knife, and slashed at the head of the thug entangled with Dr. Lu, as if chopping a zombie. Dr. Lu was stabbed in the shoulder, quickly dodged, and took out disinfectant and bandages to start self-treatment. With the thug dead, the thugs below finally had a chance to poke their heads out. However, before they could see the situation on the rooftop clearly, a long knife came slashing straight at them. The thug was so frightened that he let out a loud scream, but his reaction was quick, dodging the attack. However, he immediately realized that his hands had let go of the rope. Right after that, he screamed miserably as he fell from the building. At the moment, only Jiang Yingxue was still able to resist. Just this one slash, please. At the critical moment, another thug poked his head out. Jiang Yingxue suddenly turned around, gripped the long blade tightly, her muscles tensed, and slashed fiercely. The rope finally snapped with a snap. Those who were still desperately climbing on the rope immediately fell down. Gu Changming heard painful wails coming from the other end of the alley at this moment. He couldn't help but run over to take a look, only to see his men sprawled all over the alley in disarray. Useless trash, he roared angrily. Break the door. Hurry up, he commanded. You guys with the crossbows, surround the supermarket. Don't let them escape, he shouted. Even though the plan had failed, Gu Changming still firmly believed his strategy was flawless. After all, they still had more than a dozen people holding the line. The few people on the rooftop were practically trapped like fish in a barrel. The crossbow-wielding thugs tightly surrounded the supermarket on all sides, leaving Jiang Yingshue's group too afraid to show themselves again. Now, I can only pray that the automatic door Qin Jian mentioned works, Jiang Yingxue silently recited in her heart. Thinking about the conversation she had with Qin Jian in the afternoon regarding the supermarket's anti-theft system door, she placed all her hopes on those two doors. As long as the doors couldn't be breached, they would be temporarily safe tonight. Get out of my way. At this moment, Gu Changming proudly held his shotgun, pushing aside the surrounding lackeys. The lackeys raised their weapons one after another, shouting loudly and forming two rows. Their arrogant demeanor was no different from that of terrorists. Subsequently, Gu Changming aimed the muzzle at the lock hole under the rolling shutter door and fiercely pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Alright, go. Without turning his head, Gu Changming pointed at the rolling shutter door and ordered his underlings to charge forward. The underlings swarmed forward, baring their teeth and exerting all their strength. Be careful when you go up. Don't accidentally hurt that female enforcer, Gu Changming reminded. I won't keep this Yuyuwood to myself. Everyone gets a share. He encouraged everyone with a smile while starting to feel triumphant. However, voices of confusion and surprise immediately came from the crowd. Boss, this door won't open. What? Gu Changming was stunned. He squeezed into the crowd, widened his eyes, and stared at the door lock, discovering that it was completely intact, without even the slightest trace of damage. He was instantly dumbfounded. Could the lock on this rolling shutter door be sturdier than the locks on residential doors? Previously, when they robbed survivor shelters, destroying door locks with gunfire was a piece of cake, so why had it suddenly failed this time? Move aside, move aside. This is my first time shooting at this lock. I must have missed. Gu Changming shifted the blame onto himself, pushed the others aside, and aimed at the door lock to fire again. Immediately after, he joined the team lifting the door. 3, 2, 1. Everyone shouted in unison. Lift. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, but the rolling door remained motionless, as if it were embedded in the ground. Gu Changming couldn't help but curse. I don't believe it. Bang, bang, bang. He fired repeatedly at the door lock, but a stray fragment unexpectedly ricocheted back at him, causing him to stumble. Be careful. careful, boss. Everyone hurried to help him up. Don't worry about me, go check the door lock first, Gu Changming urged as he pulled the shrapnel out of his flesh. The group stepped forward to inspect, their faces full of pain and helplessness. Boss, the door lock is still intact. Hearing this, Gu Changming panted heavily, his hair standing on end with anger. Is this some kind of alien technology rolling door? How could it be so sturdy? Not only did he waste an entire magazine of bullets, but he also got injured by his own gun. This wasn't a harvest day at all, it was a total loss day. Several of his underlings even fell to their deaths. Boss, there seems to be some kind of device on this door? At this moment, one of his underlings touched the ID scanner on the door and quickly spoke up. Gu Changming clutched his wound and walked over to take a look. Beep beep, ID recognition failed. The device emitted a crisp female voice. Everyone looked at each other, gradually becoming confused. Although they were inexperienced, they weren't foolish. The door must be opened through facial recognition? Since when did roller shutters become so high-tech? Does entering and exiting require identity verification? It seems brute force won't work, they'll have to rely on technical methods. Xiaodong, come over and take a look. Gu Changming called over the crossbowman Xiaodong, who was standing nearby. The latter immediately walked to the ID scanner and examined it carefully. Xiaodong used to be an electrician, and before joining the Wolf Gang, he had a decent understanding of anti-theft devices. He figured he could dismantle this piece of junk in no time. 5 minutes later, Xiaodong raised his head and stared blankly at Gu Changming. How is it, Xiaodong? Can you handle it? This, boss. Xiaodong stammered, his face full of confusion. I've never seen such a strange anti-theft device. This doesn't make any sense at all. There's not even a parallel circuit, and I can't even find any wires. It's like an empty shell stuck on top. What the heck? An empty shell device? Gu Changming was getting a headache just listening. Even Xiaodong's explanation left him baffled. No way, I don't believe it. Let's check the back door. Gu Changming waved his hand, and the group immediately rushed to the supermarket's back door. The back door was also equipped with that strange device, but it didn't have the troublesome rolling shutter. This time, Gu Changming got smarter and sent someone to kick the door first. After kicking for a long time, the underling's legs were almost sprained, but the door didn't budge an inch. Gu Changming cursed and, without caring about the risk of collateral damage, directly fired a shot at the device. Bang! After firing one shot, Gu Changming didn't even take a closer look and fired another shot. Firing more than 20 shots in a row, Gu Changming emptied all the bullets in his pocket. The device finally showed some scars, though just a tiny bit, but it still gave Gu Changming and the others a glimmer of hope. Go! Smash it with something. It's already damaged. Probably a few more hard hits will make it fall. The underlings rolled up their sleeves, wielding axes and machetes, and struck the device fiercely. Xiaodong ran back to the main entrance to study the device, with both sides working simultaneously, one relying on brute force to break the door, the other using technical skills to crack it. Gu Changming and his group truly went to great lengths. The noise during the process alerted nearby zombies and corpse dogs. After a chaotic battle, we lost one person and another was injured. Just like that, before we knew it, the night had passed. In the narrow alley, Gu Changming and the others slumped against the walls or lay on the ground, each utterly exhausted, mentally drained, and staring blankly, as if they had all turned into fools. Didn't sleep all night, took turns breaking down the door, all ending in failure. The device remained completely unmoved, only bearing a few new scars. This operation yielded nothing, but the cost was extremely heavy, heartbreakingly so. Ugh! Gu Changming trembled as he struggled to get up, his vision blurred, the world spinning around him. Never mind the freezing cold, just smashing at the door all night had nearly exhausted him. Worse still, the wound hurt terribly, and when he touched it, it felt slick and elastic. Gu Changming instinctively looked down and found a ring of tumor-like growths around the wound. Ah! He shouted loudly, instantly waking up. He knew the air was full of bacteria, breathing in too little would make you sick, and too much would turn you into a zombie. But he hadn't expected the wound to look like this after being exposed for just one night. Everyone up! Get up! We're retreating, take a rest first. At the moment, there was no way to deal with this supermarket, so Gu Changming had no choice but to temporarily organize a tactical retreat. Just as everyone was groggily getting up, a rope suddenly dropped from the wall behind them, and a slender figure slowly climbed down. The rope was too short, leaving some distance from the ground, forcing the person to grit their teeth and jump down. Ah! A groan startled Gu Changming and the others. Everyone immediately turned their heads, only to see a girl who looked like a student standing up while supporting herself. That's right, the one who climbed down was that female student. Unable to endure Jiang Yingshui and her group's bullying, she had tied a rope and climbed down while they were asleep, intending to seek refuge with this group of relentless pursuers. Even though the other party was a girl, Gu Changming and the others still vigilantly drew various weapons and aimed at her. The female student quickly raised her hands and explained, "Don't shoot. I'm here to join you." Join us? Gu Changming lowered his gun and sized her up. Are you one of the people from the rooftop? Yes. I mean no harm to you. I'm sincerely here to join you. Those people didn't treat me well at all. They even hit me. Even when facing the enemy,
enemy, the female student continued to evade the issue and argue cunningly.
Gu Changming paused for a moment, still finding it hard to fully trust the other party. "You two, go search her." "Yes, boss." Two lackeys immediately walked over, approaching the female student, their gazes instantly turning lewd. After waking up last night, the female student had undergone an intense internal struggle, and her awareness
had reached a very high level.
If she didn't let go of her dignity, how could she gain the capital to survive?
These men in front of her were all rough types, and perhaps they might like someone like her. When the two lackeys began to search her, she remained completely still, even straightening her chest and lifting her head, allowing their restless hands to roam over her body.
Although she's not particularly pretty, she does look quite young. She should be pretty tender.
Moreover, they are from the group that defected from the rooftop, so we might be able to extract a lot of intelligence.
In an instant, Gu Changming had thoroughly analyzed the situation of the female student.
"Boss, we've searched everywhere, but found nothing.
However, there's also everything."
The two underlings returned to Gu Changming's side, chuckling softly.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm not blind." Gu Changming nodded slightly and responded with a smile.
Then, he waved at the female student. "Come here."
The female student, without hesitation, boldly walked toward him. "Our organization is called the Wolf Gang. My name is Gu Changming, but you can call me Brother Ming."
Gu Changming introduced himself with a smile and pulled the female student into his arms.
"Hello, Brother Ming." The female student forced a smile in response, then briefly introduced herself. After that, the group left the alley. Half an hour later, the female student was brought into their shelter by Gu Changming and the others.
The so-called shelter was nothing more than a farmhouse courtyard
in an urban village.
Compared to living in a building, this place had an additional wall, could accommodate quite a few people, and could also fend off zombie attacks. As the female student passed by a house in the courtyard, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye through the window of a group of women, barely clothed and covered in filth. Some of the women were curled up in corners, some buried their heads between their knees, and others clutched their heads with both hands, their eyes wide open as if they had already gone mad.
How could the female student not feel alarmed at such a scene?
Instantly, her heart tightened immensely. Perhaps she would end up like that in the future. For a moment, regret surged in her heart. In Jiang Yingshue's team, although they often went hungry and lacked proper clothing, at least they weren't forced to do those things, and they had freedom of movement. However, in her current situation, there was no way back. The female student clenched her teeth, deciding she could only grit her teeth and endure. But soon, she thought of a glimmer of hope. Maybe if I tell them about that matter, my status could improve a little.
Get lost. At the very least, I can't let them torment me like those other women. Afterward, the female student was taken back to a room by Gu Changming.
Once inside, Gu Changming began undressing, stripping down to just his undershirt, and locked the door. Then, he examined the tumor on his wound in the mirror.
Damn it, how long has it been, and it's grown again?
Gu Changming cursed, placed the basin of water beneath him, grabbed a knife from the table, and bit down on a piece of cloth. He suddenly slashed at the tumor with the knife.
Ugh! At first, the female student didn't understand what Gu Changming was doing.
Out of curiosity, she stood up to take a look, only to witness this
gruesome and disgusting scene.
She was so frightened that she covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 5 minutes later, Gu Changming finished the cutting. The water in the basin had turned bright red, with several pieces of fleshy lumps floating on the surface.
After simply disinfecting and bandaging the wound, Gu Changming walked over to the female student. "You look so disheveled. You must be hungry, right?"
He extended his hand in a pleased gesture. Following his hand, the female student looked over to see the dining table filled with various foods, marinated eggs, ham sausages, braised chicken feet, canned goods, and even 2 plates of leftover stir-fried dishes.
The female student didn't say thank you and started devouring the food ravenously.
But she wasn't blind.
She saw Gu Changming pour a small packet of powder into a glass of orange juice.
"Here, have some drink, don't choke."
Gu Changming handed over the orange juice, wearing an innocent smile on his face.
The female student's heart tightened, fear surged within her, fully aware of the consequences of drinking the orange juice. She slowly took the glass and suddenly said, "Brother Ming, I want to tell you something."
"Oh, are you talking about the information regarding those people on the rooftop? I'm not in a hurry to listen.
After all, that supermarket is locked down, we can't break in, and we're trying to figure something out.
Let's have a drink to calm our nerves first."
Gu Changming guessed what the female student was about to say and responded with a smile, spreading his hands. Clearly, she wasn't planning to let him off the hook, even if she revealed the information. But the information the female student mentioned was not the same matter.
She immediately continued, "Brother Ming, what if I have a way to unlock the supermarket's door?" Gu Changming was stunned, his brows furrowed. "What? You said you can crack that broken device?" The female student nodded vigorously, without any hesitation. "I can't crack it, but Shinjien can, because the key is on him." "Who is Shinjien? Someone from your rooftop group?" "No, listen to me and I'll explain."
The female student briefly explained Shinjien's situation to Gu Changming.
"What? This can't be true."
Gu Changming listened in utter confusion, secretly thinking to
himself that even novels wouldn't dare to create such an overpowered character. One person monopolized all the resources in the supermarket, owned a personal shelter impervious to knives and bullets, was fully equipped, had 2 guns, an abundance of food to the point of excess, ate fried meat patties every day, and even possessed a mysterious drug that could instantly heal injuries? If he hadn't listened until the end, Gu Changming might have almost believed it directly. But if it were true, then perhaps his injury could be saved. Seeing that the other person was alone and unlikely to deceive him, Gu Changming chose to trust her. In any case, as long as they could take down Shinjien, his shelter, equipment, the female enforcer on the rooftop, and the entire supermarket would all belong to them. This will definitely wash away the shame of last night. So, is the enemy they are facing just one person? Although the other side has 2 guns, we also have guns and more than a dozen crossbows. Strength comes in numbers, and in a direct confrontation, we are no worse than them. We might even force them to stay hidden. You go ahead and eat. I'll inform the brothers about this. Your information is extremely important. When we return victorious from this great battle, you'll be my first lady. How about that? Hearing Gu Changming make such a promise, how could the female student not be delighted? She immediately agreed. I'm willing. Thank you, Brother Ming. Thank you, Brother Ming. The female student bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. Gu Changming patted her head and walked out the door with a smile. Everyone, gather up. I have something to say. Gu Changming walked to the center of the courtyard and shouted at the top of his voice. The next second, a few underlings ran out of the room where the woman was being held, bare-chested, fastening their belts as they went. Others also hurried over from various rooms. Once everyone was gathered, Gu Changming explained the situation regarding Shinjien. Boss, I have a question. The rat stepped out from the crowd, frowned, and raised his hand to ask. What question? Speak. This Shinjien, why does he look almost the same as the person I saw the day before yesterday? If the rat hadn't brought it up, Gu Changming would have almost forgotten. The day before yesterday, the rats were repelled by a person carrying a shotgun and a pistol. If it weren't for that person, the rats would have already broken into the rooftop and captured the female enforcer. And Shinjien's equipment is exactly the same as that person's. Wait a moment, I'll go back and ask. Gu Changming felt a bit uneasy, fearing that the two might be the same person. If the intelligence was inaccurate, it could lower their vigilance and lead to unnecessary casualties. He quickly returned to the courtyard, grinning as he said, I asked, and it's just one person. Everyone, rest assured. Then let's take action directly. Whoever captures Shinjien alive, I'll reward them with a meal of meat. Add a few women, take as many as you want. Immediately, a group of people raised their weapons, cheering excitedly. Zhang Yingxue yawned and slowly woke up. Listening carefully, the mob downstairs had already stopped banging on the door. Perhaps they had given up on that strange door lock and left. Although she only slept for 2 hours, Zhang Yingxue felt completely satisfied. She tightened her thick clothes, exhaled a puff of white breath, and suddenly thought of something, immediately turning her head to look. In the corner, Shen Haidong lay quietly with a bandage wrapped around his head, while Dr. Lu, leaning against the wall, was dozing off beside him. Wait, where's that brat? Looking around, Zhang Yingxue did not see the figure of that female student. Her brows immediately furrowed, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Suddenly, she recalled the words from yesterday. She had had enough of those people and planned to join those thugs. That girl, she's really something. Zhang Yingxue couldn't help but curse. She had thought it was just an angry outburst, but could it actually be serious? Wasn't she always timid and afraid of trouble? How could she suddenly act so out of character, even daring to side with the thugs? She must be crazy, absolutely insane. Zhang Yingxue's mood grew heavier, and she increasingly felt that something was wrong. After all, she had no idea how long the female student had been gone. She wasn't worried about whether the girl was walking into a trap. That was her own choice, and her life or death had nothing to do with Zhang Yingxue. What truly concerned her was the possibility that the girl might leak all their information and then lead an army here to launch a second attack. Wait, my reasoning is wrong. Her mind raced as she suddenly shook her head. Shinjien had mentioned that the supermarket's door lock could only be opened with her ID authentication. Last night's raid had yielded nothing, proving that Shinjien was telling the truth. Even if their ultimate target was them, they would first have to bypass the supermarket's door lock, otherwise, they could never get close. Then, they might. The weather was clear today, with even a ray of sunlight streaming down, but Zhang Yingxue's heart felt as cold as ice, even stopping abruptly in waves. Shinjien is in danger. She hurriedly woke up Dr. Lu, told him she needed to go out, and then quickly climbed down the rope. I have 2 boxes of banlangen here. Take them and trade with Shinjien for a few meat pies. Hey, don't walk so fast. Dr. Lu had just handed over the medicine, but when he turned his head, he found that Zhang Yingxue had already disappeared. He muttered to himself with a look of grievance, we're already running out of food. Zhang Yingxue sprinted all the way, bypassing a group of zombies. On the way, she passed over an icy patch of ground and accidentally slipped. Fortunately, she only dirted her clothes, and her wound didn't reopen. Before long, she finally saw Shinjien's shelter. On the other side, Shinjien Shinjien had just woken up. Settlement points. He yawned and said lazily. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Quality sleep. Plus 17 points. Luxurious and abundant nutritious diet. Plus 23 points. Killing zombies with barbed wire. 94 points. Rescuing allies. Plus 100 points. Providing food to allies for free. Plus 100 points. Clean up the yard. Plus 572 points. An ally killed zombies using the weapons you provided. Plus 52 points. An ally was attacked at night and successfully resisted using your weapons. Plus 250 points. Points settlement 1232. Remaining points 1332. Wait, what are these last two entries? Shinjien's spirit instantly lifted upon seeing the details of the last 2 points. Allies? Could it be Jiang Yingxue and the others? They used the weapons I provided to kill zombies, and I can still earn points? Also, they were attacked last night? Even living on the rooftop they still got attacked? But it seems like they're fine. Shinjien let out a sigh of relief, but his brows furrowed unconsciously. Am I starting to worry about them? He sighed softly. Kindness really is uncontrollable. Opening the door, he tentatively felt the temperature outside. Although it was no longer snowing, it was much colder than yesterday. Even with the reinforced protective suit, he could still feel the chill gradually spreading from his legs. Although Shinjien knew some physics and understood that the temperature drops further when snow melts, he also had a solution. Just wear more clothes, right? So he went back inside, put on a sweater, and then donned the protective suit. After stepping outside, this time he finally no longer felt cold. He came to the barbed wire fence and touched the frozen wire, scraping off the frost with his fingers. Looks like it's necessary to upgrade the cold resistance of the barbed wire fence, he muttered to himself. Perhaps due to zombie impacts or freezing, Shinjien clearly felt the barbed wire had become much looser, no longer as taut as before. Just as he was about to head back to the house to upgrade it, he suddenly caught sight of a figure rushing toward him from the corner of his eye. Shinjien initially thought it was a corpse dog and was planning to go out today to find one and complete his task. However, when he pulled out his gun to aim, he unexpectedly discovered that the person was actually Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue, he exclaimed in surprise. Why are you here so early in the morning? Shinjien looked surprised and half-jokingly said, This isn't a free breakfast service. No. Jiang Yingxue shook her head, panting, her face flushed red from the cold. Come in and talk first. Shinjien immediately pushed the door open. He had thought she was in such a hurry to report the attack on the shelter last night. Jiang Yingxue caught her breath and finally spoke. It's good that you're okay. I was fine to begin with. Shinjien scratched his head, secretly puzzled. What on earth did this woman mean by her words? By the way, was your shelter really attacked last night? Shinjien asked curiously. Jiang Yingxue waved her hand. That's not important. I suspect you'll be attacked today too. Shinjien was instantly dumbfounded. Goodness, receiving such explosive news first thing in the morning? But he hadn't provoked anyone, so why was he suddenly going to be attacked? Truly, not a moment of peace. Are you saying attacked by a monster, or attacked by humans? Shinjien hurriedly asked. Jiang Yingxue then recounted everything that had happened yesterday in detail to Shinjien. Shinjien took a sharp breath and turned to sit under the eaves. This female college student is truly brave. Betraying them was one thing, but actually colluding with a group of thugs and even planning to tip them off and organize a force to come after him? Could it be that she got upset over being scolded by him yesterday, had her fragile ego shattered, and turned to the dark side? Shinjien was not flustered. Instead, he found her behavior clownish and quite ridiculous. Jiang Yingxue was afraid Shinjien wouldn't believe her, so she continued to emphasize, This is my intuition, very strong. I think you must take some measures to deal with potential danger. Please trust me, because I don't want you to die. Jiang Yingxue's tone and expression seemed a bit off. Shinjien turned his head and gave her a deep look. I don't want to die either. Afterward, Jiang Yingxue told Shinjien the information she had roughly gathered. For example, the other side had over a dozen crossbows and a single-barrel shotgun. She identified it as a shotgun by the sound, but as for the person holding the gun, she had never seen them. Over a dozen crossbows and a shotgun. This group of thugs is much tougher than Brother Feng's gang. Shinjien pinched his chin, pondering a strategy. If we fight head-on, we might not necessarily win. Even if we don't consider the short range of their shotguns, what about the dozen or so crossbows? If the crossbowmen are as accurate as the two we encountered earlier, that would be a big problem. After all, the barbed wire can block zombies, but it can't stop bullets or crossbow bolts. They can easily slip through the gaps in the wire. We need to come up with some tactics. Shinjien turned to Jiang Yingxue and said, Ha? Jiang Yingxue looked puzzled. You want me to come up with a strategy? Honestly, I can't think of anything either. That group has at least 20 people. They are well equipped, while on our side there are at most 2 guns. No matter how we confront them, the outcome won't be good. Don't worry, we will definitely get through this. I'll think of a way, but I still need your help. Shinjien comforted her. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue suddenly felt a surge of courage and nodded, saying, Alright, tell me, what should I do? Stay here and don't leave this courtyard under any circumstances. circumstances. Then, I'll get something for you. Shinjien stood up and went back into the house. Shortly after, he appeared at the door holding a hand crossbow he had confiscated the day before. Take this for self-defense. There are a total of 18 arrows. Only these, use them sparingly. Jiang Yingshui took the crossbow, feeling both touched and surprised. You trust me enough to hand over the weapon? Shinjien, hearing her question, showed a hint of impatience on his face. Big sister, are you the fool, or am I? I've already told you such important information. What kind of reward is it if I don't give you something in return? Clap clap clap. Besides, it's only fair. Since you're following me on this mission, of course, I have to give you a weapon. If you were really invulnerable, I would have sent you off with a knife to hack people already. Why would I go to all this trouble? He didn't forget to crack a joke with the last sentence, and Jiang Yingshui couldn't help but laugh. Alright, Shinjien, I will definitely protect this place. Go without worry. Shinjien nodded, but secretly thought to himself, why does that sound like you're cursing me? 10 minutes later, Shinjien went to the equipment crafting station on the first floor and the tactical throwable crafting station on the second floor. He purchased a smoke grenade and a bulletproof vest, spending a total of 800 points. At this moment, he had 532 points remaining. Since the smoke grenade played a crucial role in this counterattack plan, Shinjien decided to check the upgrade options for the smoke grenade and attempt to enhance it. Smoke grenade. Upgrade direction. Advanced smoke grenade. Range, 200 explosion range enhanced, capable of covering a circular area with a diameter of nearly 70 meters. Density, 200 smoke density increased threefold, visibility within the smoke reduced to just 1 meter, making movement nearly impossible. Duration, 100 the smoke effect is extended from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. Bait, 200 the smoke bomb contains a special odor that can attract nearby zombies. So cheap? Shinjien felt a surge of joy. At first glance, 3 out of these 4 upgrade options can actually be upgraded. He carefully scanned through and ultimately decided to upgrade range, duration, and decoy. All of this was part of his plan. As for not choosing concentration, it was because he might also enter the smoke's range by then, and if the visibility was only 1 meter, it would inevitably affect his operations. He handed over 500 points, leaving only 32 points remaining, barely able to save up anymore. But there's no choice, constant upgrades are just to survive better. Shinjien put on a bulletproof vest and attached the enhanced smoke grenades to it. With the protective suit and sweater, he was now wearing the equivalent of 5 layers of clothing. It's already getting hot. Fortunately, it has a ventilation function. Shinjien secretly felt relieved, picked up the hot milk on the table, poured half of it into another cup, and walked out the door. Here, he handed the half cup of hot milk to Jiang Yingshui. After all, it wasn't easy for her, resting only 2 hours a day and braving the severe cold early in the morning to pass on information. To him, giving her a sip of milk was no big deal. Besides, she still had to help him with his work. If things went well, the thugs they killed could even count toward his point earnings. In short, by making good use of Jiang Yingshui and her group, Shinjien had secured a reliable source of point income. Jiang Yingshui took the hot milk, her eyes wide open, her heart already overwhelmed with emotion. She really wanted to give Shinjien a big hug, but she guessed that he would definitely reject such a gesture, perhaps even get angry. With countless words in her heart, she finally turned them into 2 softly spoken words. It must be said, Shinjien saw her expression clearly and thoroughly. After handing over the milk, Jiang Yingshui seemed to revert to that girl experiencing her first crush, avoiding his gaze, her face full of shyness. Cheer up, don't get distracted, it's wartime now. Shinjien patted her on the shoulder, his words full of deeper meaning. Jiang Yingshui nodded repeatedly, as if she was suddenly back on duty, in the days when her superiors would boss her around. Before long, Shinjien had already left the shelter, heading toward the bait trap. It was bustling over there, with more than 200 zombies gathered together, as if they were having a party. Not going. Using zombies to counterattack was a crucial part of Shinjien's plan this time. After all, no matter how many enemies there are or how advanced their weapons, they can't withstand such a large number of zombies. A human wave tactic against a zombie wave tactic, though different in type, they are essentially the same, without a doubt. At this moment, Shinjien took out 3 types of medicine. After taking these, I'll be the most dazzling one in this area, he thought optimistically, first taking the blue pill and the sharp eye potion, leaving the red pill as a backup to heal injuries. Within a few seconds, Shinjien felt as if his whole body was wrapped in flames. What does this feel like? Am I about to turn into Ghost Rider? He couldn't help but take off his protective suit, leaving only the gas mask, and began to take deep breaths. During this process, Shinjien clearly felt a qualitative leap in his 5 senses. Originally, the group of zombies was about 100 meters away from him, but now he could clearly see their clothing, actions, and even distinguish details like missing arms or legs. His vision was absurdly sharp, as if there was a camera installed in front of his eyes. At the same time, he could hear the zombies' wails more distinctly, piercing and noisy. His sense of smell was also excessively enhanced, allowing him to detect the stench emanating from the zombie horde from afar. Temporarily turned into a clairvoyant and keen listener, Shinjien immediately felt the intense changes forces in his body. That is strength and speed. Shinjien instinctively kicked the large tree behind him. The massive tree, wide enough that 5 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, let out a dull sound and began to shake violently. The snow on the tree instantly fell off completely, leaving no trace behind. The snow fell on Shinjien's head. He shook his hair, revealing a faint smile, and then quickly climbed up the tree. That's right, he climbed the tree swiftly, more agile than a monkey. As someone who had been frail since childhood, he used to struggle even with a light jog, turning red-faced and rolling his eyes in exhaustion. But now, he seemed to have transformed into Tarzan, mastering all the skills of tree climbing. My body is simply invincible. Shinjien clenched his fists, speaking to himself excitedly. He couldn't wait to test his current strength. So, he leapt straight from the nearly 6-meter-tall tree, landing with light, silent steps, almost inaudible. Follow me. He charged directly into the dense horde of corpses, without hesitation, without fear. After all, having taken the blue pill, even if bitten, he wouldn't be infected. His goal wasn't to eliminate the entire horde but to retrieve the bait trap from the middle. Thus, a scene unfolded before their eyes. A nearly invisible figure dashed into the horde of corpses, catching them completely off guard and causing them to stagger. By the time they reacted and tried to grab him, Shinjien had already successfully retrieved the bait trap and swiftly escaped from the horde. That was so thrilling. Whether it's speed or courage, this could practically apply for a Guinness World Record. Shinjien was now standing 100 meters away from the horde of corpses, hands on his hips, smiling confidently. Although he wouldn't claim his speed could rival that of corpse dogs, to toy with hundreds of zombies as if they were monkeys was more than within his capability. Now, he felt no sense of caution toward the zombies at all, and even a strange sense of familiarity. With baited traps in hand, Shinjien roamed back and forth near the shelter like a corpse herder, leading over 200 zombies. In the yard, Jiang Yingxue was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Is this even human? If I had hundreds of zombies following me and turned around to see them, I'd probably faint on the spot. Although the scene was extremely shocking, seeing Shinjien unharmed, Jiang Yingxue felt relieved. Moreover, she could easily guess that Shinjien had attracted so many zombies to set up some kind of formation. Before long, Shinjien climbed back up the tree. Below the tree, the zombies were densely packed together, forming a chilling and terrifying mass. If someone were to accidentally fall down, they would likely be torn apart by the horde in an instant, with no chance of survival. But at this moment, Shinjien acted as if nothing had happened, resting his hands behind his head and crossing one leg over the other. Let's take a nap. It seems safe for now. After saying that, he placed the gas mask over his face as a makeshift blindfold. Accompanied by the noise of zombies, he soon fell into a deep sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when the sudden roar of a car engine startled Shinjien awake. They're here? He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Not far away, a truck was recklessly plowing through several zombies, heading straight for the shelter. Shinjien suddenly jumped down from the tree, landing heavily in the midst of the zombie horde. His strengthened body had even gained weight, instantly scattering half of the zombie horde. A few seconds later, he successfully squeezed out of the horde of corpses. If one didn't know better, they might think he was weaving through a crowd of people. At this moment, in the courtyard of the shelter, Jiang Yingxue had already hidden in the shadows, raised her crossbow, and aimed in the direction of the truck. The one driving the truck was Gu Changming. As the leader, he loved charging at the forefront the most, which could also be considered fulfilling the duties of a leader. This battle will surely yield great rewards and make a fortune. The truck quickly arrived in front of the barbed wire and came to a steady stop. Seeing the female student sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but shout, "Traitor!" As soon as the words left her mouth, she pulled the trigger of the crossbow, and the bolt shot straight out. Although the accuracy was good, the distance was too far, and the truck's glass was exceptionally thick. The crossbow bolt could only penetrate less than halfway, causing the glass to instantly crack into a spiderweb pattern. Mingji, someone shot me with a crossbow bolt. The female student inside the car was terrified and clung tightly to Gu Changming. Don't be afraid. Stay hidden in the car. I'll go catch Shinjien and let you vent your anger. Alright, Ming, you must catch him. I absolutely have to humiliate him today, the female student said fervently. In truth, she was of no use in this battle, as she lacked any substantial abilities. But precisely because she recalled how Shinjien had threatened her with a gun yesterday and even insulted her a few times, her heart burned with rage. Fearlessly, she showed up, determined to settle yesterday's grudge once and for all. First, slap him a few times, then kick his balls until they burst. Stabbing him a few times works too, as long as it vents my anger. Anyway, Ming has my back. Who do I have to fear? The female student thought of this, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Gu Changming got out of the car, patted the trunk, and the next second, the trunk door clicked open. Over 20 people jumped out, with a few holding iron ladders in their hands. Because the female student reminded them that the barbed wire fence could not be climbed, or even touched, Gu Changming abandoned any thoughts of taking chances and directly prepared an iron ladder, intending to use it to climb into the yard. The group moved quickly. 2 iron ladders were immediately placed against the barbed wire, and several underlings began to climb. A crossbow crossbow bolt shot through the air, striking one of the underlings squarely in the shoulder. He let out a miserable scream, fell sideways onto the barbed wire, and his body was pierced through like a skewer. Everyone froze in shock at the sight. Is this barbed wire practically made of knives? Forget it. As long as we don't touch it, we'll be fine. Someone, find Shinjien for me, and give him 2 crossbow bolts. Gu Changming thought Shinjien was shooting arrows in the courtyard. Little did he know, Shinjien had already silently made his way behind them. Because of the light footsteps, Gu Changming and the others standing in front of the barbed wire fence had no idea they were about to be ambushed from behind. At this moment, Shinjien simultaneously threw the bait trap and the smoke grenade in his hands. The smoke grenade landed beside the truck, instantly filling the area with thick smoke, completely enveloping Gu Changming and the others. The bait trap was thrown under the truck, making it both hard to reach and unnoticed by anyone. Enhanced smoke bombs and bait traps stacked together, coupled with so many living people, the zombies behind Shinjien instantly went berserk, roaring as they charged toward the barbed wire. What's going on? Cough, cough, cough. Gu Changming and his group were bewildered by the sudden thick smoke. It's a smoke bomb. Boss. What? Smoke grenade? How is that possible? Gu Changming's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this something only the military has? Could the army really be here? The smoke covered a vast area, and after wandering for a long time, Gu Changming and the others still couldn't find their way out. What they were completely unaware of was that Shinjien had already slipped into the smoke like a ghost. Someone in the crowd suddenly let out a miserable scream and then collapsed to the ground. What was meant to be unavoidable could not be avoided. The one hit by Shinjien's M9 was none other than the rat who had luckily escaped that day. The crowd was noisy, and Shinjien's M9 was silenced, so no one heard the gunshot, only saw someone fall in the crowd. It's the rat. What's wrong with him? Gu Changming quickly ran over to check on Haozi and was shocked to see blood gushing from his lower abdomen. That wound was clearly a gunshot wound. Coupled with someone throwing a smoke grenade at their feet, Gu Changming began to panic. Everyone, be careful. Someone's shooting. A loud shout made everyone break out in goosebumps. Instinctively, they crouched down and quickly searched for the shooter's position. But how could Shinjien be discovered by them? He darted into the smoke, fired 2 shots, and quickly ran out again, moving back and forth to confuse them. His enhanced body allowed him to move freely within the smoke, making it impossible for Gu Changming and the others to catch even a glimpse of him. Shinjien even deliberately memorized the positions of several thugs and, after running out, blindly fired back into the smoke. 2 more people fell to the ground, and Gu Changming was completely panicked. His underlings were falling one after another, yet he couldn't even locate the enemy. But if he blindly rushed out of the smoke, he might fall into an ambush and die even faster. At that moment, Gu Changming vaguely saw a strange figure slipping into the smoke. Over there! Gu Changming shouted loudly while pointing in that direction, then raised his hunting rifle and fired. Too slow. Shinjien suddenly felt something hit him. Sensing that something was wrong, he immediately turned around and rushed out of the smoke. Subconsciously lowering his head to check, he found several bullet fragments embedded in the bulletproof vest. The opponent's gunfire had just hit him. Shinjien was both shocked and relieved. Impossible. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and put on the system-made bulletproof vest, otherwise, this shot might have taken his life. Although the impact from the fragments made him feel the force, there was no pain at all. Damn it, then I might as well not bother with the skin. Anyway, my backup will be here soon. Shinjien glanced back at the approaching tide of corpses, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, he aimed his gun at the smoke and began firing wildly. Bullets whizzed around Gu Changming and the others. Some were unlucky enough to be hit in the leg and fell to the ground, while others were fortunate enough to take a headshot and died instantly. Dare to make fun of us? Gu Changming was instantly filled with rage, furious at the thought of being treated like caged lab mice for amusement. He wanted to curse out loud but didn't dare to rush out recklessly. Instead, he crouched low and fired his hunting rifle in the direction the bullets were coming from. The others quickly followed suit, lying on the ground and shooting their crossbows toward the smoke. Shinjien had long anticipated that the other side would counterattack from within the smoke. Hiding behind 2 stacked corpses, he continued to fire with precision. During this time, he also pulled out a double-barreled shotgun and fired several shots into the smoke. Although the range was limited, the wide coverage of the shrapnel meant that blind firing might have an unexpected effect. As it turned out, his guess was correct. The shrapnel from the double-barreled shotgun hit 3 people on Gu Changming's side again, 1 had an ear sliced off, and 2 fell to the ground on the spot. The smoke lasted for about 5 minutes and still hadn't dissipated, yet the gunfire inside and outside the smoke continued unabated. Is this really a smoke grenade? Gu Changming felt increasingly uneasy. Having served in the military when he was young, he knew a thing or two about military weapons. A standard smoke grenade typically produces smoke for about 30 seconds, with special ones lasting up to 5 minutes. But this smoke, even after 5 minutes, showed no signs of dissipating. Could this be a nuclear-powered smoke grenade? How could it last this long? Ouch! Instinctively, he searched for the point where the smoke grenade had landed and quickly found it. But bullets were still flying over
overhead, so he could only crawl forward. Finally, he reached the approximate position, grabbed the smoke grenade, and threw it as far as he could with all his might. This is better now, the smoke should clear soon, Gu Changming thought smugly, secretly mocking what could possibly defeat him. Never mind the outside for now, take the chance to crawl inside. First, capture Shinjien. The smoke in the courtyard isn't that thick, which will make it easier for us to track his position. Gu Changming quickly adjusted the tactics based on his experience. The underlings nodded, mustering their courage to stand up and climb toward the iron ladder under a hail of bullets. But Jiang Yingxue would never let them succeed so easily. Although the smoke grenades obscured Gu Changming and the others' vision, making it difficult for her to see their movements within the smoke just happened to not cover the area near the barbed wire. As long as someone climbed the iron ladder and showed their head, she would immediately spot them. Without hesitation, a crossbow bolt was fired. The thug was struck in the chest and fell down entirely. The second thug, harboring a fluke mentality, tried to climb over while Jiang Yingxue was distracted, but accidentally hit the barbed wire with his foot, causing his entire leg to be pierced by it. The thug let out a miserable scream before fainting, his body stuck on the iron ladder, unable to move, blocking the people behind him. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. After all, she hadn't even lifted a finger, and the opponent had already sabotaged themselves. What's going on? Haven't you climbed in yet? Boss, someone is stuck on the barbed wire. We're blocked. A bunch of useless fools, can't help at a critical moment. Just as Gu Changming was about to climb over himself, he noticed that it suddenly became quiet outside the smoke. Could it be that we took them out? He cautiously guessed, thinking that the people outside had already been shot dead by their random firing. After more than 10 seconds, confirming there was no issue, he slowly stood up. The others also carefully got up. Go out and take a look, Gu Changming ordered. At this moment, under Qin Jian's round of blind shooting, their team of more than 20 people was reduced to 17, with 3 killed by bullets and 6 injured to varying degrees. Suddenly, Gu Changming and the others noticed a large group of staggering figures emerging from the smoke, letting out piercing wails. It's zombies. Where did so many zombies come from? Quick, open fire. No one could have imagined that just as one wave of trouble had barely subsided, a new crisis would follow immediately. A large number of zombies surged in from nowhere, completely trapping them on this side of the barbed wire. Boss, we're surrounded. I don't want to be eaten. In just a few seconds, a sea of zombies, composed of hundreds of them, surged into the smoke, blocking all directions with no way to escape. Everyone immediately fell into extreme despair, with some even losing control of their emotions and bursting into tears. Damn it, we've fallen into a chain trap. Gu Changming widened his eyes at this moment, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation. He had thought that Qin Jian and his shelter were easy prey, but unexpectedly, the other side was not alone and had even set a trap early on, waiting for them to walk right into it. Gu Changming was so furious that he almost bit his tongue. All the intelligence had been provided by that female student, but now the truth turned out to be worlds apart from what she had described. He suddenly turned around and ran toward the truck, opened the passenger door, and yanked the trembling female student hiding inside out, throwing her directly onto the ground. Dare to deceive me? I trusted you so much, gave you good food and drink, and even wanted to make you my first lady. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Gu Changming cursed as he kicked her several times. The female student was completely stunned at this point, rolling on the ground and pleading, Brother Ming, please stop. Everything I said is true. How could I dare to deceive you? I should have shot you a long time ago. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Changming raised his gun and aimed at the female student. But the next second, he felt the zombie behind him closing in. His body trembled, and he quickly climbed back into the car. Get in! Retreat! Gu Changming shouted loudly, and the remaining people scrambled and crawled into the trunk, even throwing away their weapons. Please, Brother Ming, don't leave me behind. The female student hurriedly tried to climb into the car, but Gu Changming kicked her down. The car door slammed shut. The car accelerated sharply, crashing into the barbed wire. What Gu Changming didn't expect was that the violent collision actually pierced the front of the car with the barbed wire. The engine instantly started smoking and caught fire. The barbed wire even shattered the glass, almost stabbing him in the face. What on earth is this barbed wire made of? He turned pale with fright and quickly reversed the car. But as soon as he backed up, the rear of the car hit a wall. To put it bluntly, that wall was a flesh wall formed by the zombie horde. The little guy who entered the car's rear compartment hadn't even had time to close the door before a dense swarm of zombies surged in, instantly engulfing them. Gu Changming knew full well what was happening inside the compartment. Cold sweat streamed down his face, but he refused to give up, slamming the accelerator. The truck burst out of the horde of zombies like a ferocious beast. Gu Changming, without a second thought, figured that as long as he survived, there would always be hope, and he charged out of the smoke with a compartment full of zombies. This scene was witnessed by Qin Jian, who was hiding under a tree several hundred meters away. The car's engine was damaged, and the 2 front tires were punctured by barbed wire, greatly reducing its speed. It swayed left and right, throwing off the zombies clinging to the back of the vehicle, creating an absurd absurd yet comical scene. Shinjien originally thought the other party would surely be devoured by the zombies, but unexpectedly, they survived and even planned to drive away. The next moment, Shinjien clearly noticed that the truck was leaking oil. There's a chance to stop it. No, it should be destroyed directly. Shinjien sprinted like a sharp sword, circling to the side to give chase, and finally caught up with the truck after several dozen seconds. Gu Changming saw the pursuing Shinjien through the rearview mirror and was instantly bewildered. How can this zombie run so fast? No, damn it, this isn't a zombie. His heart raced in fear. The truck was missing 2 wheels, and although its speed was slow, it could still move. But the person in front of him was moving at almost the same speed as the truck, completely beyond his understanding. As his fear reached its peak, his rationality began to collapse, replaced by a frenzy of anger. Gu Changming had reached his limit at this moment. He decisively rolled down the car window, pulled out his shotgun, and let out a piercing howl. Don't you dare come closer. Howling as he fired, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bullets flew out one after another, but they veered off course by a good 8 miles. Shinjien's bulletproof vest had just taken heavy damage. To protect himself, he simply stopped in his tracks, aimed precisely at the truck, and fired several shots. He wasn't aiming at the truck's body but at the fuel tank. The tank had already started leaking, and with just one accurate shot, the entire truck would explode instantly, engulfing everyone inside and the zombies in a sea of flames. Gu Changming felt relieved as he saw the other party stop. However, hearing the sound of bullets continuously hitting the car body, he couldn't help but grow tense again. Gradually regaining his clarity, Gu Changming looked through the rearview mirror in horror and discovered that the car was leaking oil in large quantities, and flames were already rising from the engine in front. The car was now in an extremely dangerous situation. He had only one thought in his mind: no, I must abandon the car. Acting on his thought immediately, without even slowing down the car, he suddenly opened the door and jumped out. Before he even hit the ground, the truck behind him exploded instantly. A flash of fire, and the blast sent him flying over 10 meters away. Fortunately, he landed in a patch of grass, and Gu Changming only suffered a few scrapes. Not dead? From a distance, Shinjien immediately spotted Gu Changming's disheveled figure fleeing. Instinctively, he raised his gun to shoot, only to realize he was out of bullets. The spare magazine had been used up during the earlier blind firing, leaving him with only a few rounds in the double-barreled shotgun. Shinjien cursed and immediately gave chase, vowing to capture Gu Changming alive. But he quickly discovered that Gu Changming had picked up a nearby bicycle and sped into the alley, disappearing without a trace. He actually got away. Shinjien stopped in his tracks, panting heavily, sweat soaking his entire body. His enhanced physique granted him incredible speed, but it hadn't improved his stamina. After running for a long time, he would become utterly exhausted. Once I have a bit more confidence tomorrow, I'll try upgrading the medication first. Its effectiveness really isn't versatile enough. Shinjien silently recited in his heart, then turned back and returned to the shelter. The thick smoke at the shelter had just dispersed, and a large group of zombies were scrambling over the corpses of the raiders. Zombies unable to snatch fresh meat were drawn to the bait traps outside and in the yard. Half wandered in place, while the other half collided with the barbed wire, instantly being torn to shreds. In the courtyard, 2 women were facing each other with crossbows, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. I warn you again, put down the crossbow. You should be the one to put down the crossbow. The two confronting each other were Jiang Yingxue and the female student. Jiang Yingxue never expected that the female student not only didn't leave but stayed behind and even climbed up the iron ladder. She could hardly believe the person in front of her, as if she had become someone else. After all, she had known her thoroughly before, screaming in fear at the sight of zombies, and now completely unafraid, even climbing over the barbed wire to fight her. I never thought you could be so shameless. Not only did you betray us, but you also brought those beasts in human clothing to target Shinjien. I really should have just killed you last night. Rid the people of a scourge and save other survivors from your harm. Jiang Yingxue was burning with rage at this moment, her once clear eyes now filled with murderous intent. After being abandoned by Gu Changming, the female student was nearly driven insane, completely letting everything go in one ear and out the other, hearing nothing at all. The next moment, the female student suddenly fired a hand crossbow, but she had no professional training, and the bolt struck the ground at her feet. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue immediately rushed forward, kicked the hand crossbow out of the female student's hands, grabbed her with both hands, and executed a classic capture move, pinning her to the ground. The subdued female student cried her heart out, her wails of despair unable to stir even a shred of sympathy from Jiang Yingxue. At this moment, the large door in front of Jiang Yingxue slowly opened, and Shinjien, looking somewhat dazed, walked in. Well, isn't this our college student? Just a few days apart, and how did you end up in such a sorry state? What's this? Missed me? Bringing a group of people to see me? How sincere of you, huh? Noticing that the one pinned to the ground was a female student, Shinjien made a few sarcastic remarks. Those piercing words slithered into the female student's ears like the whispers of a devil. She immediately screamed and struggled desperately, but Jiang Yingxue held her down firmly. Jiang Yingxue recounted to Shinjien how she had
defended the courtyard and stopped the female student from climbing over the barbed wire. Shinjien nodded in approval, praising her for a job well done and promising to reward her properly later. Just this bit of praise was already the greatest reward Jiang Yingxue could hope for from Shinjien. However, with the matter at hand unresolved, she couldn't bring herself to feel happy just yet. Shinjien, what should we do with her? Jiang Yingxue asked, patting the female student on the head while looking up. Shinjien hesitated for a moment and said, let her go first, I'll ask her. Jiang Yingxue nodded and released her hand. The female student slowly stood up, then turned around and lunged at Jiang Yingxue with claws outstretched. Bang! Shinjien reacted quickly, delivering a kick that sent her flying several meters away. Jiang Yingxue was startled, not because of Shinjien's action of kicking the female student, but because of the sheer force of that kick. All these years, she had never seen anyone capable of kicking someone so far with a single blow. It seemed Shinjien was truly hiding his abilities. Who exactly was this guy? Could he be a national agent? Otherwise, how could his equipment be so advanced, even possessing that kind of miracle drug? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild. Shinjien walked toward the female student and found that she was already spitting blood, her eyes rolling back. Damn, I hope I didn't kick her to death. Shinjien felt a bit panicked. I surrender, spare my life, the female student said with difficulty. If not for Shinjien's kick, she probably wouldn't have been able to face the reality in front of her. In just one day, she fell from heaven to hell. She thought the days of having enough to eat and wear were near, but little did she know it was merely the calm before the storm. Just answer what I ask, and as long as you tell the truth, you can avoid death. Shinjien, seeing that she could still speak, breathed a sigh of relief and said while looking straight into her eyes. The female student did not give up hope of survival and struggled to stand up. Ask me, I'll tell you everything. Just as Shinjien was about to speak, Jiang Yingxue stepped in front of him. Let me ask. Hearing her request, Shinjien was momentarily stunned, then spread his hands and said, alright, it doesn't matter who asks. So, Jiang Yingxue brought the female student to the barbed wire fence and questioned her sternly. After all, she had a background in law enforcement, and her interrogation was meticulous. Her gaze alone frightened the female student into trembling several times. The female student initially intended to hide some secrets but ultimately gave in and confessed everything. Courtyard number 4 in the urban village. The female student said, I've been to this place before during a mission. I can take you to find that runaway, Gu Changming. Upon hearing Gu Changming's hiding place, Jiang Yingxue turned back and nodded at Shinjien. Shinjien also nodded in approval. This couldn't be better. I've said everything I need to say. Can you let me go now? The female student asked anxiously. Shinjien was about to respond when Jiang Yingxue chuckled lightly. We can let you go. Shinjien couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yingxue disdainfully, thinking that his spotlight seemed to have been stolen. However, the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Jiang Yingxue suddenly shoved the female student, causing her back to slam into the barbed wire. Instantly, her body was slashed in multiple places by the wire, blood gushing out, leaving her in a horrifying state. Ah! Shinjien was startled by Jiang Yingxue's actions. What is it? Jiang Yingxue roared, tears glistening in her eyes. She brought people here to kill you. Does she deserve forgiveness? Shinjien was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, I wasn't planning to let her live well anyway. After all, with so many zombies outside, letting her out would only mean a quicker death. Speaking of which, didn't she also betray you? I guess we're in the same boat. Shinjien couldn't help but say, that's all secondary, you're the most important. Jiang Yingxue's words left Shinjien so shocked that he couldn't speak. He even wanted to ask her, am I your biological father? Why do you care about me so much? Calm down, calm down. The person is dead, and we've found the place. Let's rest for a bit. Shinjien comforted her, then instinctively pulled Jiang Yingxue into his arms and led her under the eaves to shelter from the rain. As Jiang Yingxue was pulled into his embrace, her shoulders trembled, and her angry expression instantly dissipated. She turned her head to look at Shinjien, her voice somewhat hesitant. You? Shinjien seemed not to have reacted yet and had already sat down. Huh? No, it's nothing. Jiang Yingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and spoke softly. Originally, they planned to go directly to the urban village to eliminate Gu Changming, but unexpectedly, hundreds of zombies were lingering outside the door, refusing to disperse. So Shinjien decided to let the zombies slowly crash into the barbed wire and perish on their own, waiting until most of them were dead before heading out. Time dragged on until noon. Shinjien went back inside to heat up the remaining half of the cockroach cake and earthworm cake, along with 2 bottles of drinks, and the two stood under the eaves to have a simple lunch. At this point, Shinjien had become numb to this kind of food. As long as he didn't think too much about the taste, he could barely accept it. The two had just chatted a lot about trivial matters, and Jiang Yingxue had become bolder, curiously asking, you're so nice to me, why don't you invite me to your house? Why make me freeze outside? Shinjien was already prepared and replied with a smile, you've seen this shabby tin house, staying inside isn't actually warm at all. Besides, there are some trade secrets that I can't let you see for now. Hearing him say this, Jiang Yingxue didn't press further. She just shrugged and then curiously said, "You call yourself a businessman, but I always feel like you're not one. More like a master, someone beyond my reach." Shinjien frowned slightly, looking a bit impatient. "Why are we bringing poetry and sentiment into this again? By the way, the zombies outside the door are almost all dead. Should we get going?" He looked outside the barbed wire and spoke. Jiang Yingxue came back to her senses and nodded. "Alright, I'll take you there, and you protect me. You'd better take care of yourself first. I'm not good at protecting others. Just collect the bolts on the ground and use them." The two cooperated as they walked out of the yard. Following Qin Jin's suggestion, Jiang Yingxue picked up all the bolts she could find. Although they encountered dangers along the way, they managed to turn peril into safety. They encountered a squad of 3 corpse hounds. Shinjien used a double-barreled shotgun to kill 2 of them, while Jiang Yingxue shot the remaining one with a crossbow. Meanwhile, in the base camp of Gu Changming in the urban village, Gu Changming limped and pushed open the door, stumbling back into the house in a sorry state. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his upper body bare, covered in bruises, and his back was torn and bleeding from the impact of a truck explosion. This is not even the most terrifying part. The most spine-chilling thing is that at the spot where his abdomen had been completely removed, a large mass of tumor-like abnormal growth has now emerged. Unexpectedly, it not only recurred but became even more severe, already seriously affecting his ability to walk. Even without this ever-expanding tumor, Gu Changming feels he won't live much longer. The wound on his back continues to bleed, and the piercing cold of winter has nearly numbed his limbs. Looking around the small cabin, the brothers of the past were all gone, devoured by zombies. In less than a day, the wolf gang was completely wiped out, and all of this was because of a guy named Shinjien. Shinjien, I won't let you go even as a ghost. And that filthy whore, she should have been eaten down to the bones by now. Gu Changming sneered maliciously, stumbling as he pushed open the door to the room where the women were held. The women were startled by the sound of the door being slammed open, and then they saw Gu Changming, his face twisted in a grimace and his body covered in blood. "A zombie has broken in." Several women screamed in panic. Gu Changming impatiently roared, "Are you all blind? Who turned into a zombie?" "Brother Ming, what's wrong with you?" someone asked. "I'm in a bad mood and want to vent." After saying that, he grabbed a woman. But suddenly discovered that the woman had a tumor on her face exactly like the one on his lower abdomen. Although it wasn't large, it was densely packed and extremely disgusting. This instantly made Gu Changming lose interest, and he casually said, "You have it too? Forget it, let's switch to another one. Anyway, none of us have long to live." As soon as he spoke, all the women were stunned. Guo Min, as the leader of this group of women, not only caught the subtle hints in Gu Changming's words at this moment but also judged from his injuries that the time to resist had finally come. Outside the courtyard, it was completely silent, as if only Gu Changming had returned. Adding his current disheveled appearance, it was evident that he had just experienced a fierce battle outside, almost resulting in total annihilation. Ahem. Guo Min coughed lightly and gave a signal to the few women beside her. The women all nodded, now standing behind Gu Changming. Just as Gu Changming was about to undo his belt, Guo Min seized the moment and lunged forward, her hands tightly gripping Gu Changming's neck, her legs clamping his body. She leaned back forcefully, and the two of them immediately fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, the other women swarmed in, pinning Gu Changming's body down. Soon, Gu Changming was strangled to the point of rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and gradually losing signs of life. Guo Min and the others let go of Gu Changming's corpse, collapsing to the side and gasping for air. "Alright, ladies, don't breathe too hard, or you'll inhale too many bacteria," Guo Min quickly reminded them, and the women hurriedly covered their mouths, trying to calm their rapid breathing. After all, Guo Min had once been a nurse. On the first day of the apocalypse, she noticed the air quality deteriorating rapidly, and later she was accidentally captured and brought here by Gu Changming. But she quickly suggested wearing a mask and covering her face to Gu Changming, which was approved by him. As a result, she has not suffered harm from Gu Changming and his group. Instead, she is regarded as a useful person and protected by him. She is temporarily out of danger, but watching her sisters around her being repeatedly tormented, she struggled internally for a long time before ultimately deciding to secretly organize resistance and continuously look for opportunities to escape. Now, they have finally ushered in a moment of turning the tide. However, the crisis still looms. 2 days ago, someone in their group of sisters contracted a strange virus. This virus wouldn't turn them into the zombies outside, but it would cause bizarre tumor-like growths to appear all over their bodies, bringing intense itching and pain that was unbearable. Guo Min had tried to find a solution, but the virus was too rare and seemed to have emerged at the same time as the zombie virus, making it impossible to obtain more information. "Sisters, take care of each other. Let's head out to search the yard for some clothes and food first. We can't just sit here and wait for death," Guo Min said urgently to everyone. 20 minutes later, Guo Min and her group had gathered a large amount of clothing and various daily necessities. "Let's leave this place. I always feel there's something strange about it. It's not suitable for a long stay," Guo Min said to everyone, but it was clear that they did not agree with her opinion. To them, this place was like hell, where they
endured inhuman torment every day.
Even though those demons were dead, the environment still made them feel uneasy and fearful.
Just as they were about to leave, the iron gate of the yard suddenly swung open, and a man and a woman burst in holding weapons.
It was Shinjien and Jiang Yingxue.
The two sides exchanged glances and were both stunned.
"Don't move," Shinjien and Jiang Yingxue spoke in unison, aiming their weapons at Guomin and the others. "We won't move."
Guomin immediately raised her hands, and the women behind her also put down the supplies in their hands and raised their hands. But the next moment, someone noticed the uniform under Jiang Yingshue's outer garment and exclaimed excitedly, "It's an enforcer."
"An enforcer? It really is. The rescue team is here? That's great."
In an instant, all the women's eyes focused on Jiang Yingxue. They even put down their weapons without hesitation and surrounded her to ask questions before she could speak.
Shinjien was pushed aside by a group of women, feeling a bit bewildered, and thought to himself, "It seems these women must be the harem group that college student mentioned, right?"
Jiang Yingxue was left somewhat dazed by a barrage of questions, struggling and pondering repeatedly in her heart, before finally making an important decision.
"I'm sorry,
There is no rescue team at all, and I'm not an enforcer either.
I'm just an ordinary person. This uniform was randomly found and worn, merely for warmth."
After saying these words, Jiang Yingxue finally felt a sense of relief in her heart. As for Guomin and the others, their hopes were instantly shattered. Shinjien looked at Jiang Yingxue and felt that after meeting him, she was indeed slowly changing. At least in terms of mindset, she was becoming more and more mature. However, these changes were forced upon her. After all, it's understandable, if she hadn't been betrayed, she probably wouldn't have come to such realizations. In short, it's still the same saying, if you can't even take care of yourself, how can you possibly take care of others? Even if your identity is that of an enforcer, so what?
I have a question. Where is Gu Changming?
I have some personal matters to discuss with him. Shinjien smiled at a group of women and raised the double-barreled shotgun in his hand. Guomin turned her head to glance at the small cabin and pointed in that direction, saying, "Over there, but we've already taken care of it."
Shinjien was stunned for a moment, muttering to himself, wasn't this a wasted trip?
He had heard that killing the leader of hostile humans could earn extra bonus points, but it turned out everything worth taking had already been taken. How frustrating. However, the next second, he noticed the women carrying bags of what appeared to be fairly fresh vegetables, and he suddenly felt the trip hadn't been in vain after all.
"Everyone, can you wait a moment?"
"All right." Guomin and the others, disheartened after learning that Jiang Yingxue was not an enforcer, were about to leave when they were stopped by Shinjien.
"May I ask, is there something else?" Guomin walked up to Shinjien and asked with a very polite attitude. But Shinjien was not polite and directly said, "Shouldn't the fresh vegetables be left behind?"
"Wait, not just the vegetables, I mean everything.
Leave it all behind."
The next second, Shinjien changed his tone and said. Guomin was stunned upon hearing this. She turned to look at the sisters behind her, who were also shocked and appeared to be in a dilemma. "Sir, you don't seem like the kind of people who would act like Gu Changming.
Why are you openly robbing us of our things?"
Even though the other party was holding a gun, Guomin still mustered her courage and spoke bluntly. After all, she believed she was in the right, and as a hospital staff member, her forte was persuading people with reason.
"Your things? You don't seem like shameless people like Gu Changming either, do you?"
Shinjien turned the tables, pointing out that Gu Changming had been whipped even after his death. Guomin choked for a moment, then quickly continued to argue, "We killed Gu Changming, so this place is now our territory, and the resources here naturally belong to us." Although she was reluctant to consider this place a refuge, faced with Shinjien's overbearing attitude, she felt there was no way to argue without saying so.
"I guess you just finished off the already half-dead Gu Changming, didn't you? And besides, if we hadn't taken out all his lackeys, would you have been freed?"
"Although I sympathize with you for being locked up here, let's keep things separate."
"Surely your brains haven't been locked up too, right?" Shinjien had no intention of sparing the other party's dignity and continued to press with questions.
This time, Guomin had no words to refute.
Who could argue with that? If one more of Gu Changming's lackeys had returned back then, they wouldn't have dared to make a move.
Without the two of them, they might not know when this suffering would end. Therefore, the credit should go to them.
It's equivalent to breaking into Gu Changming's refuge, so the supplies here rightfully belong to them.
"Sir, thank you for your generous help, but could you please spare me some things?"
Guomin gave up arguing and resorted to pleading. "As you can see, we are all women here."
"I'm fine, but my sisters are either sick or disabled, wearing thin clothes, and we haven't found a suitable shelter yet.
If we don't get food soon, we won't survive."
Guomin wasn't trying to play the victim, just stating the facts, hoping to gain Shinjien's sympathy. But Shinjien remained unmoved, vowing never to soften her heart for strangers again. With a cold expression, she said, "What does that have to do with me?
Have you ever given me any benefit, and now you expect me to give you charity?" Hearing this, Guomin suddenly thought of something and quickly said, I can provide you with some information."
Shinjien furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and said, "Then tell me about it. I heard Gu Changming mention before that not far from here, there's a corporate shelter. There are quite a few survivors there, and it's said that resources are distributed fairly, everyone
everyone has their roles, and they are very united. So, I believe there won't be any more bad people like Gu Changming around here. If you encounter others while searching nearby, they must be from that corporate shelter, so there's no need to be wary of them. At the very least, you won't accidentally hurt them. Guomin looked at the cold gun hanging on Shinjien and swallowed nervously as she explained. Shinjien scratched his ear absent-mindedly and asked in return, what if they accidentally hurt us? You say they're not bad people, but have you seen them with your own eyes? I advise you to stay here honestly. Don't go seeking help from that so-called corporate shelter. If you end up in a den of thieves again, we won't be able to save you. Shinjien chuckled lightly and casually offered a word of advice, but inwardly thought, this woman is just too much of a saint. How could she even be the leader of their team? If they step out of this courtyard, never mind whether they'll be hunted by monsters, when they encounter other survivors, it might not even be them who end up at a disadvantage. Guomin was rendered speechless by the retort, but she couldn't deny that the other party had a point. In this world now, you can know someone's face but not their heart. Who can predict if the seemingly kind person in front of you might push you into a pit the next second? It seems she really was too kind, always thinking the best of everything. Thank you for the reminder. Please forgive me for speaking so bluntly earlier. Guomin immediately bowed her head and apologized. Seeing her sincere attitude, Shinjien nodded slightly. Alright, since you've provided us with information that reduces our chances of stepping on a landmine, you can keep all the food except for the fresh vegetables. After speaking, Shinjien prepared to walk around and see if there were any other resources worth scavenging. Zhang Yingxue remained silent the entire time. She understood that Shinjien was negotiating terms with Guomin and the others, and it wasn't her place to intervene. Her responsibility was to keep an eye on the other party, observe everyone's attitudes, and only step in if their argument became too heated. However, she seemed to have noticed something, her expression somewhat shocked. Let me ask, what's the situation with these two? Zhang Yingxue stopped Guomin, pointing to two women in the group whose faces were covered with fleshy tumors, and asked, you mean them? Guomin immediately began explaining everything in detail. Zhang Yingxue listened attentively, feeling that Guomin spoke very professionally, clearly not an ordinary person. So after she finished speaking, Zhang Yingxue asked, have you studied medicine? Yes, I am a nurse, and I was about to be promoted to head nurse. But then, sigh, the apocalypse came. Guomin let out a long sigh, shaking his head to suppress the words in his heart. Zhang Yingxue deeply empathized. After all, before the apocalypse, she had almost been promoted to team leader herself. How about this? I have a doctor here who has been practicing medicine for 35 years. I'll take you to see him later, okay? I'm not trying to belittle you, but his experience is truly extensive. At the very least, he can make a preliminary diagnosis of this strange illness. Really? Guomin was instantly excited upon hearing this, almost unable to believe it, and her gaze glanced at Shinjien, who was darting around the room. It's fine, that doctor is part of our team. This time treating you is completely free. Zhang Yingshua's words reassured Guomin, who repeatedly expressed her gratitude and bowed in thanks. Over on Shinjien's side, he discovered a single-barrel shotgun lying on the ground near the doorway and quickly picked it up. Yo, so this is where it ended up. I was wondering, how could something so important be casually thrown away? But since there was no place left on him to store the gun, Shinjien scratched his head and tried to unload the bullets from the chamber. Then he walked over and handed the gun to Zhang Yingxue. For me? Zhang Yingxue immediately asked with a face full of joy. Let's discuss it later. Shinjien waved his hand, turned around, and went back into the house. Zhang Yingxue was momentarily stunned, then muttered softly, so you wanted me to keep it for you. Inside the house, Shinjien felt at a loss about Gu Changming's corpse. He discovered that Gu Changming's back was not only bloody but also covered with small, dense tumors at the wound sites. Does it feel like insect eggs? Shinjien swallowed hard and tried to quickly flip the corpse over, only to find that the front was also covered with similar things, and they were even larger than those on the back. How severe are the outdoor pathogens? A person dies and immediately turns into a giant drug lord. Shinjien couldn't help but sigh, suddenly losing interest in scavenging the corpse. He felt that the body had to be dealt with, if for no other reason than that strange thing making him uncomfortable to look at. By chance, he found half a bucket of gasoline in the corner of the wall, quickly picked it up, and poured all the gasoline onto Gu Changming's corpse. Then he took out a lighter and lit it directly. Didn't get a chance to send you off before, making up for it now. Shinjien spoke and turned to leave. Within seconds, the room was filled with smoke and a terrible stench. Fortunately, Shinjien had tightly closed the door, preventing the smell from spreading. 10 minutes later, Shinjien approached Zhang Yingxue and said with a smile, truly lacking in awareness. Then he instructed her to accompany him in continuing the search for supplies. Zhang Yingxue, looking innocent, had no choice but to follow and start searching. During the search, she told Shinjien about her earlier conversation with Guomin. Are you saying their team also has two people with that kind of thing? Shinjien put down the goods in his hand and asked with a frown. Zhang Yingxue also furrowed her brows and counted encountered. What, you noticed that too? Do you know why I burned Gu Changming's corpse? It's because his body was also covered with that stuff and it gave me the creeps. So, you wouldn't want to burn those two women as well, would you? Jiang Yingxue widened her eyes and asked, instantly regarding Shinjien as a cruel and ruthless tyrant. Shinjien glanced at her disdainfully. They're not dead, so why would I burn them? However, this matter still needs to be taken seriously. Shinjien finished speaking and turned to stare at Jiang Yingxue. That gaze made her skin crawl, as if she understood something. Don't stare at me, I don't have those things. Jiang Yingxue quickly rolled up her sleeves and collar, revealing her flawless skin, and hurriedly defended herself. Has anyone in your team grown them? Our team only has 2 people left. Although one is half dead, they're still considered healthy. What about you? If you've grown it, don't hide it from me. Shinjien was well aware that the outdoor air pollution had reached an extremely dangerous level. Not to mention that corpses would instantly grow that thing. Even the living couldn't escape the disaster. Although it was unclear what growing that thing meant, Shinjien preliminarily judged that it was definitely fatal and incurable. The blue pill's function is to resist any virus and bacteria invasion for 3 days, but it doesn't have the effect of curing diseases. The red pill only claims to heal injuries and doesn't mention curing illnesses at all. We need to upgrade the medication quickly and prepare for unforeseen circumstances. I don't want to touch this thing, Shinjien thought to himself, then packed up all the supplies he could take with him. What did you say? He couldn't carry all the supplies at once, so he offered a deal to Guomin and the others, asking them to help with the transportation while he took charge of protecting them during the process. Coincidentally, they were also heading back with Jiang Yingxue, making it very convenient. Guomin agreed without hesitation. More than 10 minutes later, everyone had packed their supplies and set off. On the way back, they encountered quite a few zombies. Guomin and the others had never been in such close proximity to zombies before. Seeing those terrifying and grotesque faces, they were instantly scared out of their wits and scattered in all directions. Jiang Yingxue tried her best to organize everyone and stop them from running around, while Qin Jian simply issued a harsh warning, threatening to throw anyone who screamed again to the zombies. This immediately worked. Everyone fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Thus, after a journey full of thrills, everyone finally arrived at Qin Jian's shelter. This barbed wire is really high. Although it's not luxurious inside, at least it looks very safe. I really wish I could live here. Apart from the mountain of corpses, Guomin and the others also noticed the indestructible barbed wire wall. They couldn't help but sigh, thinking how great it would have been if there had been such a refuge earlier. They wouldn't have had to go out seeking help due to safety concerns, only to end up being captured by Gu Changming and his group. Mr. Qin, if I may ask, how much do we need to contribute to join your refuge? Everything before her made Guomin yearn for it uncontrollably, blurting out the question. Shinjien immediately turned to look at her. Huh? Stop dreaming, Ms. Gua. This is a private shelter, and I don't take in any survivors. Unless you bring me a plane, a tank, or some heavy artillery, then I might consider letting you in. Shinjien's words sounded absurd, but they were undeniably true. Guomin and the others immediately gave up the idea. Corporate shelters also don't allow outsiders, and even if they did, suddenly adding more than 10 people would cause issues with resource allocation. Therefore, Guomin and the others could only use Gu Changming's yard as a refuge. Leave the supplies at the door. I'll sort them out myself. Thank you all for your hard work. Shinjien did not forget to express her gratitude. I'll take them back to Dr. Lu to study, and I'll bring you news tomorrow. Before leaving, Jiang Yingxue walked over to Shinjien and spoke. Alright, do you have anything decent over there? Bring it over tomorrow, and we'll exchange a batch of supplies. Shinjien nodded and asked another question. Jiang Yingxue shrugged, indicating that there was nothing decent left. How about this? I'll advance you some weapons tomorrow, and you can go out and search for seeds. Shinjien proposed a condition and offered a bargaining chip. Seeds? Jiang Yingxue frowned slightly but didn't ask further. It's the seeds of crops, right? Okay, I will do my best to help you find them. Alright, looking forward to our cooperation. Shinjien extended his hand with a slight smile. Jiang Yingxue looked at Shinjien's hand and somewhat stiffly reached out, appearing less natural than during their first handshake. His hand is so soft, so warm. In the moment their hands touched, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter, and a faint blush appeared on her face. But Shinjien didn't notice at all. After everyone had left, Shinjien closed the courtyard gate, moved all the supplies into the house, then stepped outside again to clear the bodies hanging on the wire fence to the ground. After finishing all this, the sky had gradually darkened. Inside the house, Shinjien began inventorying the supplies. Today's harvest could be described as quite bountiful. There were over 50 pounds of fresh vegetables, more than 30 pounds of fruit, daily necessities, seasonings, a pile of tools, a box of medicines, as well as hundreds of arrows, 60 shotgun shells, and 23 hand crossbows. Branch. In addition, there were countless small miscellaneous items. The refrigerator needs to be upgraded tomorrow, or these vegetables and fruits will eventually rot into a mess. Looking at the pile of vegetables and fruits stacked like a small mountain, Shinjien immediately thought of this issue. As for the large number of crossbows and bolts, he still needs to find a
way to sell them, with the primary target being Guomin and her group of unarmed women. Shinjien felt that, given Guomin's personality, even if they had weapons, they wouldn't turn into ingrates or harbor impure intentions toward his shelter. If more people used the weapons they sold to fight zombies, he would naturally make a fortune. Even lying at home, his points would keep increasing like a flowing stream. It is worth noting that Shinjien asked Zhang Yingshuet in the morning how many zombies she killed yesterday, and she replied about 20. However, the points brought by these nearly 20 zombies were only a little over 50, which was a clear disparity compared to the more than 100 points Shinjien earned by killing 20 zombies himself. Thus, Shinjien deduced that the point earnings from allies helping him kill monsters could only be half of his own earnings, or even less. However, he can infinitely increase the number of allies, accumulating bit by bit, and instead of decreasing, his points will only grow more and more. Soon, Shinjien whistled as he prepared dinner. Tonight's meal was incredibly sumptuous. A bag of the last remaining bacon was obtained from today's scavenging. Used half a bag, placed an egg on each slice of bacon, and fried them until fragrant. Washed a bowl of lettuce and cucumbers, prepared the dipping sauce, garlic cloves, and onions. Then opened a bottle of Victory red wine and filled the glass. At this moment, he felt extremely content and carefree. It felt as if he were the richest person in this city of turmoil. No choice, I earned all of this myself. I'm more qualified than anyone to enjoy this privilege. So delicious, it's been years since I last had bacon. Shinjien's mouth was full of grease, his face brimming with satisfaction and pleasure. Thinking about how many people in this city could be like him, he couldn't help but laugh. I guess, even if there are, they probably don't live as comfortably as I do, right? He humbly muttered to himself. After dinner, Shinjien didn't forget to cut some fruit and drink a glass of milk. A bit full. Thank you. He burped, feeling truly overstuffed, and had no choice but to go out for a walk. Considering that the zombies outside the door were all dead, Shinjien opened the door, flashlight in hand, and searched around, collecting all the crossbows from the hands of the dead thugs from the morning. He also moved the iron ladder propped up outside back into the yard. This fellow's death pose is truly amusing, isn't it? Seeing a thug's corpse hanging on the security net in a splits position, Shinjien couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was already late, and he had no intention of dealing with this amusing corpse, deciding to clean it up tomorrow morning. As for the remaining hundreds of corpses, Shinjien had already decided who would move them. Nature is precisely Guomin and her group of women. There is strength in numbers, and efficiency will be higher. Then he planned to give them a dozen crossbows as a reward. Little did he know that once she used the crossbows to kill zombies, the ultimate profit would still be his. Sigh, am I starting to act a bit like a capitalist? Shinjien muttered to himself, lightly coughed, and stopped his smug thoughts. But not long after, he spread his hands and muttered to himself, so what? Early the next morning, after getting up, Shinjien immediately checked the point settlement. Quality sleep, plus 16 points. A luxurious and sumptuous nutritious feast, plus 31 points. Kill zombies with barbed wire, plus 1,598 points. Create smoke and use tactics to kill human enemies, plus 458 points. Detonated a truck to kill zombies, plus 366 points. Found a large amount of supplies, feeling very joyful, plus 500 points. Successfully repelled the attack of human enemies, plus 400 points. Burned insect eggs, plus 41 points. Ally killed a zombie, plus 52 points. Ally killed a human enemy, plus 97 points. Point settlement, 3471. Remaining points, 3503. More than 3,500 points. Shinjien's spirits immediately lifted. He rubbed his hands together, a smug smile appearing on his face. But right after, his attention was drawn to a detail in the points calculation. Burned insect eggs. He couldn't help but recall the incident of burning Gu Changming's corpse yesterday. Goodness, I was just speaking casually, and it actually turned out to be insect eggs? Bang! Shinjien was startled, his mind racing with terrifying thoughts. Not to mention how insect eggs could grow on a corpse, he had no idea what those eggs would eventually hatch into. Oh my god, could this get any creepier? First, the cabbage grew legs and ran away, and now the corpse has become an insect nest. Shinjien scratched his head, his scalp tingling. Thinking about the hundreds of corpses lying inside and outside the yard, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly ran out to check. First, he examined the zombie corpses in the yard. Shinjien leaned in to closely inspect their skin but found no abnormalities, letting out a sigh of relief. He then quickly ran outside the yard to check. Perhaps due to the varying freshness of the corpses, the situation outside the yard was completely different. Out of every 10 corpses, roughly one was covered with insect eggs of various sizes. After a thorough inspection, there were nearly 30 corpses with insect eggs near the shelter. However, Shinjien was not panicked at this moment. Instead, he was somewhat smug. After all, there were only 30 problematic corpses. What was there to fear? Altogether, there were nearly 500 corpses around the shelter, so the probability was actually very low. Moreover, these insect eggs not only didn't cause him trouble but could even bring benefits. How many points can you get for burning a corpse with
with insect eggs. Over 40 points, right? Shinjien's eyes lit up, and he counted on his fingers. Burning 30 insect egg corpses could easily earn more than 1,200 points. I wish you guys would grow more insect eggs on you. As long as you don't hatch, I promise to give you a cremation gift. Shinjien felt excited and quickly ran back to the yard, pushed out the garbage cart, and began loading the corpses with insect eggs onto the cart one by one, piling them into a large heap. Next, he brought over a bucket of gasoline, poured it over the corpses, and ignited the flames. The pungent stench instantly spread, and Shinjien hurriedly retreated into the house, watching the cremation from a distance. After watching for a short while, he couldn't contain his impatience and walked over to the medicine-making station, having promised to upgrade the medicine. To combat outdoor bacteria yesterday, Shinjien couldn't afford to slack off and successively opened the upgrade options for 3 types of medicine. Red pill. Upgrade direction. Secondary red pill. Therapeutic effect. 500 out of 100 dosage recovery effect increased from 50% to 70%. Duration. 1500/500 dosage after use. The beneficial effect is extended from 3 days to 5 days. Disease removal. 2000/750 dosage after use. All diseases and infections can be eliminated. Yo, isn't this exactly what I wanted? Ha. Seeing the upgrade option for disease removal, Shinjien couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now, why worry about parasites on the body? Just take 1 pill, and all germs are instantly eradicated. However, the cost in points is indeed quite high, adding up to 4,000 points for the 3 upgrades. Fortunately, there is still the option to upgrade the dosage. Shinjien checked the remaining dosage, only a little over 600 points, but it didn't matter. With the drugs he seized yesterday, he now had a whole box. He quickly threw the box of drugs into the disassembler. The machine rumbled and operated, and when it was done, Shinjien checked the remaining dosage, which had directly increased to 4,680. Now it feels like I won't have to worry about enhancement drugs for the next 6 months. He excitedly activated all 3 upgrades of the red pill, deducting 1350 units of medicine, leaving 3,330 remaining. In an instant, the red pill successfully upgraded to a level 2 red pill. Seems like this is the first time I've upgraded something to level 2 in one go. Thinking of this, Shinjien couldn't help but feel curious and immediately began carefully examining the details of the level 2 red pill. Level 2 red pill. Upgrade direction. Level 3 red pill. Healing effect. 2,800 dosage. The injury recovery effect increases from 70% to 85%. Duration. 4,000/1500 dosage. The duration of the buff after use is extended from 5 days to 7 days. Self-circulating cleansing. 10,000/5000 drug dosage after use. The body will produce beneficial clotting cells, continuously filtering harmful impurities in the body for 7 days, while also reducing your need for food and sleep by 40%. This is insane. What's self-circulating cleansing? Taking this medicine would save a lot on food. Shinjien couldn't help but complain, but deep down he felt this might not be a good thing. After all, he still wanted to enjoy delicious food every day. Eating only 1 meal a day was far from comfortable, not to mention this would also affect sleep quality. Moreover, the cost of this upgrade is really not cheap, a full 10,000 points. Isn't this just daylight robbery? Shinjien secretly decided that even if he had tens of thousands of points on hand, he wouldn't easily choose to upgrade the 3rd option. After all, that thing should be reserved for emergency situations. Only when he had no food, no shelter, and was in a crisis would upgrading it yield the best results. Since the upgraded red pill could also cure diseases, Shinjien finally felt at ease and stopped checking the upgrade options for other medicines. Immediately, he remembered that he had planned to upgrade the barbed wire yesterday, so he quickly went to check. Soaring, 800 raised the height of the barbed wire to 5 meters. Fire resistance, 500 reduce flame damage by 50%, regardless of the source of the fire. Cold resistance, 500 prevent freezing and extend service life. Now, there are 3 upgrade options left for the barbed wire. Shinjien pondered for a moment and decisively decided to upgrade everything. The greenhouse could wait for an upgrade until there were seeds and the right opportunity. With a wave of his hand, 1,800 points were directly deducted, leaving a balance of 1,703 points. The next second, a loud noise came from the wire fence outside, startling Shinjien into shrinking back. When he went out to take a look, he saw that the wire fence had been completely transformed, a world of difference from before. The first thing that catches the eye is the height of the barbed wire. After being upgraded to towering, it gives an overall impression of being impenetrable. This time, forget about climbing over it, it's almost impossible even to set up 2 ladders. More importantly, the range of the anti-theft net has also been expanded, not just attached to the top of the barbed wire but extending forward as well. It is precisely this extended part that will undoubtedly deter anyone attempting to intrude. Once they reach that height, their head is bound to hit the anti-theft net. The anti-theft net and the wire mesh are integrated, and anyone with a bit of knowledge about this thing knows what the consequences of crashing into it would be. Looking at the upgraded wire mesh's fireproof and cold-resistant effects, the entire surface shimmers as if coated with oil, making it exceptionally eye-catching. Shinjien thought to himself, now even if a plane crashes into it, it wouldn't be able to break through this wire mesh. Yes, it's absolutely safe. You can't feel even a hint of danger. Shinjien put his hands on his hips and sighed, his face full of pride. After the barbed wire fence was upgraded to a steel wire fence, Shinjien naturally wanted to check the newly available upgrade options. Steel wire fence. Upgrade direction, wall of rock. Materials, 2000 replace with harder stone wall materials. Height, 5000 increase the wall height to 10 meters. Earthquake resistance, 3500 deepen the wall foundation to effectively resist seismic shock waves. Lighting, 2000 install lighting equipment around the wall to facilitate observation of the outside at night. Branch, sentry post, 6000 a sentry post is set up on the wall for patrolling, making nighttime guarding more convenient. My goodness, with all these upgrades completed, my shelter could practically turn into a fortress. Seeing these astonishing upgrade options, Shinjien couldn't help but gasp in amazement, his eyes filled with awe. Replacing the barbed wire with stone walls, then raising the height and reinforcing the foundation greatly enhances safety but also makes it more conspicuous. Maybe in the future, a bunch of survivors will run to the wall seeking help, and by then he'll be standing on top of the wall, looking down at everyone arrogantly, and then say with a straight face, "Get lost. Thank you all, this is absolutely awesome." Shinjien happily talked to himself, full of anticipation as he envisioned the future. The upgrades were far from over. Shinjien found the protective suit and began checking the upgrade options. Heat resistance, 200 adds a heat-resistant film on the exterior, allowing the wearer to withstand high temperatures. Portable backpack, 500 attaches a detachable large-capacity backpack to the back, automatically ignoring 40 pounds of internal weight. At the moment, the protective suit only had these two upgrade options left. Without hesitation, Shinjien upgraded both. The points immediately dropped to 1003, leaving exactly 1000. Heat resistance aside, in the future, he might be burning corpses every day, inevitably coming into close contact with flames, so it will definitely come in handy. As for the portable backpack, there's no need to say much, it's like having an extra large bag for conveniently carrying supplies, and it even comes with advanced tech, making 40 pounds of weight feel like nothing. This means that in the future, not only can it hold various weapons and supplies, but even when filled with 40 pounds of items, he won't feel any burden on his body. Running will surely feel as light as a feather. After upgrading all the options, the protective suit was also renamed to Advanced Protective Suit. Wow, in one day, he fully upgraded the options for 3 items. The red pill, barbed wire, and protective suit all upgraded with such dedication. When the system Big Brother calculates the points tomorrow, won't it give some extra rewards? Shinjien didn't think this was just wishful thinking. He truly believed that tomorrow's point calculation would include some extra rewards. After all, his activity level was high enough, and he had been working so hard since early this morning. The remaining 1000 points, Shinjien didn't plan to keep them. He remembered that the M9 pistol only had one upgrade option left. Open the upgrade options. Protective suit. Upgrade direction, advanced protective suit. Branch, M9 pistol. Upgrade direction, military M9 pistol. Ammunition, 50 replenish 50 rounds of ammunition. Durability, 500 the gun body is entirely replaced with advanced materials, extending its lifespan. Ammunition doesn't count as an upgrade option, so the M9 now only has one upgrade option left. Shinjien thought to himself, this thing must be upgraded, it's too important. He immediately spent 500 points to upgrade the durability option. The next second, the M9's gun body instantly elongated significantly. Overall, it looked sleeker, darker, and more refined. The battle with Gu Changming yesterday made Shinjien realize that the M9 had suffered severe wear and tear. Due to continuous firing and reloading, the barrel had become scorching hot, even turning red. He was almost worried that the M9 might misfire and injure him in the next second. But now, with the durability upgrade, he no longer had to worry. He could fire as much as he wanted, even shoot all night without a care. After all, with black technology backing him up, what was there to fear? With all the M9 options fully upgraded, Shinjien had already maxed out 4 items to level 2 today. Military M9 pistol. Upgrade direction, specialized M9 pistol. Ammunition, 50 replenish 50 rounds of ammunition. Drum magazine, 2000 replace all extended magazines with 64 round drum magazines. Infrared, 1000 add an infrared device to effectively improve shooting accuracy. Lighting, 1000 adds lighting equipment to facilitate nighttime combat. Lethal bullet, 3000 every 3 bullets fired. The 4th one deals double damage. Thinking about this M9 pistol, with all these upgrades, its firepower is almost catching up to a machine gun. First, there's the drum magazine, directly expanding to 64 bullets, even surpassing the ammo capacity of a light machine gun. The infrared enhances spray accuracy, making aiming unnecessary. Just turn on the infrared to lock onto enemies. How could you possibly miss? The lighting is equally important. You no longer need to carry a flashlight when going out at night. Branch. The last item is the deadly bullet, those those who know. This is cutting-edge technology. One shot equals the damage of two. Who wouldn't be afraid? Although all 4 items were upgraded to level 2 today, Shinjien now only has 500 points left, and the lowest upgrade option requires 1000 points. He can only put it off for now. Let's make an ID recognizer, Shinjien thought to himself as he walked toward the equipment crafting station. He made an important decision to hand over the single-barrel shotgun confiscated yesterday to Jiang Yingxue. After all, she had a background in law enforcement, and her courage and marksmanship were superior to those of ordinary people. Moreover, since he had entrusted her with searching for seeds, it was clearly inappropriate not to equip her with a decent weapon. However, despite their familiarity to the point of eating and going out together, Shinjien still couldn't completely let down his guard against Jiang Yingxue. In any case, he had to stay vigilant. If he were to sell surplus firearms in the future, he must install an ID recognizer on them. After Shinjien finished making the ID recognizer, he immediately installed it on the single-barrel shotgun. In almost the blink of an eye, the recognizer disappeared into the gun's body, leaving no trace at all. Beep beep, lock failed. The next second, the shotgun in his hand emitted a warning sound, as if trying to remind him of something. This is way too cautious. The muzzle isn't even pointed at me, and it still won't fire. Shinjien exclaimed in amazement, then loaded a bullet into the gun, walked outside, and aimed at the sky to test its effect. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he found that the trigger wouldn't budge at all, even though the gun's safety was already off. So, does this mean I won't be able to use guns equipped with an ID recognizer in the future? Shinjien's heart sank. Although it wasn't a big deal, it still made him feel uncomfortable. Branch. At that moment, the gun suddenly emitted a voice. Fortress Master's voice detected. Would you like to set a keyword to unlock the gun? Shinjien was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, so it can be unlocked? Shinjien quickly responded. Please input the keyword via voice. No. Shinjien pondered for a long time, his mind filled with those self-centered, world-dominating, overly dramatic lines. In the end, he simply gave up pretending and straightforwardly said, forget it, just 1234. Easy to remember. The unlock keyword has been set to 1234. From now on, all guns equipped with ID recognizers can be unlocked and activated using your keyword. If you need to change the keyword, feel free to call anytime. Shinjien felt much better now and opened the door with the hunting rifle in hand. Just then, he caught sight of a zombie, barely clinging to life, struggling to crawl on the ground. Walking up to a zombie, Shinjien spoke. 1234. The shotgun emitted a crisp unlocking sound, and he immediately pulled the trigger. The zombie's head instantly shattered into pieces. Shinjien glanced at the shotgun again and said to it, 1234. Click. The gun automatically locked itself again. This ID recognizer is really considerate. It locks the gun automatically as soon as you pick it up. Is it afraid of accidental self-injury? Not bad. Why is this gun so dusty? I'll have to give it a good cleaning when I get back. After cleaning the gun, Shinjien heated up 2 pieces of cream bread and a bottle of fresh milk, then took them outside under the eaves. He didn't rush to eat but instead took off the hood of his protective suit, walked to the center of the yard, and took a deep breath of fresh air. SSS. However, he immediately realized that the air was not fresh at all. Although it was snowing and a cold wind was blowing, the air carried a plastic-like smell that was particularly unpleasant as it entered his nose. This air is completely different from under the eaves. Perhaps the eaves are also part of the fortress, as the air there is exceptionally gentle, which Shinjien felt on the first day. But he wasn't too worried. After all, he still had the buff from the blue pills for 2 days, so no matter how much virus he inhaled, it wouldn't enter his body. Better put on a hat. The smell is absolutely unbearable. My ears are freezing too. This temperature is just ridiculous. Shinjien looked at the corpse at the doorway, pinched his nose, and quickly put on his hat. Bacteria were swirling everywhere, coupled with the biting cold wind. Without the protection of a hazmat suit, he couldn't even imagine how long he could last. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel some admiration for Jiang Yingxue. Every day, she only used a rag-like cloth to cover her face, did some simple protection, and didn't wear much, just a uniform and a thin cotton jacket, yet she lived with remarkable resilience. Perhaps this is the physique of law enforcers, much stronger than ordinary people. The next second, Shinjien suddenly heard someone calling him. Looking up, he saw Jiang Yingxue leading Lu Min and her group, already appearing not far away. I was just thinking about you, and here you are, Shinjien said to Jiang Yingxue with a smile. Yes. Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment. Miss me? Yes, I've been thinking about you for half a day. Let me think. After all, having not interacted with women for many years, Shinjien's emotional intelligence had long dropped to a negative level. His words were very straightforward, without any emotional undertones. But while the speaker may have no intention, the listener does. Who wouldn't overthink it a little after hearing that? Jiang Yingxue cleared her throat lightly, feeling a bit at a loss, thinking to herself that Shinjien couldn't hold back anymore and was planning to confess to her in public. But then again, even if it's a confession, don't do it in front of so many people. Talking about love in public is so off-putting. Our matter can wait until later. Jiang Yingxue Yingxue walked up to Qin Jian, lowered her voice, and said.
As soon as she finished speaking, she playfully winked at Qin Jian. Maybe they had grown familiar with each other. Jiang Yingshue's playfulness was something Qin Jian had long been accustomed to.
He nodded and said, alright, I think so too. Let's sort out the current situation first. Little did they know, the two were currently chatting across servers. Guomin, right? Click. Interested in helping me with something? Bang.
Qin Jian turned to look at Guomin and asked. Guomin had already learned quite a bit about Qin Jian's situation during her chat with Jiang
Yingsue yesterday.
Now that the other party made a request, as long as she helped with the task, there would naturally be compensation. She nodded without hesitation and responded, sure, Mr. Qin, just tell me. My sisters and I will do our best to complete it. It's nothing too difficult, just some physical labor.
Qin Jian curled his lips and asked tentatively, having you women do some physical labor, is that okay? Of course, we can totally accept that.
Woman agreed directly without even waiting to discuss with her sisters. Although the sisters heard Qin Jian's words, they tacitly agreed, neither opposing nor overthinking it. After all, they
didn't dare to refuse easily at this point.
The outside was full of zombies, and they didn't even have decent weapons in hand, making it nearly impossible to obtain resources through other means. For now, it was better to follow Qin Jian steadily, do some work, and earn a bit of compensation to get through this period. Seeing how readily they agreed, Qin Jian was naturally pleased. Clapping his hands, he assigned them the tasks of moving corpses and cleaning the courtyard.
Guomin and
her group looked at the mountain of corpses piled outside the door. Their expressions immediately varied, some were stunned, some confused, and others full of disgust. But none of them dared to refuse directly. They all picked up tools and started working with their heads down.
Ahem. Several hundred corpses, all moved into the courtyard, won't that be a problem?
Jiang Yingxue leaned over, asking curiously.
It's fine, as long as they don't block the door, it's not an issue. Qin Jian replied. Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes and then asked, are you still short on medicine?
Yes, very short.
Qin Jian immediately nodded.
When it came to the quantity of medicine, he wished he could stockpile tens of thousands of boxes and hoard enough enhancement drugs for several years.
Then today, let's turn the tables. Can you do me a favor?
What favor? Jiang Yingxue said straightforwardly. Yesterday, I took them to Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu said the things growing on them are very unusual, not tumors, but something similar to mite eggs.
Hey!
Under normal circumstances, it's absolutely impossible for mites to nest inside the human body. But these are mutated species, magnified millions of times.
Of course, this is just Dr. Lu's speculation. The specific situation still needs further research. If we can find medical experts or the like, we might be able to find a cure. Jiang Yingxue wanted to say more but was interrupted by Qin Jian. Enough, Dr. Lu's speculation is correct. Those are indeed insect eggs. Ha, they're really insect eggs? Jiang Yingxue was startled.
She had no doubt about Qin Jian's words and took them seriously.
Well, don't ask me how I know. If you don't believe me, you can wait and see when the eggs hatch. Then, won't those women be doomed? Ahem. Jiang Yingxue asked worriedly.
To be honest, Qin Jian now had the ability to cure those sick women, but he felt it was unnecessary.
After all, business is business, and he was not a benevolent father but a rational businessman.
Their contribution to him was minimal, and he wouldn't trade a few human lives for their sake. At the very least, we have to wait for them to finish this task before using such a bargaining chip the next time we seek their help. So, he could only pray that these people could hold on. If their bodies were really pierced by the bugs, there was nothing he could do. By the way, after all this talk, you still haven't gotten to the point.
What exactly do you want me to help you with? Don't tell me you want to find some experts to study this matter?
Qin Jian snapped back to his senses and asked in surprise.
Jiang Yingxue took out a key. Of course not. This is the key to Dr. Lu's pharmacy. We need to find a topical insecticide called Allen. Oh, you mean using that medicine on those women will ensure a complete cure? Not necessarily. After all, the mites are mutated, but
Dr. Lu said they are still just insects. We'll have to try it to see if it works. Qin Jian nodded, thinking to himself, don't get your hopes up too high. Those mutated mites are probably as serious as the zombie virus.
If this topical
insecticide really proves effective against the eggs, Dr. Lu would undoubtedly become a great hero for the nation and even the entire world.
Payment?
Qin Jian instinctively stretched out his hand.
Since you've already taken charge, you can't expect me to work for free, right? Payment? Can't you already guess? Jiang Yingxue smiled faintly.
Dr. Lu said it himself, if you help us get that medicine, all the remaining drugs in the pharmacy will be yours.
Qin Jian's eyes lit up, but he asked worriedly, what if we get there and find the pharmacy has been completely looted? That shouldn't happen, right?
There's a rolling shutter door with a lock. Although it's not as secure as your high-tech equipment, it shouldn't be too conspicuous, Jiang Yingxue said with a hint of optimism. Qin Jian stood up, picked up a cream bread from the plate, and said vaguely while eating, shall we go take a look first? Yeah, it's not far to go and check it out, Jiang Yingxue agreed. By the way, you haven't had breakfast, right? Have something high-calorie. Qin Jian changed the subject and handed Jiang Yingxue a piece of cream bread.
Although Though there wasn't much bread, he didn't mind
too much, as there were still stir-fried dishes to eat. Besides, Jiang Yingxue was likely to become a capable assistant of his in the future, and it was necessary to balance rewards and punishments.
No, I haven't eaten.
Sorry for freeloading at your place again, hee.
Jiang Yingxue took the bread, inhaled deeply, and began to chew it carefully.
Shinjien tilted his head back and took a big gulp of milk, shook the bottle, and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. There's a little left, it's yours.
Alright, thanks. Jiang Yingxue drank it all without hesitation.
Guomin and the others working outside saw the two looking like an old married couple and felt particularly envious. They weren't jealous of their intimacy but were coveting the items in their hands, freshly baked cream bread and steaming hot milk. Even before the apocalypse, they had never properly enjoyed such a lavish breakfast, let alone after the apocalypse, when they were captured by Gu Changming, often starving and barely able to eat even a grain of rice. So, soon, some rumors quietly began to spread. The enforcer said that she and Shinjien have only just met. They're not a couple.
Then is she being kept by him?
Very likely. After all, it's the apocalypse. Even enforcers' thoughts might change. Seeing how beautiful she is, she might have already been a loose woman before the apocalypse. Guomin's group of women were not all in their early 30s, some were in their 40s or even close to 50. Most of them came from ordinary backgrounds with
low levels of education.
Faced with Shinjien's oppressive presence, they could only harbor anger without daring to express it, resorting to gossip behind her back.
Guomin tried to get them to talk less, but they couldn't control their mouths.
Whenever they saw something, they would speculate in the worst and most twisted ways. Thus, while Guomin's team appeared united on the surface, there were already undercurrents within, splitting into several small factions. If they hadn't encountered Shinjien yesterday and killed Gu Changming, the team might have already disbanded due to various conflicts. It didn't take long before someone shifted the topic, turning the focus of the discussion from Jiang Yingxue to themselves.
What?
If you have the guts, go try it yourself and see if that guy likes you.
This old woman won't go. We still have our dignity, unlike you young ones who are so shameless. You actually have some self-awareness. If you didn't mention your age, I would have thought you were 70.
Half of the women joined the argument, speaking sarcastically, with a tense atmosphere filling the air.
Shinjien noticed their lack of focus, frowned, and walked up to them. Hey, what are you all doing? Why are you talking about this?
When the group of women saw Shinjien approaching, they thought it was perfect timing to ask directly.
Mr. Qin, no, Brother Qin, do you like someone like me? Brother Qin, don't look at him, look at me first. And me too.
Suddenly, 4 or 5 young women jumped around and surrounded him.
Shinjien was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself, how did this turn from working into a beauty pageant? Hey, don't do this, get back to work quickly.
Guomin didn't expect things to suddenly become so intense. She hurried over to signal them to stop but was forcibly pushed aside by 3 middle-aged women.
Then, the 3 women jostled their way in front of Shinjien, shouting, young man, you absolutely shouldn't choose them. They've all been ruined by Gu Changming's gang. Don't just talk about now her and her. They used to be bar girls. Who knows what diseases they might have caught long ago. So, Shinlaudi, you really need to think this through. Why not consider us? Even though we're older, we're better at work than they are. Sweeping the yard, doing laundry, cooking, we can handle it all.
The middle-aged women's words hit the sore spot directly, mercilessly exposing the secrets of those young and beautiful women.
The young women's faces
instantly turned ashen, and they couldn't help but point fingers and curse at the middle-aged women, causing the scene to spiral out of control.
The next second, a sudden gunshot rang out, deafeningly loud.
All the women jumped in fright, covering their mouths and scrambling to dodge.
Shinjien lowered the gun, his face dark as he glared at everyone. What do you take me for?
I said yesterday, this is a personal refuge, and no outsiders are accepted. I don't know what you were talking about just now, but I'll say only one thing now. Those who want to work, stay. Those who don't, get out. Shinjien turned his head to look at Guomin, or, you can take them and get out together. Guomin's lips trembled slightly, feeling a wave of grievance in her heart. She hadn't done anything, just wanted to offer some advice, but ended up being the one told to leave.
Wait, young man, aren't you and her boyfriend and girlfriend? Then why are you treating her so well? A middle-aged woman couldn't help but interject, glancing at Jiang Yingxue behind Shinjien and asking.
This remark was undoubtedly a self-revealing statement, leaving the young women stunned, thinking to themselves that they wouldn't even dare to ask such a thing. The middle-aged woman, however, thought she had phrased it subtly enough.
Shinjien immediately understood upon hearing it.
Combining it with what the young women had been eagerly saying earlier, he quickly figured it out.
Are you saying that I treat Jiang Yingxue so well because I'm attracted to her beauty?
Shinjien widened his eyes and questioned.
Isn't that so? The middle-aged woman actually retorted. Is that what you think too, which is why you're negotiating terms with me? Shinjien looked at the young women again.
Their eyes darted evasively, their faces full of guilt, not daring to nod.
30 seconds to disappear from my sight. Shinjien sighed and said to the middle-aged woman.
At first, she didn't react, but when she saw Shinjien pull out a loaded M9 pistol, she was instantly stunned.
What are you doing? I didn't provoke you. 20 seconds. You're You're absolutely crazy. Supporting someone else's child and you think you're in the right. 10 seconds.
Hearing Shinjien counting down, the middle-aged woman finally became scared. She turned around, pushed through the crowd, and started running quickly. Though she had always been overweight, she now ran nimbly, swiftly distancing herself from the shelter. But the next second, she suddenly fell. It wasn't because she tripped over a stone, but because someone grabbed her foot. The middle-aged woman saw stars and turned her head, only to find that it was the blood-covered, feigning death zombie grabbing her foot. It was the only zombie pretending to be dead near the shelter, and at this moment, she had the misfortune of becoming its target.
The next second, the zombie lunged forward and bit fiercely into her plump nape.
Guomin and the others were shocked to the point of trembling all over, but no one dared to move recklessly.
Shinjien put away the gun, expressionless. Zhang Yingxue is my partner.
I treat her well because she can help me kill zombies, and you cannot. If you dare to pick up a knife, take on a dozen zombies alone, or confront armed thugs, and prove yourself with actions, I guarantee you can receive the same treatment.
I'm done talking. I don't want to hear about this a second time. Go back to work.
Shinjien's final words felt like a threat to them. If they dared to slack off again, they might very well be executed on the spot by him. All the women immediately left Shinjien's side, returned to their respective posts, and buried their heads in work, not daring to say a single extra word. Zhang Yingxue heard everything from the side. She didn't think it was a big deal, but who would have thought that Shinjien could actually get angry? However, she also understood that the middle-aged woman not only slandered her but also indirectly insulted Shinjien's character. Even though Shinjien did not personally lay a hand on the middle-aged woman, his anger still suppressed everyone present. Even Zhang Yingxue dared not speak, only wishing to let him be alone to calm down. Perhaps out of fear, Guomin and her group moved with exceptional speed, clearing the snow in the courtyard completely in no time. Afterward, they coordinated with each other, lifting the corpses in pairs and neatly placing them in the backyard of the courtyard as per Shinjien's instructions. Near dusk, all the corpses outside the shelter were finally cleared away. Shinjien softly said, "Thank you all for your hard work," and then called Guomin over alone. "Your reward is a crossbow. First, count the number of people and let me know." "A crossbow? I know. I've seen Gu Changming and the others use it." Hearing about the reward, Guomin immediately became excited, because with weapons, she wouldn't have to fear those zombies when going out to search in the future.
You've seen them use it? Then you can imitate them and use it too, right? More or less. Alright, then I won't need to teach you.
I'll only give you 50 arrows for the crossbow, so distribute them reasonably among yourselves.
As long as you remember to retrieve the arrows you shoot, you won't have to worry about running out of bolts for the crossbow. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Qin.
With just a few words, Shinjien completed the distribution of rewards. There were a total of 18 women, so Shinjien gave them 18 hand crossbows. Even though they had hardly eaten anything all day, the women holding the crossbows now had relieved smiles on their faces. After all, in their eyes, weapons were more important than food.
How could they talk about being full if they couldn't even protect themselves?
Guomin, I hope you can manage them well in the future, especially in terms of their words and actions. Just as Guomin was about to leave, she was stopped by Shinjien, who gave her this reminder. Thinking about the farce that happened in the morning, Guomin was filled with guilt and helplessness. Fortunately, Mr. Shinjien gave them one last chance, allowing them the opportunity to turn over a new leaf. She did not respond, merely nodded silently, then turned and left. After Guomin and the others had walked far away, Shinjien approached Zhang Yingxue and finally spoke. "These women talk about you like this behind your back and you still want to save them?" Zhang Yingxue knew Shinjien was referring to the matter of the insect eggs and replied with a bitter smile, "Actually, I never planned to save them.
First, because I think once you have those things, it's basically incurable. Second, I'm tired. Good deeds don't get rewarded, so who would want to waste their effort? Your awareness is quite high."
"That's right,
You need to have this kind of mindset.
Yeah, but Dr. Liu hasn't reached that level of awareness yet, so he resolutely decided to save them. After all, I'm in the same team as him, and he took care of Shaoshan for 2 days.
I can't just not help him, right?" Mentioning Shin Haidong, Shinjien couldn't help but ask, "Is he still unconscious?"
"Yes,
severe concussion. He might even be a bit slow-witted when he wakes up." Through yesterday's casual chat, Shinjien learned that Shin Haidong was Zhang Yingxue's apprentice.
Although they had known each other for less than a few months, they were as close as siblings, inseparable. Shinjien naturally understood the pure mentor-apprentice bond they shared, free of any other emotions.
"Ah, then I'll be a good person to the end. I can't let you go out alone to help me find seeds."
After saying that, Shinjien stood up, went back to the house, made a red pill, and handed it to Zhang Yingxue.
Shinjien, I.
Zhang Yingxue naturally understood what it was and why Shinjien would entrust such an important thing to her.
"You're not going to stammer, are you?"
Seeing Zhang Yingxue unable to say a word for a long time, Shinjien couldn't help but chuckle. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yingxue suddenly hugged him.
Shinjien was stunned.
This hug was completely different from the one he had received from that female student earlier.
Not only is the physical sensation vastly different, but the meaning is worlds apart.
A long time later, Jiang Yingxue finally let go of Shinjien.
Can I take this as a hug of gratitude? Shinjien asked, frowning. Bang!
Jiang Yingxue originally wanted to say something, but upon hearing Shinjien's words, she quickly found an excuse to back down and nodded.
Alright, it's getting late. Should we go check out that pharmacy? Let's go.
Jiang Yingxue agreed without hesitation.
Wait a moment, take this.
The next second, Shinjien stopped her and pulled out a single-barrel shotgun and 60 rounds of ammunition from the backpack of the protective suit, handing them to her.
Jiang Yingxue didn't offer any extra thanks.
After all, you provide the effort, I provide the weapons and unspoken understanding, no need for words.
This gun has some years on it.
It's homemade, and the past year has seen stricter regulations.
Jiang Yingxue spoke while skillfully loading bullets into the single-barrel shotgun. Gu Changming is in this line of work, isn't he?
What we did yesterday could be considered eliminating harm for the people.
Shinjien responded, and the two immediately stepped out the door.
At this moment, Shinjien and Jiang Yingxue each held a powerful weapon in their hands, as if they had become the strongest duo in the city, with almost no zombies able to get close to them. As they moved forward, the two cleared away the zombies obstructing their path. The deafening sound of the shotgun attracted quite a few zombies, but they remained calm, working together seamlessly to easily disperse wave after wave of the undead, as if they were playing a mowing game.
Leave that dog for me.
On the way, Shinjien spotted a corpse dog charging straight at them. He immediately shouted, pulled out his M9, and took it down with a precise long-range shot.
Jiang
Yingxue naturally had no idea that Shinjien was completing a weekly task assigned by the system. She simply thought he was practicing his shooting skills on the corpse dog. The journey was uneventful, and the two finally arrived near the pharmacy. By this time, the sun had completely set, and the entire city was shrouded in darkness. Just as Jiang Yingxue took out the key to unlock the pharmacy door, Shinjien suddenly said alertly, then grabbed her hand and led her away from the pharmacy entrance, hiding behind the nearby wall.
Jiang Yingxue, still confused, asked nervously, someone seems to be coming.
Shinjien said, his eyes wide open. After taking the enhancement drug, his hearing had become several times sharper than before, and he quickly heard the heavy, noisy footsteps in the distance.
Why didn't I hear anything? As Jiang Yingxue wondered, she vaguely saw a group of people rushing out from the alley next to the pharmacy. These are all humans? So many people.
About 20 people rushed out, each panting heavily and moving hurriedly.
However, the next scene left Shinjien and Jiang Yingxue stunned.
They saw someone in the crowd suddenly pounce on the person in front of them, holding something unknown in their hand, and smashing it fiercely onto the head of the one they tackled. Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd, with the sounds of fighting, screams, and curses rising one after another. Only then did Shinjien understand, and he couldn't help but whisper, these people aren't on the same side. Jiang Yingxue suddenly realized after hearing this that this group of people consisted of two factions chasing another, and for some reason, they suddenly started fighting.
Should we intervene? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask.
After all, the fight was happening right at the pharmacy's entrance, and they were in a hurry to get the medicine before nightfall.
Intervene? How? Are we supposed to wipe out both groups? Shinjien retorted.
Jiang Yingxue was taken aback and thought to herself, that's true, it's impossible to tell who's friend or foe, so how could she help?
But then again, in this world today, is there even a distinction between good and bad anymore?
Just as the two groups were locked in a heated battle, a piercing wail suddenly echoed from the sky.
Everyone, including Shinjien, was startled.
Immediately, someone shouted, not good, it's that vulture again.
Run!
The crowd seemed to have tacitly agreed to a ceasefire, rising together to flee for their lives, making the scene momentarily appear somewhat inexplicably comical. The next moment, a massive figure swept over the heads of the crowd, stirring up a fierce gust of wind, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Ah!
That enormous figure instantly snatched a person, flying low. The captured individual screamed in despair, but no one could come to their rescue. The crowd quickly scattered and disappeared without a trace, while the massive figure continued to circle above the alley, letting out a piercing wail. Hearing the group repeatedly muttering the word vulture as they fled, Shinjien had to confirm that the massive creature was indeed the legendary
mutated vulture. After all, how could an ordinary vulture be so enormous?
Just the wingspan it displayed earlier was over 5 meters long.
Damn, this thing is totally a boss-level monster, isn't it? Shinjien couldn't help but complain inwardly. Turning to look at Jiang Yingxue, she was already trembling all over, gasping for breath. Humans have an instinctive fear of unknown creatures, and Jiang Yingxue was no exception at this moment.
Even though she knew it was a vulture, she found it more eerie and terrifying than zombies or corpse dogs. 5 minutes later, the circling figure of the mutated vulture finally disappeared, and only then did the two slowly step out from behind the wall.
Let's act quickly.
If that thing comes back, we'll be in big trouble, Jiang Yingxue said with a trembling voice, taking out a key to unlock the rolling shutter door. She pushed open the pharmacy door and slipped inside.
However, Shinjien's thoughts were completely the opposite of hers. That mutated vulture was massive in size and could easily hunt humans, dominating this area. It was clearly an extraordinary monster. Although it looked terrifying, it wasn't made of iron. Weapons like bullets should work on it. He thought, perhaps there was a chance to hunt it down? If he really managed to take down this monster, would there be a substantial reward? The more he thought about it, the fear in Shinjien's heart dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement. He was convinced that killing it would bring immense rewards. I have an idea. What idea have you come up with this time? Jiang Yingxue glanced at him awkwardly and urged, stop spacing out, hurry up and come with me to find that medicine. We might as well hunt it first to avoid future troubles. Shinjien ignored her urging, revealing a slight smile and said. Jiang Yingxue was stunned. You mean to hunt that thing? That's right, at least for us, it's advantageous. Forget it, that thing flies around in the sky. How can we deal with it? Jiang Yingxue had no choice but to go along with Qin Jian's words. If Qin Jian hadn't said so, her attitude toward that mutated vulture would definitely have been to avoid it at all costs, never confronting it head-on. Qin Jian said there were plenty of ways to defeat it, but they would have to come back here tomorrow to wait for it. Jiang Yingxue swallowed nervously, still full of trust in Qin Jian, and nodded, saying, alright, I'll do my best to assist you tomorrow. After briefly discussing their plan, the two began searching for the insecticide. Soon, they found a few bottles of it in the corner of a shelf. Qin Jian then started packing as many medicines from the shelf as he could into his backpack. The backpack could ignore a weight limit of 40 pounds, so he stuffed it full without feeling any heaviness at all. Before leaving, Qin Jian also made a point to search the bodies near the entrance that had unfortunately perished during the earlier conflict. He took out something resembling a note from one of the corpses and examined it carefully with a flashlight. A medicine formula? After understanding the content of the note, he frowned deeply. This group seems to be targeting our pharmacy. He pondered for a moment and said to Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue was stunned when she heard him say that. What? No way? Could they really just be passing through here? Seeing her skepticism, Qin Jian shrugged, walked to a corpse by the pharmacy entrance, and picked up a set of lock-picking tools hanging from the body. I specifically noticed earlier that this guy was fiddling with the door lock before the fight broke out, clearly intending to take advantage of the chaos to steal medicine from the pharmacy. It didn't take long before he was killed. Qin Jian finished speaking, sighed, and patted the corpse. So that's how it is. Jiang Yingxue suddenly understood, then thought of the group of people who had fled and said worriedly, doesn't that mean they might come back here? Definitely. At a time when medicine is so precious, they would risk their lives to get it. Qin Jian spoke with great certainty, then lowered his head to glance at the note again. The next second, he handed it directly to Jiang Yingxue. I just saw this, take a look too. Jiang Yingxue took the note, examined it carefully, and her eyes immediately widened. There's actually insect-repellent medicine in this formula? That's why, among the people stealing the medicine, there must be patients with insect eggs in their bodies. Otherwise, why would they think the same way as us? Jiang Yingxue hesitated for a moment and then asked seriously, the pharmacy is under your management now. I know you won't let anyone take it away easily, but we can't guard it around the clock. If we encounter them, how should we respond? Should we take the initiative to attack or adopt a defensive approach? She had thought it through thoroughly, but her thoughts had already been somewhat influenced by Qin Jian. She now wanted to seek his opinion on everything. If it weren't for meeting Qin Jian, her first reaction to these survivors trying to steal medicine might have been peaceful negotiation. If someone points a gun at me, whether they fire or not, I'll shoot first, Qin Jian said without hesitation. Jiang Yingxue nodded, secretly thinking to herself that his words were so vivid, as if she had experienced a similar scene herself. The two of them returned to the supermarket together. Originally, Jiang Yingxue hadn't planned to have Qin Jian accompany her back, but Qin Jian said he wanted to patrol the area to see if there were any traces of corpse dogs. By the way, why are you so interested in corpse dogs? When they reached the entrance of the supermarket, Jiang Yingxue couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. That thing moves quickly, making it hard to hit with a gun, and it can bite through a person's neck in one go. If she encountered two of them, Jiang Yingxue would definitely run as fast as she could, without any wishful thinking. But this guy actually went looking for corpse hounds? Could it be that he had a grudge against them before? Qin Jian definitely wouldn't share his secret with Jiang Yingxue, and even if he did, she wouldn't understand it. That thing is more dangerous than zombies. It must be dealt with immediately upon discovery. Isn't this just to make it easier to come and go in the future? Otherwise, every time I take a path, I'd be surrounded and blocked by corpse dogs. How uncomfortable would that be? Qin Jian casually made up a lie to brush it off. Jiang Yingxue shrugged and reminded, then you'd better be careful. After Jiang Yingxue left, Qin Jian took a walk around the supermarket and saw a few zombies but no sign of corpse dogs. Doesn't the information say corpse dogs like to roam in packs at night? Why haven't I seen any? Could it be that I've already cleared out all the corpse dogs nearby? Okay. Qin Jian frowned in thought as he walked toward the direction of the shelter. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard barking not far away. Qin Jian turned his head and saw, about 50 meters away, a group of over a dozen corpse hounds gathered there. Some were lying down to rest, some were gnawing on corpses, and others were pacing back and forth like night patrols, guarding their companions. Did I just jinx myself? I just said I hadn't seen any corpse hounds, and now they show up immediately. immediately?
Shinjien froze for a moment, then snapped back to his senses and immediately gripped his gun tightly.
Wait, I can't act recklessly. That's over a dozen corpse hounds. Even with the blue pill buff still active, Shinjien didn't want to confront them head-on.
After all, while being bitten wouldn't cause an infection, it would definitely hurt a lot.
If a hand or foot were bitten off, it would be a huge loss. Avoiding being bitten is a must. Acting impulsively is out of the question. Shinjien looked around and noticed a small tree not far away. Another tree, but it's a bit shorter than the one I climbed before. No matter how agile corpse dogs are, they shouldn't be able to climb trees, right?
Shinjien thought for a moment and decided to give it a try.
As long as the corpse dogs can't climb the tree, he would count it as a win.
After all, like zombies, they wouldn't run away and could only be taken down with a headshot. Finding a suitable position, Shinjien picked up the M9, aimed at a pacing corpse dog, and fired 2 consecutive shots, directly piercing the dog's head. The pack of corpse dogs was immediately alarmed, quickly locating Shinjien's position and charging at him fiercely.
Shinjien had already turned and fled, instantly widening the distance between them.
Wait, if it weren't for the boost from the sharp eye potion, those corpse hounds would have caught up to him in seconds. Soon, Shinjien darted up a tree, and the pack of corpse hounds arrived at the base of the tree a few seconds later, desperately trying to leap upward.
What's wrong? Hey, can't bite me. Ha ha.
Shinjien guessed right. The corpse hounds had astonishing jumping ability, but they ultimately couldn't climb this 4-meter-high tree.
Bang, bang.
The double-barreled shotgun spewed flames, easily blasting apart the bodies of 4 corpse hounds. The remaining corpse hounds became even more frenzied, desperately clawing at the tree trunk with their 4 paws, but to no avail.
Getting desperate.
Shinjien, for some unknown reason, sarcastically mocked those corpse dogs in a strange tone. Just like that, over a dozen reckless corpse dogs were shot dead one after another by his shotgun and pistol, all meeting their end under Shinjien's gun.
After jumping down from the tree, Shinjien kicked the corpse dogs' bodies aside, slung his gun over his shoulder, whistled, and casually walked back to the shelter. Back inside, Shinjien checked the task board, and the mission to kill the corpse dogs was marked as completed. Actually, this can be considered an overachievement.
Previously, he had killed countless corpse dogs, although it might not have reached the mission target of 15. He took out a bottle of orange juice from the fridge, gulped it down, and started preparing dinner. Speaking of which, I got a bit carried away upgrading the equipment today and almost forgot to upgrade the fridge. Looking at the pile of ingredients scattered on the floor next to the fridge, Shinjien scratched his head, feeling a bit worried. Only a day has passed, the vegetables and stuff won't go bad, right?
Who cares, let's eat first and talk later. But with so many vegetables, even if I put them all in the fridge, they'll go bad sooner or later, right? After all, I'm alone, how could I possibly finish them all?
If these few sentences were broadcasted throughout the city, an estimated 99% of people would be furious with envy. After all, ordinary shelter residents, out of fear of monsters, don't dare to go out to search for supplies and can only watch helplessly as their resources run out. Meanwhile, large shelters, relying on their large numbers and the collective strength to dispel fear of the monsters, have ventured out to take action.
However, due to their lack of understanding of these
monsters, they have suffered repeated setbacks and losses, becoming preoccupied with defending against monster invasions. Their lives have turned out to be even harder than those in ordinary shelters.
Then there's Shinjien. He has ample food, weapons, and a safe shelter. More importantly, he possesses detailed information about the monsters. His only worry is that the food might not be consumed in time and could eventually spoil. I'm afraid others don't even have the right to worry about such problems. After simply cooking 2 dishes, Shinjien ate and drank, feeling immensely satisfied.
Lying on the sofa, he turned on the TV with a hint of hope, only to find the screen still filled with dense static, accompanied by harsh noise.
Run!
Full stomachs lead to idle desires. Shinjien had experienced this state just a few days ago.
After all, once you're full, you can't just lie around sleeping all day, right? Swoosh! Wouldn't that make you no different from a spider? You definitely need to find some leisure activities to do. Ah, help!
But there's nothing to watch on TV, and even if there were, it would probably just be emergency news about the apocalypse.
Wait a minute, the lounge area.
The next second, Shinjien suddenly remembered something.
Damn it, how could I forget such an important place? He quickly walked toward the door in the corner.
When he was in a hurry to unlock the second floor, he casually unlocked the leisure area without even taking a glance.
Forget it, good things are worth the wait. Isn't he here to inspect it now?
As soon as he pushed the door open, Shinjien immediately felt a strange sense of emptiness.
That feeling was empty, nothing at all.
For bare walls is the perfect phrase to describe this lounge area. The only items are probably the table and chairs at the entrance, along with a stack of a few books. Shinjien instinctively walked over and sat down, picking up a book and flipping it open.
Learn financial management?
It's the damn apocalypse, who cares about managing finances? Seeing the title, he immediately dismissed the idea.
The second book was titled Knowledge is Wealth, and Shinjien still didn't pay much attention to it.
The third and fourth books had titles that seemed like those self-help inspirational kinds of things. Goodness, the few books gifted
gifted in the leisure area aren't meant to pass the time at all. They're clearly for when you're on the verge of a breakdown, to come and seek comfort, right? Too bad my mindset has always been as steady as an old dog. Shinjien pushed the books aside one by one and couldn't help but speak up. System, are there any other books? I don't mind spending points to buy them. There are. Please unlock the library in the leisure area, which contains books of various types. Each book is priced at only 10 points, very affordable. Unexpectedly, the system immediately responded to the casual question. But upon closer thought, why does it feel like the system is trying to sell something? Shinjien snapped back to reality and decided to check what other facilities could be unlocked in the leisure area. Leisure area. Upgrade option, luxury leisure area. Facilities available for construction, library, 500 points, game hall, 1000 points, movie screening room, 1000 points, billiard room, 500 points. There's even an arcade? You can still watch movies? Seeing these two options he loved the most, Shinjien immediately rubbed his hands in excitement, unable to contain himself. But when he saw the points he had left, his smile faded. It's okay, it'll be ready tomorrow. I definitely have to make the leisure area look beautiful. Shinjien smiled faintly, thinking that leisure and entertainment might be delayed, but they would never be absent. What is this? Early the next morning, Shinjien stretched lazily and got out of bed to start calculating points. Quality sleep, plus 17 points. Nutritious diet, plus 20 points. Successfully upgraded 4 fortress devices to level 2, plus 2000 points. Burned insect eggs, plus 1265 points. Kill zombie, plus 142 points. Kill corpse dog, plus 365 points. Kill corpse dog mission completed. Additional reward plus 800 points. First use of a weapon outside the fortress. Reward, single barrel shotgun blueprint. The first discovery of a giant mutant creature. The mission list has been updated with a special mission. Ally killed a zombie, plus 326 points. Ally killed a corpse hound, plus 11 points. Total points settlement, 4538. Remaining points, 4541. Over 4000 points settled. A new record again. Shinjien exclaimed in amazement, then his expression turned serious. The settlement rewards are not just points but also other important information. The most crucial thing is that the task list has been updated with a special task. A special task, just hearing the name makes it clear that it's far better than ordinary tasks. Normally, the task list is updated once a week, but yesterday, while he was out, he triggered a hidden condition, which added this special task. It seems this special task must be related to that mutated vulture. Shinjien speculated inwardly, his excitement growing even stronger. He had already planned to hunt that giant creature, and now with the additional task rewards, it was undoubtedly a huge windfall. The appearance of this special task completely solidified his determination to hunt the mutated vulture. After all, the task list would refresh in 2 days, and if this special task disappeared, it would be like missing out on a fortune worth billions. Shinjien quickly walked up to the task list to check. Special mission, kill the mutated vultures you find, bring back their heads, and place them in the corpse disposal machine. Reward, 5000 points and 3 additional random reward chances from the corpse disposal machine. Seeing such generous rewards, Shinjien couldn't help but exclaim, that's way too lucrative. A reward of 5000 points, plus 3 random rewards from the recycling machine, adds up to an incredible profit. He immediately began drafting a detailed plan to hunt the mutated vultures, unwilling to waste any time. First, the equipment must be checked. After all, the old saying always holds true, you can only deal damage if you're alive. Without adequate defense, everything is pointless. Shinjien opened the upgrade options for the protective suit. Advanced protective suit. Upgrade path. Specialized protective suit. Virus diversification. 2000. The protective suit can resist more mutated viruses and bacteria. Anti-collision. 1000 adds shock absorbing pads, reducing 75% of external impacts and damage. Explosion proof. 3000 embedded with explosion proof iron plates, reducing 80% of explosion damage. Drop protection. 2000 adds a fall protection device, reducing 80% of fall damage. Bacteria scanning. 3000 adds an automatic air scanning system, providing real-time reports on surrounding bacteria concentration. Shinjien glanced over and his gaze stopped at the anti-collision option. Better safe than sorry. What if the mutated vulture suddenly took off or tried to escape while being hunted and accidentally crashed into him? Even though he couldn't see its full form clearly last night, just the wingspan alone exceeded 5 meters, and it was definitely not light, probably weighing over a ton. If his defenses weren't up to par and he got hit, the best-case scenario would still cost him half his life. Without hesitation, Shinjien immediately upgraded the anti-collision feature of his protective suit. The next second, the suit he was wearing instantly felt much sturdier, yet there was no noticeable increase in weight. Shinjien let out a sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward the bulletproof vest. This bulletproof vest was a must. If that vulture charged at him and took a few bites, with its massive body, its beak was probably as sharp as a knife. The protective suit was mainly designed
designed to guard against invisible threats like viruses and bacteria, and aside from the anti-collision feature, it was almost useless in terms of physical defense, practically a weak point. So Shinjien began examining the upgrade options for the bulletproof vest. Bulletproof vest. Upgrade path. Military bulletproof vest. Auto repair. 100 automatically repairs all damage every 12 hours. Anti-stab. 200 enhances elasticity, reducing 80% of piercing damage. Enhanced defense. 500 thickened bulletproof vest, reduces bullet damage by an additional 50%. Increased weight. 1000 overall weight increases, but does not affect the fortress owner's load capacity, and can reduce knockback and knock-up effects. After reading, Shinjien decided to upgrade all the branches one by one. Each one is closely related to defense and absolutely essential. Auto repair is especially important, as no one wants to frequently spend points buying new bulletproof vests. Previously, this bulletproof vest was damaged by Gu Changming, and now it can finally be repaired. The anti-stab function is also crucial, as he had just guessed that the vulture's beak must be as sharp as a knife. Enhanced defense is even more indispensable. Who knows if they'll encounter armed thugs in the future. The last item, weight increase, is particularly important. Thinking of the person who was carried away by the mutated vulture last night, Shinjien felt a pang of anxiety. It was precisely because of insufficient weight that they were easily carried off. This upgrade could effectively increase his weight, though the exact amount of increase was unclear. But what if it really worked? By then, if the vulture tried to carry him off but found it couldn't, wouldn't it be dumbfounded on the spot? Subconsciously, 1,800 points were immediately deducted. The bullet-riddled bulletproof vest instantly looked brand new, with the bulletproof iron plates becoming more compact and refined, gleaming brightly as if polished with oil. Shinjien put on the bulletproof vest, and as previously mentioned, there was no extra burden, but he felt as though he had become significantly heavier. The protective suit combined with the bulletproof vest made Shinjien feel much more secure. Although the metaphor might not sound very flattering, he really felt like a turtle retreating into its shell. From any angle, it was flawless, with defense reaching 100%. Now, he still had over 1,700 points remaining. Shinjien immediately checked the upgrade options for the double-barreled shotgun. After all, with defense in place, his attack power couldn't fall behind. The double-barreled shotgun is undoubtedly the best weapon to deal with that mutated vulture. Close combat is inevitable, and with the opponent's massive size, the shotgun's scattershot damage can be fully maximized. There hadn't been a chance to upgrade it before, but now there's finally an opportunity to take a closer look at the upgrade options. Double-barreled shotgun. Upgrade direction, double-barrel shotgun with special traits. Firepower, 300 increases damage by 50%. Capacity, 500 ammo capacity increased from 2 rounds to 3. Rate of fire, 300 rate of fire increased by 50%. Concentration, 1000 uses special single-head bullets, with fragments concentrated at one point, greatly enhancing lethality. Adjustable switch. Scatter, 1000 uses special scatter bullets, with fragment dispersion area increased by 100%. Adjustable switch. There are a total of 5 branches. This time, Shinjien hesitated for quite a while before making a decision. Upgrade the first 3 basic attributes first. After all, the latter 2 are quite special. Without first improving the basics, these 2 items simply cannot achieve their best effect. Moreover, the latter 2 require 1,000 points each, and he simply doesn't have that many points to upgrade them. After deducting 1,100 points, Shinjien was left with over 600 points. Naturally, he wouldn't let these 600 plus points go to waste. First, he replenished some ammunition, then used 500 points to buy a smoke grenade. To complete the special task, these expenses are necessary. At this moment, the fully armed Shinjien did not rush out but instead placed the single-barrel shotgun blueprint obtained from the daily settlement into the light weapons crafting station. Single-barrel shotgun, only 1,000 points to manufacture? Seeing the price, Shinjien instead lost interest. After all, that thing can only fire one shot at a time, reloading is troublesome, and its effectiveness is only half that of a double-barreled shotgun. Yesterday, he saw Jiang Yingxue operate it in practice and felt it was very awkward to use. Even if it is manufactured in the future, at most it will be sold to others. He would never use it a second time. For now, the plans to upgrade the refrigerator and the leisure area have been postponed once again. Shinjien, however, was not worried, because as long as this big deal went through, his wallet would be overflowing with money. 5,000 points, plus 3 random rewards from the recycler and the daily settlement. He even believed the rumor that tomorrow's settlement points could exceed 10,000. Time was tight, so Shinjien didn't have time to prepare breakfast. He just grabbed a slice of bread, took a bottle of milk, and rushed out the door. In the yard, he didn't forget to inspect the pile of corpses to check for any signs of insect egg mutations. After a quick scan, he picked out the corpses with mutated odors, piled them in one spot, doused them with gasoline, and set them ablaze. Then he walked out of the yard, casually picking up the bait trap on the ground, and headed straight toward the supermarket. On the rooftop of the supermarket, Jiang Yingxue spotted
spotted Shinjien's figure from afar. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately grabbed her gun, ready to go downstairs to meet him. Had enough rest, Xiaoshen? She turned her head to ask Shin Haidong. Enough. I've already slept for several days. Shin Haidong took the red pill Shinjien gave him yesterday, instantly recovering his strength. He responded cheerfully, picked up the hand crossbow nearby, removed the bandage from his head, revealing the scabbed wound on the back of his head. Dr. Lu saw the two preparing to go out, sighed lightly, and said, "Then I'll continue to watch the house and pick up Guomin and the others. By the way, help me take these 2 boxes of Banlangen to Qinjian and exchange them for 2 meat pies." Hey, why are you leaving again? Dr. Lu took out 2 boxes of Banlangen from his bag, only to find that the 2 had already disappeared on the rooftop, his face full of black lines. Downstairs, Qinjian successfully reunited with the 2. "How's your recovery going?" Qinjian asked as he looked at the energetic Shin Haidong. "Thanks to your pills, brother Qin, I'm in excellent condition now. It's like being reborn from the ashes," Shin Haidong said somewhat exaggeratedly, while Qinjian just chuckled and didn't respond. "So, what's the plan for today? Are we really going to hunt that oversized vulture?" Zhang Yingxue raised an eyebrow at Qinjian and asked. Qinjian immediately nodded. "That's right, it's our target." The 3 walked while discussing the battle plan. First, they analyzed the weaknesses of the mutated vulture, then prepared the steps for the ambush. After all, it could fly in the air, so its wings must be its Achilles heel. As long as they managed to injure its wings and prevent it from taking off, its combat power would naturally be greatly reduced, effectively avoiding the situation where it could fly away and grab someone. To injure its wings, they first needed to lure it to the ground. Thus, Xinjian's bait trap came into play. After all, that thing was every monster's favorite, and he believed the mutated vulture would be no exception. As long as it was placed in the right location, it would definitely fly down to investigate. Once it was lured down, the attack plan could be initiated. Xinjian first threw a smoke bomb, and the 3 rushed forward simultaneously. Zhang Yingxue tried to slash the vulture's wings with a long knife, then followed up by attacking the wings with a hunting rifle. Xinjian focused on the other wing, firing 3 shots directly at it. Shin Haidong aimed at the vulture's head as best as he could and shot an arrow, attempting to deal a heavy blow. Shin Haidong also proposed a good suggestion. The vulture had dense feathers and was afraid of fire. If conditions allowed, they could try a fire attack. "There are 2 barrels of gasoline at the corner of the pharmacy. I think we can definitely give it a shot," Zhang Yingxue reminded. Xinjian stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Alright, but this task has to be done by me. After all, I'm faster and better equipped," Xinjian added without a hint of modesty. Zhang Yingxue and Shin Haidong just shrugged and didn't question him. After all, they had always trusted Xinjian's abilities. The heavy responsibility of the fire attack naturally fell on Xinjian's shoulders. To be honest, Xinjian didn't think too much at first. He simply believed that using enough firepower would take down the mutated vulture. If he were as meticulous as Shin Haidong, he might have even given up upgrading the double-barreled shotgun and spent 500 points at the tactical throwable crafting station to make a Molotov cocktail. However, he didn't think it was a big deal, as he had already figured out how to use gasoline to deal with the mutated vulture. About an hour later, the 3 of them appeared at the entrance of the pharmacy. Zhang Yingxue first pulled up the rolling shutter door, and Qinjian and Shin Haidong quickly slipped inside, grabbed the gasoline from the corner, and brought it to the wall outside to prepare. The plan was still to unfold at that concealed corner. There were many overhead obstructions there, so even if the mutated vulture flew by, it wouldn't easily spot their position, making it convenient to launch a surprise attack at any time. A few minutes later, Xinjian took out the bait trap and placed it directly in the middle of the corridor. If this area was the territory of the mutant vultures, he believed they would appear regardless of whether it was day or night. Time passed little by little, and 3 hours quietly slipped away. Apart from 2 zombies attracted by the bait trap, there was no sign of any other creatures on the street. Xinjian couldn't help but yawn, wondering if the bait trap was ineffective against mutant vultures, but it couldn't be that not even a shadow appeared, right? Feeling bored, Zhang Yingxue naturally leaned against Xinjian's back, occasionally lying on it. The 2 tacitly understood each other. Xinjian didn't react, and she didn't say much either. Shin Haidong suddenly came out with a few chilling words. "I just thought, could there be more than just 1 or 2 of these giant mutated vultures?" Zhang Yingxue turned around and shot him a glare. "Shut your crow's mouth." Oh, Shin Haidong obediently shut his mouth. He wouldn't dare disobey his master. "By the way, what did I miss? Why does it feel like master and brother Qin have gotten a lot closer?" Watching the 2 of them resting back to back, Shin Haidong couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. "Shuejie, come here." Before long, he couldn't suppress his gossipy curiosity and called out to Zhang Yingxue. Zhang Yingxue leaned in curiously, frowning as she stared at him. Shin Haidong whispered into her ear, "Are you 2 a thing?" Zhang Yingxue was momentarily stunned. "What?" I said. "Are you 2 together?" Shin Haidong spoke as his gaze shifted to Qinjian, who had his back to them. "You?" Zhang Yingshue's face instantly turned red, pointing at his nose and growling softly, "Don't talk nonsense.
nonsense. Shin Haidong suddenly slapped his thigh, his heart surging with excitement. Since his master had said so, it must mean tacit approval of his question.
Anyway, I wish you a long and happy life together,
Shin Haidong said softly, while Jiang Yingxue waved her hand at him, signaling him to stop talking.
In fact, Shin Haidong's blessing made her heart bloom with joy.
It's just, I still don't know when we can officially come clean. The conversation took a turn, and Jiang Yingshue's joy gradually faded as she thought about it. That's right, although she felt that she and Qin Jianlang shared mutual feelings, the other party had never directly confessed to her. She had also thought about confessing directly, but at every critical moment, she always became timid and flustered.
Sigh, let's just make do for now.
After a moment, Jiang Yingxue felt relieved.
Until around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there seemed to be some commotion in the sky. A massive figure flew over their heads. Finally, I've been waiting for this. I need to see what it really looks like.
Just by the shadow cast on the ground, Shinjien and the others confirmed it was the mutated vulture. At this moment, the three were filled with excitement, without a trace of fear. After all, their plan had long been finalized, and they had even rehearsed it several times. If they still failed, it would entirely be their own fault. It seemed the mutated vulture noticed the bait trap on the ground.
Its body dipped low and dove straight down.
The massive body landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust and hitting the ground with a dull thud. At this moment, Shinjien and the other two, hiding in the corner, finally got a clear look at the true appearance of the mutated vulture. Their eyes widened in shock. The mutated vulture was covered in black and white feathers, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its head was as large as a computer screen, with sharp and fierce eyes glaring round and wide. However, it had clearly been injured before. One of its eyes was a bloody mess, and its left giant claw was covered in wounds, still oozing blood. Seeing this scene, Shinjien actually felt like applauding. No matter how it got injured, as long as we catch it today, it won't leave here alive. Jiang Yingxue felt a bit nervous at first when she saw the massive creature land, but after taking a closer look, she thought it wouldn't be too hard to deal with. After all, its entire body was soft, and a random shot could easily leave it bloodied and mangled. Shin Haidong, on the other hand, was calculating in his mind. This thing seemed a bit tricky, but with Brother Qin around, he was confident they could take it down with ease. The task of severely injuring its head fell on him, and he would never betray Brother Qin's trust. Soon, the mutated vulture seemed to let its guard down, crouching its body and spreading its massive wings, even knocking over a nearby trash bin. Its sharp, giant beak curved slightly, resembling a machete. At this moment, it grabbed the bait trap with its massive beak, attempting to swallow it, but found it hard to ingest and simply spat it out, playing with it repeatedly in its mouth. Shinjien felt the timing was about right, picked up the gasoline can with one hand, and pulled out a smoke grenade with the other. He turned back and nodded to the two people, who nodded back in response. With a crisp sound, Shinjien pulled the pin of the smoke grenade and gently tossed it. The smoke grenade slowly rolled toward the mutated vulture, instantly releasing a large cloud of white smoke. Shinjien said no more, waved his hand, and rushed out, with Jiang Yingxue and Shin Haidong following closely behind. The mutated vulture was suddenly enveloped in smoke, seemingly caught off guard. It let out a puzzled sound and looked around. However, just as it turned its head, a crossbow bolt fiercely struck its head. It trembled violently and let out an earth-shattering roar. In the next moment, Shinjien had already flashed to its side. The double-barreled shotgun spewed fire, riddling its outstretched wings with dozens of bloody holes, feathers exploding and scattering instantly. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Suffering such a heavy blow, the mutated vulture's roar turned into a wail. But the attack was not over yet. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue appeared on the other side of its wing, swung her blade down, and directly sliced off a chunk of flesh. Then, Jiang Yingxue raised her gun, aimed at the wound, and unleashed full firepower, adding fuel to the fire. The sudden fierce attack instantly rendered the mutated vulture powerless. But it had not completely collapsed, as its right wing could still move. It suddenly flapped its right wing. Jiang Yingxue had not yet raised her blade for a second strike when Qin Jian suddenly shouted at her and rushed to her side. At the critical moment, Qin Jian pushed Jiang Yingxue aside and, clad in protective gear, firmly withstood the attack. When the attack struck his body, Qin Jian only took a step back. The reinforced protective suit and bulletproof vest reduced the force of an attack that could instinctively send a person flying to merely feeling like being slapped. At this moment, Qin Jian seized every opportunity. Before the wing could descend, he swiftly grabbed the massive wing with a reverse grip, pulled out gasoline from his backpack, and splashed it horizontally across the wing. Then, he quickly drew the M9 and fired at the mutated vulture's wings. In an instant, the gasoline-soaked wings were ignited by the bullets, and roaring flames surged up. The mutated vulture's feathers were dense, and as the edges of its wings caught fire, the flames rapidly spread in all directions. Qin Jian remembered that his protective suit was fire-resistant, so he simply did not dodge the incoming flames. He continued to grip the vulture's wings tightly, giving it no chance to resist, determined to let the flames engulf its entire body. Shin Haidong and Jiang Yingxue saw Qin Jian's hands wrapped in flames, yet he remained motionless. They were stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality, quickly loading ammunition and adding a few more wounds to the mutated vulture. The mutated vulture's wings were completely destroyed, and half of its body had been consumed by the raging fire. Its painful cries carried a hint of helplessness. To prevent it from taking flight, Shinjien almost carried it through the flames, firmly gripping its right wing. Although the scene looked like being engulfed in flames, Shinjien barely felt the burning sensation, only a wave of warmth. Perhaps due to the effects of the enhancement drug and the severe injuries of the mutated vulture, he was actually able to slowly drag its body backward a certain distance. Shin Haidong pulled back and forth in front of the vulture's head, dodging 2 packs, then shot 3 crossbow bolts into its head, causing blood to gush out. Jiang Yingxue seized the opportunity to fire 6 or 7 shots at the mutated vulture, 2 of which hit its head. Despite its severe injuries, the vulture showed no signs of weakness and struggled even more fiercely. Step back. Seeing the situation turn dire, Shinjien urgently shouted for the 2 to retreat. The mutated vulture, though unable to flap its wings, could roll on the ground, and with each roll, flames scattered in all directions. Let's go. Stop fighting. Jiang Yingxue quickly pulled Shin Haidong away, and the spot where they had been standing was soon engulfed in a sea of flames. What the mutated vulture didn't expect was that no matter how it twisted its body, Shinjien still held tightly onto its wings, refusing to let go. Even though both he and the vulture were wrapped in raging flames, he gritted his teeth and persisted, gripping its wings with all his might. The mutated vulture panicked. For it, the humans hunting these days either fled at first sight or during their escape. Although it had suffered many injuries, it had never encountered humans so resolutely risking their lives to fight. In the next moment, the mutated vulture suddenly raised its massive claw and fiercely kicked towards Shinjien. Shinjien made no attempt to dodge and took the blow head-on. Then, taking advantage of the moment before the opponent could retract its leg, he swiftly grabbed the massive claw that resembled a giant pickled chicken foot. The mutated vulture froze, unable to believe that Shinjien's strength was so immense, effortlessly grabbing its leg and preventing it from retracting. You dare expose that injured leg? Are you courting death? Shinjien smiled, quickly bent down to pick up the long blade Jiang Yingxue had dropped, clamped the giant claw under his arm, and aimed a fierce chop at the ankle. The long blade, sharpened to an extreme by Jiang Yingxue, sliced through as smoothly as cutting tofu. The giant claw was severed in one stroke, and blood gushed like a fountain from the wound, spraying in all directions. The mutated vulture, unable to endure the excruciating pain of its severed limb, raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding air to seemingly tremble. Branch! The 3 instinctively cursed in unison, the painful roar shaking them to the point of covering their ears. Taking advantage of the 3 being stunned and disoriented, the mutated vulture endured the pain, flapped its wings, and used its remaining giant claw to fiercely push off the ground, struggling to soar into the sky. Not good, it's about to fly away. Shinjien was the first to recover, and upon seeing the scene before him, he immediately pulled out his M9 pistol, aimed at the mutated vulture circling in the sky, and began firing rapidly. Jiang Yingxue and Shin Haidong were still covering their ears, their minds somewhat disoriented. Jiang Yingxue managed to steady herself against the wall to avoid falling to the ground, while Shin Haidong was already half-kneeling on one knee. The mutated vulture braved Shinjien's gunfire, flying at low altitude. Although its figure gradually receded into the distance, it soon stopped. On the roof of a low building, Shinjien could still see its position clearly, but the firearm's range was no longer sufficient to reach it. It's not leaving? Shinjien thought to himself. That's just perfect. He saw the mutated vulture perched on the rooftop suddenly shake its body violently, shedding the flames on its feathers, and then dive down again. Shinjien was almost ecstatic. I thought this fat duck was about to fly away, but unexpectedly, it seemed furious and wanted to adjust its state before coming back to continue the attack. Truly an opponent worthy of respect. The mutated vulture believed it had the advantage in aerial combat and was fully confident it could counter-kill the 3 people who ambushed it. Its level of mutation was slightly higher, granting it emotions similar to humans. Not only did it want to kill them, but it also wanted to do so in the most brutal and satisfying way, grabbing them into the air and letting go, causing them to crash into a bloody pulp. This was its ultimate move. In previous battles with humans, it loved using this technique the most. After all, watching teammates suddenly splatter into a mess of flesh would terrify anyone into fleeing. However, this was merely the mutated vulture's wishful thinking. Shinjien was well prepared. He was now on the 5th floor. He loaded bullets into the M9 and, as the mutated vulture swooped down toward him, unleashed all the bullets, leaving the creature riddled with wounds. As the mutated vulture approached, Shinjien swiftly switched to a double-barreled shotgun and loaded the shells. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The mutated vulture's massive claws grazed the top of Shinjien's head and grabbed him. But in the next second, the mutated vulture froze. It had caught him but hadn't fully lifted him. Shinjien was slowly being dragged, his feet still firmly planted on the ground. The mutated vulture couldn't help but let out a few strange cries, seemingly talking to itself. What on earth is going on? How is this human's weight almost the same as mine? Branch! Shinjien! Jiang Yingxue recovered at this moment, stood up, and saw the scene. She hurriedly shouted, worried that Shinjien might be taken into the air, repeating yesterday's tragedy. Don't just stand there, attack it. At that moment, Shinjien grabbed the mutated vulture's giant claw by the shoulder with a reverse grip, shouted loudly, and pressed the double-barreled shotgun against the claw, firing 3 consecutive shots. The claw instantly burst into a spray of blood, deforming and losing its claw-like shape, with flesh and blood splattering onto his protective suit. The mutated vulture's only remaining giant claw also lost its strength, instantly becoming powerless and crashing heavily to the ground from low altitude. Bang! As soon as it landed, Jiang Yingxue fired her shotgun at its eye, quickly blasting the mutated vulture's eyeball to pieces. In an instant, the mutated vulture's vision turned pitch black. Although Shinjien was thrown to the ground, he immediately got up, lunged forward, and thrust the long blade in his hand fiercely into its head. This strike was undoubtedly fatal. The mutated vulture trembled all over, unable to even let out a howl. Its head drooped, and its wings weakly flapped, as if using its last ounce of strength, clinging to a slim hope of escape. Jiang Yingxue rushed to its front, firing shot after shot at its head. The two of them attacked together until the mutated vulture's head was a bloody mess and its wings completely stopped moving before they finally ceased their assault. Both let out a heavy sigh of relief. Shinjien lay directly on the mutated vulture's body, resting on his back, while Jiang Yingxue sat on the ground, rubbing her still faintly aching temples with her fingers. Shen Haidong got up and, seeing the scene, appeared particularly bewildered. After resting for over 10 seconds, Shinjien and Jiang Yingxue exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. Although the battle was thrilling and intense, it was overall a success. Thanks to his foresight in upgrading equipment and weapons in advance, otherwise, at the very beginning, he might have been swatted away by that guy's wing. In the end, everyone contributed. If he had fought alone, he probably would have had to battle this guy for 3 days and 3 nights. Shinjien climbed down from the mutated vulture, recalling that the task was not only to kill it but also to bring back its head. He pulled out the long knife embedded in its head, found the right angle, and struck twice, successfully chopping off the massive head, returning this to its owner. Here, Shinjien handed the long knife back to Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue, curious about his act of cutting off the mutated vulture's head, asked, "Are you planning to roast a vulture head to celebrate?" "Yes." Shinjien gave her a slight smile, then vertically placed the mutated vulture's head into his backpack. Jiang Yingxue understood he was just joking and didn't ask further. After all, the mutated vulture's corpse was lying at the pharmacy entrance, severely obstructing access, and the three of them were planning to move it together. However, during the process of moving it, Shinjien suddenly furrowed his brows and signaled the other two to let go. The mutated vulture's corpse then fell heavily to the ground. The two saw Shinjien's expression change and became alert, instinctively asking nervously. Shinjien turned around and looked toward a corner of the alley. "Stop hiding, come out." "Branch, someone's there?" Jiang Yingxue followed his gaze and immediately pulled out her hunting rifle and loaded it. Shen Haidong also tightened his crossbow and aimed at the depths of the alley. After a long while, there was still no movement from the other side of the alley. Shinjien's ears had been enhanced, so as long as it was quiet around him, he could catch even the slightest rustle of wind or grass. Just now, he had heard the sound of footsteps coming from the corner of the wall, so he was certain someone was definitely hiding there. Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to show themselves, Shinjien simply raised his gun and walked over, threatening, "Do I really need to come over and find you?" "Wait, no need." A flurry of chaotic sounds quickly came from the corner. Afterward, about 7 or 8 people with backpacks and covered faces slowly emerged. "Drop your weapons." Even though they were only holding sticks and machetes, Shinjien remained cautious, raising the muzzle of the gun and quickly giving a warning. The young man leading the group wore glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance. Upon hearing Shinjien's words, he immediately reminded the people behind him to put down their weapons, then instinctively raised both hands to show he meant no harm. "Don't get excited, brothers and sisters. We're just passing through." "Passing through?" Shinjien frowned and asked, "Then why didn't you just come out and say you were passing through, instead of hiding in the corner and refusing to show yourselves?" The man with glasses was momentarily speechless but still tried to explain. "We originally wanted to walk straight out, but when we saw you holding guns, we got scared, so—" "Stop explaining. You wouldn't happen to be the group from yesterday, would you?" Shinjien interrupted him, asking with a hint of amusement. "Which group?" The man with glasses looked confused, unsure if he truly didn't understand or was just pretending. Shinjien was, however, absolutely certain he was pretending, because judging from the corpses left behind from yesterday's fight at the pharmacy entrance, the backpacks on several of the bodies were exactly the same color as theirs. Not just the backpacks, even the black down jackets they wore were identical, as if they had bulk purchased a set from some mall beforehand, all dressed the same. "I don't want to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Are you here for this pharmacy? Looking for pest control medicine?" Shinjien pointed at the pharmacy and asked the man with glasses. The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, then immediately confessed on the spot, "Why yes, how did you know? I saw your little note. I guess you were hiding in the corner, planning to loot the pharmacy after we left?" Shinjien's words hit the nail on the head. The man with glasses quickly waved his hand to
deny it. No, big brother, we actually just need some insect repellent. We're not trying to rob the pharmacy. Shinjien nodded, a smile on his lips. Where are you from? The Nantian Corporation shelter. The man with glasses immediately replied. We are all good people. He deliberately added another sentence. Corporate shelter? Shinjien recalled the information Guomin had given him earlier and tentatively asked, is it the one near the urban village? Yes, that's the one. The man with glasses nodded and smiled, furrowing his brows and muttering, how does he know everything? Are there people in the shelter with insect eggs growing on them too? How many people exactly? About 20 or so. The man with glasses continued to plead, big brother, since you know the situation of our shelter, could you cut us some slack and help us get through this tough time? We won't take much, just 2 bottles. Stop right there. Shinjien raised his hand to signal a halt, and the man with glasses, who had been about to launch into a long speech, immediately fell silent. Then, Shinjien asked, for free? Is it for you? The man with glasses immediately understood the meaning behind Shinjien's words and hurriedly waved his hands to explain, no, we're paying, absolutely paying. After speaking, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, counted it, and handed it to Shinjien. This is 2,000, how about it? Seeing that Shinjien showed no reaction, he quickly took off his watch and handed it over along with the money using both hands. Shinjien blinked at him, then turned to look at Jiang Yingxue and Shen Haidong. The three of them couldn't help but chuckle softly. Even a fool would know that in this world, money had long become worthless paper. The man with glasses was clearly still stuck in traditional thinking. He then pulled out his phone with a helpless expression and said, brother, this is all I have left on me. Look, is this really about money, baby? Shinjien couldn't help but call him that, as the bespectacled man seemed mentally immature in his eyes, as if stuck in a childlike stage. Li Chuan, I know what they want. At that moment, a burly man stepped out from behind the bespectacled man. Facing Shinjien directly, the man spoke first. Tell me, what do we need to trade for 2 bottles of insecticide? Be more sincere in your attitude. Jiang Yingxue, standing to the side, noticed the burly man speaking to Shinjien in a gruff manner and gently reminded him with a hint of protecting her master. The burly man was momentarily stunned, quickly cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment, straightened his posture, and said with a simple smile, may I ask, what do we need to exchange for your 2 bottles of insect repellent? Shinjien thought for a moment and said, do you have any seeds? The burly man frowned and turned to look at Li Chuan. Li Chuan adjusted his glasses, stepped past the burly man, and asked, do you mean the kind planted in the ground, or the kind in the computer? The kind planted in the ground. Shinjien let out a light hum and responded. Li Chuan immediately turned his head and quietly asked the others. 7 or 8 people gathered together, whispering as if discussing something shady. Shinjien's sharp hearing allowed him to clearly catch their conversation at this moment. However, after listening for a while, it seemed there were no secrets that posed a threat to them. They were genuinely just discussing seeds. Not long after, Li Chuan came back, smiling as he said, we have seeds, but they're all over at the shelter. I need to go back and discuss it with the boss, but our boss is very easygoing, so he should agree. How about this? Let's meet here again tomorrow and make a trade. What do you think? After Li Chuan finished speaking, Shinjien turned to look at Jiang Yingxue, as if seeking her opinion. Jiang Yingxue made no effort to hide her thoughts and gave a slight nod. Clearly, even she felt that the other party's request was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Li Chuan's group wasn't a small team but was part of a corporate shelter with over 100 people. You can never fully know someone's intentions. On the surface, it might seem like a cooperative trade, but who knows what schemes they might be plotting in secret. If they brought the entire shelter's people tomorrow to ambush them and set up a trap, it would be a huge problem. I disagree. The terrain here is complex, full of alleys and lanes. If we encounter an attack, it would be disastrous. Shinjien immediately rejected the proposed trading location, his words carrying a warning. Li Chuan was momentarily stunned, then helplessly glanced back at his companions before turning to discuss with them in a low voice. Meanwhile, Shinjien's group also began whispering among themselves. The transaction seemed to have turned into a tense debate. 2 minutes later, the two sides faced each other again. Big brother, what's your surname? Li Chuan was the first to speak, much more polite than before. Shinjien gave his name, and Li Chuan continued, Brother Qin, then you pick a location. My shelter, nowhere else. Shinjien answered straightforwardly. Li Chuan nodded. The address? Shinjien told him the location of the shelter. At this moment, everything was proceeding exceptionally smoothly, without any objections, regardless of what little schemes the other party might be plotting. As long as the transaction location was set at his shelter, Shinjien felt at ease. After all, as long as he was in the shelter, he was invincible. The upgraded, top-notch barbed wire was impenetrable by blades or bullets, and its height had been raised by several meters. No matter how clever someone was or how advanced their equipment, they couldn't climb in. If Li Chuan and his group really intended to set up an ambush, Shinjien would show no mercy. Whoever came, he would kill, wiping them out completely. After all, the shelter has already suffered multiple attacks from humans. As the shelter's reputation grows, there will inevitably be those with
with ulterior motives coming to spy. Food, a safe shelter, and weapons are the most basic guarantees for a person's survival. Even the kindest person, if deprived of these, will eventually be driven to madness. Therefore, Shinjien no longer held much hope that there were still good people left in this city.
I got it, Brother Qin. We'll head over tomorrow at noon.
Li Chuan noted down the address of Qin Jian's shelter, bid him farewell with a smile, and left with his group. Qin Jian instructed Shin Haidong to gather all the pest control medicine in the pharmacy and asked Jiang Yingxue to lock the pharmacy door. Then, he moved the bait trap covered in mutated vulture saliva to the pharmacy entrance, took out a lighter, and once again ignited the corpse of the mutated vulture. One must always be cautious of others. Who can guarantee that Li Chuan and his group won't come back to raid the pharmacy after leaving? The bait trap, combined with the smoke emitted by the burning vulture corpse, attracted a wave of monsters to gather at the entrance, which should serve as a deterrent. Unless they are willing to risk everything and bring hundreds of people to raid, with the meager scrap metal they have, trying to fight against the horde of corpses is nothing but a fool's dream.
How about I secretly follow them? Maybe I can find out the exact location of their shelter and learn more about their equipment.
Jiang Yingxue noticed Qin Jian's unease and gently nudged him with her elbow, offering this suggestion.
There's no need. Even if the tracking is successful, I suggest you stay as far away from their shelter as possible.
Qin Jian immediately shook his head and advised against it. We can't be sure if the 20 or so patients in their shelter will suddenly fall ill. If those bugs all hatch, won't their shelter descend into complete chaos on the spot, or even be overrun entirely?
Qin Jian considered everything thoroughly and meticulously.
Jiang Yingxue felt that what he said made sense and nodded, saying,
"You're right, then I won't go. I don't want to get hurt by accident. Why are you so concerned about me?"
The next second, Jiang Yingshue's tone suddenly changed, with a hint of a smile on her face. Qin Jian glanced at her sideways and said, "Because you are my most trusted partner." These words were not perfunctory. It could be seen from the battle with the mutated vultures that Jiang Yingxue and Shin Haidong genuinely fought
desperately for him.
Although he seemed to stand out the most in terms of both damage resistance and output, the two of them certainly did not slack off.
Moreover, they knew when to keep quiet and when to speak.
With just a glance or a gesture from him, they could understand and act swiftly and decisively, without any hesitation. Perhaps this is a professional habit of enforcers?
Okay. More importantly, they haven't mentioned any conditions so far. As long as I don't bring it up, does that mean they've worked for me for free?
Thinking this, Qin Jian suddenly felt inexplicably nervous, as if he had become a boss who owed wages. It wasn't until the three of them returned to the supermarket entrance that Qin Jian figured it out and decided he couldn't let it be like this.
Calling the two of them early in the morning to do such a big job, you can't possibly not treat them to a meal, right?
Have you had breakfast? When Qin Jian asked, the two were stunned and turned to look at him.
You're treating? Jiang Yingxue gave Qin Jian a knowing smile. Seeing Qin Jian nod, Shin Haidong scratched his head a little awkwardly. Ha, am I included too?
I don't think I was much help just now.
Actually, it wasn't just because of that.
Considering the relationship between Qin Jian and Jiang Yingxue, Shin Haidong felt like a third wheel. He was afraid that joining them for a meal would disturb the two of them.
Let's go, stop rambling. It's coming.
Qin Jian's impression of Shin Haidong gradually improved. He patted his back and said. The three returned to the shelter. Shin Haidong and Jiang Yingxue sat under the eaves, while Qin Jian went inside to prepare breakfast. Before long, 2 steaming plates of fried rice with eggs were brought out. When the two saw the fried rice, their eyes widened as if they had seen some alien creature.
Boom! Qin Jian looked at their expressions and couldn't help but ask.
Speaking of which, neither of us has seen a single grain of rice for half a month. Jiang Yingxue sighed, feeling an inexplicable fear and confusion in her heart. Although most of those chaotic thoughts were just scaring herself, she had to admit that if she hadn't met Qin Jian, not only would they have gone without rice for half a month, but for half a year, or even longer, they might have had to rely on dry instant noodles just to barely sustain their lives.
It's hard to imagine what it would feel like to do this kind of work for half a year. Although one might barely survive, the lack of nutrition would probably have already taken a toll on the body.
It was just a simple fried rice with egg, yet the two ate it slowly and carefully, as if holding a treasure.
After all, this food was hard-earned, exchanged entirely with their lives.
Overall, their mindset was completely different from Qin Jian's. They lived day by day, not daring to hope for what tomorrow might bring. But at least at this moment, having met Qin Jian, they felt a glimmer of hope for the future.
You too, it's just fried rice with egg. Is it really that big of a deal? Qin Jian couldn't help but complain, fearing they might stuff the food into their pockets to save for later.
Originally, he wanted to make them a nice meal, but due to being physically and mentally
exhausted, he was too lazy to move and simply made some fried rice. Looking at it now,
it's fortunate he didn't make anything too good, or they might have eaten themselves into the heavens.
Even though the yard was surrounded by piles of corpses, the two's appetites were completely unaffected.
Their movements gradually became more uninhibited as they stuffed large mouthfuls of fried rice into their mouths.
This is so delicious. Qin Ji, were you a chef before? Shin Haidong asked indistinctly with his mouth full. Click.
Qin Jian glanced at
at him disdainfully, don't overthink it, it's just ordinary fried rice. You're just starving. That's still better than me. I can't even cook. Shin Haidong smiled wryly. The plate was already empty, but for the sake of his dignity, he didn't lick the last few grains of rice clean. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue put down her plate and said with a smile, why don't you just hire the two of us? We'll handle the dangerous stuff and you take care of the food. It sounded like a half-joking remark, but Qin Jian frowned and seriously replied, that would be too exhausting. I'm out running around every day, and then I still have to come home and cook for you all? Bang, bang, bang. How about this? If you behave better, I'll just sell the vegetables to you. You can cook for yourselves. Roar, roar. Qin Jian generously proposed, but Jiang Yingxue immediately shook her head in refusal. Please don't sell vegetables to me. Bang, because I can't cook either. Jiang Yingxue finished speaking and playfully raised her eyebrows at Qin Jian, who looked completely bewildered. Is there really a 28-year-old woman in this world who still can't cook? Watch out. He secretly doubted in his heart. Bang. Shin Haidong on the side had already burst into laughter, chatting with Qin Jian about their past in the squad, saying that Jiang Yingxue couldn't even cook instant noodles and only knew how to catch criminals. Jiang Yingxue, being exposed, naturally refused to back down and countered that Shin Haidong couldn't even boil water. The two battered back and forth, amusing Qin Jian to the point of laughing out loud, thinking that no one is perfect. These two, though well-trained and decisive, had cooking skills worse than a child. During the post-meal chat, a few figures suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. Is Mr. Qin here? Qin Jian immediately stood up and replied, yes. He walked to the front door and saw that the visitors were none other than Guomin and her group. However, this time, they had less than half the number of people compared to yesterday. Everyone looked battered, their thin clothing stained with blood and mud, as if they had just fought a tough battle. Is there something you need? Smack. Qin Jian didn't ask much. Guomin took out a handful of seeds from her pocket, leaving Qin Jian momentarily stunned. Before he could ask where the seeds came from, Guomin spoke first. Mr. Qin, we found these seeds at the market this morning. Can you take a look and see if they'll work? Crash. Alright, so, what exactly happened? Qin Jian nodded, curious to hear about their experiences. Guomin did not hide anything and explained in detail. When we arrived at the market, we found there wasn't a single zombie, so we let our guard down and started looking for seeds. But somehow, the rotten vegetables on the stalls suddenly came to life, jumped up, and attacked us. Some of us died, some were injured, and we fled for our lives. In the end, we only managed to grab this small amount of seeds. Upon hearing this, Qin Jian immediately pictured the scene in his mind. As expected, almost all the vegetables in this city had mutated, growing legs, and running away. How exactly do they attack? Qin Jian hoped to gather some intelligence from this so that he could deal with these mutated vegetables more calmly in the future. Roar, roar. It should pounce on your feet or face, then bite you. Anyway, it's too terrifying. I never even dreamed that vegetables could grow sharp fangs. Guomin became more and more agitated as she spoke, and tears were almost spilling from her eyes. Qin Jian nodded. I understand. Please come in first. To be honest, at first, Qin Jian didn't think much of Guomin and her group. After all, the impromptu beauty pageant that appeared yesterday had left him with an extremely poor impression of them. But unexpectedly, this group, in order to survive, wasn't afraid to fight desperately against those strange creatures and even brought back a handful of seeds for him. Looks like I underestimated them. Although their character leaves much to be desired, their courage is truly extraordinary. And she also brought me what I wanted, so let's forgive them for now. Thinking of this, Qin Jian directly said to Guomin, I do need these seeds. Thank you for your help. If you need anything, just let me know. Hearing Qin Jian say this, Guomin was almost moved to tears. She had thought that a handful of seeds would hardly meet Qin Jian's needs. It seems the sisters' sacrifices were not in vain. Their actions this morning were worth it. We need some clean water and warm clothing. Just these two things? Yes, just these. Guomin's request was not excessive, and Qin Jian readily agreed, going back inside to retrieve 3 boxes of bottled water and several pieces of warm clothing. This time, Jiang Yingxue and Shin Haidong were quite tactful and took the initiative to help Qin Jian carry the bottled water. Thank you, Mr. Qin. After receiving their payment, Guomin and her group expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Guomin distributed the water bottles one by one, and the group of women immediately began drinking furiously. Swoosh. So pitiful. But there's no choice, the world is just this cruel. Bang. Without a man to help, I can only take on the role of a man myself. Jiang Yingxue and Shin Haidong looked at Guomin and the others in their sorry state, unable to resist whispering to each other. Qin Jian accidentally saw a woman rinsing a wound with mineral water and walked over to ask, how did you get that injury? I accidentally dropped it myself. The woman stammered as she explained, clearly lying. Qin Jian smiled bitterly in his heart. If she really had dropped it herself, then she must have incredible luck getting a wound that looks almost exactly like a bite mark. How ridiculously lucky could one get? She was bitten by one of those vegetable monsters. Guomin knew she couldn't hide this from Qin Jian, so she simply exposed it on the spot. But she added, however, I found that the bite marks left by these
these vegetable monsters are different from those of zombies.
Shinjien nodded, but thought to herself, what's the difference in bite marks?
They're all mutants, carrying the virus in their bodies.
Once bitten, it's a dead end. You should know that being bitten by a zombie turns you into one, right?
Shinjien tentatively asked a simple common-sense question.
Guomin hurriedly nodded.
I know, but this is different from zombies. The other party wanted to continue explaining, but Shinjien sighed and interrupted her. Dr. Gua, to be honest, your pharmacological knowledge can't explain this thing at all.
How about we make a bet?
By this time tomorrow, if you can bring her back alive, I'll give you as many supplies as you want. He was very confident, his tone firm. Guomin's inner defenses seemed to have been shattered by him all at once. At this moment, Shinjien glanced at Guomin and her group but did not see the women with insect eggs on their bodies.
Where are those patients? They're all dead.
They knew they would burden everyone, so they stayed behind to cover our escape.
After Guomin finished speaking, the two women behind her couldn't help but burst into tears.
Truly remarkable. Shinjien was startled, then suddenly thought that if there had been 4 or 5 sick people in Guomin's team before, now there was only one left who had been bitten and infected. So, selling them a small pill to save a life wouldn't be too costly.
Moreover, judging by Guomin's attitude, she clearly cares about them, and selling them would be easy. How about we make another deal? Shinjien had already made up her mind and said to Guomin, interested in doing some more business? What kind of business?
Guomin immediately became excited. Doing business with Shinjien was something she had dreamed of, even if it was extremely dangerous. Shinjien pointed at the bitten woman. I have a way to cure her, but you have to tell me the exact location of that market.
Hearing this, Guomin was stunned. Really?
But then she remembered what Shinjien had just said and asked with a hint of doubt. Didn't you say that people who are bitten will turn into zombies and can't be cured?
Shinjien smiled faintly. It's not that you can't cure it, it's that I can. Believe it or not, I was originally going to ask you where the market is, but that would be too unfair to you.
So, this is already me being very considerate.
I can give you some time to think about it.
If you're okay with it, I'll go back to my room right away, grab the medicine, and cure her on the spot. These two sentences from Shinjien left Guomin completely stunned. She truly didn't want to lose another teammate, but honestly, does this guy really have some kind of miracle drug? Can it cure infections? If so, wouldn't he be able to save the entire world?
You definitely don't want to lose her, right? After all, to be honest, half of your people are already dead.
If this continues, surviving will only get harder. Seeing that Guomin didn't respond for a long time, Shinjien continued to apply psychological pressure, not letting up with his words. Guomin nodded in agreement on the spot.
Whether it was true or not, she had to bravely give it a try.
Shinjien nodded and responded with all right, then turned and went into the house. Shortly after, he came back to Guomin with a red pill in hand.
Tell me the location first.
Guomin was about to step forward to take the medicine, but Shinjien suddenly withdrew his hand and said. Guomin pursed her lips and mentioned a tongue-twisting location.
After barely remembering it, Shinjien turned around and approached Jiang Yingxue, told her the location, and asked, is this place real? Yes, there is indeed a market in Manhwa district. I used to be on duty there often. Jiang Yingxue nodded in confirmation.
Only then did Shinjien feel relieved. He returned to Guomin and handed her the red pill.
Swallow it with some water. Shinjien kindly reminded. Guomin and the others stared intently at the bitten woman as she swallowed the pills one by one. After finishing, Guomin immediately asked. The woman shook her head and said she didn't feel anything. Just as Guomin was about to turn around and ask Shinjien had already anticipated her move and quickly said, wait another 5 minutes. Even though it's a miraculous medicine, it can't possibly take effect so quickly, Shinjien said with a face full of pride.
Guomin and the others were half convinced but still patiently waited for 5 minutes.
Ah, what's happening to me? 5 minutes later, accompanied by the injured woman's exclamation, Guomin and the others quickly turned around.
They saw smoke rising from the skinned wound on her leg. Guomin's eyes widened almost to the limit.
The wound is healing?
Not only Guomin, but the other sisters also couldn't help but cry out in shock upon seeing the wound grow flesh and scab over. Shen Haidong and Jiang Yingxue, who were standing nearby, had also been saved by Shinjien and escaped from the hands of death, so they were not surprised by the sight. After the wound completely scabbed over, the woman was drenched in sweat but was unusually excited. She was previously bitten by a mutated vegetable. The wound was intensely painful, accompanied by a strange sensation of small bugs burrowing in, causing unbearable itching that couldn't be relieved no matter how much she scratched. The sensation even spread to her navel, but just a few seconds ago, the strange feeling suddenly disappeared.
This medicine is amazing.
The woman couldn't help but exclaim, throwing herself at her nearby sister and hurriedly saying that she was fine now. Maybe she was quite popular among the crowd, as everyone gathered around and started crying together.
Guomin secretly wiped away a few tears on the side, then turned to Shinjien and said, thank you, Mr. Qin.
I've never seen such a miraculous medicine in my life.
May I ask, could you sell us a few more pills?
The next moment, Guomin made a request. Although she didn't know how this medicine was made, its miraculous effects made her feel much more at ease carrying it while traveling.
traveling. As long as she wasn't bitten to death, she could instantly regain her life. This was equivalent to having an extra life. No, more like several extra lives. Seeing Guo Min's excited expression, Shinjien frowned and asked, "Do you have any other information? Or is there something else you want to trade?" I haven't decided yet." Only then did Guo Min come to her senses, realizing that she seemed to have no bargaining chips in her hands at all. After all, she knew in her heart that Shinjien would never propose conditions that didn't match the value of life-saving medicine. Take the information from the vegetable market, for example. She even felt that the intelligence she provided wasn't enough to exchange for a single red pill. "How about this, Mr. Qin? Why don't we just sell ourselves to you?" Guo Min, in a moment of impulsiveness, directly said to Shinjien. Shinjien was stunned for a moment, showing a look of disdain on his face. "I didn't expect you to say something like that. Didn't I say before?" "No, don't misunderstand. I mean, sell my life to you," Guo Min quickly explained. "Risk your life for me?" Shinjien scratched his head, suddenly feeling that the condition proposed by the other party was somewhat absurd. To exchange for a life-saving red pill and then willingly risk life and limb for him? The price was too high. Isn't it still gambling with one's own life? Earning a few lives? Leveling up and fighting monsters? This isn't a game. It makes more sense for people like Jiang Yingshui and the others, who risk their lives just to get some food. Shouldn't you ask for their opinion first? What's wrong? Shinjien felt that Guo Min's actions were a bit hasty. She clearly cared deeply about her sisters, yet she occasionally seemed to forget their existence. Guo Min shook her head. "They will definitely agree. After all, whether we're under your command or not, we face life-threatening dangers every day. Just go ahead and order us around. Those people who disgusted you yesterday are almost all dead now. So, the sisters here now are all elites, capable and hardworking. Besides, I've already taught them crossbow skills. They're not that afraid of zombies anymore. If you want them to kill zombies, they can be deployed at any time." For some reason, Guo Min suddenly felt that as long as they worked hard under Qin Jian's command, their chances of survival would actually be greater. So, she put aside all her dignity and did her best to promote themselves. Of course, her self-promotion worked. Hearing the words, "killing zombies," Qin Jian couldn't help but recall something. Although allies using the weapons he sold to kill monsters would only earn him less than half of the point rewards, and besides, half of Guo Min's group had already died, leaving only 8 or 9 people. However, small gains accumulate, and if they were bold enough to go out every day, they could probably kill quite a few zombies along the way. In this way, it would be equivalent to providing him with a stable daily point bonus, as long as they didn't suffer total annihilation. "How about this? If you don't mind the trouble, just go out every day and kill zombies. The location doesn't matter, near the shelter, at your doorstep, at schools, malls, anywhere you're brave enough to go." Shinjien's request didn't seem too demanding, just going out every day to kill some zombies. But what obvious benefit would this bring him? Could it be that he wanted to act as a righteous hero, clearing out all the zombies in the area to make it easier for survivors to venture out? That idea wasn't bad, but how would their compensation be calculated? Such conditions inevitably had quite a few loopholes. Just as Guo Min was about to ask a question, Shinjien spoke up. "I will assign people to monitor you. The more you kill, the higher the reward I will give. The more you work, the more you earn. Everyone understands this rule." Of course, Shinjien wouldn't waste time assigning people to monitor them unnecessarily. After all, the daily settlement rewards themselves served as a way to oversee their every move. As long as they kept using the weapons he provided to kill monsters, the rewards would naturally keep coming. Guo Min, still on the first level, believed Shinjien's words and immediately nodded. "Alright, we will definitely work hard to kill zombies." This move by Shinjien was undoubtedly profiting while pretending to be generous. After hearing him out, Guo Min genuinely thought he was a good person. Although he planned to monitor them, at least he was actively working to clear out zombies and create hope for survival for the surrounding survivors. Guo Min quickly shared this news with her sisters, and everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that this task was much easier than carrying corpses. After all, killing zombies wasn't just for Qin Jian but also for their own safety, a truly win-win collaboration. Guo Min and her group bowed deeply to Qin Jian to express their gratitude, then left with the supplies. What kind of business deal was made? Jiang Yingshui walked up to Qin Jian and asked curiously. Qin Jian glanced at her. A good business deal for long-term development. An hour later, another rare guest arrived outside the door. "Dr. Lu, why did you come alone?" Jiang Yingshui, who was being instructed by Qin Jian to examine the pile of corpses, was startled when she saw Dr. Lu outside the barbed wire fence, his face full of panic. Dr. Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Guo Min and the others just came to me, saying that the illness was cured here by Qin Jian." Jiang Yingshui, fully aware of the situation, was about to explain that those who were truly sick had long since died, and the ones cured were actually the people who had been bitten. "Come in first. Be careful, don't touch the barbed wire." Jiang Yingshui turned back to remind Qin Jian. Qin Jian immediately opened the door, and Dr. Lu followed closely behind, running in and catching his breath. "Dr. Lu, your luck is really something something, huh? Shinjien couldn't help but complain. After all, Dr. Lu was unarmed and not as capable in combat as Jiang Yingxue and the others. Being able to make it here safely was indeed quite impressive. Not bad at all. Dr. Lu paused for a long moment before finally speaking to Qin Jian. Brother Qin, I came to find you for two major matters. Seeing his serious and earnest expression, Qin Jian would even believe him if he said he had discovered aliens. Could you give me a red pill to study and research? If it weren't for Guomin and the others, I wouldn't have known this thing could remove infections. Qin Jian hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but quickly agreed. After all, Dr. Lu had taken over his pharmacy, and he couldn't ignore this favor. Qin Jian made another red pill, handed it to Dr. Lu, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled, saying, I hope you study it well, Dr. Lu, and become the hero who saves the world soon. This remark sounded both like a tease and a veiled jab. Qin Jian didn't believe Dr. Lu could easily figure this thing out. But Dr. Lu didn't catch the undertone in his words and nodded with a smile. Oh, you're praising me too much. Although I've been practicing medicine for 35 years and can outshine experts from major hospitals, thoroughly understanding this miracle drug is no easy task. Qin Jian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this and thought to himself, does Dr. Lu's way of speaking have a bit of a humble brag vibe? Brother Qin, I know this drug is your trade secret, but you wouldn't mind if I took it for research and made some breakthroughs, would you? Don't mind, feel free to study. Qin Jian almost wanted to say that even he himself didn't know how this medicine was made. By the way, Dr. Lu, you mentioned there were two major things. What's the second one? Qin Jian recalled Dr. Lu's words and asked. Dr. Lu patted his head. I almost forgot. Do you still have meat pies? How about I trade 2 boxes of Banlengen for 2 meat pies? This counts as a big deal? Qin Jian looked confused and asked. Dr. Lu nodded. As a result, he was ruthlessly rejected because Qin Jian hardly had any points left. Even if he did, he wouldn't easily use points to make meat patties at the food production station. The cheapest worm patty costs 50 points, and 2 pieces would be 100 points. 100 points can buy 100 rounds of M9 bullets or 50 rounds of double-barreled shotgun shells. Although Qin Jian usually spent money like water, with thousands of points vanishing in an instant, he still found it hard to accept spending points on an unimportant meat pie for someone else. If Dr. Lu really wanted to eat one, he could only hope that the recycler's random rewards would produce a meat pie. Of course, Qin Jian wasn't expecting it. After all, he had eaten enough himself, and bullet rewards were far more appealing than meat pies. Perhaps a healer cannot heal themselves, and only someone as eccentric as Dr. Lu would want to eat a meat pie. After being tactfully declined by Qin Jian with the excuse of no raw materials, Dr. Lu suddenly felt that life had lost its color. Such delicious meat pies, will he never get to eat them again? He walked dejectedly to Jiang Yingxue and said, our shelter only has 3 packs of instant noodles left, and we've even run out of water. That's all? Jiang Yingxue had been eating at Qin Jian's place these past few days. Only now did she learn about their shelter's situation. Her brows furrowed tightly. Wait a moment, I'll go ask Qin Jian. After speaking, Jiang Yingxue walked over to Qin Jian and asked if she could finish today's work under his supervision in exchange for some more food. Qin Jian first nodded, then smiled slightly. Sure, bring Dr. Lu along to work together. Once today's work is done, I'll give each of you a health checkup package. How about that? What is a medical checkup package? Jiang Yingxue asked somewhat confusedly. A piece of bread, a sausage, and a box of milk. Upon hearing that Qin Jian only offered a day's pay, Jiang Yingxue immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, seriously? You can't possibly settle accounts every day, right? If that's the case, wouldn't we end up with one meal and no next? Jiang Yingxue, thinking her relationship with Qin Jian was close enough, spoke confidently to reason with him. Qin Jian, however, shrank his neck and gave her a strange glance. What does this have to do with me? Don't you guys have weapons? If it really doesn't work, go find something yourselves. I'm already treating you well, even inviting you to meals. You can't push your luck. Anyway, working odd jobs for me means daily settlement, and the payment is just one meal. I'm not selling mineral water or anything anymore, so don't ask me for it again in the future. Qin Jian made it very clear. After listening, Jiang Yingxue and the other two had black lines on their faces, secretly thinking that this was really pushing it too far. They thought they had gotten familiar with each other, but it turned out they still had to distinguish identities and settle accounts clearly. Helpless, Jiang Yingxue had no choice but to agree to the deal and dragged Dr. Lu to continue working. As dusk approached, Jiang Yingxue and the other two picked out the suspicious corpses and piled them on the ground. Qin Jian poured the last bottle of gasoline and set them ablaze. The gasoline I have on hand is running low. When you go back, collect as much as you can. Come to me next week to exchange for supplies, Qin Jian said. Jiang Yingxue nodded. Got it. But next time, we don't want food. Can you sell us some handgun bullets instead? Handgun bullets are not an option, but shotgun shells are. The level of trust wasn't high enough, and there wasn't much stock of pistol bullets left. Only shotgun shells were still plentiful. Considering various factors, Qin Jian said this. That works too. Jiang Yingxue was overjoyed. She had initially planned to make an outrageous
largest demand for shotgun shells, worried that Shinjien might refuse, as shotguns
are powerful and their ammunition is rare.
Unexpectedly, it turned out that pistol bullets couldn't be sold, which made her breathe a sigh of relief.
Shin Haidong, standing nearby, was silently suffering.
He only had a hand crossbow, and his pistol had long run out of bullets. Although the rapid-fire crossbow could pierce through a dozen zombies at once, he still preferred using a gun in comparison. A few minutes later, Jiang Yingxue and the other two left the shelter. The surroundings gradually quieted down, leaving only the crackling sound of burning corpses. At night, Shinjien brought the seeds to the second floor to prepare them, then went downstairs to check the task board. The special task had been completed, and the reward would be available for collection tomorrow morning. After reading, Shinjien rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement. Just one more day, and everything would refresh. The recycler would provide 5 random rewards, and the task board would update. Who knows what new tasks might appear? Additionally, the affixes of the prophecy crystal ball would also refresh. Seeds? Shinjien pondered for a long time. Why not wait 2 days? After the prophecy crystal ball's affixes refresh, I can allocate the points more reasonably based on the content? That's settled then, I'll start saving points. My greatest skill is planning ahead. Soon, Shinjien made a decision.
A man has to save some money, right? I can't keep being a paycheck-to-paycheck guy.
Besides, my gear already outclasses everything.
Saving some for upgrading entertainment equipment to relax, doesn't that sound great?
Thinking about the refrigerator and the entertainment area's equipment, Shinjien felt he owed them too much and quickly bowed in their direction. Sorry. Before long, Shinjien had prepared a sumptuous feast, opened a bottle of beer, and was ready to reward himself for today's victory over the mutant vulture.
Ah, it's been so long since I had beer.
He poured a mug, took a hearty gulp, and let out a satisfied sound.
Next, he picked up the sizzling bacon and dipped it into the prepared sauce. A lonely house, a lonely person, a lonely dinner.
But at this moment, Shinjien was feeling very relaxed, his heart filled with joy. After all, he had always enjoyed the feeling of being alone, free and unrestrained, even thinking of himself as invincible. Outside the house, the chimney of the tin-roofed building puffed out wisps of smoke, the air filled with the aroma of grilled meat and
stir-fried dishes, spreading in all directions.
If anyone passed by, they would likely be utterly captivated by the enticing smell. However, there were few passers-by. Instead, it attracted some zombies and corpse dogs. Splat! They all crashed into the barbed wire. Shinjien had no idea that this meal had inadvertently killed quite a few innocent, passing pure-hearted monsters. Early the next morning, Shinjien got up and immediately entered the settlement interface. Quality sleep plus 20 points. Greasy and hearty diet plus 24 points.
Burning insect eggs plus 496 points. Killing mutated vultures plus 1,643 points.
Mutated vulture hunt mission completed plus 5,000 points, rewarded with 3 random bonus uses of the corpse collector.
The weapon used for the first time does not belong to the fortress's internal equipment.
Reward,
crossbow, blueprint. First hunt of a large mutated creature. Reward, Uzi submachine gun blueprint.
You displayed great bravery in the battle against the mutated vulture.
Plus 400 points. An ally killed a monster with a single barrel shotgun. Plus 815 points. An ally killed a monster with a crossbow. Plus 105 points. An ally enjoyed your delicious meal and felt delighted. Plus 100 points. Points settlement, 8959. Okay. Remaining points, 8962. Unexpectedly, there are over 8,900 points. Almost broke through 9,000. Shinjien's face was full of shock. He had never expected that killing the mutated vulture would earn him so many points, over 1,600. Even more surprising was that his ally's performance also brought him more than 1,000 points.
It seemed the system had included all these kills. In addition to the nearly 9,000 points, Shinjien also received extra rewards, 2 blueprints. He had only casually played around with the hand crossbow yesterday, never expecting the system to automatically add it to the weapon arsenal. It seemed that in the future, he should remember to use any captured weapons a couple of times. Who knows, he might be able to mass-produce them and sell them for profit. As for the Uzi submachine gun, it was truly a treasure. In terms of firepower and rate of fire, the Uzi completely outclassed the fully equipped M9 pistol in his hand. More importantly, the Uzi could definitely be upgraded infinitely. Once fully equipped, its performance might even surpass that of the double-barreled shotgun. After all, the double-barreled shotgun was a close-range weapon, and its lethality could only be maximized at short distances. The Uzi, on the other hand, was a powerful weapon for both close and mid-range combat, perfectly compensating for the shortcomings of the double-barreled shotgun while also replacing the M9. However, Shinjien knew in his heart that he still had a large capacity backpack, so taking these 3 weapons out wasn't impossible. In case of special circumstances, the M9 might still have a chance to be used. Although he was eager to check the upgrade options for the Uzi, upgrading the refrigerator and entertainment equipment had to be prioritized. Shinjien immediately walked to the refrigerator and carefully examined its upgrade options.
Refrigerator. Upgrade direction. Advanced refrigerator.
Capacity, 100 expand refrigerator space to hold more items. Preservation, 200 improve refrigerator preservation effects, making food less likely to spoil. Material, 200 replace refrigerator materials to make it more durable. Auxiliary equipment, 300 add a food generator that produces one random food item for free every day.
Upgrading everything costs only 800 points, so cheap. This auxiliary device is amazing. It can even automatically produce food every day.
Shinjien clapped his hands and decisively activated all 4 upgrade options for the refrigerator. The refrigerator suddenly let out a loud noise, and a wave of cold air rushed out.
Shinjien instinctively raised his hand to block it. Why?
After the cold air dissipated, Shinjien finally saw the refrigerator in front of him, completely transformed and unrecognizable.
How is this expanding space? It's practically building a tin house inside the refrigerator.
The 2-meter-tall, 4-meter-wide double-door refrigerator in front of him left Shinjien so shocked that he couldn't speak, only silently complaining in his heart.
Originally, he thought the
upgraded refrigerator might not even fit dozens of pounds of vegetables, but it turned out he was completely overthinking it. This refrigerator was so big it could fit several of him inside. He quickly put all the vegetables into the refrigerator. After all, they had been left on the floor for 2 days, and any further delay would surely make them less fresh. After taking care of everything, Shinjien finally breathed a sigh of relief and casually glanced at the newly assembled food generator next to the refrigerator. Hope you can make me something delicious, so I don't have to wake up early every day to make breakfast. Shinjien lightly patted the generator and said to it with a smile. Subsequently, he pushed open the door to the lounge area and chose to unlock the movie screening room. In an instant, the previously empty corner on the north side of the room suddenly had a few sofas, a coffee table, and a large screen.
Wow, this setup makes me want to watch a movie right away. Shinjien's interest was immediately piqued, and he jogged over to take a closer look.
The projector and tape player were integrated, and there were over a dozen discs on the coffee table, all with covers he had never seen before, though it wasn't
surprising.
After all, this was a parallel world where even zombie-themed movies didn't exist.
Films from his previous life probably didn't exist here at all. How retro.
Looking at the ancient dates on the discs, Shinjien couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark, though he was also filled with curiosity about these old
movies.
After all, he hadn't seen a single one of them. These old films undoubtedly recorded the history of this world, and he found that quite intriguing. In addition, the system also informed him that he could spend points to purchase more movie discs or upgrade the screening room. Upgrading the screening room would obviously expand the space or increase the number of available films.
But Shinjien wasn't planning to upgrade for now.
After all, he had already browsed the movie library, and there were over hundreds of films for sale. Even if he watched one a day, it would take him more than a year to finish them all. In the end, Shinjien decided not to watch a movie, as he didn't have popcorn or cola on hand. He used to be very health conscious and rarely touched
these things,
but now, he could indulge himself as he pleased. The supermarket happened to have both, and he planned to go out and get them later. Leaving the leisure area, Shinjien headed straight to the light weapons crafting station and placed the Uzi blueprint inside. The Uzi submachine gun was priced at 2,000 points, the same as the double-barreled shotgun.
Cheap, I'll buy it. Without hesitation, Shinjien crafted one.
Holding it in his hands, he couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship of the gun.
Perhaps due to the system's manufacturing,
this Uzi appeared exceptionally refined, a sleek black body, compact design, and lightweight feel.
It was a deadly weapon for close combat and extremely convenient to carry.
Shinjien did not directly take it out to test the gun but first checked its upgrade options.
Uzi submachine gun. Upgrade path. Military Uzi submachine gun. Firepower, 500 replace the muzzle. Attack power increased by 50%.
Rate of fire, 500 modify the internal structure of the gun body, increasing the rate of fire by 50%. Ammo capacity, 1000 replace with an extended magazine, increasing ammo capacity to 50 rounds. Silencer, 1000 attach a silencer to enhance stealth. Accuracy, 3000 add a grip, stock, and red dot sight to improve shooting stability. Currently, he still has more than 5,200 points left. Upgrading Uzi to the max in one go seems a bit challenging. Besides, he swore yesterday to save some points for emergencies.
Then let's leave it for now. Uzi won't be upgraded for the time being.
Maybe the recycling machine's random rewards will give me Uzi parts, saving a lot of points directly.
Shinjien thought smugly and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You get what I mean, right, Big Brother system?"
Then he stepped outside to check the status of the recycler.
3 random rewards have been credited.
Although he drew 3 times in a row with unbelievably good luck, Shinjien restrained his itch to continue and decided to draw again tomorrow. After all, the recycler would offer 5 random rewards tomorrow, and a lucky 5 draw streak would be even more satisfying than feasting on delicacies.
Next, Shinjien recalled what happened yesterday. Through Guomin's intel, he learned the location of the Red River District Vegetable Market.
During the incident where Guomin and her group were attacked by mutated vegetables, they only managed to retrieve a handful of seeds, but there must still be plenty of seeds left in that market. This was precisely why Shinjien sought out the information. Seeds are something that the more, the better, as they are a sustainable resource. In the future, when food runs out, it will depend on them to bloom and bear fruit. Shinjien pondered for a while and came up with a few strategies to deal with the mutated vegetables. He returned to the house, went upstairs to the second floor, and crafted a bait trap and a Molotov cocktail. The bait trap was convenient for gathering monsters, and as for the Molotov cocktail, it was self-explanatory. Once the monsters were gathered, just throw it in, and with a bang, it blooms and bears fruit. There's 4,200 points left. I can't spend recklessly anymore. I need to learn self-discipline. Shinjien silently cheered himself on, though he still found it a bit hard to restrain himself. Because Jiang Yingshui was not around, missing someone to lead the way, he had to stare at the map on the wall and carefully search for the location of the Honghua district market. 5 minutes later, he found the market, marked it with a pen, confirmed the directions of east, south, west, and north, and simply packed the map into his backpack to take it with him. Not long after stepping out, Shinjien encountered 2 corpse dogs charging toward him. Yo, good morning. Perfect. Let's test my new weapon. He calmly pulled out the Uzi, aimed, and unleashed a burst of fire. Before the 2 corpse hounds could get close, they were riddled with bloody holes from 20 meters away, tumbling to the ground in a gruesome death. This thing's rate of fire is insanely fast, and it's so stable too. I never would have thought that after adding an extended magazine and other attachments, this Uzi would become so overpowered. Shinjien stared at the Uzi in his hand, unable to contain his excitement. The sound of this gun was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to attract the attention of a few nearby zombies. However, the Uzi magazine in his hand was already empty, and Shinjien had no intention of staying any longer. He simply tucked the Uzi away and continued moving forward. On the way, he also thought about how Li Chuan and his group might come to visit his shelter around noon. Therefore, Shinjien felt that this outing was time-sensitive, and he had to race against the clock to return to the shelter before noon. Are you all okay? About an hour later, Shinjien finally arrived at his destination. Along the way, he killed quite a few zombies, and the double-barreled shotgun's ammunition was also significantly depleted. In front of him was a small open-air vegetable market, covering an area of just a few hundred square meters. It's okay. Garbage was scattered all around, and corpses were everywhere, but Shinjien found this quite normal. After all, even a small vegetable market was considered a crowded place, so naturally, there would be many dead. As long as these corpses weren't playing dead, it would be fine. Even if they were, it didn't matter. He wasn't afraid to lure them out. Shinjien stepped into the entrance of the vegetable market and looked around. The stalls were cluttered with crooked and messy vegetables. Various rotten vegetables were scattered on the ground, their colors eerily turning bluish-black. At this moment, everything was unusually quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass echoing in his ears. But the thought of Guomin's description yesterday of being chased by mutated vegetables made Shinjien feel as if he were there, and his vigilance naturally did not dare to relax in the slightest. Oomph, let's see how long you can keep playing dead. Shinjien let out a cold laugh, pulled a bait trap from his backpack, aimed at the center of the market, leaped up, and hurled it fiercely. With the buff from the enhancement potion still lasting for a day, he effortlessly threw the bait dozens of meters away. The bait trap landed heavily on the ground, lying there quietly. Within seconds, the surroundings suddenly began to stir. Shinjien quickly heard a chattering noise, like the babble of children, and the scene before him left him speechless with shock. Countless vegetables extended various kinds of hands, supporting their bodies as they started to run. Some even split open in the middle, revealing gaping mouths, completely ignoring Shinjien's presence as they rushed headlong toward the bait trap. In less than a few dozen seconds, almost all the mutated vegetables had gathered around the bait trap, leaving only a few rotten vegetable roots on the stall. Goodness, not a single vegetable escaped this disaster? Those mutated vegetables were all gathered around the bait trap, biting at it repeatedly, even tossing it into the air and playing with it like a toy. The bait trap had a certain level of defense, otherwise, if it were a person, they would likely be gnawed to the bone in just a few seconds. Shinjien didn't rush to take action but patiently stared at this absurd scene, not blinking an eye. Before long, the zombies pretending to be dead around were also awakened by the aroma emitted from the bait trap and began striding over. The next scene left Shinjien stunned. Those mutated vegetables seemed to realize that the zombies were trying to steal their food and actually turned around to attack the zombies, starting to bite them. My goodness, they really don't distinguish between friend and foe, do they? Shinjien sighed emotionally. Although they are not the same species, at least they can be considered similar in terms of positioning. The next moment, Shinjien stepped out from the corner, thinking, if I don't make a move now, those zombies will all be eaten by the mutated vegetables. Although the number of zombies isn't large, they are still points. He ran a certain distance, pulled out a Molotov cocktail, aimed at the densest area of zombies and mutated vegetables, and threw it with all his might. Then quickly hid behind the vegetable stall to prevent their position from being exposed.
closed. The Molotov cocktail exploded in the dense crowd of monsters, instantly sending flames everywhere. All the surrounding monsters were ignited, especially the mutated vegetables, which frantically jumped around, trying to escape the flames. However, their struggles only harmed their companions. The flames spread with their movements, igniting other unaffected mutated vegetables, instantly triggering a chain reaction, with one batch after another catching fire. Beautiful. That's more like it. The more you struggle, the greater the harm. Shinjien poked his head out, watching the scene with a satisfied smile on his face. Compared to the mutated vegetables, the burning zombies appeared unusually calm. Even as they fell to the ground, they didn't struggle, but clung tightly to the bait traps. After all, they had no sense of pain. Without pain, who could possibly rival such badass beings? Although the flames consumed most of the mutated vegetables, a few managed to escape the fiery encirclement by sheer luck. Shinjien certainly wouldn't let any lucky survivor go. He pulled out his M9, ready to snipe the remaining mutated vegetables from a distance. Why? Damn it, these guys are hopping around like crazy, their butts on fire, and they're still so energetic? Shinjien attempted to fire 2 shots but suddenly felt powerless. The mutated vegetables were not only darting around but also mingling with their burning companions. He either missed his target or hit a corpse already consumed by flames. The current situation was tricky, but for Shinjien, it wasn't too big of a challenge. His gaze quickly locked onto the gas cylinder next to the snack shop. Ah, why didn't I notice it earlier? Shinjien couldn't help but exclaim. The gas cylinder was positioned right in the middle of the group of monsters. Perhaps the dense cluster of monsters had previously blocked his view, which was why he hadn't noticed this hidden ultimate weapon. It was called an ultimate weapon because Shinjien now had the full ability to detonate it. The explosive power of the gas cylinder could easily destroy several floors, its immense power self-evident. Although the distance wasn't close, Shinjien was confident that this time he wouldn't accidentally hurt himself. So, he boldly aimed at the gas cylinder and repeatedly pulled the trigger. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Boom! On the 8th shot, the gas cylinder instantly exploded and a fierce shockwave swept through, almost knocking Shinjien to the ground. Although Shinjien had mentally prepared for the immense power of the explosion, she still couldn't help but cry out in shock when she truly felt the impact. The towering flames triggered by the explosion instantly engulfed everything around, with all the monsters caught within the blast radius, leaving none alive. Immediately after, several other gas tanks at the scene were affected, causing consecutive explosions. The site descended into utter chaos, a spectacle at least 100 times more thrilling than setting off firecrackers during the new year. After the rounds of explosions gradually subsided, Shinjien slowly stood up and looked around. Half of the vegetable market had been almost leveled to the ground. The vegetable stalls had collapsed entirely, and even the makeshift huts were scattered in pieces. The zombies had long since turned to charcoal, lying haphazardly on the ground in blackened heaps. The countless mutated vegetables had vanished without a trace, leaving only scorched vegetable roots and remnants on the ground, likely their remains. The surroundings returned to silence, with only the faint crackling of flames audible. At this moment, Shinjien had become the only living being in the vicinity, the one who had the last laugh. He walked toward the place where the monsters had previously gathered and found the deformed bait trap, lowering his head to sniff it. The stench had dissipated, replaced by the smell of burning. It seemed the bait trap had heroically sacrificed itself. But it didn't matter, money spent to avert disaster was worth it. Besides, he had killed so many monsters that he had already earned back dozens of times the cost. Shinjien couldn't help but whistle as he began searching through the ruins of the vegetable market. Seeds wouldn't usually be sold outdoors, right? He muttered to himself. Let's check out that little hut over there. After careful consideration, he turned and walked into the small hut on the edge of the vegetable market. As expected, he found several bags of seeds in the second hut. Although they were all in small packages, there were quite a few of them, with each bag containing at least over 100 seeds. The bags were clearly labeled with the names of common crops like carrots, potatoes, and tomatoes. These seeds were not only rich in vitamins but also happened to be Shinjien's favorites. Search again, see if there's anything else good. Since there was no threat nearby, he decided to be completely greedy and ran into other small huts to continue searching. Half a bag of rice, it should still be good. Take it. Seasoning, take it. Cat food, take it. Maybe I'll actually raise a cat or dog in the future. With a quick search, Shinjien found quite a few things to eat and use, and he didn't even spare the dusty old tools in the corner, packing everything into his backpack. The backpack had a large capacity and could ignore the 40-pound weight limit, now perfectly full without any sense of burden. Loaded up and heading back, so happy. Shinjien hoisted the backpack, a bright smile spreading across his face. He then began calculating what brand of cola to buy and which flavor of popcorn to pick up at the supermarket later in the evening. No choice, even the rich have their troubles, like deciding what to eat tonight. He still hadn't figured it out. Hey, brother, can you hear me? At that moment, Shinjien suddenly heard someone calling him from the side, and he immediately turned to look. He saw a middle-aged man with a greasy face waving
waving at him from the fifth-floor window of a nearby residential building. When the man noticed Shinjien looking his way, his face lit up with joy, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come over here, I need to talk to you." "Is this guy crazy? Just because he calls me, I have to go?" Shinjien muttered disdainfully to himself. He was about to turn and leave when another group of people called out to him. "Young man, could you help us?" The speaker was a young woman, also in that building but in a different unit. She was holding a baby with a pacifier in its mouth. "Please, I'm begging you, save my child. My child hasn't had water for 3 days." Hearing her plea for help, Shinjien's expression grew even colder. In the apocalypse, everyone is equal. Even if it was an innocent baby, he wouldn't lend a hand. After all, it wasn't his child, why should he help raise someone else's for free? What Shinjien didn't expect was that this building was full of hidden talents. Before long, several other households poked their heads out and called out to him for help. "Hey man, share half of the food you found with me. I have stuff to trade. Sneakers, iPhone, take your pick. Hey, big brother, I'm over here. Can you send some food over? I'm starving to death. Hey kid, give me all the food you have on you, and this set of BMW keys is yours. Young man, please save us poor, lonely old folks." Almost everyone in this building jumped out, and a group of monsters and demons also emerged from the neighboring building. Most people wanted to freeload his stuff, while only a few insiders wanted to trade supplies with him. But at this moment, even if offered a mountain of gold and silver, Shinjien was unwilling to trade. He only wanted to stay far away from this place of trouble, feeling that the living people here were more threatening than the monsters. Rather than saying they had ulterior motives toward him, it was more like they were trying to disgust him with their words. Seeing Shinjien smile, plug his ears with his fingers, and dash away in a flash, the survivors in the building were instantly left in misery. At first, when they heard the explosions, they thought the official rescue team had arrived with tanks and cannons. Little did they expect that the one emerging from the ruins was a young man, but anyone could see that he was fully armed and well-stocked with supplies, so the crowd immediately began signaling to him for help. However, the other party completely ignored them, acting entirely like a heartless scoundrel. "Leaving someone to die. People like this deserve to go to hell." "Ha, you idiot, I hope you get bitten to death by the undead in a moment. Why are young people like this nowadays? They have no sense of helping the elderly or the weak at all. Oh shit, don't eat the pickled radish." Everyone almost tacitly understood, and the people in the building instantly changed their expressions. Curses and venomous maledictions erupted one after another, and even friendly greetings from foreign friends could be heard. Of course, some survivors didn't just resort to verbal attacks, they took action and went downstairs. A small group chased after Shinjien, while more headed toward the market that had been bombed into ruins. These people who ran out had no safety protection whatsoever, not even wearing masks. They were already on the verge of madness from hunger, and the only reason they had survived for so many days was because they had stayed hidden at home, avoiding harm. They didn't cover their mouths and noses, not because they were so hungry that they lost their sanity, but because they had no idea the air was already polluted, with an extreme lack of information. There were many people heading to the market to scavenge for leftover vegetables, nearly 100 in total, among whom a few burly men at the front were the most eye-catching, because they were all carrying machetes, their eyes bloodshot, and drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. Rather than saying they were driven mad by hunger, it was more like they resembled mental patients. The pursuers behind them slowed their steps upon seeing this, deliberately keeping their distance to avoid unnecessary conflict. Where the hell did all the vegetables go? They're all blown to bits. That kid from earlier must have taken everything and run off. A few burly men turned the vegetable stall upside down but found nothing. They immediately started cursing, directing their anger at Shinjien. "Go, catch up to him, and take all the food back." The group simply stopped searching and noisily turned around to give chase. Shinjien probably never expected to get caught in the crossfire while lying down. As for the rest who couldn't squeeze in, their eyes were fixed on those few small huts as they desperately rushed forward. From God's perspective, the scene resembled students rushing to the cafeteria after school, spectacular, with a crowd of people pushing and shoving, showing no signs of yielding. Many others took advantage of the situation, running downstairs to join the ranks of those scavenging for leftover supplies. "I got here first. All of you, get out of my way. We were clearly here first. This shop belongs to my family. What right do you have to take our things? Are you just bragging?" Before long, the area in front of several small houses was packed with people. Those who were hesitant kept bickering and pestering, while the shrewd ones, already impatient, started taking action. A single fish stirred up a whole pot of trouble, and the crowd erupted into intense conflict. Even those who initially wanted to mediate or negotiate peacefully changed their demeanor, picking up bricks from the ground and striking harder than anyone else. After all, such inhumane actions are driven by the instinct to survive. Everyone feels innocent, and no one wants to starve to death. However, such struggles are undoubtedly a double loss. If they knew that the house had already been thoroughly looted by Shinjien, leaving not even a single hair behind, they would probably explode with rage on the spot and collectively drop dead. On the other side, Shinjien had already noticed someone closely pursuing him. him. He suddenly turned around and raised his double-barreled shotgun. "Don't shoot, big brother." The two pursuers, a young man and woman, were both very young, one around 17 or 18 years old, and the other only 7 or 8. The girl immediately raised her hands upon seeing the situation and hurriedly spoke. The boy quickly hid behind her. Each of them carried a basket in their hands, covered with white cloth, concealing its contents. "What's in the basket? Put it down." Shinjien immediately became alert and threatening. Even though the other party was a special sibling duo, he would not lower his guard. "This is cake, made with high-gluten flour and animal cream. It's high in calories and rich in protein, perfect for someone like you who often goes out in the cold winter months." The girl spoke quickly and without a single unnecessary word, momentarily leaving Shinjien slightly stunned. Subsequently, the girl lifted the white cloth, revealing a delicately crafted, petite cream cake. Shinjien knew the other party must have a request and said little. "What do you want?" "Half a bag of rice from you. My younger brother is still growing. As long as he can have a bowl of porridge, that's enough." Shinjien readily agreed, picked up the basket, and tossed half a bag of rice to the girl. "Thank you, big brother." The girl bowed to him gratefully, and the boy behind her was no longer timid, grinning as he said to Shinjien, "Thank you, big brother." Shinjien instinctively responded with a smile. Shinjien asked curiously, but in the next second, another group of people rushed over, and Shinjien's smile instantly disappeared. Over here, over here. Young man, why are you running so fast? We're not going to eat you. As fellow kind, we should help each other. Buddy, hand over the things you found. I don't ask for much, just a bite to eat will do. Yeah, it's so much better if we all get through this together. Compared to those two girls, this group of people was like beggars, swarming forward and trying to rummage through Shinjien's backpack. "Let go." Shinjien, with a faint smile on his face, directly pointed the gun at a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man only then noticed the gun in his hand, turned pale with fright, quickly let go, and fell to the ground, too weak in the legs to stand up. "You've got the wrong person." Shinjien aimed the gun at each person approaching him, and they retreated step by step, keeping their mouths shut, not daring to make a sound. "Young man, please help me. My family of 4 is waiting for food." "Me too, young man. My son was bitten by those things and is now lying in bed unable to move." "Young man, please give me something to eat." Sob. Unable to win them over with virtue, they resorted to moral coercion. A group of people began lamenting their plight, crying and wailing to Shinjien. If it were in the past, the slightly kind-hearted Shinjien would probably have been so angry that smoke came out of his nose. But now, he feels there's absolutely no need for that. Whether your family lives or dies, what does it have to do with me?" Shinjien let out a cold snort, his tone as icy as a glacier. Naturally, everyone was angry but dared not speak out, as the guns were pointed at them. Who would dare to resist verbally when their lives were at stake? At this moment, the few burly men who had caught up earlier saw Shinjien and, without hesitation, continued charging forward. "All right, hand over the food. I'll kill you." Facing the group of demons and monsters rushing toward him, Shinjien frowned, somewhat incredulous. Are there really people this bold? The others saw Shinjien hesitating to shoot and immediately stopped crying and making a fuss, growing suspicious. "His gun is fake. Don't be afraid, everyone, rush up and grab it." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd, and everyone, in a moment of frenzy, charged at Shinjien with claws bared. Shinjien shrugged, shook his head helplessly, and first pulled the trigger at those burly men. Firing 3 consecutive shots, the few burly men in front of him instantly turned into a pile of mangled flesh and then vanished into thin air. The remaining people, upon seeing this, were so shocked their eyes almost popped out. A few in the front even dropped to their knees with a thud in front of Shinjien, desperately begging for mercy. At this moment, everyone wished they could strangle the person who had claimed Shinjien's pistol was fake. "He said you were holding a fake gun. He started it. It has nothing to do with me." Someone immediately shirked responsibility, pointing at the bald short man in the crowd and shouting loudly, "How is it?" Then, others joined in the accusations one after another. The bald short man instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Shinjien originally didn't want to pursue the matter further, but the next moment, the bald short man suddenly pulled something out and hurled it fiercely at him. Shinjien reacted quickly, catching it with sharp reflexes. Upon closer inspection, it was a sharply edged stone. Looking back, the bald dwarf had already pushed through the crowd and fled without a trace. This action undoubtedly brought a deadly disaster upon himself. Shinjien noticed a group of zombies approaching from not far away. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward as he thought of something. He pulled out the M9 and, without hesitation, aimed at the bald dwarf's leg and fired. The bald short man never expected Shinjien to have a pistol and immediately let out a miserable scream, falling heavily to the ground. Afterward, Shinjien flashed a kind and friendly smile at the others. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. "Ha!" The remaining people, seeing this, panicked on the spot and fled in a hurry, even leaving their shoes behind. Only the girl from earlier and her younger brother remained at the scene. "Big brother, will you come again next time?" The girl's voice trembled, the scenes from earlier vividly replaying in her mind, but she and her brother had held on. "No, I won't. If you want to trade supplies, come find me at the shelter at the Peace Road intersection medicine in the northern district. The goods provided by the girl were decent, and Shinjien nodded in satisfaction as he gave the address. The girl said nothing more, just nodded, bowed to him again, and when she stood up, her face was already full of smiles. Then she quickly left with her younger brother. Shinjien also jogged away, leaving only the bald dwarf still struggling on the ground in the field.
Help! Can someone save me? I didn't do anything wrong. Why is everyone treating me like this?
The bald dwarf comforted himself while trying hard to get up, but accidentally ended up falling flat on his back. The zombie was already closing in, less than 10 meters away. The bald dwarf cried out in despair, but no one responded. Before long, the cries turned into screams, echoing throughout the entire neighborhood. Shinjien didn't expect to find so many survivors during this solo operation, nor did he expect them to be so shameless. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, they really have guts. With a mocking thought in his heart, Shinjien stopped dwelling on it and headed straight to Rongqing's supermarket. He scanned the ID recognizer, and with 2 beeps, a sweet and pleasant female voice warmly welcomed his arrival.
Coke, popcorn, got it all. Grab some spiced peanuts too.
Shinjien enthusiastically picked out items, filling the cart halfway, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he knocked on the door to the rooftop entrance. Originally intending to offer a kind greeting to Jiang Yingshui and the others, he knocked for a long time but received no response.
Out, huh? Alright then.
Shinjien shrugged, turned around, and pushed the shopping cart out of the supermarket. Soon, he returned to the shelter, moved the purchased snacks into the lounge area, and placed the cola into the giant refrigerator to chill. After finishing these tasks, Shinjien walked to the courtyard and carefully inspected the pile of corpses for any signs of mutation. Suddenly, he thought of something, took a wooden board from the house, and wrote on it, "Do not touch the barbed wire, or bear the consequences." Then he climbed a ladder and used glue to stick the board onto the gate. After that, time flew by, and it was already afternoon, with the sunset slowly sinking in the west. Shinjien piled the mutated corpses together, used alcohol as a substitute for gasoline, and set the corpses ablaze. He arrived at the door, cautiously checking the situation outside.
Did Li Chuan and the others just stand me up?
They clearly said they'd be here by noon. Originally, Li Chuan and the others hadn't left a good impression on Shinjien, and now they were several hours late. Shinjien immediately had the thought of adding them to his blacklist. Besides, he had already found plenty of seeds and wasn't lacking for the time being, so he was no longer interested in their seeds. Without giving it much thought, he went straight back into the house and started watching a movie. Although they were old movies, Shinjien watched them with great interest, thoroughly enjoying himself. After all, even though he had traveled to a parallel world, it had been a long time since he last watched a movie. Surprisingly, the movies in this world were even more captivating than those from his previous life.
Halfway through the movie, Shinjien got up and left the room to grab a chilled cola.
Suddenly, he heard a series of loud knocks at the door and quickly went out to check.
Is Mr. Qin here? Outside the house, a group of people kept calling Shinjien's name.
Although their voices sounded friendly, their knocking was extremely rough, causing the door to thud loudly. Shinjien walked over and immediately spotted Li Chuan at the front of the group. Seeing Shinjien, Li Chuan immediately smiled and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Qin, we're late. The shelter was just attacked by a wave of corpses, and we've only just finished cleaning up before rushing over."
Did you bring all the seeds? Shinjien nodded and asked.
Li Chuan immediately took out a bag of seeds, grinning as he handed them through the crack in the door.
Shinjien didn't take them but frowned and asked, "Just this little?"
"This pack of seeds looks like just a handful from the outside, seemingly not even 50 in total." Li Chuan smiled and then said, "No choice, Mr. Qin, it's all the boss's decision."
"Just these seeds? What do you think?"
"We also need to keep some as survival resources." Hearing it was the boss's order, Shinjien was somewhat curious but didn't ask further.
With a snort, Shinjien replied perfunctorily, "Fine, let's leave it at that."
"It seems your boss isn't sincerely interested in doing business with me." Shinjien was about to return to the house to get the medicine when Li Chuan suddenly spoke up, "For bottles of insect repellent." Shinjien paused for a moment, then turned back to look at him in confusion. "I remember you said yesterday that you only needed 2 bottles? This was clearly a case of raising the price on the spot, and Shinjien began to grow suspicious of them. Li Chuan, however, greeted him with a smile and explained earnestly, "It's also the boss's instruction. After all, we're not foolish, seeds are especially precious in this world, and no one wants to let them go easily.
So, Mr. Qin, could you make a concession?
Use these seeds to exchange for 4 bottles of insect repellent.
Once the medicine takes effect and cures them, we will personally deliver a token of gratitude."
At first, Shinjien thought Li Chuan's frail scholar-like appearance made him completely unsuitable to be the team leader, but now, it seems he really has some skills. The other party's eloquence is impressive, his attitude is friendly, and his words are cleverly crafted, making it hard to refute. However, as the saying goes, ginger gets spicier with age. Shinjien had lived nearly 40 years in his previous life, so how could he easily admit defeat?
The only way to reason is to be unreasonable.
Shinjien leaned his face close to the crack in the door and said coldly, "No way." Li Chuan immediately put away his smile.
"Mr. Qin, Shinjien, this. Since your boss is interfering with our deal like this, I don't think there's any need to continue the transaction. After saying this, Shinjien turned around and was about to enter the room. Mr. Qin, you must think carefully. These seeds are hard to come by in this world. I know insecticide is expensive too, but that's a separate matter. We're just meeting each other's needs. You really need to think it over. Listening to the constant persuasion coming from behind Li Chuan, Shinjien almost couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hard to come by? I just got hundreds of them earlier. Still asking me to think it over? Is this a veiled threat? Shinjien paid no attention and walked into the house without looking back. Li Chuan and his group seemed unwilling to let it go either. Seeing Shinjien return to the house, they left without looking back. Inside the house, Shinjien watched their departing figures and shook his head, muttering to himself, I hope you don't start a conflict with me over this. After all, you can't afford it. He smiled faintly, his face full of confidence, certain of victory. Returning to the lounge area, Shinjien finished watching the second half of the movie, then switched to another disc and focused on watching the second film. Before long, the table was piled high with snack wrappers and peanut crumbs, and he had already finished several bottles of cola, with the empty bottles rolling onto the floor. Shinjien burped, wiped his mouth, casually tidied up the trash, and then got up to leave the lounge area. He stretched lazily and couldn't help but shout loudly, this feels amazing. Who else could enjoy such royal treatment? Everyone else could only hide in their own shelters, frowning and worrying about food and water, despairing over the lack of weapons and equipment. But at this moment, he was sitting in his private luxury cinema, watching a movie while eating popcorn and sipping on an ice-cold cola. Thinking back to those who begged him for help in the morning, as well as Li Chuan's group of clown-like people, Shinjien couldn't help but secretly gloat. For people like that, he wouldn't give them a bite of food even if he starved himself. It was already past 11 at night, and Shinjien was too lazy to prepare dinner for himself. Besides, after drinking so much cola earlier, he wasn't very hungry. Then let's have some dessert. Thinking of the cream cake the girl had exchanged with him earlier, he immediately took out the basket and retrieved a piece from inside. Go ahead. So delicious. Is this what animal cream tastes like? It really is different. By the way, this little basket is quite exquisitely woven. Shinjien felt that the supplies given by this group of girls were simply a godsend for him. No problem. It seemed that he had finished all the cream bread a few days ago, leaving him without afternoon tea or desserts. Suddenly receiving this batch of supplies perfectly filled the gap, making his food list much more diverse. Being able to eat cream cake in the apocalypse was the ultimate luxury. After all, while others were still running around looking for something to fill their stomachs, he had already returned to a normal 3 meals a day. Not only were his meals sumptuous, but he also had afternoon tea and late-night snacks, which amounted to 5 meals a day. Yet, he was still not satisfied. Come to think of it, maybe from the very first day, I had already become a true Versailles person. Shinjien chuckled self-deprecatingly but had no intention of changing. After all, what is there to regret? He hadn't done anything wrong, just showed off a little. After eating a pile of junk food, Shinjien lay down on the soft bed in a state of bliss and soon drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Shinjien threw off the blanket and cheered excitedly like a maniac. Time for the lottery, time for the lottery. I'm definitely winning first prize today. Okay, wait, settle the points first. He snapped back to reality and opened the settlement interface. High quality sleep, plus 20 points. Greasy diet, plus 16 points. Burn insect eggs, plus 415 points. Kill corpse hounds, plus 46 points. Kill mutated vegetable monsters, plus 3,959 points. Eliminated over 100 enemies in one go, plus 1,000 points. Troublemaker, king of destruction, plus 200 points. Made a good trade with the survivors, plus 50 points. Killed human enemies, plus 404 points. The ally killed the monster with a single barrel shotgun, plus 588 points. The ally killed the monster with a crossbow, plus 468 points. Points settlement, 75-75. Remaining points, 11815. Oh ho ho, I actually have more than 10,000 points. Shinjien jumped up on the spot, his head almost hitting the ceiling. Now this is what a man's savings should look like, even though it's only been saved for 2 days. However, Shinjien was not in a hurry to level up but quickly got dressed and headed straight to the recycler in the yard. Only after drawing all 5 rewards could he feel at ease. He moved swiftly, carrying the corpses one by one and placing them on the conveyor belt. Wait, I can't give you this one. Shinjien was cunning and kept the diseased corpses while only throwing the good ones onto the conveyor belt. After all, diseased corpses could still be burned for some points. Wait, how about upgrading the conveyor belt first? Just as Shinjien was about to press the recycler switch, he had a sudden idea and opened the upgrade options for the recycler. Corpse Collector. Upgrade path. Corpse Harvester. Efficiency boost. 500 increases the speed of corpse transportation by 200%. Variety expansion. 1000 expands the random reward range of the collector to 5 types. Take the profit and stop. 1500 The required number of corpses is reduced from 10 to 9. Common
composed, 2000 the number of weekly random rewards increases from once to twice. Shinjien glanced over and decided to upgrade everything except take the profit and stop. After all, the effect of take the profit and stop is limited. It only reduces the required number of corpses by 1. He had so many corpses in his yard that he couldn't burn them all, and he kept throwing them into the recycler. He had no shortage at all. More importantly, the types of random rewards had increased to 5. Just thinking about those newly added rewards, there might be plenty of hidden treasures among them. After deducting 3,500 points, the recycling machine underwent a tremendous transformation. Clatter and clank. After a burst of smoke and noise, a brand new recycling machine came into view. Although its appearance hadn't changed much, the skull emblem was noticeably larger. Shinjien casually turned on the recycling machine, and the conveyor belt instantly became as smooth as if it had been oiled. The corpses slid into the entrance with a crackling sound in just 2 seconds. This efficiency, it really is the upgraded recycler. The upgraded recycler was practically going crazy at this moment, frantically recycling corpses. Shinjien was almost dumping bodies into a truckload by truckload, yet he still couldn't keep up with its recycling speed. After recycling nearly 50 corpses, the recycler's entrance suddenly emitted a rumbling sound. Immediately afterward, 5 items were spat out with a clatter. Shinjien quickly ran over, picked them up, and examined them carefully. 3 suitcases and 2 backpacks. Hee, it's time to prove my luck. Let's see if I'm unlucky today or a lucky emperor. He rubbed his hands together and eagerly opened a suitcase, revealing a black gun barrel and something resembling a gun stock inside. Obtain the Uzi-specific silencer and Uzi-specific stock. The silencer upgrade option for the Uzi has been removed. The Fortress Master no longer needs to upgrade it again. The stock attachment in the Uzi's accuracy option has been removed, and the points required to upgrade the accuracy option have been reduced. The system's voice immediately sounded. Shinjien couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Not rushing to upgrade the Uzi's options yesterday was, indeed, a wise decision. Otherwise, with these 2 additional attachments, unless another Uzi was crafted, there would temporarily be no place to use them. Great stuff! Not only do I not have to spend points to upgrade the suppressor, but it also reduces the cost of another upgrade option. I just need to make up the difference later. He was very satisfied with this draw and immediately took out the Uzi from his backpack to install the attachments on the spot. The Uzi's suppressor was long and thin like an iron pipe, and the rear stock was foldable, making it appear quite long when set up. After attaching these 2 accessories, the entire Uzi nearly doubled in length. Holding the stock, it almost felt like it could be used as a club to hit someone. Although I have the accessories, there are no bullets. A few bullets wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Shinjien muttered to himself and eagerly opened the second suitcase. Molotov cocktails and smoke grenades? Seeing 5 Molotov cocktails and 5 smoke grenades inside, Shinjien's eyes lit up. Each Molotov cocktail and smoke grenade is worth 500 points, which means he just earned 5,000 points. Such a profit, such a profit. My luck still hasn't changed for the worse. He couldn't help but boast, then quickly opened the third suitcase. Inside was a row of pitch-black extended magazines. The system immediately sounded. Obtain 20 Uzi extended magazines. The magazine capacity upgrade option for the Uzi has been removed. The Fortress Master no longer needs to upgrade again. Turns out today is Uzi's home turf. Shinjien couldn't help but curse, quickly attaching the extended magazine to the Uzi, tossing the spare small magazine directly into the recycling machine's entrance. If memory serves correctly, the Uzi's magazine capacity after extension is 50 rounds, so this lottery draw essentially replenished 1,000 rounds of submachine gun ammo. Although the Uzi has a fast firing rate, as long as it's used sparingly, it will definitely last for 2 days. Who cares? With 1,000 bullets, how many monsters can be killed? The points spent on buying the bullets have already been earned back. At this moment, there were still 2 reward backpacks left. Shinjien didn't rush to open them but picked up one of the backpacks and weighed it in his hand. This backpack sounds like it's filled with some bottles and jars. Could it be canned food? Survival confirmation plus 30 points. Shinjien frowned, unable to figure it out, and had no choice but to open the backpack to find out. Inside, dozens of transparent glass jars were neatly arranged. These glass jars were about palm-sized, with a capacity of roughly 300 milliliters, equivalent to the amount in a can of soda. But what was inside didn't seem to be a beverage. Instead, it was a green liquid. This green liquid might be a green apple-flavored drink, but based on Shinjien's intuition, it was definitely not an ordinary beverage. After all, this glass jar is transparent and unmarked, without even a brand. Who would dare to easily try what's inside? The next moment, the system gave Shinjien an answer. Obtain 20 jars of seed catalyst. Shinjien was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Seed catalyst? Could it be something related to greenhouses? Almost without hesitation, he decided to go to the second floor later to unlock the greenhouse. Previously, he hadn't unlocked it because he didn't have any seeds on hand. But now that he had seeds, it was time to start planting and prepare some food. Shinjien quickly opened the last last backpack, and this time it contained neither food nor ammunition, but a strange container. The appearance resembles bottled water, but the structure is completely different, made of steel, with pipes inserted all around. Rather than calling it a container, it would be more appropriate to call it an instrument. This instrument has two straps hanging at the back, seemingly designed to be carried on the body. Shinjien didn't speculate much and simply waited for the system to provide an introduction. Obtained a water purifier. The system quickly responded. Shinjien was startled, swallowed, and asked, "System Big Brother, is this a device that can purify water?" The system answered concisely, "Can any water be purified?" After confirming without a doubt, Shinjien clenched his fist and cheered in his heart. The system is awesome. I'm awesome too. After all, I'm the one who drew it. Previously, he had been worrying about the freshwater resource problem. Although he had a few hundred boxes of water, they would eventually run out. Now there's no need to worry at all. Branch. Just turn on the faucet, fill it with water, purify it, and you can drink it immediately. Shinjien could hardly wait to connect it to the water and give it a try. But he still didn't know how to use this thing. The few buttons on the device had no labels, making it impossible to figure out their functions. Big Brother system, are you still there? Can you teach me how to use this thing? Shinjien tentatively called out, not expecting the system to actually respond. 20 minutes later, Shinjien finished the tutorial and entered the house carrying large bags of loot. He tossed the items onto the living room table and headed straight to the kitchen with the water purifier in his arms. Standing in front of the faucet, Shinjien suddenly thought of something and checked the upgrade options for the water purifier. Water purifier. Upgrade direction, high standard water purifier. Bang! Capacity, 300 increase water storage capacity to 20 liters. Efficiency, 500 improves purification efficiency, reducing purification time from 12 hours to 8 hours. Quality, 500 replaces materials to enhance durability and make it less prone to damage. So cheap? Upgrade them all. Shinjien waved his hand decisively and upgraded all the options without hesitation. After the upgrade, he still had 7,015 points left, more than enough, without any worry. The upgraded water purifier naturally offered more upgrade options. High standard water purifier. Upgrade direction, specialized water purifier. Capacity, 500 water capacity increased to 30 liters. Load, 500 ignore the 20-liter internal water capacity, reducing the load. Efficiency, 1,000 purification time reduced from 8 hours to 4 hours. Quality, 1,000 additional material added to the outer layer, impervious to knives and bullets. Automatic acquisition, 2,000 add an automatic water pumping device, simply place it by the water source, and it will automatically pump water without manual operation. I need to think about this carefully. The newly appeared upgrade options are more expensive and have better effects. However, Shinjien did not impulsively proceed with the upgrade but decided to think it through before making a plan. Shinjien turned on the water valve, placed the water purifier under the faucet, and happily turned on the tap. However, the faucet showed no response. Shinjien froze, trying to turn it off and on again, but there was still no change. Seriously? The water stops just as the purifier arrives? Shinjien complained helplessly, feeling a headache coming on, thinking he should have stored some water beforehand. These thoughts, though hindsight, can only be blamed on unfavorable timing and insufficient geographical advantages. Then where should I go to find a water source? Shinjien muttered to himself, then suddenly remembered the area near the Manhwa district market he visited yesterday. There seemed to be a small river there. After all, the place is called Manhwa district. But the thought of passing by those residential buildings housing hundreds of survivors made Shinjien hesitate. Those mentally unstable survivors acted like lunatics, and Shinjien really didn't want to encounter them a second time. Even if it meant taking a longer route to find a water source, he was determined not to set foot in Manhwa district again. Shinjien picked up the water purifier, temporarily stored it away, then turned around and walked toward the taskboard to check the newly updated tasks for the week. Task 1. Use Molotov cocktails to kill 200 zombies. Reward, 3,000 points. Task 2. Kill 100 human enemies. Reward, 2,000 points. Task 3. Stay outside for more than 24 hours. Reward, 1,500 points. After reading these 3 tasks, Shinjien scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. The difficulty has increased quite a bit compared to last week. Molotov cocktails are not grenades, their explosion range isn't as wide. Most of the zombies before were flammable materials mutated from vegetables, so the Molotov cocktails could easily burn down the majority of them. Now he only has 5 Molotov cocktails in hand, and even if he gathers all 200 zombies together, it might not be enough to burn them all in one go. The second task is even harder. Unless he stirs up public anger and provokes all the survivors in that building in the Red River district to come after him for revenge, there's no way to complete it. Besides, he's not that kind of person. His basic principle is, if people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. The third task was manageable, but it required staying outside for an entire night. He had never tried it before, nor had he ever thought about it, but it might be
worth a shot. How about upgrading the task list first? Maybe a few more tasks will show up to make up for the rewards. Shinjien wasn't intimidated by the challenge and immediately thought of this idea. After all, upgrading only cost 2,000 points, and he would still have 5,000 points left afterward. If some low difficulty, high reward tasks really appeared, wouldn't that be a win? Without hesitation, Shinjien immediately upgraded the task board. With a loud bang, the task board instantly grew taller by quite a bit. Its material became more refined, gleaming with a golden light, and its surface was so smooth it looked as if it had been coated with a layer of chocolate syrup. Looking at the task board again, its content had indeed undergone a major transformation. Medium task board. Branch. Upgrade direction. Large task list. 10,000. Overview. Increase the number of tasks, and the fortress owner has 2 opportunities per week to reshuffle tasks. Task 1. Use Molotov cocktails to burn 200 zombies to death. Reward, 3,000 points. Task 2. Kill 100 human enemies. Reward, 2,000 points. Task 3. Stay outside for more than 24 hours. Reward, 1,500 points. Task 4. Go to the water's edge and collect 100 liters of water. Reward, 5,000 points. Mutant vegetable monster illustrated data. Just by looking at the overview, there's already very important information. Redoing tasks? That's awesome. There are exactly 2 tasks I don't want to do. Shinjien immediately burst into laughter and quickly used the reroll opportunity to reroll both Task 1 and Task 2. Task 1. Team up with allies to kill 100 zombies. Reward, 2,000 points. Task 2. Consume 1 red pill, 1 blue pill, and 1 sharp eye potion. Reward, 1,000 points. Seeing these 2 tasks after the reroll, Shinjien's eyes lit up. This is simply too easy. Don't even mention teaming up with allies to kill 100 of them. He can easily take down 100 zombies on his own in a single outing. As for taking medicine, even without a mission, he would take it on time. After all, the outside world is becoming increasingly dangerous, and without some enhancement drugs, there's no way to show off. Overall, the rewards for the 2 tasks have decreased a bit compared to before, but the difficulty has also dropped significantly. Next, Shinjien looked at the newly added 4th task. This task is just perfect. Shinjien calculated in his mind that the 4 tasks at hand could all complement each other, falling within the same scope, and could almost be completed in one go. Because of the 4th task, he had already decided to go out to collect water. Moreover, collecting 100 liters of water was something he couldn't carry alone, so he needed to find someone to team up with. With so much activity on the road, there were bound to be plenty of zombies, so task 1 could be easily completed without any worries. As for the water purifier, it currently required 8 hours to purify the water source, and even upgrading it to a higher level would still take 4 hours. Therefore, Shinjien estimated that he would have to collect water overnight and might even have to spend the night by the water. In this way, task 3 would also be considered complete. As for task 2, isn't this something that can be easily handled? Shinjien was overjoyed, practically bouncing with excitement. These 4 tasks were like fat ducks landing right in his lap. Unless he encountered some super big boss like a mutated vulture along the way, nothing could possibly stop him. He immediately accepted the tasks and, like a happy child, dashed off toward the location of the prophecy crystal ball. Since I'm already so happy, brother crystal ball, could you please not come up with any jaw-dropping modifiers? That's settled then. Shinjien held the floating crystal ball in his hands, earnestly pleading with anticipation, then began to examine the contents of the prophetic crystal ball. 1. Mutant vegetable monsters will undergo benign mutations, and killing them may yield clean seeds. 2. The temperature will drop by more than 10 degrees, during which a large number of bacteria will be killed by the cold. 3. The low temperature will prompt zombies to develop antibodies, making them more active both during the day and at night. After reading these 3 affixes, Shinjien fell into deep thought. The first affix was undoubtedly good news, even somewhat miraculous, alleviating his fear of those sanity-draining mutated vegetables. After all, killing mutated vegetables could even drop seed rewards. How could he possibly dislike that? He had always believed that the more seeds, the better. Who would complain about having too many? The second affix, from the perspective of other survivors, could also be considered a good thing. Whether they were aware of it or not was none of his concern. The third affix, however, was quite critical, but just how dangerous it was, he couldn't say for sure. He could only take it one step at a time. No matter how formidable those zombies were, as long as no other mutations occurred, he could take them down with a single shot. Not bad. This week's affixes are quite gentle. Shinjien smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up to the prophecy crystal ball. However, he immediately thought of another issue. The prophecy crystal ball actually generates more than 3 affixes each week. It produces many. It's just that since he hadn't upgraded it, the other affixes simply couldn't be displayed. Otherwise, when he accidentally discovered the mutated vegetable monster and the mutated vulture while out, there was no way the prophecy crystal ball wouldn't have informed him of such significant information in advance, right? Oh, however, now he only has 5,015 points left in his hand, and once he upgrades to level 2, all these hard-earned points will be spent. Although the initial plan was to upgrade as needed based on the Prophecy Crystal Ball's guidance, it now seems unnecessary to spend too much on defense. No matter how cold the weather gets, his protective suit can handle it. No matter how powerful the zombies are, he can easily take them down. Might as well improve the attack power first. Forget it. I'll consider upgrading you when I have more money on hand. Shinjien gently stroked the Prophecy Crystal Ball as if petting a kitten, then turned and left. Next, he approached the light weapons crafting station, preparing to prioritize upgrading the options related to the Uzi. Uzi submachine gun. Upgrade direction. Military Uzi submachine gun. Firepower 500. Replace the muzzle to increase attack power by 50%. Rate of fire 500. Adjust the internal structure of the gun body to increase the rate of fire by 50%. Accuracy 2000. Add a grip and red dot sight to enhance shooting stability. Sure enough, as the system said, 2 upgrade options were cancelled, and the point consumption for one of them was even reduced. Is there even a need to hesitate? Upgrade them all. Keep 2000 points on hand, just enough to unlock the greenhouse. Okay, perfect plan. Shinjien had a clear mind and quickly decided on the full upgrade plan, immediately maxing out all 3 upgrade options for the Uzi. The Uzi in his backpack instantly transformed, shining with dazzling brilliance. Shinjien pulled out the Uzi, and the firearm had completely transformed. Not only were the accessories complete, but the gun's body was also coated with an orange pattern. Although the specific design couldn't be discerned, it looked far more imposing and stylish than before. Attack power, firing rate, accuracy, all have been improved. Now, I'd believe it if you told me this gun has no recoil. Shinjien held the upgraded Uzi, grinning from ear to ear. With a fully equipped submachine gun, his fear of insufficient firepower was completely cured, and he felt much more at ease. Since there were no zombies around the yard, he didn't plan to immediately practice shooting with the fully equipped Uzi. Instead, he walked toward the refrigerator to check the status of the food generator. Lifting the lid of the food generator, he indeed saw food inside a watermelon bigger than his face. Shinjien's lips curled slightly as he smiled and pulled out the watermelon-sized fruit. The watermelon was astonishingly large, almost blocking the exit of the food generator. Shinjien secretly hoped that this machine could randomly produce various fruits every day, as his fruit stock was clearly not as abundant as his vegetables and needed replenishing. He gently patted the watermelon, and a dull thumping sound came from inside, indicating it was fully ripe. Although he was tempted, since he hadn't had breakfast yet, Shinjien decided to put it in the refrigerator for chilling first. After a simple meal of fried eggs, milk, and a piece of cream cake, Shinjien went upstairs to check the upgrade options on the second floor. Clatter! Unlock the greenhouse. As soon as Shinjien finished speaking, a loud noise came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a new door had appeared on the wall in front of him. There was no need to think twice, it was undoubtedly the entrance to the greenhouse. He excitedly pushed the door open with the seeds he had collected. In front of him was the familiar sight of a greenhouse commonly seen in rural areas. Shinjien opened the door of the greenhouse, and a wave of warmth greeted him. Wow, this is literally a greenhouse. It's as warm as spring in here. He couldn't help but make a remark as he carefully observed the internal structure of the greenhouse. Although it was empty inside, there was a patch of land on each side. The soil looked like it had been tilled, but its color was slightly yellowish, suggesting that the quality might not be great. Even though he had spent quite a few points, Shinjien still wanted to check the upgrade options for the greenhouse. After all, this was an important source of food and needed to be cultivated properly. Greenhouse. Upgrade direction. Intermediate greenhouse. Seed catalyst 500/bottle inject a dose of growth experience into your fields. Soil 4000 improve soil nutrients, make the land more fertile, and speed up crop maturation. Area 3000 upgrade the existing 30 planting units to 40. Timer 1000 add a fruit timer to easily check the maturity time of all crops. Seasonal 2000 crops grown in the greenhouse will ignore seasonal restrictions, with a significant increase in maturation speed. Automated care 5000 equip the greenhouse with a multifunctional sprayer for automatic watering, fertilizing, and spraying, eliminating the need for manual labor. Looks like everything is quite expensive, but if everything is upgraded, the growth speed of the crops will definitely be amazing. Shinjien made a quick assessment but did not rush to leave the greenhouse. The system informed him that he could plant crops at any time without any restrictions. Thinking about the 20 bottles of seed catalysts he still had, each priced at a whopping 500 points, he couldn't help but marvel to himself. This is equivalent to earning 10,000 points for free. Following the system's instructions, he scattered the seeds onto the land on both sides. A total of 30 crops could be planted, with 15 carrot seeds sown on the left and 15 potato seeds buried on the right. Then Shinjien evenly sprinkled the seed catalyst on the ground, just finishing one bottle. The cost is quite reasonable. One bottle of catalyst can cover 30 vegetable seeds, not to mention that these 20 bottles of catalyst were all free. He chuckled to himself. With nothing else to do in the greenhouse for now, Shinjien pushed the door open and went
went down to the second floor. Afterward, he grabbed some snacks and cola and leisurely headed to the lounge area to watch a movie. As the afternoon approached, Shinjien geared up and left the shelter. On the way, he encountered a few zombies, pulled out his fully equipped Uzi, and thought it was the perfect chance to test the gun. Da-da-da-da. As soon as the trigger was pulled, the Uzi spewed out a dense barrage of bullets, instantly turning those zombies into sieves. This rate of fire, this firepower. Shinjien was momentarily caught off guard and emptied an entire magazine in one go. He secretly regretted it. This was purely a mistake. With this firepower and rate of fire, even if another mutated vulture appeared, it could be taken down on the spot. Felt a pang of heartache for a moment, he reloaded the Uzi with bullets, put it back in his backpack, and took out the M9 to continue forward. Clatter! After arriving at the supermarket, Shinjien went up to the second floor and knocked on the rooftop door. This time, Shin Haidong's voice came from inside. Shinjien responded, and the next second, Shin Haidong opened the door. Brother Qin, you're here. Shin Haidong approached with a smile, seemingly about to give him a big hug. Shinjien quickly pushed him away, curling his lips. No need to be so enthusiastic. Jiang Yingshue's hug might still be acceptable, but from this big guy, absolutely not. That won't do, Brother Qin. You're a rare and honored guest to us. Shin Haidong immediately handed over something. Here, have a sausage. Shinjien shook his head, saying he had already had breakfast. Then he looked around and asked with a smile, it seems you guys scavenged quite a lot of supplies yesterday? How did you know we went out yesterday? Shin Haidong asked with a face full of surprise. Because I looked for you all yesterday, but none of you were around. Oh, not seeing Jiang Yingxue and Dr. Lu around, Shinjien couldn't help but ask, where are the two of them? Dr. Lu went to find Guomin to study your pills, and my master is exercising downstairs right now. Shin Haidong answered in detail. Exercising downstairs? Shinjien was momentarily stunned upon hearing this and asked in confusion, then why didn't I see her? Does exercising really require going downstairs? My bad for not explaining clearly. Master's exercise routine is a bit unique. Shin Haidong first apologized, then demonstrated a few slashing motions. Ever since she got your long sword, she goes downstairs every day to kill zombies for practice. Shinjien nodded in realization. Then I'll go downstairs to find her. With that, Shinjien went downstairs, circled around the supermarket, and soon found Jiang Yingshuet at a nearby gas station, slashing zombies. Shinjien neither helped nor called out to her, simply standing quietly to watch this display of slaughter as an art form. The reason it is called the art of slaughter is because Jiang Yingshue's movements are extremely graceful. She is as light as a swallow, her movements fluid and varied, so much so that someone who doesn't understand might think she is dancing. It's really hard to learn. Shinjien couldn't help but sigh. Although he had taken enhancement drugs and could use brute force to hack zombies to death, when it came to technique, he was basically clueless. In any case, he thought it would be better to learn some skills to handle unexpected situations in the future. But at this moment, the only one skilled was Jiang Yingxue, and he felt a bit embarrassed to take the initiative to ask her for guidance. Jiang Yingxue was just finishing off the last few zombies, with bodies strewn all over the ground at her feet, and quite a bit of blood on her as well. Shinjien silently walked over. The next moment, he saw Jiang Yingxue actually take off her jacket, revealing the black tank top underneath. Shinjien was stunned for a moment but still walked closer, muttering under his breath, is she really not afraid of the cold? In fact, Jiang Yingxue was afraid of the cold too. She had just finished stretching her muscles and needed to do some cool-down stretches. Taking off her coat was purely for convenience. While stretching, she noticed Shinjien walking up to her with a blank expression. Jiang Yingxue was startled at first, then instinctively covered her chest. After all, she was only wearing a tank top, and it was a loose-fitting one, so even the slightest movement would reveal places that shouldn't be exposed. Shinjien, on the other hand, didn't think much of it and asked in surprise, did you train at the Shaolin Temple when you were a kid? Shaolin Temple? No, I didn't. Jiang Yingxue, trying to cover herself, took the opportunity to put her clothes back on. Then why were you running outside shirtless in the middle of winter? Who was shirtless? Hearing Shinjien say this, Jiang Yingshue's face immediately turned red, wondering if this guy was hinting that he had seen everything just now. Although she didn't know how long Shinjien had been secretly watching her or whether he had seen anything he shouldn't have, at the moment, Jiang Yingxue didn't feel particularly averse to it. Shinjien felt that she was wearing too little and kindly reminded her, wear more clothes when you go out next time. Don't push yourself like this, the weather is getting colder. Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment and smiled faintly. Why are you always so concerned about me? Shinjien replied earnestly, because you're about to help me with work. If you catch a cold or get sick, where am I supposed to find someone else? Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, thinking to herself that, after all this, she was nothing more than a tool to him. After taking a break for a while, the two walked and chatted. By the way, what kind of task will they assign us this time? A very important task. What exactly is it? Jiang Yingxue felt that Shinjien was being a bit mysterious and couldn't help but curiously press for answers. Shinjien spoke directly. In any case, we definitely have to spend the night out. Ha? What? We have to go out and spend the night? Jiang Yingxue, upon hearing Qin Jian's words, immediately let her mind wander, imagining things far and wide.
That's right, are you mentally prepared?
Qin Jian looked at her with a solemn expression. Jiang Yingxue instantly started stammering, muttering to herself that this guy's words were really baffling. How could he be so blunt?
However, she didn't jump to conclusions about Qin Jian's meaning and tentatively asked, just the two of us? Of course not, we definitely need to bring your apprentice and Dr. Liu.
Without them, just the two of us can't move those things.
Qin Jian quickly explained.
Jiang Yingxue softly responded with an "oh," nodded slightly, but felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment in her heart.
Wait, why do I feel disappointed? What's wrong with me?
Qin Jian then revealed the entire task of fetching water. Jiang Yingxue thought for a moment and said, "You don't need to collect bottles. I have a few empty water barrels here.
Let's take those with us, if you don't mind."
"Sure,
I don't mind at all."
Originally, the process was stuck because there was no container for the melted water, but with Jiang Yingshue's suggestion, Qin Jian immediately felt relieved. "So, we may not have achieved much along the way, but we've at least put in some hard work, right?" Jiang Yingxue continued, and Qin Jian naturally understood what she meant. It was clearly a question about the reward. "I'll provide you with ammunition support," Qin Jian said after considering for a moment.
50 rounds of shotgun ammo?
That's too little. I used over 40 rounds just going out yesterday, and now I only have a dozen or so left,"
Jiang Yingxue said somewhat helplessly.
Qin Jian thought for a moment and continued, "Then I'll replenish your shotgun ammo along the way."
"How about that? Why can't you give me handgun ammunition?" Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but ask. "Because handgun ammunition is out of stock,"
Qin Jian replied perfunctorily. Jiang Yingxue frowned deeply, her lips pouting in extreme grievance. Although the shotgun could take down a zombie with each shot, reloading it one bullet at a time was incredibly troublesome.
Shen Haidong kept urging her to ask Qin Jian for handgun ammunition because he found the crossbow even harder to use.
While arming themselves with weapons was supposed to be empowering, the experience was far from satisfactory. Now that Qin Jian had said so, she couldn't keep pestering him. "Of course, you'll get your reward, but I haven't decided what it will be yet. So, let's move out first."
Qin Jian then added another sentence, leaving Jiang Yingxue completely baffled.
This guy hadn't even figured out the payment yet and was already asking them to work. What a bully. It felt like Schrodinger's payment. He'd give it if he wanted to, and if not, oh well.
Seeing Jiang Yingxue slowly raise her pinky finger, Qin Jian asked in confusion, "What does that mean?" "Pinky promise." "Pinky promise?" Qin Jian almost burst out laughing, thinking to himself, isn't this just playing house? Even kids don't play this game anymore. "Yeah, you haven't even figured out how to pay us."
"Of course, we're afraid you'll withhold our wages," Jiang Yingxue said with a serious expression.
I don't think that's important."
Qin Jian gave a wicked smile and replied.
Jiang Yingxue turned around and walked away. "Then we won't do it." "I'm just joking." "Is it that serious?"
Qin Jian immediately grabbed her hand, smiling happily.
Jiang Yingxue was actually joking as well.
She decided to play along and looked up at Qin Jian. "Then warm my hands, and we'll help you." The condition was a bit demanding, and Qin Jian frowned slightly. Then, he pulled out a pair of cotton gloves from his backpack and handed them to Jiang Yingxue.
"This is the first part of your payment. I'm giving it to you in advance. They're new, of good quality, and you'll feel warm once you put them on. Let's go up quickly."
"Tell them about this, pack up the gear, and get ready to leave tomorrow." Qin Jian grinned and waved as he walked into the supermarket. Jiang Yingxue stood in place, dazed for a long time, then let out a heavy sigh and put on her gloves.
Is this guy pretending to be clueless, or is he deliberately testing me?
Whether he has feelings for me or not, I will never admit defeat first.
I must conquer you.
Watching Qin Jian's figure gradually fade into the distance, Jiang Yingxue boldly thought to herself. Back on the rooftop, Qin Jian and the others discussed their plan to head to the water's edge tomorrow. Jiang Yingxue initially suggested going to the Honghe district to fetch water. After all, it was the closest to them, and the total travel time would be less than an hour. Moreover, it was just a small river with plenty of cover nearby, making it relatively safe to spend the night by the river. However, her suggestion happened to hit Qin Jian's sore spot, as he had previously sworn never to go back to that place again.
Those are all a bunch of unruly people. Thinking of those crazy survivors, Qin Jian couldn't help but say. Jiang Yingxue was a bit surprised. There are still survivors there? Not just a few, there are countless of them.
Qin Jian said while gesturing, shaking his head, but there are hardly any mentally stable ones. When they saw I had food on me, they rushed out of the buildings to snatch it.
Then what did you do? Jiang Yingxue asked curiously. Strike the leading bird. Qin Jian raised the double-barreled shotgun and said without hesitation. Jiang Yingxue shrugged.
Since the survivors in the Honghe district had left Qin Jian with a psychological shadow, they could only change locations, so the group shifted their target to a place called Yuehu. Compared to Honghe, Yuehu was farther away, and since it was previously a tourist spot, there were likely to be more wandering zombies.
After hearing this, Qin Jian immediately said, "More zombies? Then let's go there."
Jiang Yingxue was stunned for a moment and glanced at him.
"Are you sure? What if we get chased and bitten by a horde of zombies?" zombies. Impossible. These little trash mobs can at most bully people like you, Shinjien mocked without holding back. Jiang Yingxue rolled her eyes at him, thinking to herself, there's no helping it. With gear like his, who wouldn't be this arrogant? If only I had that kind of equipment, I'd be just as bold. An hour later, Dr. Lu climbed up to the rooftop, drenched in sweat. Jiang Yingxue immediately told him about the plan to go to the water's edge. Alright, no problem. I was just thinking of checking out that area too. Dr. Lu nodded in agreement right away. Shinjien couldn't help but ask curiously, what do you want to do over there? Investigate the water source. After all, from what I understand, most people in this city turned into zombies because of the water source. Dr. Lu spoke very earnestly, and Shinjien quite admired his spirit of daring exploration. As evening approached, Jiang Yingxue insisted that Shinjien stay for dinner. Dinner was actually just instant noodles with 2 sausages, but Shinjien didn't mind. After all, who doesn't love free food? He agreed immediately. Do you guys usually take off your masks when you're free? Seeing Jiang Yingxue and the others casually take off their masks as if it were nothing, Shinjien was a bit surprised. After all, with severe air pollution, even slight exposure could lead to infection and turning into zombies. Dr. Lu understood the meaning behind his words and was the first to respond. The rooftop is a high place, after all. The wind and air circulation are different. Those harmful pathogens generally gather in lower areas, so taking off the mask to breathe is safe here. After all, being a doctor, the response is professional. Shinjien also took off his hat and, thinking of the prophecy crystal ball suffix, kindly reminded, in the future, you can also take off your masks to breathe on the ground. Why? That's very dangerous. Dr. Lu thought Shinjien was joking and quickly refuted. The weather is getting colder and many viruses will die in low temperatures, but zombies will also develop antibodies. The colder the weather, the more active they become. Shinjien's words almost repeated the content of the suffix. A simple sentence, yet it contained important information, leaving Jiang Yingxue and the others stunned, wondering where Shinjien had gotten this news. Brother Qin, have you studied medicine before? Dr. Lu couldn't help but ask. Don't move. Shinjien had to brush it off. I know a little. That's great. Then I won't need to work with Guamin to study the virus anymore. The two of us can collaborate directly. Shinjien originally wanted to say, you'd better find another expert, but at the moment, he didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm, so he simply replied, alright, so you're saying the zombies no longer like to play dead? They're getting stronger? Jiang Yingxue thought for a moment and asked. After all, they were heading out on a long trip tomorrow and would have to spend the night outside. Without understanding the latest situation with the zombies, they would definitely be at a disadvantage in combat. Shinjien actually wasn't sure how the zombies had started becoming more active, so he agreed to go downstairs together after dinner to observe their state. After all, the description mentioned that zombies seemed to be stronger at night than during the day. Everyone agreed to this plan. Once they were familiar with each other, they each served themselves a bowl of noodles, found a corner to sit in, quickly finished eating, and then armed themselves before heading downstairs. Downstairs, it didn't take long for the group to spot 2 zombies wandering in an open area. This really looks different from before? It really does? It seems even more formidable. Even Shinjien couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing these 2 zombies. The reason it was immediately apparent that they were different was because their eyes had turned blood red and piercing, emitting an eerie glow. In addition, their speed had also increased, and their movements while pacing were bizarre, almost as if they were convulsing. As for their sounds, they were completely different from before. Previously, zombies would emit pitiful wailing noises, but now it had turned into intermittent wheezing, mixed with faint, almost imperceptible laughter. This feeling is simply worlds apart. Jiang Yingxue and the others were so shocked by the scene and sounds before them that their hair stood on end. They secretly thought to themselves that if Shinjien weren't by their side, they absolutely couldn't go out at night in the future. It was simply too dangerous. Just 2 zombies alone gave off an overwhelming sense of oppression. Deal. The next moment, Shinjien pulled out an Uzi, squeezed the trigger, and a dense barrage of bullets instantly shot toward the 2 zombies. They were torn to shreds on the spot, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Can't see where it got stronger? Okay. Everyone was stunned by Shinjien suddenly firing his gun and turned to look at him. Shinjien shrugged and chuckled lightly. In his view, the speed of the zombies at night was indeed much faster than before, which technically made them stronger, but this was actually a good thing. When they go berserk at night, their eyes turn bright red, making it easy for Shinjien to locate them even if they hide in the shadows. In contrast, the zombies that don't go berserk during the day are hard to find if they hide in dark corners, making them more likely to ambush people. Therefore, these berserk zombies were almost no different from regular zombies to Shinjien. Moreover, he had just tested it himself. The zombies were still as fragile as paper, easily destroyed with just 2 shots. There's no need to fear them. They're just a bit faster, but their defense is still pathetically weak. Plus, they're all in a red-eye state now, making them easy targets at night, very conspicuous. Shinjien could tell that Jiang Yingxue and the others still harbored some fear toward the berserk zombies, so he quickly offered a few words of comfort to indirectly ease ease their concerns. I think so too, but honestly, they do look a lot scarier than before. Hopefully, they'll return to normal during the day. Zhang Yingshui gasped and replied, what is there to be afraid of? They're just two-legged, two-armed creatures that can't even withstand a single shot. Shinjien deliberately contradicted Zhang Yingshui. Zhang Yingshui glanced at him sideways and sighed helplessly. Are you completely heartless? I've never seen you panic or be afraid before. Did you experience some kind of trauma when you were a child? Zhang Yingshui fired off several questions in rapid succession, but Shinjien just gave a mysterious smile and didn't respond. Speaking of childhood traumas, there seem to be quite a few. Unless a meteorite crashes into my backyard, I won't panic. After a long while, Shinjien gave an analogy while remotely taking down a raging zombie with a precise shot. Zhang Yingshui felt that Shinjien was definitely not joking. Thinking from another perspective, if a meteor were to crash onto their rooftop, it would be unbearable both mentally and physically, possibly even resulting in instant death. With such a composed mindset, and you still claim you're not a top-notch agent? Even though Shinjien had always concealed his identity, Zhang Yingshui firmly believed he was undoubtedly a special operative under the nation's command, because someone like him was something she had only seen in her dreams. With Shinjien's reassurance, Zhang Yingshui and the others felt significantly less fear toward the berserk zombies. The group chatted while clearing the surrounding zombies, as leisurely as if they were taking a post-meal stroll. It wasn't until there were no more red eyes around the supermarket that they returned to the rooftop. Not long after, Shinjien bid farewell to everyone and left the rooftop, returning to the shelter. In contrast, the situation at a certain shelter had plunged into dire straits, becoming utterly disastrous. At 11:23 p.m., the Nantian Corporation shelter was once again subjected to a fierce zombie horde attack. Don't sleep, get up quickly. The northern wall has been breached again. Damn it, go support them quickly. With the urgent shouts, the shelter's floodlights instantly lit up. A group of men, their faces weary but filled with tension, rushed out from the main gate and headed straight for the breached northern wall. The so-called wall was nothing more than a makeshift barbed wire fence pieced together with various materials. Compared to the Shinjien shelter's barbed wire, this was simply incomparable. No sharp iron spikes, no interwoven edges, not even an anti-theft net. Any random zombie pouncing on it would cause the wire fence to emit a deafening noise, shaking and wobbling precariously. At this moment, the invading zombies had become utterly berserk, their eyes blood-red and filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. They knocked down the already damaged barbed wire fence on the north side again. These zombies are acting strange. They're completely different from before. It's over, we're really done for this time. Everyone quickly noticed the abnormality of the frenzied zombies. Watching their charging figures, they immediately let out cries of despair. Don't panic. Protect the women and children, don't let them run around. Team leaders, organize your members and prepare to fight. Repair team, find an opportunity to circle around from the rear and fix the wall quickly. At this moment, the second in command of the shelter, Zhang Mingho, waved his arms, directing everyone to resist the attack of the zombie horde. Men holding weapons rushed out of the shelter in groups, roaring as they charged toward the tide of corpses, ready for a head-on clash. Bang, bang, bang. They were fearless because their wives and children were still behind them. At this critical moment, as men, how could they possibly retreat? Moreover, the leader of the shelter had personally said that there was no place for the timid and weak, so to avoid being expelled, they could only grit their teeth and fight desperately. Soon, everyone engaged in a fierce battle with the berserk zombies, and the main courtyard in front of the shelter had turned into a bloody battlefield. In the past, those professionally trained men could kill zombies with a single blow. But now, they were facing berserk zombies. The strength of the berserk zombies was quickly revealed. They easily knocked the men down, and with a casual swipe of their claws, they could tear through necks and rip off large chunks of flesh. In less than a few minutes, the outcome was already clear. Run, run. These things are completely different from before. The remaining men in the courtyard were retreating step by step, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in panic. They were horrified to discover that the massive rolling door at the entrance of the shelter was slowly descending. Don't close the door. We're still outside. Ah, I don't want to die. My wife and kids are still waiting for me. The fleeing men ultimately couldn't catch up and were completely shut out behind the rolling shutter door. They cried out in despair, frantically pounding on the door, producing loud banging sounds. Inside the shelter, Zhang Mingho walked up to the rolling shutter door and asked the people around him in surprise, who closed the shutter door. How Ji? It was Koen Ji's order. Li Koen, referred to as Koen Ji, was also the second in command of the shelter. Li Koen, where are you? Zhang Mingho immediately shouted. No need to shout, I'm right here. A middle-aged man with a carefree expression squeezed out from the crowd and replied. Ah, what are you doing? There are still people who haven't come in yet. Zhang Mingho pointed at the rolling shutter door, raising his voice a few notches. They're not the same as us. We can't control them. Li Koen responded indifferently. Zhang Mingho was stunned for a moment but still shouted angrily, today's situation is special. Those zombies are different. They have the right to come in and retreat. Don't argue with me. If you have the guts, go talk to the boss. This This is the iron rule he set. Do you think I want to do this? Li Kuan crossed his arms and responded angrily. At the mention of the boss, Zhang Minghe was instantly rendered speechless. But he still couldn't help but ask, was all this arranged by the boss? That's right. Anyone who understands knows that deserters can never be forgiven easily. After Li Kuan finished speaking, the people around him nodded in agreement. Soon, heart-wrenching screams came from outside the rolling shutter door, and the massive impact caused the door to shake violently. Those standing in front of the door took a few steps back, gripping various crossbows, machetes, and other weapons tightly in their hands, standing on high alert. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Compared to this, the Nantian Corporation shelter divided the men into two groups. The first group is the Cannon Fodder Squad, composed of survivors taken in by the corporate shelter. True to its name, the Cannon Fodder Squad consisted of those who just rushed out to fight the zombies to the death and were left outside the gates. At this moment, the mission of the Cannon Fodder Squad has been completed and it no longer exists. The second group is the Guard Squad, whose duty is also to combat zombies, but their operations are limited to within the shelter, not the perilous outdoor courtyard area. The Guard Squad was initially made up of employees under the shelter leader. Later, in order to recruit more trusted followers, the leader relaxed the rules and transferred outstanding members from the Cannon Fodder Squad into the Guard Squad. Currently, the Guard Squad consists of 87 members, with relatively decent weaponry. Their core arsenal includes over 30 modified crossbows and nearly 10 handguns. However, the outdoor courtyard has now been completely overrun, leaving everyone not only panicked and at a loss but also deeply terrified of the never-before-seen red-eyed zombies. Morale and courage have plummeted to nearly rock bottom. Look, the wall has been repaired, shouted the person in charge of observation on the second floor. But the repair team— Before the words were finished, the crowd first breathed a sigh of relief, then began to chatter. The repair team originally belonged to the garrison corps, but due to their special position, they had to frequently enter and exit the outdoor courtyard. At present, this 8-member team propped up the collapsed tree stumps to reinforce the wire fence, successfully blocking the red-eyed zombies trying to rush into the courtyard. However, without the cover of the Cannon Fodder Squad, they were gradually overwhelmed by the tide of red-eyed zombies. Upon learning of the repair team's complete annihilation, everyone sighed with regret, but no one mentioned the Cannon Fodder Squad that had just fought valiantly. Soon, the women in the shelter learned that their husbands had been devoured by zombies in the Cannon Fodder Squad, and they immediately broke down in tears, clutching their young children. Meanwhile, in a room on the third floor of the shelter, several people stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside with complex expressions. Although the repair team managed to fix the door before their demise, keeping the zombies outside, over 100 red-eyed zombies still lingered in the courtyard. Li Chuan, you still haven't told me about yesterday. Come on, how did the deal turn out? Standing by the window was none other than the leader of the shelter, Su Shangnan. He frowned as he looked at the red-eyed zombies wailing in the courtyard and asked with his back to Li Chuan. Li Chuan adjusted his glasses and replied seriously, the other party did not accept our terms, but it's also my fault. If I had been more persistent, I might have been able to persuade them. Outside, chaos reigned, but the people inside the room were discussing other topics, seemingly indifferent to the horrors outside. Su Shangnan's eyes widened slightly. He turned to look back and continued to ask, any other discoveries? His shelter seems to have only him, but when we met before, he seemed to have a few partners, though it appears they don't live together. A personal shelter, is it? Su Shangnan nodded. Li Chuan suddenly remembered something and immediately said, by the way, boss, his shelter is very shabby, with only a tin house, but the defense equipment is excellent. It's even better than ours. Oh, how good exactly? It's also barbed wire, but very special. It seems to be custom-made, both sturdy and sharp. Although he hadn't touched it personally, thinking of the do not touch the barbed wire sign on the gate of Shinjien's shelter, Li Chuan immediately concluded this. Unless it's barbed wire used for prisons, the material wouldn't be this good. It seems that guy has plenty of resources. Who exactly is he? Su Shangnan continued to ask. I haven't asked about that, but judging by his excellent equipment, he's probably either a retired soldier or a smuggler. Su Shangnan nodded, indicating that he would personally visit Shinjien's shelter in a few days to have a good talk with him. Boss, what do we do now? These unusually shaped zombies have already taken over our courtyard. Li Chuan showed a troubled expression and couldn't help but ask. Tomorrow, I will organize everyone to clear out the zombies in the courtyard. I've observed that these zombies are just much faster than before, but their overall strength hasn't increased. After hearing Su Shangnan's words, Li Chuan nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly saw Li Kuan and his group walk in. Yo, little brother, just got back today? Li Kuan smiled and patted Li Chuan on the shoulder as he asked. As for the term little brother, Li Kuan wasn't joking. Li Chuan was indeed his younger brother. Brother, no, I came back yesterday, just a bit late. Oh, then is the deal done? No, the other party didn't agree to our terms. What? Upon hearing the news, Li Kuan immediately appeared displeased and scolded Su Shangnan in front of him. Our boss trusts you so much, entrusting entrusting you with the task of the deal and you messed it up? Do you know how serious the consequences are? Those more than 20 infected people might all die because of you. Li Chuan looked extremely embarrassed and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Is there any other news? It can't all be bad news, right? Li Chuan asked, hands on his hips, breathing heavily. Li Chuan had no choice but to tell him that the appearance of Shinjien's shelter was good news. Li Chuan was stunned after hearing this. He rolled his eyes, walked over to Su Shangnan, and whispered, Boss, that's a personal shelter, yet it has such abundant supplies and a comprehensive defense system. What do you think? Should we go for a big score? How about it? Upon learning that Shinjien's shelter not only had few people but also possessed a large amount of supplies and equipment, Li Chuan immediately had crooked thoughts and openly suggested it to Su Shangnan. Although Su Shangnan also had ambitions, he was not like Li Chuan, who wanted to take the opportunity to seize the other party's territory. Of course, his decision not to target Shinjien's shelter was not because he was particularly upright or kind, but because he was still unaware of Shinjien's background and identity. If he attacked rashly, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After all, Li Chuan's investigation this time only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Shinjien did indeed have partners, but they had no idea how many there were. If the other party had already united all the surrounding survivors into an alliance, even if they managed to breach the shelter, they might face endless retaliation. Although their equipment was decent and gave them an advantage against their own kind compared to dealing with zombies, the recent waves of the undead had caused heavy casualties. There were also patients infected with parasites, leaving everyone severely weakened. Stirring up trouble at this time would be nothing short of courting death. At the very least, we need to get the insecticide first. If it can cure the problem, that would be ideal. If not, it doesn't matter. Pretend to cooperate for now, gather intelligence, and once the shelter is reorganized and the timing is right, the plan will naturally proceed smoothly. Let's not talk about this for now. I have my own plans. Su Shangnan responded to Li Chuan's words. But Li Chuan didn't stop. Boss, what are you hesitating for? Our shelter is lacking everything right now. If we delay a few more days, some people won't even have food to eat. This is no exaggeration, and several cadres in the room also expressed their agreement, persuading Su Shangnan. Boss, Kuan-gu is right. We've been dealing with the zombie tide recently, and it's been 5 days since we sent a team out to look for food, so we must seize the supplies from that shelter. After all, there's only one person on the other side. We can call a few agile ones to climb the wall and take him out without any problem. How about driving away a group of women and children first? After all, they can't kill zombies, and their husbands are all dead. Keeping them in our shelter is useless. It would be better to distribute their food to others. The cannon fodder unit has been completely wiped out. We should organize the wives of those dead men to form a new cannon fodder unit. When they're all dead, gather the children to form another cannon fodder unit. Some of these cadres were not simply persuading but rather offering a few cruel yet realistic suggestions. Su Shangnan grew somewhat impatient as he listened, his voice suddenly rising. Enough, I'm going to rest now. We'll discuss these matters in the meeting tomorrow. Li Chuan was the first to react. He responded with an alright, then turned around and started shoving the others out of the room. Did you hear that? The boss needs to rest. Go, go, go. Everyone out. Only Su Shangnan was left in the room. He quietly sat down, his gaze fixed on the tide of corpses below, and murmured to himself, Shinjien, right? I don't know how capable you are, but you still refuse to accept under such good conditions. Early the next morning, Shinjien got up early and began calculating points. This time, a total of 758 points were calculated. Since not many monsters were killed yesterday and no major actions were taken, the points calculated this time were significantly fewer than before. However, Shinjien still felt very satisfied. After all, 758 points were neither too many nor too few, and could even buy a cheap piece of equipment for an upgrade. It's just that there doesn't seem to be any equipment that urgently needs upgrading right now. Besides, he might be going out for 2 days, so the equipment in the shelter won't be needed for the time being. After a quick wash, Shinjien began preparing gear and supplies for his trip. What should we bring? Fruits, vegetables, mineral water, and drinks. Let's also bring this cooking pot and mini gas canister. Although we can't stir fry, we still need to make some soup to drink. The outside was fraught with dangers, but Shinjien's idea was to bring enough food and cooking utensils for convenient outdoor cooking, even almost considering dismantling the kitchen stove to take along. What was originally just a simple water-fetching trip had turned into a camping adventure in his eyes. After all, he truly felt there was nothing to worry about. With weapons, armor, food, and even body-enhancing potions, unless an atomic bomb really dropped on his head, he was practically invincible. Since he got up too early in the meeting time with Jiang Yingxue hadn't arrived yet, Shinjien put down his backpack, whistled, and wandered around the shelter, heading upstairs first to check on the growth of the crops in the greenhouse. Have they grown this tall already? Seeing the crops that were almost as tall as himself, Shinjien was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He had thought the seed catalyst would be very effective, but he hadn't expected it to be this extreme. At this rate of growth,
growth. By the time he returns, these carrots, potatoes, and the like might already be ready for harvest. Thinking about how in just a few days he would be able to eat fresh vegetables, even ones picked directly from the ground, Shinjien felt especially excited. What's more, he currently had a few hundred seeds and 19 bottles of seed catalysts, so planting a few hundred more vegetables wouldn't be a problem at all. Plus, with over 50 pounds of vegetables in the fridge, he could totally become a vegetable seller. However, he definitely wouldn't trade the vegetables easily. Only if the fridge was completely full would he consider selling the ones that had been stored for too long and were no longer fresh. As for the trading partners, Jiang Yingshua's group and Guomin's group are enough. Unless there are special circumstances, he won't actively seek out buyers. Moreover, the most important goal right now is to go out and collect water to complete the 4 tasks on the mission board. No, it should be 3 tasks now. Shinjien suddenly remembered, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He walked to the medicine crafting station and made all 3 medicines in one go. He kept 2 red pills as a backup. Then, Shinjien faced the task board and swallowed the red pill, the blue pill, and the sharp eye elixir in one go. Ugh, still as hard to swallow as ever. He chewed with a look of disgust, silently cursing these pills in his heart. Within 2 minutes of taking the medicine, task 2 on the task board instantly showed as completed. Am I a bit stupid? If I had taken this medicine yesterday, wouldn't I have been able to claim the point reward for task 2 today? Staring at the task board, Shinjien gradually revealed a confused expression, scratched his head, and couldn't help but curse himself. However, he didn't think much about it. After all, completing 4 tasks in one go is much more satisfying than just finishing one. When the points are settled at the shelter, receiving tens of thousands of reward points will be even more thrilling than winning the lottery. Shinjien had already started imagining the spectacular scene of the settlement. Before leaving, he went to the leisure area, picked up a book, and prepared to read it during the boring moments on the road. As for danger, haha, what is that? He doesn't care at all. He only knows he wants to go out and have some fun. Although he accepted the mission and became a worker, he won't let himself suffer along the way. Eating well and drinking well, no one can stop him. Today, it remains quiet and desolate outside the barbed wire. Perhaps the surrounding monsters have been killed off too thoroughly, leaving few that dare to approach the barbed wire. As a result, the points awarded for monsters killed by the barbed wire in the past 2 days have only been a little over 100, and sometimes just a few dozen. However, the main source of points nowadays seems no longer reliant on it. Ah, I truly thank you, brother barbed wire. If it weren't for your help in the early stages, I wouldn't have achieved such glorious success today. Thank you, Toolnet. Shinjien gently patted the barbed wire, comforted it with a few words, and then said a few more remarks that were both sharp and enigmatic. Walking out of the shelter, Shinjien headed straight to the spot where Jiang Yingxue had been exercising yesterday, which was a gas station not far from the supermarket. It seemed both sides were very punctual. As Shinjien approached the gas station, he saw Jiang Yingxue and her 2 companions not far away. At this moment, each of them was carrying an empty large water bucket, with bulging backpacks on their backs, hunched over and bent at the waist, looking inexplicably comical. Jiang Yingxue and her group had volunteered to be Shinjien's helpers. Initially, they planned to carry his large and small bags for him. However, Shinjien wasn't that delicate. Despite bringing quite a lot of things, he had planned the space well, and carrying 40 pounds of stuff was no problem for him. After all, a high-tech backpack could ignore the weight of 40 pounds. He appeared to be carrying something heavy, but in reality, he walked more effortlessly than anyone else. However, this didn't mean that Shinjien had packed everything into the backpack. There was still one particularly cumbersome item that he was holding in his hand, ready to entrust to Jiang Yingxue and her group to carry, the troublesome water purifier. To be honest, carrying these lousy water buckets is really stupid. Jiang Yingxue carried the empty water buckets to Shinjien and couldn't help but mock herself. It's fine. Once they're filled with water, they won't be stupid anymore, just heavy. Shinjien smiled slightly, deliberately teasing Jiang Yingxue, who rolled her eyes at him, her face full of annoyance. Survival confirmed. Plus 30 points. Thinking of the vow she made yesterday, Jiang Yingxue was filled with anticipation and hope, secretly telling herself to turn the tables in the future, she must first learn to endure hardships in silence. It's just carrying a bucket of water. It's not like she hadn't helped her boss move things before. Then just treat him as the boss for now and await his orders. Zombie kill. Plus 205 points. Brother Qin, is this thing the water purifier? Shen Haidong pointed at the device in Shinjien's hand, which was about the size of a water bucket, and asked curiously. Yes, I'll leave this to you to take care of. I have high hopes for you. Xiao Shun. Shinjien patted Shen Haidong's shoulder like a leader, deliberately addressing him that way. You're really shameless. Jiang Yingxue knew exactly how old Shinjien was, but at this moment, she couldn't help muttering to herself, daring to be angry but not to speak.